is the Caro-Kann, but generally with the pawn here, these two pawns, this is not necessarily normal. Chasing away the bishop, you don't always see that. So we're going to just scoot back, knee-jerk reaction, and looks like we're just going to have an attacking game of chess because castling this side is a little bit scary for me to go over here because my weird and terrible pawn structure. This is a defender of this. Right now we have dose pieces attacking it. So we're going to push this pawn to defend this, so now that we're not worried about this. What that did is it opened up this pin. Okay? So we're going to break that pin. I guess I could have pushed forward, but I think this is a more or less equal position. That was probably a bad move by our opponent. I'm just going to say that right now. He just traded the bishop for the knight and gave me the bishop pair. And he gets a pawn. That's true. He gets a pawn. But I think he's just getting a little bit lost in the weeds here. So he's trying to be too fancy. He's trying to utilize this pawn pin because yes, that is a thing. This is only defended by this knight. I can take this knight with check. I mean, whatever you recapturing would make the most amount of sense. Always look for checks, captures, and attacks. And so he was trying to be overtly fancy, and I think it's going to cost him the game here. So we're sliding on in here, and we gobble up this bishop. And unfortunately, I still have two minor pieces, and he only has one. And this is pinned, and his pawn structure is absolutely horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. My pawn structure is bad on this side of the board, but I am quite capable of castling kingside. And come and get me, bro. I dare you. Okay. That doesn't even fix his problem. Like, that did not even fix his problem. It might have made his problem worse. This little clump of pawns, I think, was pretty good together. But we're just going to take that back. And that ruined his pawn structures even more. I can force the queen trade right off the bat. I could... I mean, let's just do that. You can trade the queens up a piece while your pawn structure sucks, and my pawn structure is amazing. And when you trade, you don't want to really do that. I don't know what he wants to do. He is in a situation where it's hard to find a good move because he's losing no matter what he does. And that is something you're going to have to learn in chess. Thing number one, don't make crazy fancy moves spending no time. Like, you scoot the king up. I mean, I can jump forward with the check. Yeah, and he resigns. I don't even know how much of an analysis we need for that. I think that I got my point across nice and dandy. I mean, let's run through it one more time. Definitely my opening, probably a couple of these would warrant, and I got 11 elo for that. Oh, I'm sorry, my friend. I took 11 of his elo. This, now that I'm thinking about this check, you block like this, because you can't take, because then it hangs this. So I think we play here, but then the knight comes. Then you have to take and he takes, because this opened up. Generally, because what we're worried about is this knight advancement while this guy is pinned, and I don't want to bring my bishop here while the knight is here, and he'll just capture it. So we have to do something like this. He scoots back and we do something else. And then in some positions, after he scoots back, we go here, there's a knight sacrifice. But that was 5 minutes. Let's absolutely just hop into another one. This dude's 1784. We get the white pieces. We start with e4, always. We get the bishop's opening. And like the other opening, studying openings, it's good. To some extent, it's good. That's a weak move. I know that for a fact. He could have... That is also a weak move. So what you're supposed to do when your opponent is making weak moves, I have a lead in development. I feel like I just smash open the center. Right? If he takes, my knight gets in. He takes and my queen gets in. I am almost guaranteed that's what I'm supposed to play here. I mean, I don't think that's a bad move. I don't think it's a bad move. I can take. He'll probably take with a knight. Then I take. Then he takes. I mean, then I can castle. You're also supposed to castle before you like launch a heavy attack. I don't think that did any immediate threats. I mean, he's gonna just develop this knight, and then, I mean, these two pawns can't even advance. So I'm questioning if I should spend a little bit of time here and just conjure up an attack. I can jump forward with my knight as well. Then he brings his knight. Then I take... What do I play here? Do I push the pawn forward? I mean, then he probably just jumps over here. And then we have to make a stepping back move, which we don't really want to do. I can develop the bishop. And if he takes, then I take with the knight. I think that is what we need to do. Instead of like figuring out what to do in the center. Okay, let's not deliberate on this for too long. What do you guys want me to do? Boom, boom, boom. Scoot this back. Let's just do this. Did that make any sense? I don't know. He castles, and I'm going to castle the other side of the board because I want to play an attacking game of chess, even though I am down 3 minutes on the clock. If I scoot back, the knight comes in, but then this fork. So hopefully he does go for this. Yes, so he's attacking this, but what you doing about that fork, my guy? You get that with check. Yes, I'm going to take with this pawn, but this fork is still a thing. So now I'm just going to grab your knight for no good reason. We grab the knight. Okay, you just want to trade off all of your minor pieces? This pawn, I mean, this is just a very, very simple move here. This pawn is weak. I can develop my bishop with tempo. I am attacking the queen. My bishop was already developed if you want to be real technical about it. He can hit me with this check, but I might just scoot forward with my queen. And so, yet again, I am up a piece. What is the most precise way to win this? I feel like it's going to take a million moves to get this going. I can jump forward. I don't think that that's going to accomplish too much in the position. I just know that it's not a blunder. Right now I'm not 100% what I'm supposed to be doing here, but I did notice that my queen was not defended. It makes sense to just make a move like this. Okay, that looks scary. I can scoot over and just say, like, are you really going to get through? Or I can run up. And it's like, are you really going to checkmate me? What's the more accurate move? Probably over here. But then these pawns push and he's got an attack. If I just like boom, 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 something like that, I literally think that he's just got no play. Okay. I mean, instead of going here and blocking my bishop, I think I might just play like this. Okay. We scoot back. This is being attacked twice. We would definitely not like to lose my pawn in the center of the board. I am only up a minor piece, which is quite a lot to be up, but what should I do here? What if I just push forward? I mean, that kind of just shreds open my position. Can I move this guy to defend this more? I think that probably makes the most amount of sense. Now the rook sees the queen through all of this. And I will need to play a little bit faster. Unfortunately, his king is very safe, and my king is in the middle of the board. So, literally, if I can, like, get this rook and get my king over here. There's two things that I can do, essentially. I can just launch a crazy attack and I know that I'm essentially going to win, or I can try and hide my king and trade off the pieces equally into an endgame where I also know that I'm going to win. All that I have to do to not lose this is just like, don't blunder. And he's trying to open up the position. Bro, please. I can take this and attack the queen. I mean, but then it's going to be hard. Maybe I go like this. Okay, we can take a pawn and attack the queen. Can't be a bad move. We then... What do we do? I can defend it as well, and if takes, then takes. I actually think that I like that. He's got this check over here, but we're not super scared about it. I don't know what that move accomplished, but my knight arriving to this square is going to be absolutely horrendous for the opponent. So I think he wants to do something like this. This check. Then here, then here. Then here. And it's all kind of held. I could just even scoot the queen over. Fairly certain. Oh my god. 3 minutes left. Don't worry. I'll play a little bit faster. I'll stop making all these nonsense moves. We're just going to block with the queen. He absolutely doesn't want to take the queen. I don't know why he did that. In my opinion, that was the worst move he could have possibly made. I then put my knight to this amazing square. Yes, you've got this pawn over here. I just don't think that he's going to be able to defend it. Like, I'm going to stop. I mean, we probably want to stop that guy from moving forward, right? With the simple idea of double the rooks. This is his last asset in the position. I can even scoot the king over. I mean, that's what we need to watch out for. If we don't let him make a queen, we win the game. Plain and simple. So he wants to attack my knight. I'm pretty sure that I can attack the rook. I mean, I'll let him take this. I think we're going to attack this rook. Then we take this pawn. He doesn't want to take this, I promise you that. I mean, we scoot a rook over to defend that. That's not really what we want to be doing here. Maybe I scoot back and I trap the rook and then scoot over the king. Probably that was the right idea. Let's trap the rook. I like that idea. Way better. We're going to trade off this minor piece. I do not care about this pawn at all. We're scooting back here. You get this pawn, but I'm going to try and get your rook, bro. And your rook has no moves at all. Plain and simple. The king attack. The king is a very powerful piece in an endgame. I know that I'm up a minor piece, and so that's why it's so easy to find good moves, is because pretty much all of my moves are winning. We're going to attack this rook. This is defended. This is defended. Everything is defended. Go ahead. Now, what's the best way to do this? Don't think that it really matters. I mean, just be accurate until the very end. This pawn is, I mean, yeah, resign. I think we can run that one in Lee Chess, and I'll bring it over there. But let's run through it very briefly without the computer, I suppose. I know in this position, I was supposed to be making more forward moves. Castle, and I step back. Actually, I'm not sure. I think that I did play this quite accurately. I don't know what our opponent was trying to do over here. I made a little defensive structure. My king is a little weak. And then he just trades off his queen. Like, what are you doing? You never trade off the queen when you're down this much stuff. And then, like, yes, you have a passed pawn, but bro, never in a million years is it, like, I don't even have to move my rooks and it's still not promoting. And so let's bring it over to the analysis. I maybe missed some interesting stuff, but I think something else to note was towards the end game, I was maybe not making the most accurate moves, but that doesn't matter. I was going to win no matter what. So you don't have to make the best move when you've got less than half of the time of your opponent. It makes sense to just make a move. It's a good move. It's good enough. Okay. As long as it's not like a huge blunder, just make the move. You're fine. You don't have to always play the best move always, unless you're losing. Then you got to play fast and play the best move, or you're probably going to lose. So, all right, I'm going to bring it over to Lee Chess, and I'll see you guys over there. And here we are in the analysis. And as I hypothesized, I played a incredibly accurate game. Our opponent made it quite easy to play the best moves because they were very obvious. And so there was an inaccuracy in the very beginning. I got 3 inaccuracies. 2 of those don't matter. Like I said, at this point, I know that I'm winning the game. So I just needed to be making moves. And so not going way below on the clock and making a really bad blunder later on, it's better to play a decent move quickly than the best move but use all of your time. Because then the remaining moves in the rest of the game, you have less time and you're more likely to blunder. So sometimes even what I'll do in low time situations is I'll like calculate one line, see that it doesn't work, and then my next best option that I had like considered, I'm like, oh, this move or this move, and then I calculate one line and it sucks and I see that it's bad. I just make the second move because you don't have all the time in the world. Just make the second move. In low time decisions, that's what you got to do. If you find one thing and it doesn't work, well, hopefully the next one does. Either way, 95% accurate, 3 inaccuracies, 0 mistakes, 0 blunders, and our opponent 4 inaccuracies and 1 blunder. I'm not sure. I know what the blunder was. Actually, what am I talking about? And 87% accurate, which is a remarkably high level of accuracy for what I feel like I faced. I feel like I completely steamrolled that guy. He never had a chance. And so, I mean, if you look at this, there was never a moment that I was not crushing. Like in the beginning, it was like, could have been crushing more and I missed it. But you can see right here is my inaccuracy. Right here. Okay. Let's go back to the beginning of the game. And let's see what I missed. Because A6 and H6, those are weak moves. You do not want to be pushing pawns on the side of the board. You want to control the center, okay? So there are a million different ways you can do that. You can support it with a flank pawn to then promote a pawn in the middle. You can use a bishop to the center. The knights can do it a number of different ways, or even reroute like this and support. You want to control these 4 center squares, okay? Everybody knows that. And so doing moves on the side of the board for no reason is not a good move. So we develop, and he makes a weak move. Oh, the computer is even saying that I'm supposed to just solidify the center and play. I develop the knight. Break open in the center. I knew it. Best move. Your opponent has neglected to develop more pieces. He has 1 knight. I have 2 knights and a bishop already involved. And I'm quite soon to break in the center and have my bishop and my queen also involved. And so we break in the center. He plays one of the best moves, which is hard to explain why that's one of the best moves. It looks counterintuitive because now you can never push these pawns. And if you can't push these pawns, your bishop can't get involved. So essentially this formation makes this bishop suck and these pawns suck. And this queen only has 1 option on this diagonal, okay? Instead, I was supposed to just take. But I didn't do that because I wanted to develop more pieces. Then I kind of was like, what should I do? It's interchangeable. I can make any of these moves. Then we castle long. And it's still an equal position, but I think that I still have a little bit easier to play of a position. Now, this was setting a trap for the opponent. This was setting a trap. I thought about it and I realized he probably didn't see this fork. You can't always play like that. So I basically gave up my light square bishop because he could have just simply like made a move to not let that happen. He could have just developed the bishop, and then this isn't going to work because it's still defended by the knight. But once the knight goes over here to chase my bishop, this is now defended by the knight and only attacked once. So all you got to do is just count. Like, can I capture a piece? How many attackers do I have? You need to have 1 more attacker than they do defenders, okay? Plain and simple. And so he comes over here and we get the fork. And like, yes, you're going to get my light square bishop with check, but that did not fix this situation. So he jumps forward. We take the knight. Of course, he takes here. Best move. Don't understand why. He takes with the queen. And then, I mean, like I said, whatever I do is winning. We develop. We put a rook in the middle. And like I said, this one I thought would be the top computer move. Because, like, realistically, how are you actually going to get to me? But this move is safer, okay? Instead of like stepping over here where he potentially does have an attack, like all of this, just go in the center. I am quite well protected by my armada, like literally everything. And so another option I had was to scoot the rook over after that. We developed the queen. We scoot the bishop back. I was supposed to scoot it forward. You're generally supposed to scoot pieces forward. I scooted it back. This seemed a little flimsy to me. Now we put it over here. Okay, so literally, okay, whatever. We take the pawn. We are attacking the queen. The queen moves. We defend this because now I have like a little bit more of a defensive structure over here. Okay, he comes in with this check in just a moment. I could have pushed the pawn, but going for the queen trade makes sense because if he trades the queens, he's never winning this game. Absolutely never winning this game. And so we put the knight on a well-defended square. The only way he's getting rid of it is trading off his light square bishop, which he really does not want to do. He needs to keep his light square bishop. We scoot behind this pawn because why not? Scoot up because I don't want him pushing any further. I don't think he's going to make it, but whatever. And there's a lot of different moves we can do here, but I can see that I win a pawn by doing this. We grab the pawn. The rook gets in. We protect the pawn. Take. He's going for this pawn. But like I said, maybe it's not technically the best computer line. Taking the pawn is the best computer line. Whatever. We trap this rook in jail. So, like, yes, we're giving up this pawn, but the rook is never escaping. He can't go anywhere. He has no legal moves, and I'm stepping over. He's going to get the bishop, but I got your rook. I don't care about this bishop. And now this is a passed pawn. And also with that, the king is cut off. So I have a passed pawn, and the king can't even get into the game. And I've got an extra rook, bro. So he takes the pawn, and instead of taking here, because I realized that, like, if he takes here, then I take here. He can take this with check. Then I got to do something. You don't got to go for all that. Just defend the pawn. Just defend the pawn. This is still just as much a problem, and I can bring the king and win it like that. So realistically, my real inaccuracy of the game was developing this piece. I guess one thing we need to learn from this, when you have a lead in development, you're really supposed to break open in the center. I kind of just moved my pawn to pretend like I was going to break in the center, and I didn't break in the center. And that gave away a decent chunk. We go to 1.3 to 0.8, so it's actually substantial. And so, whatever. He's this way, I'm this way, I got the lead in development. I hope my camera's not lagging going through all this. Well, let me know in the comments. I'll watch this as well. And so, we absolutely are destroying these kids on chess.com. They cannot handle the smoke. And so on Lichess, I'm 1900 rapid. And so I think maybe I've still got some catching up to do. I just don't play on chess.com all that often because I like Lichess better. So as you can see, we're looking at the Lichess database with a chess.com game. So either way, that is definitely enough of the time, of your time. If you feel so inclined, please like and subscribe. I love you. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what I'm going to be doing, and I'm sorry to do it to a friend from India, but we're going to be destroying our opponent, and hopefully we're going to be doing that with the bishop's opening on the board. Now let's see how well our opponent knows this opening. Please do not bring the knight, because that is the most boring line out of all of them. Just kidding, it's the most exciting. We're going to have so much fun. So I've been trying something new here. If he captures, I have explained this in many of my videos. If he captures, I used to capture back with the knight and walk into this fork where I had to step back. But it looks like we're going to just lock my bishop out. He could potentially just go for my bishop immediately. Okay. I mean, I can break the pin, or I can just pin this guy myself. I kind of like the idea of just pinning this myself. Hard to say what's better, but I'm going to have no mercy on this opponent, unfortunately. I have a decent amount of friends in India that play chess, and they're good people. I like Indian people. Maybe my favorite chess friends. Okay, that's not true. But my first chess friends, okay? My first chess friends were all Indians. I don't know how that happened, but I would just like on chess.com and they would message me and I would message them back and then we'd like start playing chess together. But some of them are really good and they're really competitive. And so sometimes it's not fun to just get steamrolled all the time. Let's just tickle this guy. So if any of my Indian friends are watching this and they remember, we would play like a ridiculous amount of games in a row where I was like 1300 and they were like 1900 and I would just lose. I have some friends that I never even beat. So we're going to step out of this and all of a sudden this becomes an idea. Maybe pushing forward makes sense here. Cuz jumping in, oh lord. It's ooh. We're going for this. We are going for this. And you got to be careful about these pins, my friend. You got to be careful about these pins. And if you see in my position here, I developed my knight to e2 because I knew this capture was probably going to take place, and I figured let's just replace my knight instead of the normal f3 square, where if he captured it would ruin my pawn structure. The reason that I was doing all of that is I was kind of having an inkling on maybe scooting up with tempo and castling this way. Although he does have some pawns advanced into my position. Okay. Which is better? If I take here and take there, I have this check. If I take here, here, I have tempo on the rook. The rook scoots over. I hit him with this check, and it's checkmate? That can't be true. Take, attack the rook. The rook scoots over. Check, here, and checkmate. Looks good enough to me. Or you lose the rook. Man. A little bit unfortunate for our opponent here. But... right? Attack the rook. And Hakimate. Checkmate, my friend. Con cuidado. That's... you got to be really careful about these pins. And then he... oh, I'm so sorry. And he hasn't pushed forward to defend against this square. Oh my goodness. Just check, over, and mate, bro. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All he had to do was push a pawn to prevent my knight from being able to jump to this square. So he needed to play this pawn push sooner. And this knight on the side of the board, I'm not sure what there is even to do. Yeah, that's it. What was nothing to do. He can't even try and escape because he's just barred off. I almost wish that he would have just given up the bishop. So that was a 4-minute game of chess. So, I don't think we really need any analysis on that. I'm not even sure. Should I post that? That was pretty quick. A 4-minute video. Let's go into another game. Let's go into another game. If not, maybe I'll end this video here. No, I won't. No, I won't. Game aborted. What, bro? You scared? You don't want the smoke? And how do I... my face is so bright. Look, there's a light. I'm covering it. So it's really covered. And so maybe we just get a 2-for-1. Now we are playing the Caro-Kann, and this guy is also... that's a weird move. You don't see that, so I know immediately it's probably not good. And so we're going to go... it's going to transposition into a structure that I know quite well. And so with this pawn advanced, it takes away some sacrificing ideas like so. But we're going to come here. We're attacking this pawn now. If he takes, I hop in with the bishop. He probably wants to develop this knight, is what he wants to do. And maybe is this a poisoned pawn? Okay, so he wants to defend like so. The game plan was pushing this pawn forward, going for this pawn break so that I have a place to put my knight. I mean, I can take. I think it might make a weakness. I just take. I think that's what we're trying to do. If the bishop takes, I mean, I can just kind of grab it. And then the knight comes in. If he does like so, I have a tempo winning move. So I could actually take here. He would step over. Then I give a check. He could step back with the knight. So that's not any fun. Developing this bishop in this line of the Caro-Kann is always such a headache. Because if I do this, he just develops the knight. And then it's like, that didn't do anything good for anybody. I can also just go for this guy. Step forward and walk directly into this. Then pin it? That's the idea. If you attack, I'm pinning you. Okay. We have to do something. I want to just develop this bishop to get him here. Okay. I mean, I can't scoot back. I just get trapped. If I take, then this just happens. Then I take here. But then he just, like, applies so much pressure. Man, I got myself in a little bit of a predicament. We have to take, I think. And my light square bishop, I'm not even convinced is a good piece right now. Let's just try and bring this. Please play this so I can just trade off this light square bishop, because now I'm scared to even have this piece. Like, who even let me have a light square bishop in the first place? I could just trade off. I mean, that's not a bad move. Don't hate it. Step back one. God, I should have scooted back. I want my knight on that square. Man, sometimes I just like snap reaction and play a terrible move. Definitely should have gone here so my knight can get to the middle. So now I'm going to have to kick this guy to go back here to then jump in. It's rough. It's rough. Almost definitely I have to play this. But he still is trying to figure out what to do with his guy. So we're going to tickle this guy. I mean, if you tickle me now, I got a place to go. Right? Take, 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 take. Am I up a pawn in that position? Here. Grab the pawn. Then you grab the pawn, but then I grab the pawn, and I'm up a pawn in that position, but I lost the bishop. I can also just take here. Okay, no I can't, because there's all this. We step back, the knight comes in, and then I pin the knight. Bro, that's ridiculous. I think that's what I didn't even see that he could grab it there. Okay, so we're going to have to take back. He then attacks my rook. He has the bishop pair. I have the knight pair. I can no longer castle, so that really sucks. And if I do this, I mean, he just plays this, and I lose. Oh, here, here, here. Gotta play for something, right? It's equal. So I can grab this. If he takes, I mean, I just get in. No, I don't. He hits me with his check. Okay. Not being able to castle is actually a huge problem for me. What if I just push? I don't know what to do. I completely messed up. I'm going to step here into the middle of the board. Oof. I am in a bad situation. But don't worry, my friends, because in chess, the most important part, we're going to just take. If he takes with the bishop, we just take. If he takes with the pawn, I mean, haven't thought that far. But if he takes with the bishop, we're going to take it. What you need to get good at, okay, we are absolutely just going to take that. Absolutely, without any thought. That makes a lot of sense. He's probably going to go for this. So I kind of like the idea of just putting my rook there. He probably just brings his rook. Okay, he wants to look at that instead. Tactics. Tactics, tactics, tactics. I can take here, and if he takes... What am I talking about? None of that makes any sense. If I take here, the pawn blocks the view of my rook, so that's not going to work. I mean, if I push forward, he just gets a pass pawn. I can go here, so he goes there. I do not know what I should be playing. We could just try and simplify and just trade everything off. That's always a great idea. Let's just push a pawn, because I don't know what to do. Oh my goodness. Bro, calm down. It's not that serious. Not that serious, bro. Now can I take here? I still don't think so. This bishop sucks. Get out of this position, bro. What if I go here? This doesn't work. This doesn't work because yes, it removed the pawn, but he still has a defender. And he would just step back. Kind of like the idea of just coming into the position. Probably he brings his rook back. Oh god. He didn't even hesitate on that. Like, not even for a second. And that hung the bishop with check. So, he should have maybe hesitated for a second. He literally played that move with, like, 0 seconds. So, we're going to take this. He blocks. I can then take this. I could also bring the knight. But I like the idea of taking here because it's tempo on this guy. So, he'd probably come like this. No, he wouldn't. He's pinned. So, he's got this, but I don't know if I care. Here, 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 check. The knight blocks. You get the knight, but I think I just survive. So he's got this, but I'm grabbing a rook. Bruh. Are you serious? Why did I just blitz that out, bro? Literally, I need to take more time. Like, bro. It is so infuriating to lose a game of chess like this. Gotta do something. You can just push this. And that just attack. Oh. It fell apart, bro. Pause. Pause. He's still got this pawn that is really close to turning into something not so nice for me. Bro, this is a wild game of chess. Okay, obviously I need to be taking this queen. I take the queen, he pushes the pawn. Here. You gotta take back, but what am I even calculating? I need to take this, obviously. He needed to take that. If I come here, he just takes. So what about check? Completely sacrifice. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. What about check here? Then take here, here. But then this comes with check. So here, here, check. Sometimes I'm an idiot. I need to just like play flat faster. You can just take here though. But we get this check. If he blocks, we can go here and he pushes and I take with the knight. And then it's a draw? I mean, I probably just need to play this. Like, I don't think there's anything else. I have no interesting checks or anything. So we're going to play this. He gets in. I take. His rook gets in. I touch this guy. He pushes. I get behind him. We're in an endgame, but it's all about just like tempo. I think this is the most forcing move. I attack this pawn, right? What just happened in this game of chess? I really hope that I win so that so that I can post it. This makes sense, right? You can just attack mine. We play this. Then maybe we play this. It's totally a draw, but 1 minute and 39 seconds against 7 minutes. What an absolute haymaker. Like, dude, I hang my queen, then he hangs his queen right back. Like, bro, we're 1800. How do we play chess like this? All right, you're 1782, but I'm supposed to be 1800, bro. So stepping here allows this. So I think we're going to step back. He can push, but I chase you. You can push, but I chase you. And I will win that pawn, buddy. Or you go here and I go here. But then you defend. So actually, no. So I'm going to chase. Because if I get behind you, he can defend. And that's no fun. So we're going to go like this. I'm going this way. I'm going to chase you, my friend. And luckily my king can wiggle up. Like if I can take and render his rook over here. Like yes, his king can chase me around and eventually win this pawn. But in the end game, if I trade off the rooks for the last remaining pawn and I bring my king active enough, still probably a draw. I think he just plays this and he has time to bring the king. When the king gets eventually close enough, I just come back. And I've got enough moves. Okay, so that was the whole idea. I'm trying to get in. He comes here, but I come up. Okay. I don't know what to do. I think it's still a draw, okay? But I need to come up. I mean, I got 37 seconds, bro. Like, what are you doing? I'm just going to push this pawn. Unbelievable game of chess. He goes here. Yeah. As long as I don't get a draw. Bro, what on earth was that? We both hung our queens, and then I have to sacrifice a knight to stop that passed pawn, and then I'm able to just win in the endgame. Arguably, that was terrible. Arguably, that was terrible. But you know what? I sure hope it was entertaining. So thank you so much for watching. I'm sorry to my friend from wherever, Ukraine. And let's check it with the computer. And here we are in the analysis. And are you ready to look at this graph? That was the sloppiest game of chess that I have ever won. Maybe not. That's not true at all. But definitely that was pretty sloppy. Look at that graph, bro. Winning, losing, winning, losing, winning, losing, losing, winning. Just, oh my god. 62% accurate. 5 blunders, 3 inaccuracies, and 5 mistakes. Bro, literally half of the game was making mistakes. And so our opponent, let's not bully the young man. And let's look at the computer. The first handful of moves made a fair bit of sense, okay? We go for the pawn break. We bring the queen out. We bring the knight. All of this is pretty standard. He now has a weakness, and so I'm winning here because I have this really simple idea of this fork that's actually not super easy to defend. You have to develop your knight to a weird square, and I can still go for it because I can pin the knight at the end of it. Okay, so that's what I needed to go for. Instead of all of that, instead of getting fancy, we make this move that... This is what sucks about studying chess openings, is I've seen this move work in a structure kind of sort of similar to this. It's not the best move, so I guess it's not a terrible move, but I've seen it be the best move before. Like, that's what you're supposed to play. And so I studied some other opening in a position similar to this, and I thought that it was this, and it just wasn't. It just wasn't this position. So instead of actually like thinking through the moves, I just tried to memorize it and play what I thought I remembered was the best, and it wasn't the best, and it caused me to play just a random move that wasn't that great. So I'm supposed to just develop the knight. So I have a problem with putting this knight in front of the bishop. Whenever I'm supposed to do it, I don't. And so I'm also just supposed to bring the rook because I have ideas of attacking the queen. No, I don't. The rook. Okay, whatever. Whatever. We go ahead and we trade some pieces off. I'm supposed to just take the knight. Whatever. I develop my knight. Then I am supposed to just trap my bishop in there and just let him take because it becomes a good thing later, okay? So I'm going to have to study these openings a little bit more and figure out when exactly do I put the bishop here and when exactly do I let them take it, because there are situations where it works. And so the reason that it works is it takes away like these squares. So here I admit I made a mistake. I didn't think about it and I just did a snap, made a move. I was really trying to put the bishop here. Let's see. 0.5, 0.2. So the move that I played is not as good. Okay. I had to do a little bit of math here. Okay, we tickle this guy. He attacks me, and I'm supposed to go along this capture chain because he can't take. The reason that he can't take is I'm trying to get in. So for one, I can just win this, and like he can grab this, but then I'm still going to grab this, and that would have been the position. So instead of that, I step back, which is a blunder because that capture chain was actually good for me. And for whatever reason, I put him here where the knight can take him. So I'm just not playing the most accurate chess, if we're going to be completely honest. And then I step up with the king. That's a mistake. I'm slightly losing. But we take. And I'm still slightly losing. But at least we got rid of the bishop for one of my knights. And the best move is a rook here, so that I can push this and keep a defense on this. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't understand that move, so that's why I didn't play it. And I'm not going to try and explain it to you. So I'm supposed to run with the king. We're not running with any king anywhere no time soon. We are getting active with the queen, attacking things, and making him hang a bishop, okay? So that's what happens. You get active with your queen, and I need to go back on chess.com and see how fast did he play this move. He played that move literally in less than a second. Like, boom, blitzed it out. That hangs the bishop with check. He blocks with the rook, and then I hang my queen to this pretty simple thing. The queen is looking at these two pawns, so I should have just taken note of that. The rook is literally only looking at this and the knight. So, like, this pawn, like, if there's anything in my position I need to be worried about, it's this pawn. So grabbing that, walking into this fork is just, I'm really bad at chess. There's no way around it, but my saving grace is I'm up a knight. So I'm up a knight because I grabbed that bishop, so I got an extra knight. So losing my queen, I'm supposed to just take here, but whatever. Boom, boom, leave this on the table, and he captures. And immediately I can pin him. Immediately. But I don't do it. I defend my pawn. I'm looking at defensive moves instead of attackive moves, and now I'm really suffering. So he pushes the pawn, and I saw, okay, that attacks my knight, and I was considering some things, and thank goodness I found this move, or else I'm just completely lost. Now, in this position, he pushes forward. I have one opportunity to win this, and a good chess player would know that this is not going anywhere. I only need to take the queen once the king moves, because then the queen can escape. So I have time to grab this pawn, and it gets really spicy because he's got two passed pawns. Like, he's got two pawns, not passed pawns. He's got two pawns on my third rank, however you want to look at it, about to turn into queens. And so if I play this move here, this still remains. So he can give a check, but I run. And then he can try and run, but I'm coming for you. Okay? That was the difference. The way that I did it, I took the queen. He gets the pawn here, but then it's tempo on my rook, so I have to slide over. Then he gets this. But then I get this with tempo with check. So I have time to step back and stop that pawn from turning into a queen. And it's a complete draw. Now, I would have been completely winning if I would have just been a little bit more patient, but I wasn't. So now he's got a queen. So we got to get rid of it. He gets in. And now it's just a complete draw. But like I said, my side of the draw was easier. And we run back. The reason we didn't run forward is we didn't want to walk into this check. So in this position, if I go here, now I think it's still a draw, but now he's the one on the good side of the draw. Okay, so there's a good side and a bad side of the draw. And so that's the bad side. If I show you in a second, we're trying to be on the good side. It's still, okay, maybe it's not a draw, but it's still basically a draw. But now we're on the good side. I've got this extra pawn. So if anyone can be silly and make mistakes in this endgame, it's your boy. And so I felt like I just had to keep my rook on this file, and I felt like I was going to just do everything with my king. So maybe that wasn't the right idea. He can also just go for my pawn and force me back, and once I come in, he can start attacking stuff. So that plan didn't make the most amount of sense, but I don't hate it. And so I'm supposed to just lock it down. Just lock it down. But why? But why? I'm the one winning. So we step here. That threw it away from -4. I could have given this check. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Let's see. Why is this so much more winning? Okay, it's complicated. We're not going to go really deep into that line. What did happen was he literally just traded off. So now I have all the time in the world. You have to deal with this pawn, or else it's just going to turn into a queen. So his king can't even come over here. So I step in all the time in the world. And like I said, he just gave up at this point. Like I think he realized, like, okay, what's the point of doing anything? And so either pawn is going to turn into a queen. I am quite capable of getting a stalemate in that position. Potentially I can win, but thank goodness he resigned, so I didn't have to figure out how to do either one. So if you made it this far, thank you so much for watching my video. Sorry I hung my queen, but at least I got it back and he hung his queen. And so that has happened 2 times recently where I hung my queen and they hang it back instantly. And so at 1830 or whatever I'm rated, so if you hang your queen, don't give up. You've got hope, because it has literally happened 2 times in the past like 2 days. So I don't know why my face is so bright. So thank you for watching my video. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. I hope you learned something. Please subscribe. And what's today's date? It's the 30th. I'm moving out of this place tomorrow. And so the setup will be different. I might have to be like recording on just the computer. I don't know when I move to my new place, because I'm only staying there for a little bit. But all right, get out of here. Thank you so much. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today, I'm 1900 with a question mark. So, who do we get the pleasure of destroying? So, if you see here, 1900 question mark, we start with e4. We check out our opponent's profile, and he is terrible at bullet. He chose e4, e5, hopping directly into the bishop's opening. And so, this is the most boring line of all, where we basically just get a symmetrical. Wait a minute. Did I blunder immediately out of the opening? Yes, I did, because I brought the knight out, and we can go into this line. And I have made videos on this, and I have studied this, and I know exactly what to do in this position. The knight comes out, and I push the pawn, because what can happen is he takes, I take, he forks us with the pawn, the queen is defending the pawn, I have to step back, he takes the knight, I take here, he takes here, black gets the center. It's not good for me, okay? So I am actually just terrible at chess. Straight up. There's no excuse for that. I have studied the opening, and I still play the wrong moves and just give him complete chances out of the opening. I don't want him grabbing my light square bishop, so I'm going to push this pawn. And then I don't want my knight to get pinned, so we're going to push this pawn. He tickles me, and now I've got a place for this bishop. We'll do the ziggity zag with the bishop. That's how the bishops move. So he's just copying me, and we have a 1000% symmetrical position going on. Completely symmetrical. And so let's dive right on into this middle game, where I did not fight for an advantage with white whatsoever. So you know what we might do? You know, I'm fairly certain he's just blundering. Am I crazy? Then he goes for my queen. I take his queen. He takes my queen. I get out with my bishop. He takes here. I take another pawn. Bro, let's just... Should I just dive into it? We're going to take. He takes mine. I am flabbergasted at what's going on right now. He can grab yet another pawn. And then ultimately die for my bishop here. But I can sacrifice for another pawn with check. So I think we're going to take this pawn. He's going to take this pawn. We then take this pawn. If he attacks me, bro, I am not even sure. We're just going to take this pawn. This was the most ridiculous opening I have ever seen in my life ever. It's like we just... Okay. So now I take this pawn, right? Yeah, because his knight can get out. So I take here. I mean, I'm not even going to calculate it, bro. Like, that's... We have an absolute slugfest of a game going on right now. Okay. He took my bishop. I go ahead and take this. Was I supposed to grab this? Okay. What on earth just happened? What on earth just happened? I have no idea. I can lock my bishop into this square. I quite like the looks of that. I should probably castle. I was doing a little skincare. My face is a little like skincare-y. Okay. Let's just take a deep breath. What on earth happened just through all of that? I'm down 2 minutes on the clock, but I don't think it matters. Pushing this pawn forward seems to make sense, but he can pretty quickly just get away from it. Pushing seems a little bit scary. Potentially just pushing up here, but then my bishop's really trapped. What do we think about castling the opposite side? I do not know what's the correct move here. Castling this way seems kind of boring. Castling this way seems definitely not boring, but it might be more exciting for him because he's just going to attack me and I might get destroyed. We've got this pawn cube going on. What is the correct move to play in this position? Oh, dear Lord. He can just push this pawn. He can just defend it. Do I slide back? I think castling this way might be all right. But then castling this way is way, way safer. We're going with the safe option. I don't think that my attack arrives quicker by any means. He can also kind of maybe like have ideas of trapping my bishop. Okay, so he wants to just attack my knight. Cool. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I have to go back. I don't think I have too many forward options. This dies, this dies. This potentially just dies. Yes, because like what am I going to do? So what's better, this or this? I'm going to just go along with this because it keeps pressure on the pawn, defends this, and doesn't block my rook. So this would have blocked my rook in 1000%. If he pushes again, I might just take. Then he takes. My bishop is... I think, hold up a gosh darn second. I think he just had this move. No, I could have defended geometrically. Or I could have locked it in like this. If I push forward, that stops the knight from getting in, yes. But what if he goes here? Then I go here. Then he goes here. Then I go here. Slow and steady wins the race. This is really dangerous that I've got two valuable pieces on this super open file. The only open file, and I decided to occupy it with pieces that are not open file pieces. The rooks are the open file pieces. Okay, so if I go this way, he eliminates my defender. If I go this way, he attacks me, I step back, and we chillin'. So we do this. If he pushes in, I take. If he sacrifices, I take, then he takes. But then this is there. So we're going to just step back. I don't have any other option. We got to maintain. We got to maintain what's going on here. And this dude is just not afraid. So he wants to go for this. He also wants to go for this. But you know what, gosh darn it? What if I just hop into the middle of the board with the only dark square bishop on the board? Boom. You get in. Don't think I'm scared of that. We're sliding in like this. We're sliding in like this. The pawn is defended by the knight. This knight is a pretty good knight. I'm not gonna lie. That's a pretty well placed knight. It doesn't get much better placed than that. What if we just go for this? Break open, do I dare say? I think something like this makes sense. It like puts my rook on the open file. This bishop would see it at some point, but he's got two pieces in the way. I don't really see anything else. I can also jump in like this. And getting my knight to this square would generally be the idea. Okay, so he defends. Too bad I don't have a light square bishop to go ahead and do that with. And I'm scared. Can't be a bad move. Can't be a bad move. Immediately we go for this. Activity overall. We attack this pawn all the way across the board. We create the idea of doubling up. He's got this, but I can always just step back, and that would even defend my everything. So we're gonna hop into the position. Oh dear lord. Oh dear lord. The rooks are doubling, my friend. The rooks are doubling. Your knight is beautiful, but it looks kind of stupid. Is that a free pawn? Do I dare say? We grab the pawn. You lock me in jail. Is it a free pawn? Here and then checkmate. Oh my goodness. You don't have time to lock me in jail because there's checkmate. That's what happens when the rook gets 2 squares away from the king. So we grab this. What are the options? You can't lock me in like this, I take. If you step forward, I mean, I just wiggle on out. We might do operation, touch a pawn, come right back to where we were. And then we're up a pawn. Is there something ridiculous I'm not seeing? This doesn't work because I don't know what type of checkmate, but the escaping square is taken. Without further calculation, we take here. We just go ahead and do it. This doesn't work. We on the dark squares, my friend. We are on the dark squares. This doesn't work. We on the dark squares. Running away, my rook just gets back out. So that definitely is a move. But this is still defended, my friend. Still defended. And we are now up a pawn. Not only that, this knight is pinned to checkmate. But okay, but now getting me trapped in the position. This does trap me in the position. So you know what I said? Exactly what I said. We out of here. We out of here. We got the pawn. What's up, bro? What you gonna do about it? You gonna focus on winning back this pawn? I don't think so. I'll go ahead and push it forward, lock him in on the dark squares, and then what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, bro? I got the dark square bishop. Easy metrics to defend this knight. Oh, you want to go for this? I can step back, bro. I can even tickle your rook. No, I can't. What am I talking about? This is hanging. I step back. You step in. I mean, basically, we can't really be allowing all of this. So what if I step over, he takes, and then we fix my doubled pawns in the middle of the board? That is actually now a passed pawn. Do you really want to allow all of that? That kind of traps my rook in here a little bit. Here. Because, yeah, if he doesn't take, then I'm kind of stupid. So this is a really hoping that he takes and just gives me this. But he doesn't need to actually do that. So is stepping back the more accurate approach? Well, by golly, we're doing it. Also, we're attacking this pawn with tempo on the rook. I want to double my rooks. Like, he is super defending this pawn, but... Okay, now he defends. Reasonable move. So I'm fairly certain that doubling these rooks is just a good idea. Just has to be a good idea. His bishop actually really kind of sucks here. Do I have any sort of attacking the rook? This is my least active piece, but it puts me on this file. That's what I don't like about this. We're doing it. This is a sketchy knight. Do I want to bring my king? Is it time we bring my king and just touch a little bit of everything? Because this knight can go back. I don't know. He likes his knight on this square. That's like the square the knight wants to be on. I mean, it's just like applying pressure to a little bit of everything, and I can't really kick it out other than trading it with my knight, which is very difficult to do. This knight is a little bit awkward. Okay, so he wants to create these types of ideas. I think it's time to bring the knight like this. Here, 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 here. One minute on the goddamn clock. We incredibly weaken the position of my king. I have no idea if that move made any sense. But we essentially just don't want the pawn to arrive here, so he pushes and we take. Okay. You want to bring your king, bro? I will literally bring my king. Onto the light squares. Dude's got 8 minutes. You know what we need to do? We need to trade off everything in the position. He's going for this again. I'm stepping in. This knight is very happy on this square, but it actually kind of closes up the files. I'm not 1000% convinced. And once the knight decides to like get locked in on this side of the board, I can then put my bishop back. And I believe this is called what Hikaru calls a wooden shield. Okay, so he just wants to attack. We push forward. Not even gonna think about it. This is so sketch. I need to move my my rook somewhere. Okay. Here? Question mark? I'm gonna just scoot my rook up. I've got 5 seconds each move. That's pretty nice. I like that. 5 seconds. Chilling. Because he is doing a superb job. Like, this is my extra pawn. And it's not the greatest pawn, if we're going to just be honest about it. But if I get my bishop here, all of a sudden this becomes a great idea. So we go here. If he hits us with this, we take. Then I have another pawn island. We go here. He's got this, but we take. And then I have a complete, like, dark square. I'll do it, bro. Trading this knight. Bro, get out of here. We're going to take this. That hung this. That's for sure. Is there a way to defend it? Am I just going to go down a pawn? I can push, but he just takes. And I don't think I'm winning that anytime soon. We're just going to let him grab it. I'm bringing my knight. This is all of a sudden the idea. So he can take, but then my knight gets here with check, and I can potentially win this pawn. And god darn it, I'm not sure who's actually winning this endgame. But my knight arriving here is even better than his knight arriving here or something. This is probably a pretty decent idea, I'm not going to lie to you. He can also just... And now my rook is kind of awkward because I'm so scared about this light square bishop. Now my rook can't like slide over here, which would be so useful. And he can also do like this. I don't know if that's actually good for him. He could go boom, boom, boom. Okay, so he jumps out of it. We're jumping in. He's basically got to take this pawn. Okay. I take here. Here, 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 here. No more calculation. 35 seconds. And his king is not active. This pawn becomes weak. If I can just trade everything off, I feel like I've got pretty solid chances in this endgame. Because this is not a passed pawn, and this is very much a passed pawn. And I've got a dark square bishop, and you've got a light square bishop. So if we get rid of these rooks, like we're going to do right here, like you can... We jump forward. We attack this bishop. We also attack this pawn. Oh, dear Lord. Am I wrapping things up? If you lose this pawn, bro, you are in a lot of trouble. Even though I have 40 seconds. He resigns. I mean, bro could have played on, honestly, on the clock. I've got 40 seconds. But this is going to fall. He has no meaningful checks. And once this falls, all of a sudden, then this is too weak. My knight is a god. This is weak. I can kind of like... It's not even straightforward. Boom. You don't have to take. You just go somewhere. Push this and try and lock your bishop in here. I don't know. He is lost, but it's not completely lost because I have 40 seconds and he has 5 minutes and 40 seconds. So the reason that he gave up on that is beyond me. I would have pushed harder if I was him. Never give up. Don't resign. If you got a knight and a bishop versus a knight and a bishop, there's some pawns. All you got to do is win a pawn, bro. You're going down. You're going down 2 pawns. You're going to be all right. So we're going to check that with the computer. I don't know how I feel about that game, but I'm sure am grateful that I was able to win it for you because that would have been a detrimental waste of my life if I lost that. So thank you so much. And we're going to check it with the computer. I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And oh boy, was the beginning of that game a complete slugfest. It was just like desperado after desperado. We went down that crazy line of captures, and miraculously, it was actually fairly accurate on both of our parts. And so if we look at the graph, I was struggling a little bit here in the middle game. I'm actually even down a point, but luckily, I'm amazing at chess. I'm able to turn it around. We get a +1 advantage, and we just cruise it on into the end game. And I had the opportunity to trade off all the powerful pieces with some extra pawns, and we are going to be chilling. So I had 2 blunders, 4 mistakes, 6 inaccuracies. Wait, I'm lying. That's my opponent, and he played 83% accurate. I played 87% accurate with 1 blunder, 5 mistakes, 3 mistakes, 5 inaccuracies. I can't even speak. I'm trying to think about what to say. In this opening, we had anything but a calm game of chess. So it's looking out of the opening like I'm just cool with 1000% equality. Stepping back is bad because he can take here and go down this line of captures and win a pawn potentially at the end of it. So don't hate it. He jumps in. What's the best move in the position? To go up a pawn. But oh boy, he needs to know that he ain't playing no... I'm not going to say a bad word. So we take the bishop. He takes the knight. I take the queen. He takes the queen. I take the pawn. He takes the pawn. Then I go a little bit astray, realizing like, okay, maybe this knight is a little bit more trapped Then I thought this pawn is still hanging at the end of it, so stepping back is actually the better idea. The reason that I had to grab this pawn is because it comes with tempo on the rook, and I'm down a pawn. So I figure whatever's going on in this line of captures, if I grab this pawn, I'm chilling. I don't want to just accept that I'm down a pawn and let your knight live. So we capture the pawn. It's a blunder, but only if he attacks, and he does not. So he goes ahead and he blunders. The reason is because he attacks here. Say I go here, then he gets out. I even grab this pawn, but then he grabs here, then I grab here, then he grabs here, and if I go here, he pins me at the complete end of it, and I'm just going to lose that piece. That didn't actually need to happen. I could go here, which is the best move, but then he forces us down my throat. If I step back, then he takes, I take, and the knight gets out, and he wins a pawn, and I'm also losing at the end of all this. So that is what could have happened if we decided to stop this chain of crazy captures. But we continue. I get the pawn. He goes ahead and captures here. That is the most human move. Like, the whole purpose of this knight, he's been trying to kill this knight. Look at this. He wanted it to die. He wanted it to die. He wants it to die here. He wants it to die here. So the whole purpose of this bishop and this knight is to die, but cause as much mayhem as possible. So the reason I don't capture this rook is because I figured I would capture the rook, and here's a sample line. I jump back, and essentially I'm going to have a rook for the bishop and the knight. That is what I saw at a distance, and I didn't want to have this position where he's winning with the bishop and the knight. So I figured instead of trying to not take back the knight and give up my bishop, because I figured I would probably not get the knight and lose the bishop, but I would get, like, maybe these would be equal. I figured what would happen is I would have a bishop and a knight versus my rook, and I just didn't want that. So instead of going for all that, we capture back the knight. It's completely even. We castle, he pushes, I step back, he comes in, I step forward to take away these squares, but it's still a completely even position. And so, I mean, I just have a little bit of a ruined pawn structure, and it's completely equal material. I could have then pushed forward and locked my bishop in there like that. It would have been slightly preferable to putting it here, but whatever. Then I'm losing by 1, but only positionally. Like, if he puts his rook here, for 1, it's attacking this pawn, and then for 2, he's ready to double, and then for 3, I can't kick it out of here, like, anytime soon. So putting his rook here is actually better than putting his knight here. So he puts the knight there, but now we have an equal position, because this knight is not actually attacking anything. Like, it looks like a great square, but it's not actually doing a whole lot, like, in the position. It's just there being annoying, but I can actually work around it quite easily. Now, the first moment in the game, I can put a piece on the enemy's board, on the other side of the board, and it not get immediately exterminated by some crazy captures. We grab a pawn, and tactically, I am defended. I can grab this pawn, but he can't trap me in there, because this is just straight up checkmate, okay? The diagonal is cut, and so would be all of everything. That's checkmate, threatening checkmate. So he can't try and come up with a plan of trapping my rook. So the best move is to bring the knight back. Then, after this, there is no more checkmate, because the knight disconnects my bishop from seeing the defense of this square, so I have to get Operation Save My Rook. He did his job. He got in. He grabbed the pawn. He got back out. Now he's safe. I'm ready to double the rooks. It's looking good. He steps back. I step back. I don't want to just give up this and lose a pawn in the middle of the board. Plus, I don't want to give up my dark square bishop for his knight. At least not yet. We step back. The knight is defended. We double the rooks. He steps here. And then I launch this pawn, which is a mistake. I'm still winning, but it's a mistake. The whole reason is I didn't want this pawn to push like this, because then what do I do? Because if this pawn's here, it attacks my bishop. I can really only go to these squares. If I go here, the knight just takes, then I take, then he takes. And, like, yes, I get this pawn, but it looked sketchy and dangerous, and I lose my bishop for the knight. So I throw this forward to prevent this pawn from ever arriving here. Then we start moving the kings. We're in an endgame, and I move my king to the middle of the board. Yes, his knight can arrive back here. I can claim this open file, but you know what? We push this forward. My idea is pretty simple. I have a dark square bishop. He does not. I'll put a lot of my pawns on dark squares because there are not that many of them, and then I'll stick in the middle of the board and we'll be chilling. And my bishop will be doing a job from this square of literally hanging on to everything in my position and attacking this. Okay. He then puts his knight to the middle of the board. We come up with the plan, just like I talked about. My bishop is doing it's attacking on this diagonal and it's defending on every other diagonal. So I actually quite like the position of this bishop. Normally you don't want a bunch of pawns on light squares if you have on dark squares if you have a dark square bishop, but in this case, we're in an endgame where I'm defending. I scoot the king forward, take. Now, my knight is getting ready. You had a turn at having your knight on an amazing square in my position. Now I have a turn on putting my knight on an amazing square in your position. So we do just that. He does get this pawn, but at the cost of this pawn, because now my knight is here. And so the computer says that I'm even supposed to go back here to force this move and trap the bishop out of the game. So the computer line is go back, the pawn pushes, but then the bishop can't get back over here. And then we capture with the knight, and then we put the knight back, and we just play up a pawn. But I had the option of taking with the rook, and then a huge line of captures. So I have 40 seconds on the clock, and I have the option to potentially trade off all of the rooks. So we do just that. We got rid of all of the rooks. That is literally 20 points of material off the board. So that simplifies the position quite a bit, and there's no chance of me getting into a rook and pawn endgame where I can get flagged or just whatever. I got 40 seconds. So that is not the greatest move, but in the sense that my opponent has 6 minutes and I have 40 seconds, that is the best move, absolutely the best move. My knight then goes back, we're attacking the bishop, and worse than that, we are also attacking this pawn. So pretty much he's got a -3 position, but he should have kept fighting on because it's not completely over. Like, I've got 40 seconds. So if he even gets me down to 10 seconds and makes like some complicated moves, I could have made a blunder. So he shouldn't have given that up. But the game plan goes as follows. I take here. He'll probably push here. My king will come in and touch it. His king will come here. Then I'll probably put my knight back. And if you see, like, it's going to remain like a... Ooh, I come back here and disconnect this. Okay, he comes over here. I can then take this. He jumps in. I'll probably scoot my king up to get out of the pin. He wins this pawn. We go back over here. And it's an equal position. Are you kidding me? I was just kind of making moves. So that goes to show we're in an equal position now, even though I'm up 2 pawns. He's got a passed pawn, and it's hard for me to defend. So I was just making moves there. So essentially, he shouldn't have resigned. He should have tried to pressure me. Absolutely, he should have tried to pressure me. So that was an amazing game. I hope it was very instructive for everybody. The theme of that game will be desperados and how to do them. And give up. If they give up their piece, you give up your piece, and you just do it back and forth. And then at the end, someone comes out the victor or an equal position. And so if you guys enjoyed this video, if you have enjoyed other videos, please subscribe. I'm trying to do a video like every day or every other day. I did a whole bunch this past week and scheduled them out for every day coming out a week. So today is the 7th. So this video will probably come out like the 15th. So thank you so much for watching the video. I love you. I'll see you guys next time, and bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today we are playing one of my favorite subscribers. His name is Matt Ping, I believe. And we have played 2 games before, but they were more of an instructional way to lose rather than an instructional way to win. So what we're going to do now against the perk, boy, pop up perk. I don't actually know how to pronounce it, but I believe this is the perk system. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do the kip system in retaliation, where we make this little structure of pawns. We bring the bishops, we bring the knights, we bring the queen up, and then we castle at will, deciding which way the opponent goes. We will try to be castling opposite, but I can't always make that promise because I realize sometimes nobody castles. And so generally this system works quite well when you don't know what to do. There's a time in chess to play stuff that you know what you're doing when you're doing it, but when you don't know what to do, this is my fallback plan. And so I have another video on it, and basically it works quite well in a number of different openings. And so I suppose I'm going to bring this knight first, just to have the option of castling this way. And so we've got my custom setup. Oh boy, opposite side castling. Let's do it. Let's absolutely do it. So what's going to happen right now is I'm going to launch a4, and then he's going to launch his pawns directly at my king. And so we're going to have a game of chess, ladies and gentlemen. So let's just go ahead and do it. I can also kind of force a pawn trade in the center, but I like the idea of just pushing my pawn. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think we push, and we just try and get a little bit fancy with it, I can also just sacrifice the bishop and see what happens. But I think that would be ill-advised, as my pieces aren't really fixated on an attack yet. So I kind of like the idea of just pushing and pushing. Actually, what am I going to do? We're going to push this pawn first. Just pawn advancements, bro. That's what we're going for. I can also capture and have this idea if this knight ever moves, where I'm attacking these two valuable pieces. So that would be something to take note of. Whenever there's two valuable pieces on a diagonal like this, you got to take note. And one other thing just to take note, this bishop is undefended, this bishop is undefended. That is one of the major drawbacks of this opening, but I will go ahead and show you. That's also just a hanging pawn. But is it really a hanging pawn? Because it is also just an open file. But I kind of like the idea of just grabbing it. I mean, he brings, I step back. If he does something with the knight, I can take this for free. So I think we're going to just take here. I think we're going to just do it. Is it a good move? Don't know. I actually don't know. But we can step back and we can prevent this pawn from pushing forward more. So I think we're going to do it. This bishop is very undefended. Just about as undefended as a piece can get. He's over here alone. Nobody's watching his back. That's a crazy move. That is a crazy move. Make no mistake about it. I think I have to just push the rook forward. I don't think there's really any other refutation in this position. We step forward. If you jump, I'm getting attacked, bro. Okay, we're going to just play this move. I feel like I have to. I don't know if there was any other options. But what if he just doubles his rooks? What do I do then? I guess I can push this pawn forward. But it's looking a little bit spicy. So sometimes what you got to do is you just got to survive the attack, and then you can launch your own attack. And so this whole idea of the two valuable pieces, it does not matter at all in the slightest anymore. I can also step back, defending some stuff and attacking this. And oh boy, I feel like that's pretty strong. He got rid of his pawn. He wants a pawn here. He really wanted his pawn to arrive to this square, forcing this. So that hangs the bishop. Sort of. He can trap me, but then I can just sacrifice again. So we're just going to do it. That bishop kind of sucked anyway. He can trap me, yes. But for one, I don't need to take immediately. I can also just take the knight now. I mean, I'm scared to do it, but we're going to just do it. And then, is it now time for me to do this idea? Boom, 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 boom. I feel like that makes a lot of sense. I'm up a lot of stuff now. His attack doesn't seem like it's going to break through immediately, at least. I can take the time. Screw it. We're just playing this. Screw it. He's got a queen defending his king right now, and I quite like the idea of just opening up the position. Like this. And yes, he wants to double, but I can straight up just push this pawn. And if he pushes again, I push again. And if he sacrifices, I take. And I think I'll just survive. Right? We push. If he pushes, I take. He takes. And I can do a number of things. So I'm just not even going to think about it for too much longer. His knight could come in. He doubles. Like, yeah, if he does double, I probably have to react to that. We're going to just take. He can't take back because it pins the queen to the king. You always also got to be careful, not only on these dark diagonals, but you also got to be careful when you're on the files. You can't be having your queen and your king on the same file because tactics like this, sorry. Okay, so yes, he's got the double-barreled shotgun pointing right at my king. That is very, very true. But what if I just push forward? Then he pushes forward. Do I even really need to react to that? Like, if he takes, I just take. If he takes, I take. He takes. Do I survive? I think I'll be all right. Like, boom. 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 Sacrifice. Take. Take. I can also bring this. And if he pushes, we take. If he takes, I take. He takes. I come over. Is his attack stronger than I'm giving it credit? I might have to do some defensive stuff right here. I can also defend with the queen, but that's not something that I love to do. I could also step over at some point, but what's better? We bring the knight, he just kicks us out, correct? So that's not going to work. So I think we push. He will then push again. But in that time, I step back and defend with another knight. So I think we're going to just go for this. Could he sacrifice? Then I take with the knight. Then he takes with the rook. I would take the rook. Key component here is I am defending. Hardly, but I am defending. Right. But now do I jump back here and defend with another piece? So if we push, I'm fairly certain a sacrifice will come. Then I take. Then he takes. Then I'm just a little bit cooked. So what if I step back and defend this with another piece? If he takes, I take, take, take. I think we'd survive. We're going for it. This is no fun. I'm getting absolutely pressured, bro. I'm getting pressured. I'm up a knight. But unfortunately, it's like this bishop or this knight is like my extra knight. And he's got so many points of material pointed directly at my king that it's not even reasonable right now. So he takes. Now what do I take back with? If I take, he jumps in with the knight. But then I step up. He takes with the knight. I take. I think we survive. So the idea, I believe, we take. If he jumps in with the knight, we push. If he takes, we take. He gives us a check. Bro. All right, we take with the knight. We take with the knight. His knight jumps in. We make some chaos on this side of the board. What do I do? So I think I take with this knight, because this knight is defending this pawn. And if I move this knight, then I... So we're just going to go for this. Right. But take, and I think I'm all right. Would love to get this bishop out of my territory. What if I step over? Or what if I just capture? That also makes sense. What if I push? Then he takes, then I take. I think maybe pushing now would be key. Because if I do this, yes, I have this check, but what does that really accomplish? Not a whole lot. So I kind of like the idea of pushing. If he pushes, I just push again. So we push here, here. Or with the rook. Now we need to double check if I'm safe on this side of the board. Take, 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 here, take. I step over. He gets my queen at the end of all of that. So here, here. If he sacrifices with the rook, I take. He takes with my rook. And I'm trapped, bro. So what if I step over? That's the main difference here. I step over. He takes. I take. If he takes, it's not a check. So we're going to just step over. But if I step over and he takes here and I take here, Screw it. This is what we're playing. This is what we're playing. King to the side of the board. If he brings the queen, I think I might just be totally toasted. I'm so scared. Okay, so he takes. Yes, that undefended this. For one, I can take here. No, he gives us check. So if I take here, 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 this, check, I step over, you double again. So I think I'll be all right taking with the queen. We take with the queen. He takes the knight. I take back. He takes. I step over. I think I survive. Absolutely just getting destroyed right now. We take. That's scary. Do I block like this? I think so. I have the opportunity to like close this file for a trade. So scared. What if he steps back? I don't know. I think that I'm going to survive here now. That wasn't beautiful in any stretch of the imagination. I just hardly survived this attack. And my attack just never got to arrive. We're stepping over. Okay. Jesus. We're going to push this forward to prevent the queen from getting in. This pawn is hanging, but I'm up a bishop. Jesus. I can also make this pass pawn at some point, which I would like to do. He can also just take, so he can get some of my pawns, which actually becomes a little bit bothersome for me. So what does that do? Is his idea to come over here? I might come here, 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 here. If he hits me with the check, I block here. So I think I have time. Boom, boom, boom. Then if that comes in, I have this. I guess there's this check as well now. Gosh darn it. There's this check. Didn't look at that. And if I step up and the queen comes, I think I'm just going to get checkmated. So if this happens, I step over. If that happens, if I step up, then essentially this is checkmate. If I step back, then this becomes really scary. If I step here, the queen just comes over like this. Then I'm getting checkmated this way. So I think we step back. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to push this pawn, bro. We go here and then I come up. So if this happens, I go... I'm literally just going to lose my queen. Here, here. We're pushing this. Will I survive? I don't know. There's also this check, which is actually quite scary. Right, but I'm going to push here. This check is blocked by this. If take, take. I think we push. We push. Because take, take. This check. I block with the bishop. And how do you stop that pass pawn? Really impossible for me to say if that was the correct move. I'm not even sure if this is winning or losing or what. I step up here. If take, Oh my god, 5 seconds. What am I doing? He takes here, but I get this check. We get a queen. We grab this. There's this check. Oh my god. I think he can get a draw here if he really wants. We step over. And somehow his king is safe. I'm up a rook. I need to bring this piece back. I need to bring my queen back. Check. Jesus Christ. I got a lot of pawns hanging. He's up so many pawns. If not, I take this with check. Okay. We go here. Stuff is sort of defended. What a just absolutely wild, wild, wild west position this is. Like, I'm completely winning, but I have 9 seconds. Against, like, 5 pawn islands, essentially. Like, look at his pawns. Look at this structure. This is the most ridiculous endgame. I don't even know what to think. I can take this with check. I can take this. So I think we take this with check. If he comes this way, I trade the queens. Yeah, if he goes here, I trade the queens. If he goes here, I trap the queen. We trade the queens. We get the queen. We get the queen. By golly. I don't even know what to think about that game. That was wild. That was absolutely wild. And he still has 4 minutes. I have 13 seconds. I don't know what to think about that game. Was I winning? Was I losing? Was my defense all right? Was that sound? Let's check it with the computer, and all of those answers will be answered. All of those questions will be answered over there. And here we are in the analysis. And oh boy, I said at the end of the video that I don't know how I feel about this game. Well, now I have looked at it with the computer, and I know how I feel about this game, and I don't feel too strongly. So let's just take a gander at this graph. Mr. Jagged Tooth cryptocurrency valuation graph. So I played 5 inaccuracies, 1 mistake, and 8 blunders. 8 blunders in 1 game of chess. Oh my god. Oh my god. And 66% accurate. So like half of my moves are pretty bad. Now my opponent, less blunders, but more mistakes and inaccuracies. 56% accurate. And if the graph is horrendous. So let's just hop right into this. The first portion of this game is beautiful. So just take note of my structure here. This structure of pawns with the bishops here and the knights here. Then you can move the queen up and castle either way at will. This is my custom opening. And if we look at up here, you guys can't see my mouse, but 0.3. This opening works against literally anything, bro. Anything. Sometimes it zeros and sometimes you have a slight advantage. And so if you don't know, like I have not played this structure very often. I'm going to be just straight up with you. And so you do this. It's not an opening. It's a setup. Like it's a structural setup. Okay. So this is another example of my custom opening and it's sort of working. So I castle. It's an inaccuracy, but I wanted to castle opposite to get an interesting game of chess. And oh boy, did we. Now he develops his last minor piece and I launch a pawn. When he sees me launch a pawn, oh boy, he starts to launch a pawn. Then I push, I advance slightly more. He prevents it from pushing any further. And I'm advancing this pawn because I want this pawn to, I want my B pawn to force this trade. And so once my B pawn is here, it's looking at 2 different things. You either have to take or let me take either one, okay? Now, the best move for our opponent is to take here, not for the simple idea of trading these 2 pawns. That's not necessarily what's so important. What's important is what can happen later. And so he advances here. I'm supposed to ignore this because I have this idea that's pretty straightforward. I trap the bishop. The only way to free the bishop is to jump forward with the knight, attacking my bishop, but I can step back Now your bishop can escape. So let's go with the idea. That's what we're trying to do here. Escape the bishop. But then the knight is trapped. The bishop took away the square for the knight, and he can't retreat anywhere. Okay? So what the computer is generally saying is forget about it. This is going to happen. So go with the attack. That's why it's suggesting these pawn pushes. But I'm trying to show you, like, I trap the bishop. You take, and then the knight is getting trapped regardless. And you can't go back because the bishop is there. That was the escaping square for the bishop. So I miss it. So this pawn capture in it of itself is not a terrible move, but this was better. I could have won a piece. So this move isn't bad. It was just there was a better move that was better. Now, explain something to me right here. I scoot back. Look at the valuation, 0.7. Then it goes to 0.6. That is slightly over a point, slightly over a pawn. Slightly over a pawn. Remember this. And this is classified as a blunder. Slightly over a pawn. Long story short, I step back. He comes in. I'm supposed to defend with the knight, but whatever. I defend like this, and he's supposed to, now that the rook is here, he can sacrifice the knight because it's looking at my rook, and if he takes my rook, he's looking at my queen. So I basically will have to take. Or I take here, he takes here, I step up, then there's this. No way I'm doing any of that, okay? So that was his idea. He can jump forward with the knight. These guys will see each other. I can either take the knight, but then I lose the bishop, or I can take the bishop, and then I lose the rook, and I'm going to lose this with check. So hard to say. That was the sacrifice. Instead, he steps back, and he sacrifices the bishop on accident. And so here, what he's supposed to do is sacrifice the knight, because when I take, he takes with the queen. So we trade evenly, but his queen will be closer to coming in on this side of the board. So that's why what I said in the game, this pawn push doesn't work because my bishop is not attacked immediately. So I have time to push this pawn and then potentially push and then save myself, or you take and then I get out and it's defended. So pushing the pawn didn't work as well. Now the computer thought about it long enough and it's like, okay, push the pawn, whatever. We take. I'm up a piece. I'm completely up a piece, but he is up an attack. Now, I'm supposed to take a deep breath here and say, okay, the rooks are getting doubled and I'm going to get absolutely obliterated. So I'm supposed to step over. If I step over right now, that attacks the bishop, and the bishop has to go somewhere, which is good for me, because right now the bishop is an attacker of this square, and when the rook comes here, that's another attacker of this square. And even if I push my pawn, still the bishop's here attacking this square. So if the pawn ever trades or dies or whatever, then the rooks see this square, and that means the rook is getting to my 7th rank, or he goes with the bishop and hits me with a check. I step over, and then he takes with another check. It's a really big deal. So I'm supposed to step over for the simple idea of it attacks this. And right now there's only 2 attackers on this, and I have 2 defenders. So the bishop would have to move. Don't see it. I get greedy, and I push a pawn. I say, you know what? You're going to attack me. I'm going to attack you. Unfortunately, we take. Now the rooks are doubled. Now stepping over is no longer an option because he has 3 attackers, and I have 2 defenders. So stepping over doesn't work anymore. And I play the right move. I push the pawn, but I should have just stepped over. I'm completely winning. A +3 advantage, completely winning. He takes, taking with the knights is kind of interchangeable. He then attacks this piece. It's essentially my pinned piece because of these rooks. And I step over with the king. And now it's an inaccuracy, but look at the valuation right now. It's 3.5, goes to 2.1. That's more than the other one, and this is an inaccuracy, but the other one is a blunder. I am never going to understand what to think about that, okay? Whatever. Or maybe because it went from winning to losing. I don't know how they do their classification here. So he's supposed to sacrifice the rook, because if he sacrifices the rook and I take, he hits me with this devastating fork. So that's what he needed to see. I'm still winning because I don't have to take back. I can just take over here, and we're going to just play a game of chess. So he basically could have got that piece back for free. I'm still winning because I'm positionally winning and I'm up a piece. But he could have just taken here. If I take back, there's the fork. So essentially, he would take, and I'm not going to take back. I would just do something else, okay? So he takes with the wrong piece. Now I take, and there is no more fork available. The best move is to step over with the king, I presume, because this is going to become an idea, and you need the king to stop that, okay? So if the king is here, this pawn push won't work later on down the line. If you remember, my pawn gets here, and it prevents the king from getting over to stop it. I think he needs to step over now to realize that's a problem. But also grabbing here would be a good idea. You can just grab this pawn, then you're up a pawn. And then not only that, this check becomes scarier because I block, and then you can do something else. I don't know. He gives this check. Gives me time to block with my rook. He takes, I take. He gives me a check. I step over. Now this pawn is defended. What I'm worried about here is the queen coming in. I'm supposed to just be brave and push this pawn and allow this check and say, okay, you give me another check. Okay. You give me another check. Okay. You give me another check. Okay. I'll survive. I will survive. And the reason for that is the queen is blocking the infiltration of the rook. Okay. So if the queen comes here with a check, the queen is kind of the tip of the spear instead of the rook being the tip of the spear. And the reason that's important is because it's my king and my queen over here. So if the rook comes first, then losing my queen becomes an actual serious problem. I'm supposed to just ignore this and push a pawn because this is more scary than this check. I'm up a piece. I got pushed really close to passed pawns. I play a very human move. I cut off this infiltration idea. The queen comes here. Now, what both of us are thinking is over here and over here. That is what we are both thinking. Neither of us are thinking about this. So I step over. Now, the reason that this is so bad is because the rook gets in with check. I have 4 options to make. 3 of them lose tremendously. If I come up here, I walk into this check. If that happens, I have to push here. You hit me with this check. I step over. The rook hits me here. I step back. You hit me with another check. I step up. The queen can get in somehow with a check. I'm getting cooked. If I step up here, it's bad. If I step here, you're really, really quick with this idea. I'll have to sacrifice this pawn to come up, to go here. It's not going to work. So if I go here, it's bad. If I go here, it's bad. If I go here, well, it gets real bad. And if I go here, I barely survive. I'm still losing because I'm going to lose a lot of stuff, but I'm still surviving, okay? But I choose the worst of the 4 options. The reason it's the worst of the 4 options is because this idea here. The queen comes in. Say that I step back. This is an idea. If I step over, I'm losing the rook with check. I step up. You can trade the queens. I can't even take this back because there's a pin with the rook. Where's my move? If I do anything with my queen, I lose my queen. If I step up here, I lose my rook. If I step over like here per se, well then I get hit with checkmate. Check here. If I step over, checkmate. Okay? So I step back, but it's only bad if you switch gears and you bring your queen over here, which is actually kind of hard to do. Then I hang mate in 1. But it's hard to play that because we're not looking for mate in 1. He's looking to win my queen. But unfortunately, I can step up. Or I can push my pawn. I'm still losing after this. Make no mistake about it. You give me this check, then I'm stepping over. You take. I'm getting cooked. Absolutely. But again, he gives the wrong check. I step up, and he takes my queen. But it's not a check. I have time to make a new queen. So I lost my queen, but I made a new one. Look at the switch here. If he gives this, it's minus 2.4. If he gives this check, it's plus 10. That is a blunder. We step up. He takes the queen. I make a new queen. I take the rook. He gives me a check. I block. Oh, no, I step up. I should have blocked with the bishop. Why did I step up? That walks directly into this. Now, he takes this pawn. I can block with the bishop and I'm still winning. But for no reason, I step back. Impossible really to see this. All the different variations into the future, but it's a draw. He can check me into infinity, and no matter where I go, I'm getting hit with more checks, okay? So just believe me, I ran through it. It's a draw, okay? And so I step back, and it walks into the draw, but nobody's going to play that because on the board right now, we have capture, 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 capture. If you don't capture, I have capture, capture. So it's hard to not play one of those moves. Like the check doesn't seem to win anything. Even when I step up here, if you win this pawn, it's not with a check. So I understand our opponent's move. You now have a passed pawn. It's not terrible. So then I play a mistake. I'm supposed to give this check to force him out to hit him with checkmate. I don't know. I'm supposed to do this to draw the king somewhere more attackable, okay? Instead of all that, I give a check and I slide my queen back here. Why? Because I'm literally putting all of my pieces together so I can't hang anything because I have 9 seconds, and I'm just consolidating my pieces. I give this check. He steps over, and then I trade the queens. And then that is a wrap. Officially, that is a wrap. Even if he takes, I'm going to take back with the king. We're good to go. I'm up all these pieces. I survived the attack. I survived the mate in 1. Neither of us saw it. There were so many just different attacking ideas. These games of chess, opposite side castling, like the amount of blunders made throughout this position here. I should have lost. Blunder, 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 blunder. And then I guess you got the queen. So that's not a blunder, but it's still not good. That was so many blunders. Now, my only excuse is I had like 9 seconds on the clock when all that happened. So if you made it this far, or you would like to play one of these games with me, just let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I love you guys. Sorry that was a little bit longer than I intended it to be. I hope you learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope my opponent learned something. Thank you so much. I love you. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Oh, hello and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is playing a 1945, where I'm going to make the strong effort to castle opposite and attack, because pretty much every game of chess that I win is because I castle on the same side, and I just play an equal opening and middle game, and then I win in the end game. That is like literally how I win chess, and I want to try and foster my ability to attack. And so, I know this line quite well actually. The best move is for him to push his pawn, in which case we push this pawn. If he kicks us out, we have this idea of stepping back and jumping to the middle. By the way, we're playing a casual 5+3. And a quick update on my channel. I scheduled a whole bunch of shorts because people like to watch shorts more than they like to watch long videos. That's just the facts. Or they're short, so people have more time to watch them. But I just reached 700 subscribers, so that is a huge milestone for me. I think I'm going to need to develop this guy one way or another, or this guy one way or another, so let's just go ahead and do it. I'm not sure that it makes a huge difference. And there can be some forking ideas, so most likely he'll develop this bishop here, and then I develop my bishop here. If his knight jumps to the middle, I mean, we can take it immediately, so he'll probably develop this guy. And in such a situation, if the bishop is here and the knight is here and he captures, I hit him with the fork. So there's a couple of tactics involved in all of that. Okay, buddy. You want to just destabilize my center like that? I think that I'm going to just go ahead and defend that with a knight. He can kick my knight out now. Now that I have developed this knight, I took away my retreating square for the other knight. So I'm going to have to step back here, and this knight is going to have to go on a spiritual journey to get back into the game. And unfortunately, I can't capture here because there's two things attacking it. So we have to play this move here. He can launch another pawn, and he's really trying to push the no, he can't launch this pawn. What am I talking about? It is covered by literally everything in the position. Okay. It's looking like we got to take another step back. So I was really hoping to attack this young man, and it's just not working out that way. And it seems like he has really no huge interest in castling. So we are going to step forward. My bishop is now a great pawn in the middle of the board instead of a bishop. He can still just develop his quite naturally and castle this way. And so I have the inkling. He's going to go this way. In which case, I will make an effort to castle this way and launch the pawns that way. But I'm not sure it's really going to work out for me, to be completely honest with you, because this isn't necessarily a hook. And if you see, every single one of my pieces is on this side of the board. This walks directly into this knight, bonking me on the head, and takes away this. If I go here, we're kind of maybe walking into the same exact idea, so I think I need to take the time to step back with my knight, defending this knight advancement. He can still jump in over here and attack this guy. This knight is kind of a headache. Essentially what you want to do in a lot of these open Sicilian lines is trade off your knight for this knight, because your knight sucks, as you can see, and his knight is awesome, like just applying pressure everywhere. And he's got a pretty straight up idea here, and deflect at least one of my defenders of this guy. But I think we're ready to jump forward. I still really want to play this move and castle, and then have an attacking game of chess. Let's give this guy's profile a quick gander. So he doesn't play bullet. He's really good at blitz. Oh dear lord. 1945. I think I'm like 1900, if that. Oh, we're playing blitz. Yeah, I'm 1906. But I play a lot of casual, so my rating generally stays the same. Quick advice to you guys: if you play chess, I would play on Lee chess and play casual, because the people aren't going to cheat. Like, the chances that you face a cheater are like very slim. Okay, I feel like I need to push this pawn anyway. I mean, like, this pawn just belonged there. And now we're going to jump forward. And so if he captures with the knight, there is this fork. So now my knight is actually beautifully stationed. And if he takes with the bishop, I'm actually still quite happy with that. It kind of opened this diagonal. And if not, I can grab the dark square bishop in one move. And then I got rid of my knight for a bishop. Seems like a good thing for me. And not only that, if I get rid of this dark square bishop, this is a pawn on a dark square, and I kind of control the light squares. I actually quite like my position. I quite like the time differential as well. This guy is not doing so well on the clock. The queen coming out here, I mean, it's covered temporarily, but it's not going to be covered forever. And so he's going to have some cheeky ideas on this side of the board at some point. So, like, simply if he captures and brings the queen out, then there we go. I can't castle this way. He's applying pressure here. Pushing this pawn becomes more in the realms of possibilities. What on earth did that accomplish? I still need to move my queen. I don't actually need to take this guy. Is there any sort of insane tactics that I should be aware of? I mean, this knight is beautifully, beautifully placed. I don't really like just getting rid of him. So we're going to take a little step up. He's got this check. Oh, dear lord. I should have taken the bishop. He's got this check. Aye! And then what do? Step over? Should have taken the bishop when I had the chance. Now he's going to give me this check. I can't block because there is take, over. But I'm attacking the knight. Yes. So let's calculate this real quick. I think that it doesn't work. Here. And if he takes with check, I step over. He would step back with the knight, and then I take. Then he brings the rook to the party. Tad bit egregious that I just made that blunder. I literally had the opportunity. Okay, so he wants to just completely knock me off the board. We might have to play this. With 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock, this bishop cutting off this diagonal is not something that I can allow. And if I take and the queen comes in, I mean, I can do the same exact idea with the queen. He could step up and guard here, but then I can step in. And then maybe I just step up with the king, actually. Okay. So he literally came in and gave me a little tickle, and now I can't castle. So that's awesome. I can go ahead and take this bishop, but look how many pawns he has on dark squares. I'm not convinced that taking that bishop is something that I really need to be doing. So what if I step up and bring the rook? Because he's contemplating this. That's what this guy really wants to do. I can also jump forward with this knight, but then he jumps in and attacks my queen. So we're not going to do that. This, attacking the knight. The knight goes back. I take the bishop at that point. You step over, I step up. I think playing this might make sense now. And it's quite scary if I do this. Like, boom, boom. Wish I could castle. Or step up. Is that even slightly reasonable right now? Let's go for this. Why did I do that? That opens this square. That opens this square for this fork. That was such a bad move. Was it? Take, and then the square's covered by my pawn. Maybe I'm not that great at chess, so with our opponent with 52 seconds on the clock, I really hope that he just does not flag. 3 seconds each move is sufficient to never flag. 2 seconds is sufficient to essentially never flag. The only time that I really flag, or anybody flags in an increment +2 position, is when you're in a position and you're trying to find like any move to play, but you're just completely lost. We got an open file over here. And this becomes real scary. So I think we are going to just come over with the queen. It defends this. We're still guarded against this. We can still grab this at some point. But now this pawn push comes with the idea of step back. I mean, if I just take, well, I mean, what are you going to do? Take here? I don't think that that's going to work out for him. Here. Or you capture this first. But then I capture. And if you capture, I get in with my queen. Let's just go for it. He can capture here first. Oh, maybe I should have... I don't know. I don't know. But if he steps back, I hit him with a check. Yeah, but I don't know how worried about that I am. I also have check. I think tactically, I got him. This guy is hanging, but I can get out of it. Check. Probably you take. I take. You take. I take, you take here, I step up. Who's winning that? I step over with the rook, but you can run. I could just take here. We're doing this. He can. What was that? That was a pawn. I mean, how worrisome is that? Was grabbing a pawn in this situation what he really needed to do? I'm pretty sure I'm just going to grab this knight, correct? He's got this, but I can come back. And I can also throw in a check first. So I'm up. Okay. Check, check, check. I can really just simplify everything. So, check. He's got to do something about that. Then this check, tactically, just got smoked. And now the defender of this rook is gone. We will take. He can get into the position, maybe. Like I take. And he flies into the position over here. But then, at the cost of getting my pawn, you forced a rook trade. Yeah. He got my pawn, but your escape gets blocked by my other rook laterally. He's saying, well played, thank you. I'm going to say, well, I'll put that on YouTube. And so this tactic right here, it happened really fast. The opening actually I think is fairly sound until we get to this point. This tactic here in the end, I know we're going to go through it with the computer and everything. That was 12 minutes. This right here. You always need to look at the chain of checks. So like, this knight taking this bishop is with a check. So that's just important to note. When this knight moves, like boom, say is it my move? What's going on here? Okay, I guess I can't move the pieces. Then these bishops see each other, and then this is also with a check. So like if I took here and he just moved the king, then I still hit him with this check, and you didn't solve your problem at all. So it's check, check, and this bishop is the only thing guarding this guy. So just because he's attacking my queen does not mean like that I don't have to move my queen. So you always want to think of like alternative ideas, unless you have no time. If you have no time, then like move over, bro. Then just don't lose your queen. But that's if you have like 4 seconds, okay? And you have increment. But in a situation where you have 1 minute and 3 seconds with 3-second increment, so let's check that with the computer and see how accurate was that gosh darn game of chess. I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and it wasn't the most accurate game of chess, but it sure was exciting, and really all it came down to was a crazy tactical sequence in the end game that were all checks. So I actually found the best computer line like 7 moves in a row in that end game, and so he had no hope after that. And so I might not be so terrible at chess. And so 2 blunders, 4 inaccuracies, 3 mistakes, 71% accurate by our opponent, and then me, 2 mistakes, 3 blunders, 0 inaccuracies, a big 0 on inaccuracies. We're either going big or going home. And so if we look at the graph, I'm winning, it's equal, I was slightly losing at one point, and then I'm crushing. And so let's just check out what we can learn from this game of chess. So we have the Sicilian, the open Sicilian, and I know this line at least a little bit up until this point. You jump here with the knight, seems like a weird move. And then they push this pawn. That generally always happens, because if they don't, you can jump in with this check, and they trade the dark square bishop for your knight, and you take it with your queen. And your queen is actually pretty annoying right here. And so that is what happens quite a bit. Now, I know the best line here as well. They push the pawn, and you throw this pawn forward, because you don't want to develop the knight and never be able to put this pawn here. So you basically got to put this pawn here first before trapping it in with this knight, because holding this square is a little bit important in this position. So, now, how often do I see this move? The answer is not a lot. Normally they develop the knight, or they do something with the bishop. I don't see this move a lot, okay? So that's why I don't know the best moves anymore. And so we develop a piece. We can straight up just take that, and it's supposed to be good for us, but whatever, we develop a piece instead. Then, this tactical line right here, are you ready? And I'm not surprised that I missed this. We jump in, sacrificing the knight to attack the queen, to make the queen move, to jump in with this fork, where he runs away, and we get the knight. And this guy still lives. And so I'm winning in this position. Now, was I going to see that and realize that this knight is actually probably going to get back out of this horrible situation? Because there's not a great way to attack this bishop, and that bishop's going to support my knight getting out of here. And if you do something like this, I mean, I can just like trade, and then, I don't know, defend. The knight will survive, long story short. The knight will survive. And so I didn't see that. Instead, we make the far more human blunder, step back. Because did I see that crazy tactic and evaluate that the knight will escape later on in the game, 10 moves away? Not a chance. So we step back instead of hanging my knight in one move and going for all that crazy stuff. So We're taking steps back. Completely equal position. I develop my bishop and turn him essentially into a pawn. And then we step back with the knight because we're trying to guard these squares from this knight. So these knights are in a little bit of knight opposition. And so this is kind of stupid because I can just push this pawn forward, and this pawn generally belonged on that square anyway, so making me put it there just didn't make a lot of sense from our opponent, and then he just got to do something with the bishop. Then I jump into the middle of the board with my knight. He can't take with this knight because there's this fork, okay? You take here, the pawn takes, there's a fork. Maybe even this one is better, actually, because then, I don't know. Long story short, I'm supposed to castle here. But I was pretty dead set. Best move? Best computer move is to allow this check and step over? Are you kidding me? Wow. Maybe I might be the greatest chess player ever to exist. The answer is no, because I did not see this check. So I didn't actually calculate any of this. This caught me by surprise after I moved the queen. But regardless, sometimes you get a little bit of luck. You know, you don't see something and you end up playing the best computer moves. Launching this pawn on the side to prevent this actually makes a fair bit of sense. Like, we're kind of worried about stuff over here. So yeah, we can just stop it with this pawn. Didn't care. We make a little stepping back move because this bishop really has no scope on this side of the board, and this bishop's cutting off my diagonal, so I wanted to just trade them off. He goes back, and I go for a pawn break. My king is kind of stuck in the middle of the board. It's completely equal, but this is a hard-to-play game of chess right now. If you see, we have an absolute mess going on. And so we take, the knight can't go here, and we slide over with the queen. It's a mistake, but you know what? At the cost of losing this pawn, we have a vicious attack. And so, actually, now that I'm realizing this, once he grabs this pawn push becomes much harder to do because the bishop covers that with check. That's something to note, okay? So instead, he lets it happen. We push, okay. Wow. So pushing this pawn, I don't have to do anything about that. I can still push here. And now the situation is different. The pawn is defended because you never captured this one with your rook. So time is everything, and I go for the pawn push. He captures, I capture back with the bishop. He can still get into the position over here, but I don't think it's good. Like, so grabbing this pawn, it's not with the position. You're getting attacked on this side of the board, my friends. So taking a pawn right here, it's the best computer line, but I don't think that it's what needed to be played. You needed to, like, I don't know what you're supposed to do. Actually, you can't move the knight anywhere, because then I just checkmate you. And so everything worked out. We take the knight, he goes here, and then this is the tactical sequence that I want you to pay the most amount of attention to. He attacks the queen. The knee-jerk reaction is, okay, step over with the queen so that this guy, or step here. One of these two squares would make a fair bit of sense. Also would be defending against this check if we need to worry about that in any situation. But what you need to look for first is, my queen is under attack, yes. But are there any checks that I can give? Well, yes, there are. And then what are you going to do about that? Well, whatever he does about that, regardless, these guys still see each other, and that is also going to be a check. And so the computer is even saying, I can just take this, and then take this with check, a double check, actually, and then he steps up, and I take the knight with a fork. Then he tries to get out of here. We step over with the king, and now we're basically just playing a position where, like, he attacks my knight, I can step up and defend it, and we're just playing a position where I literally have more material, but he has a queen. Like, I just have so much stuff going on right now. King can't castle, but I got knight, bishop, rook versus these three guys. There's no way. Not a chance. So I didn't see that. So I could. When you're winning by a little bit, you know what I mean? You can just do stuff like that. But this is the more forcing and better line to play as a human. We attack this with check. Stepping over with the king is really the best idea so that this isn't a check. And what do we do in that situation? We do just take. And then he takes. But we still got this fork. So you step over. Then I grab the rook. You grab the bishop. I grab your bishop. It gets complicated, but I'm still going to win. And so the far more human thing is you take, and they're probably going to take back this knight. And whether they do it with the queen or the knight, these guys still see each other, and then this is a check at the end of the day. And this is the defender of the rook. So all we got to do is give this check, and then we get this rook. So boom, 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 boom. And then trading the queens here is just a horrible idea for our opponent. You're losing. You are absolutely losing this game of chess. Probably what he should play is just something like this. Bless me. Alright, that was enough analysis. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one, and bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. In today's video, I'm going to try to explain basically everything of the position like I'm talking to a beginner. So the reason that I'm playing c6 is out of the opening. I've realized one of the most searched things on YouTube is how to get better at openings. One of the main things you can do is just play the same like moves every single time. Like if you play e4 and they play e5, just always do the same move after, and then you'll slowly build upon it. This move does not necessarily address what's going on in the position. So in the beginning, you're going to want to control these 4 center squares. He did not do so. So I'm going to just bring my bishop out. I'm going to bring my knight out. Now that my bishop is outside of the pawn chain, we're going to close this. He has the opportunity to win the light square bishop, but it's not always such a great or bad thing for him. So I need to bring my knight. You generally want to develop your pieces, your knights before your bishops, because I'm still unsure what I'm trying to do here. I can either push or I can just confront this knight in the middle. I guess pushing is a decent idea. The only drawback of that is if I bring my knight, he can just take it there. So this will kind of serve the same purpose, is we have extra pieces developing this. I think we're just going to take. If he takes with the knight, then I develop, or I simply push the pawn. And so what I'm trying to do here is develop this bishop in a good way. Generally pushing this pawn is good because I want to put the knight there on c6. And so I guess I'm going to bring my bishop here. He wants to pin. This is defended by the queen, so it seems like a good time to castle. He'll probably push. We'll trade these off, and it is a game of chess. I don't necessarily need to push this. If I go here, it addresses everything. And so I think that we'll hop into an even position. He could like sacrifice over here for a pawn, I guess. Would that have worked? He sacrifices for the pawn. I think that was a minute blunder, but we're just going to take here. If he takes with the bishop, we take back. If he takes with the pawn, I'm not going to have a great way of like building up pressure on this pawn. So we're going to just go ahead and select this diagonal. Most likely he castles this way, and then in the end game, this bishop will be looking at the king. Potentially bringing my queen out and doing something like that. I mean, I can immediately get hit and then I slide back. Potentially also, still probably this trade will happen. If you take note, I have a lot of pawns on light squares. Moving my queen here is kind of just asking for tactics of his bishop attacking me. So what if I push my pawn here? So that this diagonal just remains an option forever. Maybe we push over here. And we've hopped into just, if we take stock, I don't think that I have this memorized. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You don't see this type of double knight move in the beginning. Moving a piece more than one time is generally not preferred, but we have a completely even position. He's got both bishops, I've got both bishops, so we're just basically rushing into an endgame. I guess that takes away the sting out of this. It also defends his pawn here on e3. So potentially we just put a rook forward. We're still going to hang out on this diagonal because it is looking at the king. So it's got a lot of pawns in the way. That's a really kind of suspicious move, to be fair. So we're going to slide back. If he slides back, then I'm really kind of questioning if this is a real player or if it's I'm just playing against stockfish. Because sometimes what people will do is they'll make moves like that if they're cheating, because it kind of like takes away the accuracy. So if I take, we have an open file in the middle of the board that my queen is on. He'll probably develop like this. I don't see a massive reason not to do it, because then in the endgame we have this 3-on-2. So his bishop's quite happy here. I probably want to slide over. And this bishop still not being confronted. So we're going to slide my queen over, and we're going to put a rook on this open file instead of the queen. Okay, the whole plan was to just go ahead and put a rook on that file. This pawn in the way of his bishop actually really sucks for his bishop. He doesn't have a great way of like activating that bishop. And still, because I have literally so many pawns on light squares, at the first opportunity to trade off this light square bishop, I will do so. If his rook comes here, I mean, potentially I just go for the doubling up of the position. We're going to go for it. That also defends this pawn. Extra. Okay. Are you serious right now? Are you serious? That's just so suspicious, bro. We're going to slide up here and slide back. I mean, sometimes people just make weird moves, but this dude has made a lot of questionable moves. So we're going to slide back. Now if he moves the bishop out of here, I'm kind of getting trapped like this. So I think we're going to have to make a getaway square for our bishop. Uber defended in the position. This pawn. So, I mean, this works, but then I have discovery ideas on the king, which he could probably pretty easily get out of, but I mean, we take stock of the moves. None of these moves make any sense. I don't have any, like, super interesting counterplay, so we're going to just step back. This did temporarily cut off the view of this rook seeing this, but luckily I've got these guys, and I can even just push a pawn. And we could just redo our structure. No, we don't want to do that. This bishop now has the same problem as his bishop. Dude has spent 30 seconds. Like, bro. He's not very good at bullet or blitz. So he steps out of that freaky diagonal. I mean, this just ruins my pawn structure. I think doubling the rooks seems to make a lot of sense. If we do see this, then I could grab this diagonal. I mean, he can just kick me out of there. Bro, what on earth? He's covering this. It makes sense. Maybe I use this to slide forward. If he slides back, then he... I don't know how I feel about this dude's playing style. Like, too many just, you know what I mean, peculiar moves. Many peculiar moves going on in this game. Now, I'm not trying to accuse everybody of cheating, but you gotta think about it reasonably. So if I jump in and he attacks me, I literally just have to go back and he replaced. Or he, like, what am I trying to say? Repositioned his bishop to maybe this diagonal to match my bishop. What if I go for this pawn break? I don't know if that suits me or what. What about launching forward and then playing something like this? Like, boom. Then he can just kind of confront. And if I go here, here, here... Let's do that. We've got enough things looking at this. He's probably just going to come reposition this bishop. But immediately, this pawn move is questionable. That knight move is also questionable. This whole situation of this knight is questionable. Are you kidding me? Like, look at the route that this knight took. That bishop move is a little weird. Queen move is a little weird. Very weird, that bishop move. That rook move is weird. That king move is also weird. This bishop reroute, I don't know how weird it is. I don't know what to think right now. I'm going to be completely honest with you. If I push forward and he pushes... Maybe we just attack this guy first. And I'm wasting a considerable amount of time thinking about how this guy is making really strange moves. If I push forward, he can just here. And I can't take. And if he does take, then this sucks for me. So I think I probably have to, like, break in the position. And if take, I just take with the queen. I could jump forward and then this. Because this is undefended at the end of all of it. So what if I, like, scoot back one square so that he's defended? Or all the way back so that everything is defended? I think let's do this. The open file, this pawn being attacked is like my my sense of worry. And I mean, let's just see what he does, bro. Like, okay, I mean, that seems to make sense. I might have to step forward to defend against that. Simple attacking of my pawn. I mean, I don't really want to play a move like this, but I don't see any other way to defend. And it's completely even. Completely even. So essentially, he's got these doubled pawns, and I've got this 3-on-2. So maybe it's not completely even. Maybe I am slightly winning by human standards, but the computer absolutely knows the best way possibly to defend it. So I'm thinking just slide over. It looks like this pawn is going to get heavily attacked. What if I slide in? I mean, he probably just slides back, but then I could line this up. So like, boom. I mean, if he just goes here, that's check. So here, you pretty much have to play this. If I step back, you would defend like this. But then I could grab this, but then you could grab this. Don't love it. What if we slide in? No, because then this. Ay, ay, ay. Boom, boom. Slide all the way back. I'm thinking about this. Double up here. Like we're just doubling up on this. I feel like this pawn is about to get attacked. This 3-on-2 is being somewhat attacked by literally everything, and this bishop's going to come back. So yeah, he wants to just apply pressure there. I think we just slide over. There is this bishop sacrifice. And take. Then he grabs this. But then I can sacrifice this, attacking the queen. And get the pawn back. The queen would go somewhere, and I bring the bishop back. Okay, so rook to the open file. I can't push this. What if I scoot forward? Here, here. Push forward is not going to work. Why do I feel like I'm just getting, like, positionally sandwiched? I think it's time to break out. Is my queen even really doing much over here? I guess defending this. But I've got enough things defending. Does this pawn break make sense? Boom. Boom. And then we try and just break it out, and his queen's all the way over here. I'm thinking about this, too. The queen is trapped. So this would be kind of a threat. But he wants to just bring the rook in like this. Bro, I have no idea what to do. I'm going to push forward. That took away my idea. He can sacrifice. Then I take. Right. Bro, we attack the queen temporarily. He could take, then I take, then he takes, then I take. Then he would get this pawn at the end. He could play that. These three versus my queen and rook or something, essentially. But now's the part of the game where if he just plays the best lines, like, I'm lost. My pawns are separated. I have no attack on this king. He made so many strange moves that I just don't know. Now he does have the sacrifice, so that's not really a computer line. Like, I did see it. But he's got to step back with the queen. And essentially I can take. And he gets the pawn. So wait a minute. Am I stupid? Am I winning? Did that sacrifice not make sense because I had this in between? So he attacks my queen. I take your queen. You take my queen. I take your rook. You take my rook. I take your bishop. You take... Am I calculating this right? take your queen. You take my queen. At the bare minimum, I just take this bishop and I'm winning. So I know this is going to work. Maybe the further line, you take my queen. And I can just grab this bishop. I can also grab the rook. What's better, grabbing a bishop for free or grabbing the rook? I think that this is kind of forced. Here, here, here. And then I'm just up a piece, but you've got some pawns. I can just grab this bishop for free. So let's think. Rook. That's an equal trade. But I get the bishop, then you get my bishop, then I get the pawn. So I think it's better to take this. And I'm still attacking this. I slide in. You hit me with the... Alright, we're doing this. So we basically got 2 pawns for my bishop. I don't even know what to think. Okay. Potentially we slide here. He comes in. I take. He's got this... here to kind of defend all that. What about this? This. He takes with the pawn. Is he really just going to, like, have a passed pawn in the middle of all of this? What's cool is I don't actually have to take. I could scoop back, and then my bishops do a good job of kind of attacking everything. But he's going to just make a passed pawn. And my king sucks. I need my king here. Get out of here, bishop. So if he steps in, take. Right, is this stoppable? Here, 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 here. We take. He takes with the pawn. I step in with the king. He pushes. It's not. But I don't have to take. If he takes, I take. He can then get in, but I think we're going to be all right. So I think I need to come in. I need to make a light square. I need to make a light square for my king to wiggle in here, because I want my king just a tad bit closer in case this pawn comes through, or in case this comes through. Okay. He can attack this. That was the whole idea. He can come in, but I touch it. He can attack this, but I can defend it. Then my king can come in, potentially kick this guy out. Right? So he's attacking this. We defend. He steps over here to attack this. But I defend. That also defended this, kind of tactically. So he goes there. I'm bringing my king over here. Does this make any sense? We go for this. He probably just pushes. But then I hit him with check. So if this happens, I hit him with check. He could hit me with a check first. Like, boom. We're going to take with the pawn. Okay. He could go for something like this. But I want to just bring my king. Okay, so he does. Here. 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 I could just immediately go here. I can step back and defend it like this. This got complicated. Dude's got 6 minutes. bring in the king. Okay. What about I just attack? Then you attack here. Step back. Attack the pawn. I think we have to play this. Bishop doing some defense right now. Then my idea is to come in. I'm so scared. Okay. We step closer. I kind of don't know what to think here. We're gonna just make a move. I need some time. If he brings his king, I think I need to sacrifice this pawn, or at least scoot it up. But then the king just touches it. This is a really complicated position. I'm not even sure if I'm winning. I think I need to check this king back. Then push. No. This will get a rook trade. Here, here, here. I think that it's good. I think that this works. Oh, dear Lord. Because if he steps in, then I take, then he steps in. I think I just take. He steps back, I step up. Right? I step up. Here, I think we're going to try and just go this way. But he can just lock it down like this. Right? We push this. This will get locked down. And then we're going to be in a crazy endgame. But my king will be able to come assist over here. And at some point I can sacrifice the bishop if it really does come down to it. Like, what if he just shields me out? We're coming over here. If he comes in, we go here. Do I come this way? If I come here, he's got this move. I want to step forward. He's always got this move. Check here. He can come in. This pawn is defended. He's got this move, but I can waste the move. If he steps here, I step over. And then finally, he does have to step back. I'm trying to get him in opposition. I've got this extra bishop, but I'm not sure. Like, what if he just does something like this? Like, boom. I think I step over with my king. We're kind of forcing you. Okay, we take that, and now it's just a passed pawn. I think that was it. At some point, we just come through and sacrifice. Well, for one, we can make a queen. And that's that. That's that. Maybe we just give some checks. We just give some checks. Bro, I don't know what to do. We kind of just don't want to stalemate this dude. Another check. And then I get him with checkmate. Okay. It was kind of tricky because that was a weird formation. I was worried about this because after he plays this, oh, what I just play checkmate? Okay, maybe I overthought that, but you get emotionally scarred after you get stalemate from a winning position so many times. So I think that we were good to go, and I thought that he made a blunder. I mean, I thought that I made a blunder when he made that bishop sacrifice, but we needed to be really, really certain. I don't think that that was the most accurate game by either of our parts. Probably like 83%. And so let's go check with the computer, and I will see you over there. And all right, here we are on the analysis. And that was a strange game because our opponent made so many peculiar moves that it kind of raised a red flag. Sometimes people that are cheating, they make like a bunch of inaccuracies, just moves that aren't very good, but they're not terrible and don't throw the position to lower the accuracy so the algorithm does not flag them for cheating. And I'm not like one of these chess YouTubers that's like, I've never cheated in my life. Chess cheaters are the worst scum of the earth. Everybody's done it. Be honest with yourself. I don't think there's a single chess player in the world that has not done it. If they say, I think they're lying. So everybody's done it. Let's be real. We're all humans. And so if we look at the opening, everything was all right. I made one blunder that I pointed out in the game that both of us missed. Throughout the middle game, I get a little bit of an advantage going on. And then there was that bishop sacrifice that didn't work, although it did work earlier in the position. So just because something works at one point in the position, things change and it won't work later. And after that, we're just in an endgame where I'm up a piece, although he had some extra pawns, and I'm able to convert. And so 85% accurate, I think I said 83, and 6 inaccuracies, 2 mistakes, 4 blunders. Our opponent, 82% accurate. 9 inaccuracies, 2 mistakes, 6 blunders. And so we're going to hop right on into it, and I'm going to explain a little bit more. So out of the opening, you are going to want to address these 4 center squares. You can do that with the knights, you can do that with the bishops, you can do that with the pawns, you can do it with the queen, you can do it with a million different ways. And so pushing a pawn over here on the side of the board is ill-advised because it does nothing to develop a piece or address the center. And so one other thing is you generally want to just develop one piece and then develop another piece right behind it. And so the way chess works is, let's say it's this position, white develops a piece, black develops a piece. You know, that's not a great square. Maybe you go there, then I go here. It goes back and forth, like white goes, black goes, white goes, black goes, white goes. And white is one step ahead in the development, which is why white starts with that small, tiny advantage. If you do anything else than developing a piece or controlling a center with a pawn, it's not a good move, essentially. So this just isn't great. Just not great. Doesn't address the center, and it didn't develop a piece. Now, I have the very first developed piece on the board, and black develops a piece behind it. I develop another piece, and now you see I have 2, and he has 1, and then he goes over here. So essentially, he has made 2 moves with this knight, when he could have had a knight on that square in just 1 move. I push a pawn, and the reason I develop my bishop first, normally you want to do the knights first, then the bishops. This has a good reason because I wanted to make this little pyramid, and I don't want my bishop being stuck behind these pawns because then he sucks. And so that's why the bishop first. Yet again, he makes another knight move. So now he has made 6 moves, and 3 of them were this little knight reroute to get to the middle of the board when he could have just done it in 2. Okay, so I develop my knight. I trade off my knight that moved 2 times for his knight that moved 3 times. Seems like a good trade to me. I develop my bishop. He develops his bishop. I castle. And then this is just a blunder by me. Generally, if you can put your knight in the middle of the board, do it. You don't want to move backwards for no reason, unless there's a good reason you're not generally trying to move backwards. Always, not always, but like 90% of the time, the best moves in the position are moving forward. And for whatever reason, I felt like I needed to step back to just like force a trade and just go for equality. I could have stepped forward, okay? I stepped back, and this doesn't work for 2 sacrifices. He can take here, or he can take here. Both are going to attack my queen. The knights are crazy. So boom, boom, attacks my queen. Boom, boom, attacks my queen. Then the bishop is hanging. So let's just show you. He takes, I take back. Then he gets my bishop for free because he's undefended because this knight, or wherever the knight came from, this knight blocks the vision of my queen defending my bishop. And I would have lost my bishop and a pawn for his knight. And it's just not great. So luckily, that's a mistake. I still would have won the game after that mistake. Don't worry about it. Then again, this is a blunder. Only because he did not see the sacrificing idea. So that's a blunder. So this in itself is not a terrible move, but because this is the position and he had the sacrifice, it is a blunder, like a missed win blunder. So we trade. I move the bishop. This is a weird move because he didn't have to do that. Like, I understand you want to put a pawn there, but you didn't have to do that. You could have castled, you could have moved the queen somewhere, not there, but you could have done something else. So I move a pawn basically for the idea of I want my bishop back here to be a sniper all the way across the board. So this looks like a pawn push on the side of the board, but I'm making a little home for my bishop. He castles, I push a pawn, now I have a place to go with this one. And so generally you want to move forward. So this is a step to the side. It's another peculiar move because you generally want to move forward so your rooks see each other, okay? Obviously he couldn't go here because of my bishop, but this would have been a better move. What was even the purpose of this? It's literally he just made another random move. So I put my rook here because I'm kind of anticipating something like this, where this is going to be the open file, and it's never a bad idea to put your rook opposite the opponent's queen, because just say this stuff disappears, cool, then I have a tempo winning maneuver. He makes another weird bishop move. Like, what did that do? It didn't address anything other than like defend this, but I don't think you really even needed to be doing it. Now, I take, and then I move my queen up. So now my rooks see each other. So I basically did what he was supposed to do. If I would have moved here, it's significantly less good because now my rooks don't see each other and I didn't develop my queen, and looking at all of my own pawns doesn't help, just like this guy was doing. And so we take, slide the rook. Don't really know what to do in this position, so I'm trying to like put this bishop here because if this trade happens, I feel like it's a good thing for me. So that was the general idea. We're going for this. Now, the reason that I pushed this pawn is because I was worried about this, because it traps my bishop. I obviously can't take. If I go here, I get taken 2 different ways. If I go here, I'm taken. If I go here, I just get attacked, and then I'm taken, and I can't even sacrifice for anything other than this pawn if it happens. The reason it doesn't work is because the king is pinned to this pawn by my bishop all the way across the board. Didn't see it, so I make this move so I have a place to put my bishop. Don't hate it. Now I got a place to put my bishop. This is another weird move. Like, he didn't need to do that. Like, this discovery is not that scary because he can just block with the bishop. So this is another weird move. The dude has made like 50% of his moves are weird moves. Even this is a really good move, but it's kind of strange. This bishop has moved so many times. And so we get this position. This is a terrible move. I don't know if you'd call it a weird move, but I like the idea of having my bishops all the way back in the corner of the board defended by these 2 rooks like this. Like, this rook is guarding this one and this rook is guarding this one. It's an interesting idea, you might want to say, but the reason it doesn't work is because the queen comes in and immediately attacks this pawn. I didn't see that at all, so I need to put the bishop back, even though I'm supposed to just push and give up the pawn. Didn't see it. And this doesn't attack this, so I am just losing a pawn, but whatever. I don't see it. I'm defending like this. The reason that this defense doesn't work is because there is this. Because now, this rook, the rooks were supposed to be guarding like this. That's what I had in my mind. Now that I scoot up, this rook no longer sees the bishop, okay? So yes, I'm defending this, but this bishop is undefended, and you always got to look for undefended pieces because there's this sacrifice, like boom, boom, then he grabs this, but then I can sacrifice back to attack the queen. However, now this pawn has 2 attackers, so he can take, here, I jump in, defending the pawn because the rook was going to take it, and he basically just got a pawn for all of that. So he has an extra pawn, and he's going to not necessarily win, but he's definitely doing really good. The only reason that it's not a direct win is because it's opposite colored bishops, and so most likely we'll trade the rooks. He'll have these 2 pawns, he'll make a passed pawn, but then I'm able to kind of like lock it down like this, and the pawn can't advance any further. Don't see it. So in this position, it works. He doesn't see it, so that's a blunder, a missed win blunder. This is because I needed to defend against this, and I didn't, so it's a blunder. This is an inaccuracy because it still worked, and I didn't do it. This is a blunder because the sacrifice still works, okay? This didn't change really anything other than looking at this pawn, but that's not what we need to be worried about. We need to be worried about this sacrificing idea to win my bishop, to have all that, everything I just explained. This is an accuracy because, yet again, he didn't see it. Finally, I scoot up my rook. This changes things because now I have an in-between attack on the queen. That's the difference. There's no capture back, capture the bishop. I scoot up. Now that piece that was going to be attacked at the end of this is no longer there. We are here attacking the queen. I have an intermezzo attacking the queen. The queen's got to go somewhere, or you can go into this trading line that's bad for you because at the end of it, I can either grab a bishop for free bishop for free or go down in exchange. So he takes. He takes. I take the queen. He takes my queen. Now I'm in a situation where I can grab the bishop for free, or I can grab this. I guess I'm supposed to grab it with the rook first. Yeah, grab it with the rook, because you're pretty much going to want to grab the rook back. Then I grab this. It leads to more or less the same thing as just taking here. I guess he could have like kept the rook on the board. He didn't need to trade here. I guess in hindsight, you want to force your opponent to trade the rooks, because if he scooted over, then he's still got 2 rooks. So he's losing, but he's still got 2 very powerful pieces. The way he did it is now he only has 1 powerful piece and 1 more bishop that I can basically trade for my bishop. And then he's really losing. So we scoot around. I make this move because I need a little luft for my king. We trade off the bishops. So now it's just bishop and rook versus rook and extra pawns. He trades. He comes in to attack this. I step up with the king. Now my king is closer to the center, and I'm defending stuff. I cut off the vision of this rook seeing here. And so what I needed to do was realize that this rook is kind of stuck over here for a little bit. I needed to start making activity over here. So I bring the king. I bring the king more, and I needed to push a pawn at some point. So I push a pawn. Great move. We take. Inaccuracy. I'm supposed to take with the king. Whatever. I take with the pawn. It's still good. And right here, this is what I needed to do. I can force the king back. And so I can force a trade of pawns, and I can force the king back. So if I jump forward, the king has to go back. Say he goes back. If I step over, the only way that he's getting his king back into the action is by making this trade. So say this happens, I can just take. Then he takes. And so now the pawns are split. This is weak. There's a file to attack the king. It's way worse. And so I didn't see that. I was supposed to just shove this forward and make the king go back. And it would have been great for me. Unfortunately, I step back, which allows this, but it also just allows his king to come in. He doesn't see either of them. Pushing this pawn, I don't necessarily see. I guess I take, and then he shoves this in my face, and I'm pinned. So he could have taken, and I can't really do much about it, because if I take, he just pushes, and then I have to sacrifice, and then we're in a losing endgame, I believe. So either way. Also, instead of this pawn push, he could have just came with the king. He could have absolutely just came with the king. Okay, I'm trying to run through this endgame. That was a blunder because it allowed the king in. We attack the pawn, we scoot back, and then this is just a huge blunder because I slide in and I force the trade of rooks. And so I'm not completely, absolutely winning. He could have traded like this, stepped back, and just fully invested in these 2 passed pawns. His king is going to do great defending this. And to make matters worse, he can force a pawn trade over here, so my king is going to have to stay on this side of the board until I capture that last pawn. So he could have like came in and I got to defend, then he could deflect, and I take, then he takes, then he can push, and then I'm going to have to figure out what I'm doing and probably have to bring my king to eat this guy and sacrifice this bishop for one of the pawns. So we slide in. He doesn't take it. I take. King steps back. My king steps in. We start trying to decide. I didn't know what I was trying to do here. I was thinking about going like this, but I probably just centralized the king would have made more sense. But now this is locked. If he pushes, I take, he takes, I take, or make a pass pawn. So boom, 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 pass pawn would have worked. But his king steps forward. I step back to defend the bishop. He steps up. I step in. This is defended. He can't go at any of these squares. He's got to step over. He steps over. I step back with the bishop, so I've got another place to put my king, I guess. We step forward. We step over, and we're slowly just forcing this king out of moves because this isn't going to work because of the pass pawn idea, where if he takes, this is a pass pawn. And if he pushes here, then he's just straight up got new moves because he can never push this or it's a pass pawn. And so the king scoots over. Here we are. We get a pass pawn. We're not going to explain too much here, but I make a queen, and there's mate in 2. 1, 2, 3. Is that it? Boom, boom. Oh, here. But this would have not worked. Okay, yeah, it would. Then why is this favored as best and this is favored as second best? They're both mate in 1. Okay, either way. What you got to be worried about here is, for 1, you got to pass pawn, and then for 2, we're cutting off a lot of squares here. We're cutting off a lot of squares, so we don't want to stalemate the king. So it's better to just make some moves that are checks because you don't want to stalemate. So that's why every single move that I made back here, I also didn't have too much time. So I wanted to just like check, check, check and build up my clock. Got 19 seconds. We're not going to lose. And then we slide over here with mate because the pawn... the king can't get out. Okay, long story short, if you made it this far, I know that analysis was way too long, but if you made it to the end, thank you so much. That was a interesting game, to say the least. Thank you so much for watching. If you learned anything or simply enjoy watching my videos, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it is a long road. So thank you so much. I love you guys. Get out of here. I'll see you in the next video, and bye 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 bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, we are facing a 1950 with the Caro-Kann, my favorite, best opening that is known to chess. It is so easy to play. This dude is from planet Earth. Looks like he doesn't play bullet. Oof, I hate this line. But essentially what we're going to do is we're going to trade off. We're going to bring the queen out. Go ahead, pre-move it. We get hit with the knight, and it's kind of like a Scandinavian-esque type idea. And so, anticipating the position right now, I'm missing pawns on this side of the board. So essentially, I'm not going to castle that way. I mean, castling this way, I'm on a super open file. So just taking one look at the position, I probably am going to want to castle this way. Now, what we're a little bit worried about is something like this. So it might make sense. Develop this first. We're going to develop this knight first. I guess knights are more flexible, so we're going to develop the knight first. Then we might go for this Fan-Ketto idea. I think we're going to do it. I never play these types of structures. The queen, yes, has been attacked. I have a scarce amount of squares to go to that actually are very reasonable. These get in the way of my pieces, so we're not going to do that. This walks into an attack. This walks into an attack. This is taken. This... I'm losing track of what squares I should look at. Maybe this is actually the correct idea. I'm not actually sure. Or just going all the way back. Let's go over to the side of the board. I feel like that makes a fair bit of sense. At least I'm still doing stuff. Okay, he's going to hit me again. But in that case, we're getting ready to castle. If my queen does get attacked, bro, we're going all the way back. My queen has been battered around enough. We put the queen back. We're ready to castle. We castle. My king is now safe. I like my structure. Like I was saying earlier, the knights are more flexible than the bishop, and I'm not sure what I want to do with this bishop, so we're going to just bring this knight first. That's the general plan. We also have ideas of taking this and having two attackers on this pawn. Not sure what that did. We play this. I needed to develop my last minor piece, and so seeing that I've got a lot of these pawns on light squares, I think that just trading this off makes a decent amount of sense. We don't really want to see this guy jump forward. We're going to push this pawn. I mean, if this pin happens, we're okay with just vacating this back rank somehow. Maybe even we go back over here. What we need to be a little bit cognizant of... Okay, so yes, this pin just happened. We need to be a little bit worried about this knight coming into our position, okay? My queen is pinned. This is only defended by one piece, so what we're worried about is it getting attacked again, okay? So we essentially need to be able to avoid that, because if this happens, I just lose the game. Long story short, if this knight comes over, we lose the game. I can bring my queen all the way forward. That's a bold move. It defends against this. It defends against this. We're not going to calculate too much, but my opponent is playing very active. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, we are facing a 1950 from planet Earth. It looks like he doesn't play very much bullet or blitz, and so we're playing a 5-minute casual plus 5-second increment. I've been really enjoying this time control. Okay, so I've explained this in my last 3 videos, so I feel like a broken record explaining this again, but the reason that we have to play this pawn move is because if we bring the knight, he can capture. If we capture back, he hits us with this fork where we step back with the bishop. We have to recapture when he takes. So it's just like this. Boom, 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 boom. And then he can hit us here. He occupies the center. It's just not super great for us. Or you develop, he takes, and you come out with the queen. He basically has to go back. You can win this pawn with check. The queen comes out and you trade like this. Whatever you do, it's an equalizing position for white. So we're going to strive not to have that happen. We're going to go ahead and develop this knight. If this pawn comes forward, we're going to try and break this pin. It has not happened yet, so we're going to just develop another knight. Once this pawn push does happen, okay, so he's prepping it like this, and he will be doing so with tempo, and the pin will become a problem. So we're going to stop these ideas, essentially. So I think we have to take, not sure what else we're supposed to do in that situation. We have 2 attackers, but he also has 2 defenders, so we're just going to step up here. If we get hit, we step back. If we get hit yet again, we step back. We step back. If we get hit again, you better believe we're just going to step back one more time. He could play this one as well and ruin my pawn structure in the center. And this pawn is also hanging, but it's not super hanging because all of this. Okay, so we're going to take. We're going to trade this. It's scary to jump forward with this knight. But with threats, my friend, we jump forward with threats. Correct? We jump forward with threats. He comes here. I mean, scary to play that move, but we're going to just go ahead and do it. That is the idea. Plain and simple. I'm pretty sure he can just slide back with the rook. Like, I think that would be agreeable. Okay, so this slightly ruins the pawn structure in the center of the board. But what we need to be looking at now is my knight. When I get attacked, what am I doing? I mean, ruining my pawn structure over here? I actually don't hate it. What to play? What to play? I could just castle. I, for whatever reason, wanted to castle the other way, but we are just gonna play a safer game of chess. He probably will attack my knight. I'll probably have to go back here, and we end up with this ruined pawn structure. But he's got a ruined pawn structure in the center. And these pawns are going to be a little bit hard to defend, specifically this one that is already being attacked. So he attacks us. I mean, we can just take a look at our moves. Moving forward is not an option, not an option, not an option, not an option, only option, not an option. So that's the end of the calculation. I guess I could have pinned. This. So where if he takes, I take the rook. We still have this idea where potentially we do trade and he undevelops. So we can grab this pawn with tempo. And it's on a light square, so the bishop can't attack it. And I think I'm just up a pawn now. So he steps back. I kind of like this idea, where if he steps over, I trade this with check. I think this is the most active move. It's a little bit scary because does anything like this work? It's undefended. What's actually better? Developing my bishop. Let's just play safe. Let's just straight up play safe. I'm up a pawn. Everything's chilling. If I'm not an idiot, I won't lose this game. But I'm an idiot, so I might. He's attacking this pawn. I step forward to defend it, but then he jumps in here. Attacking this. And once he takes this pawn, he's also attacking this. What if I just push? He jumps in, and I step back. He could try something fancy. We're going to do this. Yeah, he jumps in. The bishop is hanging. But we defend the pawn. We're ready to just push forward. He gives us a check. I feel kind of safe over here. I think stepping up would have probably made more sense. Specifically, we don't want to... Oh, if I step forward, he's got this check. So I think I have to actually just give up my bishop. Because if I step forward, he's got this check. Where if I step up, he has this sacrifice where I have to take, but then he wins my rook. We have to take it. Rook on the open file. I'm going to have to push this forward at some point. This pawn is also pretty weak. And I need to... That just lets me trade the rook. Do we attack this? My king sucks. I want my king in action, bro. I can step back and attack the rook. If I attack... Let's just attack. He can double up. If he doubles up, I attack the rook. We come in attacking the rook. If he takes, he slides in. I put my pawn in the light square. I struggle to get out in the endgame. If he plays this, I just take. So that pretty much forces this. And we're going into an endgame where I'm up a pawn, but I have the knight instead of the bishop, so I think that it's totally still equal. And my opponent has not spent any time at all. We're doing this. That's what we're doing here. And not only that, so I can play this. I'm literally going to have to spend like 10 moves trying to figure out. I think just putting the pawns on light squares because they're just not being attacked. Did I just get deep freezed, bro? We bring the king. If he hits us with check, we step back. He's got this. My pawns are completely deep frozen over here. We jump in. What's better? We attack this. He just pushes in. We hit him with check. He steps up. Here. 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 I could step over and go for a pawn push over here as well. This. What is better? I think this is pretty important, actually. Either one is probably fine. This attacks this pawn immediately. This is more centralized. I could do like this and fork these guys. We're doing this. We come back and jump in. Does he have a way of defending everything? We also have check forward. Here. This is not good. We're going for this. Wait, does that even do anything at all? This is defended. So if I attack this, he can just push or jump back. Actually, this does work. It at least applies pressure to something. But me winning this pawn, I'm in a deep freeze, and I should just explain this. No way of defending this pawn, but winning this pawn isn't actually all that great. We're going to take and then jump in, attacking the bishop. He comes here. I think we grab this pawn. We grab this pawn, then there's this check. So we go here, check. I get out. We're going here. We can come this way. We step this way. We're now attacking this. I can also remove the defender of this with this move right here. So if he plays this, I have to take. The king comes in. I hit him with this check. He moves somewhere. I hit him here. If I win this pawn, I have 3 passed pawns. But literally, this is the deep freeze. I'm going to explain this after the video. 1 pawn holding down 3. So I'm up 2 pawns, but it kind of sucks. I can also just attack first. Attack first. Move somewhere. Here. Here. Check. let's not be foolish. Let's just play a move that makes sense. We attack this bishop. He lets go of the defense of this. I can also grab this. I'm not sure which one's more important. Okay. We're going to be all right. I'm so scared. He's kind of running out of moves. And his king is so far away from my passed pawn. And so I think that this pretty quickly just becomes the new idea. We're just going to take. My knight is very happy on this square. We're attacking this with check and the bishop. I think that does it. That is a beautiful, beautiful knight. Doing like 3 different jobs at once. Defending ideas here, attacking the pawn, attacking the bishop. We hit this with check. He has to react to it. We jump back to the light squares. If he gets 2... We step over. 49 seconds. I think we're chilling. I just hung a pawn. I've got plenty of time. I've got 3 extra pawns. Unless he is successfully able to... Guess we're going over here. We're going to get hit with another check. Then what do I do? Step back? Jesus. He can come in, but I get here. We attack the bishop. Pushing this, like, is probably the plan. I need this king to move so I can step up. We need my king on this square, essentially. But I need this to be defended. He can't cut my king off. We're going to step forward. We step forward. We step forward. We can now potentially shield and push. Check, defended. Check. Slowly making progress, my friend. We bring the king. Jesus. Hit him with a check. A check. We push this pawn. 53 seconds. It's a slow process, but I am going to be inching my pawns forward. This one first, maybe? This, then this. We step forward again. This is held by the knight. It's not stalemate, bro. Okay. There's probably a lot of different ways that I can win this, but I think the one that I'm going to choose is this. I could for one just give him a check, but then he steps over. So maybe we give him a check. He steps over. We're doing this. If he tries to block, we push and distract him. We're going to make the red carpet. You got to be careful about these stalemates. He can go here. He can still go here. And when he does, he can run away as well. You just got to be careful. 42 seconds. Make gosh darn sure you're not going to get a stalemate. And so that end game was so much fun to play. He's saying, good game, well played. Good game, well played. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to tell him that I'm going to make a YouTube video out of this. And so I was completely winning. That was a lot of fun to play. But oh boy, the bishop versus the knight. I had to inch one step at a time to make a new queen. And so that was a lot of fun. And let's check out the analysis and see how accurate it actually was. And I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And that was a tedious process, pushing all of those pawns in that endgame. But if we look at the graph, there was one moment where I was in trouble. It was a tactic that neither of us saw, but then from there on out, everything was good to go. So 90% accurate, 3 blunders, 3 inaccuracies. Don't hate it. And then our opponent, 86% accurate, 3 blunders, 3 mistakes, 7 inaccuracies. And so one of my blunders was a hanging piece, like just a straight up missed win. And then the inaccuracies don't matter at all. But 2 of my blunders mattered. Yes, one of them we didn't see, so it didn't matter all that much. But let's just hop right on into it. And so e4, e5 on the board, and we play the bishop's opening, my favorite opening in all of chess. And so I have learned through experience that pushing this pawn is generally safer than bringing this knight, because stuff can happen, and I avoid it, okay? Sometimes that happens. You do something, and it works, and you just keep doing it. And yes, there's like better lines and stuff, but I'm going to just stick to what I know. And so we get the pieces developed. For one, there is a pawn hanging in the middle of the board. Definitely didn't see that, so that was the best move, and I missed it. So whatever. It's not even an accuracy, because essentially I'm just going to kind of get attacked and battered around, and there's ideas of this, and I haven't castled, so doing this to prevent the pin when all of this stuff happens makes a fair bit of sense. Now we capture, and I play this. Now this is a blunder, but it's a little bit tactical to see this. You push the pawn. My knight has to go somewhere. The computer says just forget about it and lose the knight, because I'm going to lose the bishop later. But let's just say I play something in the middle. You capture, and then at the end of all of it, the knight moved away from this checking square and is no longer defending this bishop. So he just wins the bishop for free. And so, long story short, you're making the defender move, and you're making this check available. So we both missed it. I'm grateful he didn't play that, or I would have absolutely lost the game. We step around, and that's why those moves right there, blunder, because neither of us saw that. Then we capture, trade off the queens, the rooks come in, knight to the middle of the board. It's a risky decision, but I mean, what else was I going to do? Step back or step over here? I don't know. Knight to the middle of the board is the best move. It's undefended, and I don't have all that many great retreating squares, but it's still the best move nonetheless. Now, I have the opportunity to ruin his pawn structures for an equal trade. So obviously that is the best move. You ruined your pawn structures, and we traded a light square bishop for a light square bishop. Now, we castle. Being proactive and potentially even castling this way somehow, just being proactive would have made more sense, but I felt like being safe. So it's the difference of 0.3 of a pawn. So we're chilling. We step back. Yes, this ruins our pawn structure. We go ahead and grab this pawn. The best move is to get active. But okay, now the best move is to take the pawn. Sometimes you got to let, stockfish think for a second. Also, we took the pawn with tempo on the bishop, so it can't be a bad move. He steps back. We develop the bishop. His knight goes to the middle of the board. We defend it. He steps over here. I step back to defend this pawn. He hits me with a check. I step over, and then his knight arrives. And so basically in this situation, we're going into an endgame where I'm up a pawn and you have a weak pawn. So trading the bishop for the knight kind of sucks for me, but trading off pieces in general sucks for the opponent. So we do trade off. We put a rook challenging the open file. He comes here. I mean, it's a reasonable move. We step over and attack the bishop, and he doubles up. And so I'm fairly certain there's just a tactic here. Like if I take and then take, I can take. Yes. So I could have just captured. I'm attacking this bishop. So if I take, yeah, the best move. I'm just attacking the bishop at the end of everything, and then I win this pawn. So we traded everything, but I'm but another pawn, and then I'm absolutely winning. So what I saw was forcing a trade of everything. So another blunder. It's a missed win. Neither of us saw it. Complete blunder. Missed win. We trade everything off. And so if we look at this position right here, when you are down a pawn and you have a weak pawn, you keep the bishop on, keep the rook on the board. You don't want to trade everything off, because the more stuff you trade off, the more powerful the pawns and the kings become, and I have more of them. So if you look, I have a 3-on-2, and then your pawn structure is not that great. Like, yes, this is ruined, but at least they're together, and this guy is alone. So he's a liability in all of the endgames, because my king is going to run up there and touch him, then your king has to stay touching him. It's not good, okay? So long story short, it's equal if he keeps the pieces on the board, because we got a game of chess to play. Plus he has 4 minutes and I have 2. So just thinking about that for a second, trading this off, now you willingly went into an endgame where I quite easily put all of my pawns, literally every single piece in my position is on a light square, so your dark square bishop doesn't see anything ever at all. Now, I'm in a deep freeze. Now, I was trying to explain this. This can happen a lot of different ways, but this is the worst possible scenario. One pawn is preventing the forward momentum of both of mine. And so it's worse when there's no pieces on the board and my king is far away. So just imagine just this structure. Like, I can't push either pawn because he just captures. It's terrible. It's not good. One pawn is holding down my 3. So I'm up 2 pawns, but these 2 pawns suck. And so we have the process of trying to bring my king. We jump the knight to the middle. I thought about which move is better. This is the better move. We step over here, and he hangs the bishop in 1 move. And what happened here is I got tunnel vision. Absolutely. Tunnel vision of forking these pawns. And so, for one, taking this one with check actually is maybe better, because I can just take this with check, he does something, and then I go right back, and you can't even defend it because my knight defends this only square that his bishop can defend this pawn. So that would have made more sense. So there's like 3 knight moves that make sense, and I play the one that makes the least amount of sense, because this one's with check, this one's a free piece, and this one didn't really change anything in this position, because this is the pawn that I need to be winning. This one is largely doing nothing. Whatever. We're stepping around, and then we begin the rigmarole. I wanted to kick this bishop out because I felt like winning this pawn was more important. I guess what I really wanted here was to clarify these pawns, like get rid of all of these pawns and then just play on this over here is what I wanted. Because I was worried about, the king doing something and like trying to make a pass pawn, and the bishop's over here, my knight's kind of far away from helping. So that's what I was worried about. So whatever, we kick the bishop out. I'm so stupid. Was the whole purpose of this move was so the bishop moves so I can grab this pawn? No? Correct? And then I take this pawn that I could have taken all along. So this pawn push didn't even really make sense. So now we take with check, he takes back, and we fork his pieces. Essentially, he can't defend this. When I take it, it's with check. I'm also attacking the bishop. So he's got to do something with the bishop. I grab this with check. I guess stepping here would have made more sense because it at least attacks the bishop. Whatever, we go here. You generally want to be thinking about how to be making moves forward. And so which square is more forward? Well, it's this one. So putting the knight there with tempo on the bishop makes more sense than here. Because essentially I'm just going to have to like figure out how to move the knight forward anyway. The whole purpose of what we're doing here is we are moving everything forward is the whole idea. And so whatever. Now in this situation, my pawn is attacked and I just said, it's gone. But the situation stays the same whether I push this pawn or not. So it would have made sense to just move the pawn forward. Then you have to like waste a move trying to figure out how to even attack it because the king can't get over there and the bishop can't see it. So just pushing it 1 square actually kept it quite safe. I just kind of assumed he was a goner and I was going to invest in these 3. Now, luckily, I'm up 3 pawns, so I'm going to win literally no matter what I play. But I do this a lot where it's like, okay, I just accept that he's dead. But pushing him forward would have preserved him till a later day, at least, because the king can't even go over there, and the bishop can't even see him. So now he's safe, essentially. Winning this pawn would become a whole task for my opponent. And instead of that, I push a pawn on the side of the board and just let him grab it for free. Didn't make any sense why I played like that, whatever. Then I can straight up just push this pawn right now. I guess I was worried about like checks and stepping away and him grabbing my knight. So I was worried about pushing this pawn and undefending the knight because the bishop attacks me and I have to step somewhere. But I can stay defending my knight from anywhere. Also, just pushing my fast pawn makes a fair bit of sense. I can just go boom, 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 boom. like push this first. And if you start chasing it somehow, I can just defend it, and I got a chain of pawns. And I just do this same structure one step at a time. Either way, I made things a lot more complicated than they ever had to be. We're jumping around. I bring the king. The king is there. I put the knight to shield this square from the bishop so I can push this pawn. So we do push that pawn. And we push another pawn. The king's moving around. We step the king forward because my king is going to have to move forward anyway. King forward. We give a check. In between move. Give a check. Then we push the pawn. We push another pawn. Give a check. He steps back. And we bring the king up. I guess he forgot the knight was defending it. He didn't have load time. He had 3 minutes. So maybe he just gave up here and was like, screw it. I'm lost no matter what I do. It's hard to say. Maybe he thought it was a draw. I don't know. And then in this situation, all you have to do to not lose this game is just don't get a draw. And pawns on the side of the board kind of suck because they do. Okay. And so, I mean, no, they don't. All pawns are good. All pawns are good pawns. All right. But generally, my plan is the king worries about this guy. I get my king here, and I push forward. And so that is literally what I go for. That is literally what I go for. Because there's probably a better way to, like, make a distraction or whatever. But you just don't want to stalemate. And so making the red carpet is the easiest way to go. So I know that wasn't the most accurate game. I missed a hanging bishop. I missed a tactic in the beginning. And then I made pushing these 3 pawns in the end game where literally any move was winning. I made it seem like it was a lot harder than it was. Literally, like, anybody could win that position. You just make a move and don't hang your knight. And so thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed or simply learned something, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 and it is a long and treacherous road. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I love you. Get out of here, and more chess coming soon. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be going head-to-head with an 1882 playing the Caro-Kann. So we will be playing the advanced variation. I could go for the Alien Gambit, but in a 10-minute game of chess, I just do not think it's advisable. So we are going to go for the fantasy variation, which I don't have memorized at all, so that's probably bad for me, but we are going to just go for it. It's like it's like the 5th most popular move. I think he goes for this, and we develop the knight. That seems to be what I remember. We developed the knight. He develops his knight. But we capture. He takes. Okay, he goes for the pin. We break the pin if he... I think we take. What do we do here? Defend the center one more. It's a pretty straightforward plan. I think we're just going to go for it. If he captures, I take. He takes, I take. He develops this knight. Somewhat of a problem. Just a tad bit. A little bit of a problem. If I take, and he takes, I take. He takes. Not great for me. Potentially we tickle here. He steps back, I tickle again. If this happens, we're doing this. This pin is a problem of defending this. He's got this capture. He's got this is also hanging. If he steps back, I literally might chase him. Because this pin is really an issue right now. But oh dear lord, what do I actually do if he steps back? Boom, boom, boom. And he's got a lot of pressure on this pawn all of a sudden. We just take, no? You go here, I step up. I'm not even going to calculate it. We're just going to take this bishop. He jumps in, I step up. Or I step all the way up. Okay, so he captures here. I think we just take this, no? And then if you take, I take. You jump in. I get active like this. Okay, this is kind of forcing. I'm doing quite well in the position. I take. I don't know what our opponent was thinking there, but I think we're gonna be all right now. I'm up a piece. It was a complete sacrifice. My king sucks, but I think I'm gonna be able to. That's scary. Absolutely, that is scary. But I can just play this. No. Force the queen trade. I'm playing this. I'm playing this. I will trade the queens in the middle of the board, my friend. I was a little bit worried about like some of these like diagonal type moves, And so if we trade these queens, I feel very good about this endgame. Like, he's still got this, but I can just attack you. And then you got to get out of here. And I can attack you again. And then you really got to get out of here. And I can push you again. And then you got to really figure out what you're doing with this knight. This knight all of a sudden becomes a liability. So we trade. We take back with the queen. He's got this, but like I calculated, we attack you. Where do you go then? Here, the only move, right? I attack you again. You could go here, but I'm defended. I might just develop a piece at that point. And if you take, I take, and I'm up a piece. I'll lose my bishop for the knight, but I'll get activity and develop my pieces. He's got this. Yes. We defend. He attacks. I step back like this. I could just attack here. 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 Oh, he takes and it's defended at that point. I mean, instead of being fancy, I could just step back. This, check. I step up. Let's be safe. He's still got this, but, I mean, I can run away. And, like, this check, I mean, my king steps up. Ooh. Now I could go here. Kind of like the idea of that. And we gotta do something. Here, here, here. What about this? Check. Boom, boom, up. We're playing this. It's going to defend this F2 square. We don't want nonsense like this. Knight's defended. This guy is not defended. I'm getting quick to be able to develop this guy. If he plays this, I can capture. I'm also ready to bring this knight. I'm also getting ready to castle. Have I moved my king yet? I completely forget. Completely equal on the clock. He can castle. We develop. He can jump in. I'm stepping up. Then he's really kind of in a situation. He's going to have to decide what to do. And my pieces are defending each other. So he's got this, but I'll just move up. I will straight up just move up. Oh, then he can attack this. Okay, so I got to play this. Only move, right? I'm ready to castle. I think I got to like fast forward through this game. Okay, so I guess I can't scroll on the thing anymore. We got to remember, did I move the king? I don't think that I did. Okay, so he goes for this. We step up, no? We step out of this defending. We attack and defend. What else is going on here? We step up. If you capture, I can capture like this. He can play something like this, but we'll capture. Or if he plays this, I could capture here. And if he captures here, I capture here. I think I'm going to be all right. Like, all of my pieces are swarming my king, and we have no queens. So it's really just going to be like a tactical thing. If I'm able to trade down some pieces, I win. If he's able to like launch some sort of crazy attack, I'm going to lose. But I feel actually quite decent about what's going on in this position. At the very least, I can capture, take. I'll have to defend this first. So maybe I'm going to bring my rook. Like, my configuration of pieces is sloppy at best, but I don't hate it. I don't absolutely hate it. What do you do? Bring this? We go here. Take. Don't love that. We defend. He goes here. Move my rook. I think we go for this. If he doubles... I am literally surrounding my king with every single piece that I have. Like, every single piece that I have is surrounding my king right now. And I actually think if I'm able to move this guy, like if he doubles and I move this guy, take, 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 take. I think I survive that. Or actually, does it work? Here, here. What are you going to do other than take? Push this pawn. I'm going to grab this first. Okay. I'm unsure what is the better move. I can take here, but what does that really accomplish? Let's just do this. It adds a defender to this guy. My rook is completely left out of the game. Maybe we do this, this. I'm going for this. It's a pretty straightforward threat. Like, that's my entire idea. He can get in, but I'm hitting this fork. Okay, we do this. We're attacking the rook and this guy. He has to step up. We take. We're going for this. This is defended enough different ways. This doesn't really work. It's defended too many different, freaking every single way in the position you could ever think of. And I'm going to be able to grab this bishop. And if I grab this bishop and, like, bring his rook over here, all of a sudden, we have, like, gotten rid of so much stuff we need to be worried about. So, for one, I can take this with check. Okay, I mean, just give up. I can take this with check, for one. Like, take this with check. If you step up, I take this with check, and you have to come back, and then I take this. So, he, what was he really supposed to do? I think he just needed to scoot the rook up one square. But I'm still taking this with check, then check. Then I attack. Probably you take, I take. You attack again. I'll defend. Let's check it with the computer and just see how accurate of a game was that. I feel like it was actually pretty solid. I was in trouble in the beginning, I felt like. Maybe not, like, tremendous trouble, but it wasn't, let's change the scenes. Set up for lead chess. Bada boom, bada bing. Request a computer analysis. And we're going to take the moment of truth. How good am I at chess? One inaccuracy I see already. The computer is thinking. And the graph is off to a bad start because it shows that I had a very big advantage. And I'm not sure if I converted that completely the way that I was supposed to. We could do a little game of guess the accuracy. Like, we guess what % accuracy it is. Okay, so let's just see this. Caro-Kann, fantasy variation. Best move. Best move. Best move. Ooh, not the best move, but who cares? It's about equal. Then this. He's just sacrificing the bishop. I didn't believe in this. And we just go for the queen trade. No, it's not the best move. Like, getting more active is like defending the discovery check with the bishop. No. The easiest, best move to play. Get rid of the most powerful pieces. I know that I'm winning here. Jumping back with tempo on this. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Not the best move. This was better. I guess just defending the pawn. Could be a weakness at some point. Whatever. Ooh, castling out of it. Realizing that there was this fork. If he goes here. Oh, castling to add pressure to the fork. Okay, that's a complicated move. We're castling. That's fancy. We castle to allow this so that there's this fork because now we have added... Okay, you need to be real good at chess to find a move like that. And I'm just not that good. So stepping up with the king is the second best option. Keeping my advantage beautiful. We step over. I guess I could have taken 3 different ways. They're all about the same. We develop, and we get this fork. And yeah, we're gonna take this with check. Pretty much no matter what you do. Like if you step here, I'm going here. So I'm just getting in. I take this with check. If you step here, I grab the rook. If you grab this rook, I take. Then you grab this. I'm completely, absolutely crushing. I think that might be that might be another 98% accurate game. Straight up, every move was the best move. Let's just see how accurate it was. Oh, it's still loading. It says 100% accurate. I was like, 100%? It can't be 100%. This thing needs to load just a little bit more. Please load. What's going on here? Wow. I feel like that was pretty accurate. And then here, like, okay, I'm tossing away some percent of accuracy here to play the human best move. Like, if you're a human and you're winning, trade the queens. Could I have, like, defended and developed my pieces faster? Yes. But if we get rid of the queens, I am far more likely to win. He's not going to develop. Like, if we got into this position right here and, like, just say a queen appears here and my queen appears here, that's a whole different game. That is a whole different game. I am actually getting attacked, and I'll need to figure my way out of it. But yeah, everything was like pretty accurate. I'm thinking it was a really, really high. Oh my god, it's slowly loading in. 93% accurate. That took way longer than it needed to. 3 inaccuracies, 98% accurate, 25 average Santipan loss. Not the greatest. Where were my inaccuracies? I mean, if he captures, I just take back, no? I'm slightly losing. Okay, he's gonna get like a little bit of development. We're not scared of that. Okay, that inaccuracy, who cares? This inaccuracy, not an inaccuracy. I know that maybe it's not the best move in the position, but it's a way to trade the queens. Best move. Then, okay, stepping over here to apply pressure to this. But doesn't that just allow this check, and then I step up, and then there's this, and then I gotta like really kind of get fancy. Like kind of what I was thinking here. Like if I do this, I allow this check. Then I step up. And then this, yes. And then I got to get real fancy. I probably would have played this, where you can attack me again. Then my rook comes all the way over here. I did see this for a second, this configuration. I mean, it gets a little bit flimsy if I play something like this. I didn't want to go into any of that. It seemed too scary. I didn't want to, like, allow checks and stuff. So instead of that, I'm allowing the check, but I step up, and I've got at least my knight, because this guy is not going to be doing anything. So that is why. I didn't want to bring my knight over here. Then he's not, like, helping in this situation. So sorry that it took forever to actually have the computer analysis. Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe. I love each and every one of you. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here or watch another one of my videos. I'll put it right here. Thank you so much. I love you. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. And in today's video, what I intend to show you is how to absolutely destroy your opponents. And we're going to do it in a fashion where we're not going to have to think so much. Right out the gate, not really sure what that move was, but we're just going to go ahead and take that knight. And so we're going to go ahead and take that. And so the whole point of this is I'm going to show you that there's moments where you need to calculate and there's moments where you don't really need to calculate. And so we're going to try and just fly through this game. Like, did I even think about this move? And it looks like he's going to castle this way, so we're castling opposite. Yes, he has this pawn push, but I don't care. Scoot back. And so there will be a moment where some calculation is going to be required. We definitely don't want to lose. What's better, this or this? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, we play this one. For no specific reason at all. I guess I'm never really going to be making this pawn push, and he can quite easily get his knight to the middle of the board, where essentially I'm going to have to take it. But how many moves have we made? 12 moves in, and I have not thought for a second, okay? Okay, that's a lie. I have definitely thought, but I've been doing some talking. Boom, okay? And so the way you're going to get better at chess is straight up, just get through the opening, get into the middle game. You need to see right here, we don't want my dude being trapped. If this pawn push comes in, we're straight up just going to take. The bishop, yeah, we're just going to take. We're just going to take. And then, I mean, this is what we're worried about, I suppose. Castling opposite maybe wasn't the greatest idea. But we're going to step this way. If he comes in, we step up. If he wants to somehow, I don't know what he's going to even try and do. What is he going to do with one rook on the open file? He probably needs to castle in this situation. But what we're going to do is put my king in the middle of the board. Now we're fighting open. This open file has happened in the position. And so what we're going to do is put my rook challenging this open file. And what might even happen is we might see this, where I step over and I take. He takes with the rook. Okay, so he's going for the bishop. We're going to step back, because it looks like we're going to trade the rooks and go into an endgame. And we can take that with the knight. Everything is just kind of coming together. Now, we can go for this and rush into an endgame. Or we can push forward. No, we can't. Hangs this. We're going for this. Not going to push this because it hangs the pawn. If you see that right there. And so this is the open file in the position. And I feel like that's what we're going to be playing for. Now, this bishop has no future. So what we're going to do is we're going to push this pawn. We're going to bring my rook somewhere else so that the rooks still see each other. So he's going for this. That's a reasonable move. Stepping back hangs everything, so we're going to step like this. He can't really get into the position just yet. And in the meantime, we're gonna come up with a plan. Okay. If I trade, he gets in. But then do we just step over and say, what's your rook doing over here? I think we're going to be all right. Like, yes, we're going to have this is a slight problem. I can also just push forward. But that kind of gives him this diagonal, which isn't going to be fun. But can we just trade off later? Like, can I just push this forward? And, like, yes, you get this, right? I take... I guess he has immediate ideas of this. But I just come over. I mean, if you come in, I step over. I don't see how you're going to get in. So we're just going to put my pawns on these light squares. And I got my bishop on the dark squares. And that is pretty much what we're playing for here. Okay, so he's going for this. I'm fairly certain I'm going to need to do something like this. If he comes in and attacks the rook, I might just step over. If he comes back with the check, I step here. And he's not going to be able to win the pawn. We do need to be maybe a little bit worried about this. He could play this move. And then we're scared of this. I'd have to step back. But then he gets a bishop on a nice square. Okay. This traps my rook. So if I do this, he can just trap my rook. So the other move is this. He can play this and it attacks my rook. And my rook has to go somewhere. But then his rook doesn't see my pawn. So we're struggling. We're struggling a little bit in this endgame. But I'm confident that it's all going to work out. The next plan of action is going to be... I would be so happy to trade everything off. Okay, so this bishop... I've got two ideas. This just walks directly into this, so it doesn't fix anything. He can scoot over, but then I just take. And if he attacks, I scoot over. I think we're going to be all right. So the idea is we're going to try and get this bishop into the action. And now he does not have this diagonal, okay? This is my diagonal. And if you ever go to it somehow, we trade. And then we go into a rook endgame where I feel quite all right. And if he tries to do this doubling up idea, it doesn't work because I'm going to trade at least once. And if you attack me, I'm going to just step over. And then maybe I even put my king onto a light square, and we're chilling. And so we have just flown through this game. Not too much thinking, just some pretty simple calculations. Maybe I've missed some stuff, but I don't think anything drastic. And look at my crazy pawn structure. Okay, that's probably not a bad move. Boom, boom is my next idea. Like, yes, you have this, but we're just straight up, we just want to get rid of this bishop. We're going to play this. Okay, we're going to just take. Didn't think about which one's better, but this keeps the files closed. Was that good or bad? It's hard to say. And maybe I even start getting in. But what if I play this? Take. Hard to say. Hard to say who's winning. I think it's a complete draw. I'm wondering if our opponent here has been thinking deeply. I guess I've spent more time, but I'm doing more explaining than just blitzing out moves. That hangs a rook, so we're going to take it. We'll go ahead and give him 15 seconds. He wants a take back. We'll give it to him, because that would completely ruin the video. We're going to go ahead and give it to him, because that would ruin the video. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was trying to play this. I don't really know what he was trying to play there. But make no mistake about it. If I was not recording, give me 15 seconds, bro. I gave you 15 seconds. Who do you think you are? Okay, we play like this. Take, take, take. It undevelops my beautiful king, but I think my king is closer to doing damage than you ever are. Right? And I can stop any infiltration ideas on this dark diagonal. We step forward. Bro. Now I'm doubting myself. Am I going to get stuck in a Zooks situation? Do I come in? Am I faster? Boom, 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 boom. Don't love it. So we're playing this. This prevents the king from getting to this square. Yeah, your king's not getting in. At least not immediately. And I have free reign with this rook. What do I do with the rook? Ooh, push with check. Never mind. It's pinned. My king is frozen. So what we're going to do is just move this. If he comes in, he's got the open file, but I'm not sure that it's really beneficial for him in any way. It's a draw. It's an absolute draw. I mean, we might be getting a second open file over here. Is he really going for this? He's going for this. We take, check, I step back, you take here, but I get behind the passed pawn. You come back, I push, you could block. Is that the move? Passed pawn. We get a passed, gives him a passed pawn. What do I do here? For some reason, I feel like pushing it forward. I grab this pawn, but I lose this one. I step back. You take here. I get behind the passed pawn. He could essentially just check me back and forth for forever. But if he doesn't and rushes back to here, I push, he gets behind it. I'm not convinced it's winning. Hate to play a move like that, but we're going to just go ahead and do it. Absolutely hate to play a move like that. He's got this. But I think, like, yes, he's got this idea still, but now he's a couple moves away from actually being able to do it. This is not going to work. Like, boom, boom, boom. I get behind it. And you're going to lose that pawn. So this doesn't work. This doesn't work. That really doesn't work, actually. So no way he's ever going to play that. He could play this, and then this pawn becomes a super issue. Like, he just plays this. What am I supposed to actually do in that position? Do I... Then he probably slides back, but then I get in. He could double, but then I double, then he takes, then I take, but then my rook is more active. Active rook. We're going to clutch up this win. And, bro, give me 15 seconds. I gave you 15 seconds. Like, let's be fair now. I gave you a take back, bruh. Maybe he just forgot, but I think he is an a-hole. If someone gave me a take back in 15 seconds, bro, I'd give him a minute. Easy. Even in a rated game. You give me a take back, absolutely, bro. You get a minute. You get a minute for that. I hung a rook. 5 points of material. You know, in professional chess, if they make, like, an illegal move, they get 2 minutes on the opponent's clock. I'm not sure if that changes in the different time controls, but that can be huge in like a blitz game. You get low in time to make an illegal move. You really want to go for this, bro? Can I defend? I like the idea of activity. And that's checkmate. Will we get it? Like, he can do this, but this hangs checkmate. So you have to actually run back. And we're a little bit worried about this, but I think this pawn is quite weak. And if I could figure out... Man, this open file is annoying. Okay, my rook is attacked. I like this. If he puts his rook here and brings the other rook, and I step in defending it with one rook, still this is an idea, but it wouldn't have worked because he just steps up, and then I'm in a lot of trouble. So it looks like he's going for it, and he hung this pawn. Am I crazy? We grab this pawn. Also defending this. Oh my goodness, clutch move. And his king looks like he's active, but he has a scarce amount of squares. That is checkmate, my friend. And how do you stop that? I think that's it. How do you stop that? You can't go nowhere. Out of nowhere, bro. Out of nowhere. Activity overall. And so that came a little bit of calculation. I don't think I did too much thinking in this game. This one I literally was just grabbing a pawn, and now I'm finding out that it's actually not... It's not just grabbing a pawn. It's grabbing a pawn, defending my pawn, and threatening checkmate. And if it didn't, I don't think that this idea was ever going to be a good idea, because our kings are in a little standoff right now. And so if he was to bring his rook in here, applying pressure to this, I can defend it with just my rook. And then I can kind of like do things with this one, I suppose. And he resigns because, yeah, there's no possible way to stop this checkmate. How ridiculous is that? And so we'll go through this game. Didn't think. I guess I maybe thought for a second castling opposite, but that was more thinking about, like, should I play a reasonable game or an attacking game? And it wasn't necessarily thinking about any calculation. It was just like content or better chance at winning. That's kind of the way I thought about it. We didn't think about any of this. This little king step up took a minute amount of thinking, trading the knights. This took a little bit of thinking, like, yes, you got the diagonal. All of this took a small amount of thinking. Right here, it wasn't much calculation. It was just avoiding a one move blunder. Like, if I step back, I hang the rook. The rook just gets trapped. And so you got to be careful of your rooks when they're surrounded by a lot of pieces. You will learn that because bishops are good at getting in and attacking like a specific square, and rooks can get stuck. So they can easily be attacked by pawns and bishops and stuff like that. They just get stuck on one square. And so all of this, didn't think here, bada boom, bada bing, trading off the pieces. This is an absolute draw. Absolute draw. I think at some point he could have just gone for this. No, that traps your king. His king is borderline trapped. I think stepping back. So all the way here. No. You step back. I think that's what needed to be played. Absolutely. Because if not, I guess I could have just hung this rook as well, taking this, and that's still mate in one. So I could have just completely sacrificed this rook, but there's no need to be fancy. But yeah, he had a chance right here. Or wait, I had a chance right here. Guarantee. Let's check it with the computer and see if what I just said made any sense. We'll see how accurate it was, and we'll check the accuracy, how many blunders, whatever. And so I think that was a pretty straightforward educational way of just, that's how you play chess and win. And so, yes, he's rated slightly lower than me, but the principle still stands. So let's check it with the computer. All right, and here we are in the analysis, and to my disbelief, I did not play that accurate of a game, and we definitely both missed some stuff in the endgame, because rook and pawn endgames are notoriously tricky. And so, looking at this graph, I was doing quite well until the end. I made 2 devastating blunders in the endgame, and they weren't that hard to spot. And so now that I see it with the computer, that sucks. Now our opponent, 2 blunders, technically 3 because he hung the rook, and so 79% accurate. Not my greatest performance, but you know what? By golly, we were playing easy, simple to learn and play chess. And so what did I expect? To get an absolutely crushing position by not thinking that hard? So none of this did I think, okay? Push a pawn, bishop's opening, develop a knight, develop the other knight, we trade it off. I got a lead in development. We simply trade off the queens. It's not really a great move, but you know what? I know that it's equal. Then we develop a bishop, We do a little opposite side castling. Technically, castling this way or pushing a pawn are the best moves, but I wanted to have maybe a more exciting game of chess. So we castled opposite, but we got rid of the queens, and so it's not really going to be like a crazy attacking game of chess. You need maybe one more knight to sacrifice and a queen, and so we just don't have a whole lot of material with the queens gone, and so all of these moves make perfect sense. We push a little pawn, have a place to go. We step back. We push a pawn forward. Pushing 2 squares is better because it keeps this file closed. So if we push and he takes here, I take. I'll just show you. We go like this, and if he pushes forward, then we step over with the knight. The difference being the file over by my delicate little king is still closed. So that's why you push it 2 squares. I'm going to need to start doing that because I always push the pawn 1 square and it's never the best move. So I always do this, but 2 squares is always better. Not always better, but 9 times out of 10, when you're in a situation like this, you push the pawn 2 squares because it keeps the file closed, and for whatever reason I ignore doing that. It doesn't matter because it's still generally equal. My knight is attacked, so we obviously put it to the square where it is not being attacked. This is kind of flimsy. We're not trying to clog the open file with a piece that's only defended once. Seems sketchy. Now, a lot of moves make a lot of sense here, but stepping up with the king makes the most amount of sense. I castled this way, but I changed my mind because now we have an open file, and this bishop could get on this diagonal. And so putting the king up here connects my rooks. My king is generally pretty safe in the middle with no queens on the board. And so, I mean, if you noticed, I didn't really get hit with too many checks. We step back, we trade the knights. Okay, we've got even pawn structures all around. And so here I start making some silly moves. We step over. This would have made more sense. And then I can just do something with my bishop later. This would have made more sense because the diagonal is what we're worried about, and this pawn is what we're worried about. So this pawn push would alleviate a lot of that pressure. Also, trading the rooks, then we only have 1 rook, and an open file is less. I mean, it's still better to have your rook on an open file, but with 2 of them, there's more of a threat. The threat of 1 rook on the file is the threat of infiltration. The threat of 2 rooks on the file is doubling up on the 7th rank or something. So, okay, we trade this off. It's not great, and it's hard to see for the opponent. So I was supposed to be active with defending this diagonal. Instead, we push this pawn, and we give him a beautiful diagonal. He plays the best move. I play an inaccuracy, and the reason for that is he can win this pawn. And so he played the best move. Then I played the best move. And all he had to do was realize if he gets his rook to move, he wins this pawn. And so say he steps back. If I step forward, I mean, he can just hit me with this. So that's not going to work. If I step here, then my rook gets trapped. So I'd have to give up this rook for it. So either way, I'm losing. And so, long story short, I would step over. He steps back. This guy, it's not going to work. It's not going to work because if he takes, I have to take it with my rook, and then he takes this pawn. I would have to step back here, realizing I'm just going to lose this pawn. And not only that, his bishop is in a beautiful, beautiful square. So I am completely losing if he sees all of that. Luckily, none of us saw it. I did kind of see these ideas, and that's why I wanted to get my bishop over here to just get rid of it. And so I literally do a zigzag all the way around the board. I literally go like this. Man, bishops are inconvenient when it comes to this. Like, boom, boom, boom to get rid of this guy. But you know what? We got rid of him. And I'm still losing. But you know what? It is a positional minus 1.8. It is not a I lost 2 pawns minus 1.8. Okay? So, we get active with the king. We step over here. We're defending these infiltration squares. The pawns are on light squares, so my king is defending the dark squares. He steps forward with the king. And I start fiddling around with my rook because I didn't know what else to do, okay? Now, I'm still absolutely losing. Absolutely losing. And this is a blunder because he can just take. It's an attraction sacrifice where I step over. Now my king is too far away from the rook, and he just grabs my rook. And then I'm really lost because this is weak. This is dead. He's on my 7th rank. I am absolutely losing no matter what. And so he didn't see that. Instead, he attacks here. And now I noticed this after the game. I can just sacrifice my rook. Just if he takes, it's mate in 1. And so this is the best move. The only way to defend after this is to sacrifice your rook, and I step back, and then you live. But not for much longer, because now I got 2 rooks. And so didn't see it. Didn't see it. Big blunder. Big blunder by our opponent because he hung this. And then I make a blunder because I didn't go for it. I decided to save my rook. And then that's just all she wrote. I step in, and that is more than a pawn hang. You are hanging mate in one. I'm defending the pawn. Your king is completely suffocated in the middle of the board. There is a fine line of having your king active and having your king surrounded by a million pawns, and you're going to lose the game. So if you made it this far in the video, thank you so much. Sorry it wasn't my best performance. What I am going to intend to do, and remember to do this, is have an attacking game of chess. This was a simple game of chess where you just trade everything off equally and get into an end game, and then he hangs a pawn and you win the game. Yes, I made some blunders, but if we don't see them, we're good to go. And so obviously they're going to catch you. They're going to catch you sometimes. But I'm going to do another game immediately right after this video, and I'm going to put it up here, and I'm going to do an attacking game where we're going to try to get some imbalances and just like a more attacking, interesting game of chess. This is how I win chess. So this is like my default. I literally trade things off, get into an endgame, play equal, and then wait for a blunder. And if they don't make a blunder, like there is some tactic that you can find along the way. I just play solid, simple, chill chess. Like I don't know how to explain it. And what I really want to cultivate is my attacking and sacrificing and just crazy games of chess. But when I play like this, if I same side castle, my chances of winning are high. If I opposite side castle and start throwing pawns, my chance of success are a lot lower because I miss the crucial tactics. And so, thank you so much. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next video. If you want to watch it, I'm going to put it up here. If you don't see it up here, that means I didn't win this game that I'm about to play right now. So, all right. Thank you so much. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We're back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today, we're going to do a 10+0 because we're going to absolutely flag our opponent from a losing position. That's the plan. Just kidding. But we're going to hop right on into it. We pre-move c6 because that's what we play no matter what. We're going into the Caro-Kann. Exchange variation, advanced variation. We got the advanced variation on the board. And he is going for this cheeky move where he tries to trap the bishop. So essentially what could happen, there was a lot of things, and I'll explain it after the game. But you need to push this pawn 2 squares. I believe in this situation, we just solidify the center. Don't see a huge reason not to. I do believe that we still just go for this pawn break. And now we've got these advanced pawns over here. The whole reason we push this pawn is to bring the knight there. I mean, he can jump this knight into an uber defended square. It's actually quite delicious for our opponent. So we need to be a little bit cognizant of that. We trade off the bishops. I believe that taking is actually not such a terrible idea, but developing the queen would make sense as well. So we're going to develop the queen, apply pressure to this, maintain an equal time situation. Okay, makes sense. Do we take now? This pawn is defended, so sometimes what will happen is like this, and you can take here attacking the queen. It's not going to work because his pawn is defending this. I can take here and attack this knight all the way across the board. I can also push forward and do that same thing. I'm not sure if that's actually such a great idea for me. But you know what? In a lot of lines, we do end up... Oh, it's not going to ruin the pawn structure because queen sees it. So that's not actually going to work. Jumping forward, getting hit here. I think immediately we're going to give this check. 1 square away from taking the knight. 26 seconds. If he comes out, I think we just trade. He probably takes with the knight, but then we have a pretty simple idea of developing. We will go like this. I mean, don't love the idea of his knight ending up there. And if he castles this way and I castle this way, he's got a pretty simple way to just attack me. He wants to jump forward like this, or at the very least, bring his queen. But this isn't going to work immediately because I have 2 pieces attacking it. So we're going to just stick with the plan, go here. Everything in the position is looking at his weakness. Like if we see this pawn is being stared at. This is also hanging. Taking that would have made more sense. So he castles this way. Do I dare? Now it doesn't make a lot of sense because he can come over like this. And my queen is trapped. If I go like this and he comes through, I got nothing good going on for my my queen. So we're just gonna be principled in castle. He could probably just push a pawn to like advance this and get an open file over here if a trade does happen. Our opponent has 1 minute on the clock. So he does just decide to push a pawn over here. That did seem to be like a this did seem to be a minute problem for him. Now jumping forward. Ooh, we jump forward, attack the rook, to then jump back and attack the queen. I'm not convinced it's a great plan, but I don't think we're going to be winning this pawn anytime soon because he can just defend it a million different ways. So what if we jump in and attack the rook? The rook will probably go here, but then we jump back and attack the queen. The queen might then go here. We'll bring my rook over here. He'll probably bring his knight. Let's just go with it. Let's just go with it. Hard to say. I mean, the whole idea was to jump forward. We are now attacking the knight. We're attacking the queen with our knight. Our knight is on a good square. He can't immediately trade it off. I mean, I guess he can jump in like this. But is that good for you? Hard to say. This becomes a fork in the position. I really would like to develop my rook. Jumping forward and attacking the queen and forcing this trade. Does that make sense? Now he can jump back. He did vacate a square to just trade off this knight. So I think in the meantime, we're going to just bring our rook over here. He'll probably jump back. Oh, he wants to just jump in and trade this way. We could jump forward, but I think we just need to take. And all of a sudden, I have just sunk below in time. A minute 30 down on the clock. We're going to just push this. If he pushes, we'll just take. I think we're going to have to reroute this knight over here as a defensive mechanism. Because this pawn push is a little bit scary. Because my pieces are kind of walled out. Like, I can't even get into the mix. I could trade something off here. Potentially, like, force this trade. Like, jump in. I think we're going to take the time to do this. If he does push, we just take. Now we can jump in and attack the queen, but I'm not so sure that's a great idea. This kind of just immediately walks into that. Then his knight would come. Then this check would come. I think that I might just get splattered. Absolutely, I might just get plastered in that position. So we're going to step back. He probably needs to play this immediately. Yeah. But we are just going to take. His knight will take. My knight will jump into the middle. He's got this check, and it's quite scary, but I can step up. So we're going to defend it like this. If he does hit us with this check, I mean, he gets pawns over here, but I feel like I'm sort of safe, actually. And my knight is a little bit, like, unopposed. So he hits us with the check. Do I take and allow this and then just step up? He would then play this. I could bring my rook over. Or do I just step up and let him take? Either way I do that, it ruins my pawn structure, and I just don't think it's great. So I think ruining his pawn structure is better. We then step forward and attack the pawn. If he pushes, dare I just take? I feel like this move makes a lot of sense. Like this, this, this. All right, we're just going to play it. We have survived. We have survived. I can put my piece on the 7th rank. That is what I immediately see. He has ideas of like this, but I don't think it's going to really work. So what if I do jump over here? He jumps in. I don't want to have to play a move like this. What do I do? This seems just like the active, correct move, right? Am I crazy for thinking that? It cuts off the king. He'll probably just play this. If I double up, he can go here. That's quite scary. So what if I go here? No. What do I do? I hate these types of positions. I'm just defending with my life. Do we just immediately go for like a queen trade? What if I break open? Does that make sense? We break open the position, or we just bring the rook over here immediately and like go for something. I feel like this has to be right. I don't know what to play. We're doing it. He can bring a rook. This doesn't even actually like attack anything. What if he just brings the rooks and then brings another rook? And my stupid wall of pawns is like preventing my queen from actually getting back over here to help. Sorry about that. Okay, so he does want to do this. If we step over, he steps in. We then step here. If this happens, he could double up on it. We defend like a scared little boy, like this. Ooh, sacrifice. No, never in a million years. I want to take this. Do we go here first? Then if he steps in, then I threaten the trade. If he takes, I just come back. This locks my rook into the situation is the problem. Let's just go for it. And if I take and this happens, this passed pawn becomes a huge problem for me. Because we would get into a rook and pawn endgame where my king can't move because I need to maintain defending this advancement. Like this structure, if he gets his pawn there. So I'm not convinced that trading is great for me, but I don't see what else to do. His queen is like posing huge problems for me. And he can essentially just do something like this. So I'd probably have to take, then double up, then he takes, then I'm in. And I don't hate it, actually. I could maybe like get behind it or something. That lets me grab this, right? I grab this. Here, and then I'm ready to come back. Here, 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 here. We're just grabbing it. Am I going to get battered around and lose my undefended rook somehow? I sure hope not. Like, this would be scary. Okay, he hits me with a check. If I go here and he goes here, I can come in like this. And if take, check. So I think I come back to the light squares. I am up a pawn. I think that I have time to bring this over. We play this. This pawn push is so terrifying, but his king is at least in the way of the rooks joining the party. Now my rook is at least defended. I think I bring my rook here. If this happens, then I win your queen, so you can't really do that. If you push forward, I can just take. You give me a check, and then I step back. You give me this check, and I step back. And it's really scary, but I think I'll survive. So if he pushes this, I might just take. Check here. I don't see a way forward for you, buddy. Other than absolutely flagging me. That would suck. Is my face too bright? My face is always too bright in these videos. I'm going to put this little piece of paper in front of this light. Boom. Is that better? I care about my viewers' eyeballs. So this situation is actually not so bad anymore. Okay, so he steps over. I can take. We can threaten the queen trade. Take. But then there's something like this. Don't love it. We're playing this. I don't actually know what to do here. But I'm up a pawn. As long as I don't get checkmated, He did take. I'm going to take. He can attack here. But I can defend. Here, here. Another check. I step back. No more checks because our kings would both be on the H file. Now I need to win this endgame. Don't know how to do that, but we're going to go for it. Rook is super active. Go here. If you trade, we're in an endgame where I'm up a pawn, and I will be maybe up another pawn. Okay? I feel like you have to take here. I think that I take like this. Because this check, I think I just risk it all. And we go for this. Oh boy. What if I go here? Then you go for this open file. Then I come in. You come down and win everything. Here, 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 here. I have 2 passed pawns, but then so do you. That's probably losing. Here, check. We're stepping back. We're going to go like this and try and push. I have an extra pawn. We're going like this. We will push here. Maybe I push these as well. 29 seconds. I think we're just going to push here and try and like get rid of these pawns and get into an endgame where I have one idea. I think we can take. We push. Okay. Okay. He can step up. No, he's got to step over, and I step in. We're going to get into Zugzwang situation. Step over, my friend. Almost certainly I just want to play here. And I'm not playing. We pre-move this. We know our king and pawn endgames. He cannot take this pawn. If he does, this one runs. We push it. 15 seconds. We cut him off. He's in this box. We bring the king. One step lower. Pre-move the king. Pre-move the queen. We get the checkmate. Oh boy. How accurate was that? Pretty gosh darn stankin' accurate, I think. Let's look at this. I don't think I made a single mistake. It was a perfect game of chess. No, I'm just kidding. There was probably definitely some errors. Did all of that make sense? I don't know. Did that make sense? I don't know. Actually, I think literally grabbing that pawn with my king was a little risky, but it just led me into this endgame where I knew he shouldn't have done this. For one, from what I would have done with 3 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock, he had no reason to trade the rooks. He could have literally just harassed me forever, giving me a million checks, threatening this pawn, threatening the open file. He could have flagged me if he knew what he was doing. I don't know why he didn't. He literally just played very... He didn't need to do that. He didn't need to do that. So I think 91% accurate. Is that too ambitious? I don't know what you guys think. Put it in the comments. We're going to go check it with the computer. And here we are on the analysis. And what did I say with the accuracy? I spent a while analyzing this game. I think I said 91, right? I believe. And so it was a pretty good game of chess. I definitely missed some stuff. But check out this accuracy down here. 91%. One blunder, and my blunder wasn't really a bad blunder. It was just a miss-win blunder, which is bad. 11 inaccuracies because defending that position was not good. That might be the record I've ever placed. 11 inaccuracies. Very rarely do you see double digits, but all of them are like hovering around. Like they're not a big deal. And so we get the Caro-Kann. Let's turn the computer on. I know my Caro-Kann quite well. We played literally the best computer line the majority of the moves. You're supposed to bring this knight out when if he pushes this pawn, even if he doesn't push the pawn and it's still over here, you bring the knight out, and if he trades the dark square bishop for your knight, it's technically good for black, but dude, it gets hard to play because castling this way becomes sketchy, castling this way becomes sketchy. Your pawns are doubled over here. It gets hard to play, so I really don't like going into that line where they capture the knight over here. When the pawn is here, you're safe because he's a few moves away from even being able to move this and take your knight. So that's one tiny overlaps. So the way that I get around this, say that he's not pushed this pawn, the way that I get around it is I develop the knight, trade off the, because we got so many pawns on light squares, we trade that off, we bring out the queen, we trade here in the middle, but then we can develop the bishop with check and then trade it off, and then we can happily develop our knight and get him here, whether we go this way or this way. The end goal is to get my knight on that square. And so I was supposed to just take here. I didn't like that because his queen, I guess I could have came in with check and then he takes and then I'm here and then he has to awkwardly defend this by scooting the king over and he can't castle. I guess that would have made actually a fair bit of sense. Didn't see all of that. We just trade everything off and we're in a good position where simply knowing the opening and have played it and having had played it a bunch of times, I kind of know what I'm doing here. We get the knight to the destined, the promised square, and actually this knight is really powerful there. And so he castles, I castle, and my little rerouting idea, it's one of the best moves, but simply just playing on the open file with either one of the rooks would have been preferable. And then realizing my knight is here, he's attacking this weakness. This pawn can't push immediately because I'm attacking it. I'm applying pressure to the middle, and I'm getting ready to jump in. So if we're just comparing the knights, like this is the best knight on the board compared out of all of the knights. And so doing this little tactical, whatever you want to call it, to get it here wasn't actually that great because you can just move the queen and then trade it off at given will, or move it forward and trade it off that way. And so this was pinning these pieces down to hold this. It was pinning this knight down to hold this. It was preventing this pawn from pushing immediately. Doing this little reroute didn't make a whole lot of sense because he can just do that. And now my beautiful knight that's in the middle of the board can no longer return to where he was living. However, everything is still good. He should have taken with this pawn. Hard to say why, but he should have taken with this pawn. Oh, no, it's not hard to say. He should have taken here because when he takes here, this is my blunder of the game. I can take this because this pawn is pinned to the king by my queen. So I would have jumped in and attacked the queen, and then I would have been able to jump over here and prevent this pawn push. That would have actually been a dope grabbing a pawn and defending beautifully because I attacked the queen. Queen's got to do something. Basically, no matter where you go, my knight jumps over here next. Is defended. This pawn can't push. These pawn breaks are less scary. Don't see it. So now we've got more or less equal position. We take here. We jump my knight in. Then the computer is suggesting that I scoot the king up and go for this. But this looks scary. And it looked scary in the game when I calculated it. Because now these pawns are just like... I like what I did. The computer says that this is safer, but if you look, that was 0.8, and what I did is zeros. Okay, so it's about the same. It's like a pawn difference, but he's got the doubled pawns. My king, I feel, is like kind of safe, and here's where we start making our inaccuracies. This didn't make any sense. I should have just brought the queen back to prevent his queen from getting to these crucial, scary squares. Also, it would have been immediately attacking a pawn. We scoot back. He scoots back. This is a blunder, and what I really needed to be deciding here, taking the pawn, going up a pawn is a blunder. But what I really needed to be doing was pushing this pawn at some point because it would free my pieces. And so I'll show you very quickly. We get checked. He moves around. I needed to push this pawn because if he takes en passant, my queen gets involved. And then all of a sudden, I've got all of my pieces looking at this square. And we're good to go. I'm up a pawn and I'm like active. My queen is not active over here. This rook is not active over here. So if we just push this pawn and we trade it, all of a sudden both of them get activated by trading one set of pawns. Don't see it. Don't see it. We go here. We scoot in. Never in a million years should he have traded this. So this is not a great move by any means because I should have gone for this pawn push, but I didn't see that. But it isn't only an inaccuracy if he didn't take. Oh, it's still an inaccuracy even if he does take. I don't understand. This is simpler. With 1 minute on the clock, take the queens off the board. With the queen still on the board, you can lose. And so here I should have just taken, give him the open file, and then I take this. Then his king is cut off by my rook. I could defend this pawn. Like, yes, he can get in, but I could slide over and defend it and then my king could slowly like encroach on the position. This is also a passed pawn. Whatever. I defend it this way. We're good to go. We trade like this. I take with the king because taking here would destabilize this, and these are my weaknesses in the position. And if I took here, eventually his rook could get in here and hit me with this fork and take that with check, and I don't want that happening. So instead of going forward and being very valiant about just taking this pawn, I scooted back so I could push this pawn while defended from all the checks. Okay, so that's not a terrible plan. Spending 30 seconds on it, 40 seconds almost, is definitely not the plan. We push these pawns, we trade the rooks, and again, from our opponent's standpoint, I have 26 seconds on the clock. He could literally like give away this pawn or whatever for free. Trading the rooks, now the moves become simple to play. Like with the rooks on the board, think about all the potential moves there are on the board right now. Now think about all of the potential moves that are on the board. We can literally count them on our hands. So keeping the rook on the board makes the game last longer, and a lot of those moves can be checks. So like literally just stepping back, coming here to attack this or whatever. He could have flagged me with 26 seconds. Unfortunately, he didn't see that. I don't know what he was thinking. We get in a little Zugzwang where he has to step away. More Zugzwang. My squares are covered. He can only defend it by this diagonal square. No matter where he goes, I'm grabbing this pawn. So we pre-move this. We step over here because I know that this pawn structure is safe from the king. For a very simple reason. I take this. He comes in. I move my king. This or this will become my new queen. If he takes this, I'm one step ahead of you. And so you just simply can't catch the pawn. So he didn't even go for it. But let's show, for example, he can touch it, but then I run away. Then he can touch it, then I run away. Then he touches it, and then I make a queen, and he can't scoot closer because these squares are obviously queen squares. So pretty accurate game. Seven minutes in the review. The main thing was that pawn pin. My defensive maneuvers were not so great. Getting to this position. Boom. I should have seen this because I know from the Caro-Kann this happens quite a bit, where you trade this knight here, and then this knight will come here, but then this pawn is undefended, and you can attack it, attacking the queen. Like this structure right here is so common because you basically always trade off. You bring out the light square bishop, and you trade it off here, and the queen comes here, and you basically always have this same structure. So it definitely helps playing the same opening a bunch of times and just having a structure that you're very familiar with. Definitely this knight trade over here in this structure I'm not familiar with, but at least the middle of the board, I don't know how I missed the tactics involved with something I've played 1,000 times. So if you've made it this far, you are absolutely a legend. Thank you so much for watching my videos. I'm going to try and make more videos. I'm going to try and get better at explaining chess. I'm going to try and be better at doing all of this and obviously get better at chess. I'm coming up on 2,000. I'm at 125. So 132 after that game. Thank you so much for watching. Get out of here. I love you guys. Subscribe, comment, share with your friends. Watch every single video I've ever posted and share them with all your friends and tell them to do the same. Thank you so much. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back. Thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's video, we're going to do a 10 plus 5 where I'm going to promise you 3 things. For 1, I'm going to win the game. For 2, when we finish the game, we're going to guess the accuracy, and then at the very end, we're going to run it with the computer, and we're going to see how close we are to the actual accuracy. And then thing number 3, I tried it in another video, but I'm going to solve this Rubik's Cube while we're playing the game. And so one other thing is I'm going to castle opposite no matter what, okay? So we're going to have the Caro-Kann. Our opponent is 1881, Marshall from Iran. So we're hopping right into the Caro-Kann right here. We're either going to get the exchange variation. Our opponent looks to be a little bit lower rated than us. And so should we just go into the main line Caro-Kann? If he takes, it's the main line. If he steps back, he's a beta. If he defends with the bishop, that's not the main line anymore. Definitely taking is the main line. But I think... what is the move here? What am I supposed to play? I think I could give it check. Does that do anything? I can just take. Not sure, actually. Maybe even pushing makes sense. But this check, I kind of just walk into this pawn and I scoot back. But we're going to do not because he'll capture and then I lose the bishop. What am I supposed to do here? So we're just going to take. We're just going to take. Let's trade off some pieces. Whatever. I still want to castle opposite, but I don't want to trade off a bunch of pieces. And so we're doing this. This is counterintuitive, but we're basically just replacing this knight, and we're saying, okay, I didn't know what to do in the opening. We're taking a step back, a deep breath, and we're just coming at it again. With this cube, let's get this thing going. So he wants to just hop into the middle, very reasonable. And so I'm messing this thing up as much as I can. I hope it's not too loud on this microphone. The whole idea of putting the knight here was to go ahead and jump in and tickle this guy. Doing so, we also add another attacker to this pawn. And so let's just get the first step of this cube out of the way. Because in the other video, I totally neglected the cube, and we did not get it solved. So this one, we're going to do it a little bit faster. And I think that this is quite good for me, actually. I mean, I feel like we're applying pressure to this. I can also just grab the bishop. I can also grab the bishop, grab this, and then grab the pawn. I think we're going to go for this. I think we're going for this. Then we're just trading everything off. This isn't exactly what I was hoping for. If he takes, then we just get a pawn sort of in the center. Would have an idea of bringing my bishop out like this. Maybe even fankettoing this bishop like this way. I've got the bishop pair. So I'm quite happy, I feel like. And let's check. Here's a cube. Look at this little Chinese symbol on here. Order this thing from China. This is the first step. So we've got the little cross. If he doesn't capture, I might just leave my queen in the middle of the board because he no longer has a knight to attack me and no longer has any light square bishop anywhere to hit me from any light square diagonals. So I'm actually kind of cool with it. And if he goes here, he gets the pawn structure. So let's just pre-move this. Is probably what our opponent will choose. We're going to move on to step 2 of this cube. And, you know, I made a promise that we're going to opposite side castle and we're going to get an aggressive attacking game of chess. But it just doesn't seem like that's what's happening here. Maybe we just fanketto like this. I feel like I can develop this and attack this pawn and coax him into castling. And then we have this position. I quite like this. My rook is getting ready to attack on this open file where your king is. I don't want to lose this diagonal, so I'm going to just push this forward. That totally took away my ideas of fankettoing this way. Okay. What does that do? Directly, I don't think a whole lot. And I did say I'd castle opposite, so I still like the idea of castling opposite. I don't think that this threatens anything immediately, other than maybe this pawn push. So potentially I just bring my rook here. This is where my rook is going to want to go anyway. And we just go straight in for this attack. He can also push it 2 squares. I believe, and he would probably be all right. Okay, and here's where we are with the cube. Should I be holding it in front of the screen so you can see what I'm doing? We've got the bottom layer solved. So let's get this next layer done. He scoots the rook. What a strange way to defend against that. I can pin this knight as well. And then if we see this, I can step forward. We're not going to calculate a million different things here. I can also step forward and attack like this. What's better? Here, he definitely pushes. Sacrifice, take, get my rook up here. That's probably not good. Pinning the knight seems to make the most amount of sense. So we're going to go ahead and do that. He could just step back, and then I attack. He jumps in. Oh, he can jump in like this as well. But then I would get this, and you're pinned. That's important to note. Okay. Don't really love all the options of this knight in the min with check. So I think we're just going to play this. Unless there's like some resource that I don't see. Like stepping back would work. But then I take this and there's still this pin. And we haven't got to castle opposite, but it looks like we're getting a little bit of an attack going on. So our opponent just hangs this. So we're just going to do it. What a bummer. to just end the game like that. And I did not finish the cube. So let's just hop right on into another one. New opponent. Absolutely smoked him. I don't think we need to analyze too much with that. We're going to mess this cube back up, and we're going to go a little bit faster. And this game, I'm hoping I can give you what y'all came to see, an attacking game of chess. Because I did not give you an attacking game of chess. He just made a one-move blunder. I got the bishop, and it was a pin. He was going to lose the rook as well. So today, we are facing an 1856. 1 year ago, about 200 games. He's terrible at everything, but he's good at rapid. We play c6 no matter what. Cube is messed up yet again. And let's start on over. What type of game of chess are we going to get today? I actually kind of hate this line. I hope he takes. Please don't push. I'm cool with the capture, but we're not super happy with the push because then he just gets a little bit of a space advantage on my side of the board. A principled player pushes. An unprincipled player captures because this pawn, being a thorn in my position, is potentially better. So he's attacking this. I don't know if we need to defend it immediately. I think we just go ahead and develop a piece. Very happy square for my knight. I mean, these are always the natural squares for my knight, but we've got a symmetrical position right now. He brings the bishop. I'm somewhat inclined to just copy the fool, because essentially what I want... What if he jumps in? I'm not sure exactly how the fried liver works, but it does appear that he would be in my position. And then I would have to jump forward and take, and I don't have a knight forward. So we're just going to play this. I don't want to deal with any of that. I'm not castled. He's one step ahead in development. Now I will comfortably bring my bishop out into the position. He wants my bishop. Bro. Come on, bro. You don't want to just give up the bishop for no reason. I can't step here because I hang the pawn. If I step here, then we just kind of get battered around like this. Is that good or bad? I think we're going to do it and just get chased around where he will capture me in the end. While that's happening, we can step forward a little bit. Okay, he can also do it with this pawn as well. I mean, I can go all the way back. I don't really want to just let him get my light square bishop for no reason. So we're going all the way back. All the way back. Horrible move. I know this is an inaccuracy. I'm probably supposed to just let him get it. The computer is going to say inaccuracy. But I'm a human, and I say, I want to keep my light square bishop for this knight. Because I know in the end game, you guys will see. Wait for this light square bishop. When he has a time to shine, he will come back out and be a monster. And that wouldn't happen if I just get chased around and ruin my pawn structure and all of that. Okay, so he goes back with the knight. I think I'm going to bring my knight now. I might even push this pawn so I can come out and then go over there. Because I am emotionally committed to this light square bishop. We are not getting rid of him for no good reason. I can do it again. We're doing this. I want to just bring the light square bishop. But now I'm not going to be able to because his comes out. What a horrible game of chess. We're pushing this. My light square bishop is essentially going to be in jail, and it's going to be hard for him to get out of there. Definitely made a minor inaccuracy out of this opening, but it doesn't matter. I still need to castle opposite. Castling this way just seems like a terrible idea. I'm going to be honest with you. We're going to step forward. I need to develop this piece. We'll challenge his. He'll probably step forward. I might just step like this. Okay, we trade these guys off. He's going to castle. Castling this way is not a good move. I don't know what to think about this, and I'm totally neglecting this cube yet again. I'm not even past like the first step. All right. He wants to go here. I just don't think that castling to the other side of the board is going to make any sense. retreating move, lock my bishop in jail, preventing this. Horrible move. Horrible play by me. But we're going to make it out of it. So definitely here in the opening, I'm making some inaccuracies. I'm taking steps back. He launches this pawn forward. I'm a little bit inclined to just attack this knight. There's also this sacrifice idea. No, because then it's defended by this guy. The right move is to just castle. Obviously, we can't go this way. I hate to be a liar, but you guys will forgive me. There's just no possible way we castle this way. So we will go this way. And he will absolutely go this way. Unless he just decides to go this way, which would be cool. Then we get the opposite side castling like I promised. But, you know, what am I going to do? You can't just castle opposite every single game of chess. It has to make sense. Let's bang some of this out. Boom. He castles. If I go here and his knight comes in, then he gets a passed pawn with tempo. Don't love it. I could step back and go for this. What am I trying to do here? Push this pawn forward. Probably not a great move, but it just negates the forward momentum of this knight. Now these knights don't need to worry about this square. Like this knight going here is not super great. But it's not as bad as if I go like this, because then this pawn becomes a passed pawn, and that's what we really don't want. So I really need to start Operation Liberation of my pieces, because he almost guaranteed has like at least a +1 advantage. He even has ideas like pushing forward with this pawn and getting the bishop in and then bringing the rook to the open file. I'm like miles behind in terms of development and like actually doing anything with my life. So what should I do? Like this? Well, I need to do something. I can't just sit here and let him slowly increase his advantage, because almost guaranteed I have a disadvantage. This knight was doing the job of this, so it makes me think maybe I like step around like this, or even like just go for this pawn push. If he takes, I can take back. I think maybe a pawn break is what we need to do. And if he takes, then this knight can take. Let's just go for a pawn push. My position is sketchy at best. Sketchy at best. Okay. Where are we at with this cube? We're getting close to being done with the first step yet again. Boom, boom, boom. We can see the bottom layer is complete. Okay. Taking with the... Okay. Taking with this one would make more sense. I am then attacking this, so he'll probably take. So we're just going to do this. If we do this, we get the pawns in the center. I like it. Still my knight. We're battling over this. His knight kind of sucks over there, to be honest. So my knight preventing all of that, I feel like is a good thing. So he takes. I've got an open file for my rook. I've got 2 pawns in the center. His knight is actually a little bit stupid. He wants to... Okay. I admit. That's a pretty good move. Maybe I attack this knight now, and if he jumps in... Definitely didn't see that. That's a fancy move. That is a fancy move. I want to do this. If he jumps in, I take. Then my queen's being attacked. I obviously can't just take. pushing just loses me a pawn. So what if I jump forward? He jumps in. I can't defend. We've got to do this. We're defending, we're attacking this. The knight can get in now is what's really a bummer about that move right there. But I think that his advantage is slipping a tiny bit away. I'm very close to getting my bishop developed. Then my rook will be developed. His knight is still not super happy. I mean, he's very close to jumping here. But, okay, so he steps back. What if we first play this? Simply take this square away from his knight. That is the whole idea there. Then we bring my bishop somewhere, maybe even over here. Seems like a great idea. And I think that... Please don't. Oh man, I messed up. I think my disadvantage is slipping away. Because yeah, my bishop can get to that diagonal, my rook can get to the open file. It doesn't seem all that grim anymore. And we've got the same amount of time. Okay. Step 2 done. So he wants to go for this. It's defended twice though. So I could just bring the bishop. We got to ask what's more important, over here or over here. I quite like this. We help defend the center. If any pawn exchanges happen, like there is this pawn push, maybe I scoot away from this scary diagonal. So like this pawn push does work because I can't even push. So if we see this, I have to step over. Then take. He pins me. Not fun. So here, we bring a rook. Maybe we put the rook here to defend against all of that. Completely even, but these two pawns in the center don't have any pawns to protect them. He scoots over. I was literally thinking the same thing, bro. I think we're just going to do the same. Do we see this? Pawn push? That put you on the same diagonal as my bishop. I was getting off the diagonal away from your bishop, but now you're kind of, you know, you might even be asking for it. I might jump in now. We might jump in. Double pressure on this pawn, restricting the movement of your knight. This rook wants to come battle for this open file. The cube is doing marvelous. I know that there's like 6-year-olds that can solve this thing in 2 seconds. The knight to the middle seems to me rook to the open file or knight to the middle. Those are my 2 immediate ideas. This is only held down by my queen. I hate your knight over here. What if I just attack it? Or like step back and then go for it? I don't think there can be anything wrong with putting my rook on the same open file. That seems like just a reasonable move. And now we have stepped into the realm of he has 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. And so, like I said, if you guys can see this, look at that bullet rating. Look at that bullet rating. Look at that bullet rating. This is an immediate attack. And he only has 2 things attacking this. So if I jump in, he can't push because this fork. I think putting a knight to the center. Also, this seems like a great idea. This pawn push. We're just going to do it. Knight to the middle. Absolutely, that's what I'm playing. And like, yes, this knight is attacking them. My queen is kind of doing a job. But I think his knight being over here, at some point, if he's not able to take this pawn to go here, he's going to have to take a step back. And when he takes that step back, I will take a little step forward. And so he could just trade or just hang the queen in one move. I don't want to do that because he will just resign. So is there anything better that I can do? I'll say, don't quit. Don't quit. Because we want to extract as much information out of this game as we can. And so now we'll do a little conversion. Or am I being crazy? Does this work? Yep. Boom. Boom. We get a little check ski. And all of a sudden, he just didn't defend against that properly. But in case he does resign, you know what we're going to do? We're going to get this cube done right as he resigns. I said don't quit. I said please. I even said very, very nicely. And so that was a good example of, like, sort of getting through the opening. I mean, I know it was just kind of a one-move blunder, but that's 2 games in a row. That's how you win chess. You just play, keep it even. I mean, if you're not like a crazy castling opposite and attacking and getting checkmate in under 20 moves every time. But either way, let's guess the accuracy. We're going to run. We're going to go back to the beginning. Let's check this accuracy. That's 3 moves right there that were not very accurate. I'm going to tell you that right now. That, I don't know. Okay. Accurate. Everything's good. Maybe that knight step back also wasn't accurate. Just about the only accurate move I've played so far is castling. And I said I wasn't going to do that. All of this made sense. All of that made sense. This didn't make sense. I think mine made sense. Actually, so I'm thinking maybe like, because he resigned early, so I didn't have to play more moves. I think probably like 91% is what we're going to go with. So whatever you guess, put it in the comments or not, whatever, just think it in your head. And we're going to go over there and we're going to check it. I'll see you there. And here we are in the analysis. And, you know, I got to give myself more credit. I play a little bit more accurately than I think sometimes. So our opponent, 1 inaccuracy, 2 mistakes, 2 blunders, 74% accurate. And the moment of truth, what did you guess? I'm at 89%. Did I say 91? 2% off, fairly certain. Now, these 5 inaccuracies, I thought they were basically all throughout the opening and the middle game, but they were more in the end game. Okay? All in the end game, actually. And then I made one pretty fatal blunder where he was actually winning. And the idea, he saw it, and I didn't. He just did it in the wrong move order, so I got lucky. And so ultimately he did fall prey to a one-move tactic. But we're going to go ahead and turn this computer on. We did get the cube done, so my other video, I definitely didn't focus enough on the cube. We bring the knight. I'm supposed to just bust open the center. This is a weak move, but not an inaccuracy. I was scared about ideas like this, where he's attacking my very weak square over here. Then we get this right, and this is not an inaccuracy. So it's actually one of the computer best lines. I'm supposed to jump forward and just challenge this bishop, where if he takes with the bishop, I take and take, and if he takes with the pawn, ooh, then I'm attacking this knight. I didn't even see that. And then when he captures, I capture and I get the pawn. That's tricky. That's tricky. You got to think when the knight's on the side of the board like this, when I push this pawn, I'm attacking it. So, okay, I didn't see all of that. I bring the bishop back. It's not good, but it's not bad. I thought it would be a straight up mistake. We push the pawn, best move, but now my bishop is, like I said, he is a little bit stuck. So best move is, well, we trade off this dude, and I knew that castling, I was still kind of debating on the idea if it would even be possible to castle this way, but it's just not. My pawn structure sucks. There's an open file. His pieces are already over here. The rook is soon to be over here. So castling that way, I would have just lost the game if I would have done that, long story short. So we both castle this way. This is an inaccuracy as well, but I don't hate it. Don't hate it, and I'm supposed to break out over here, but whatever, we don't see it. We push here, and the reason that this right here is a blunder, this is my blunder, because he has the same idea where he jumps in, and the computer best line is just, you get the pawn, I scoot out of this check, you take, I take, you take with the queen, it's super forcing, and then I just have to step back, and I'm down a pawn, and I'm getting absolutely demolished. And so the difference was, where are we at? The difference of the way he did it is when he captures, I can capture back with the knight for one. That's one thing I can do. But when I capture with this pawn, when he does this, I have now vacated the f6 square for my knight. So he steps back. We jump forward. Bishop on the diagonal, love it. His is a mistake or an inaccuracy because, like, why did you step onto the diagonal of my bishop that can open up? Mine is the best computer line because I'm stepping off of the diagonal. So that's a simple way to explain all of that. This is an inaccuracy. Whatever. I like it. And then here is my tactical blunder of the game that I did not see. I'm supposed to take. He takes back. The knight jumps in. If he defends like this, I simply sacrifice, and if he takes with the queen, I mean, I take the queen, and then we traded the knight and the rook for the queen and the pawn, and I'm winning. If he defends with the rook, I sacrifice. The idea is this fork still exists, where again I traded my rook and my knight for the queen and a pawn. So none of that was seen by me, that's for sure. Jumping forward is still, white is slightly losing. And I knew that he could just take here. So if he would have taken, I think I take back with the bishop because I like maintaining all of this pressure. He can win this. But then I just apply more pressure. And you can't really push this pawn because that fork exists. And so none of that happened in the game. Whatever. We see the fork, plain and simple. I win the game after that. And so we survived the opening. Played decently accurate, above a 90% accurate. Our opponent just basically a one-move blunder. This move is a mistake, but it definitely looked fancy. If he would have done it one move before, he's winning the game. So that sucks. That sucks for him. The move order was just incorrect. Things got complicated in the center. None of us saw this. If you learned anything from this video, I know that was kind of a quick recap of the analysis, but whatever. It was a one-move blunder. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure getting to play chess for you. I hope you learned something. Please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 at some point in the near future. You're the best. Get out of here. I love you. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. I want to show you guys. I already showed this in another video, but if you didn't see it, my account, look at this. For one, chatting it up with the grandmasters because I'm on that level, bro. Just kidding. We played, and I lost every single game. There's a video. You can go check it out. My account is getting banned. Look at this. I have 48 hours. So essentially it's closing today because I got this yesterday and didn't check. And so very strict username policies. So zip ties and lube is done for. And so to celebrate the death of my account, we're going to do a rapid game with no increment, and we're going to absolutely obliterate this opponent. And so the goal is to castle opposite and launch some goddamn pawns at our opponent. He's 1891. We're going to check his profile real quick. We're going to just take a gander. He doesn't play bullets, so what we're going to do is, for one, my face might be too bright. Can I slide this thing out? Looks like he wants the Caro-Kann. Oof. And we're going to just go into the alien Gambit. How beautiful would that be? Because literally the game that I filmed earlier was me playing the black pieces. Bring the knight, bro. Let's do it. Absolutely, let's do it. And just see what happens. And maybe I can have playing a random opponent with the black pieces and with the white pieces. We're going for it, bro. We're going for it. Don't be scared. Now, I believe that we bring the knight. The idea is this knight needs to arrive on this square. Okay. Do I take? No. He has not pushed this pawn, so he has the integrity of the position. I have this check, but it doesn't really accomplish a whole heckin' lot. We can pin this knight. What do we do here? I actually don't know how to play this. I think I maybe push this to coax this pawn push to step back, and if he gets this, I think this might be the right idea here. It very well might be. But now my knight can't go there. Well, that's a bummer. We're absolutely not taking. I think we just bring this bishop out and we apply pressure to this. Has to be the right game plan, correct? Do we step here and allow this and just simply castle and launch an attack? I think so. Why would we not? Now this idea somewhat works. Definitely if we castle, we have tempo on the queen. I don't actually know how to play this very well. And so, looks like he wants a check, but we're just going to castle, bro. We castle. I think we're chilling. This actually lets my knight arrive to the middle. And if this happens, so I think that this is essentially allowing my knight to jump in. Right? And if he takes, I mean, I'm just winning the knight. So he essentially can't take. I think we go for it. Wait, can he just trade it off? That's no fun. We don't want that to happen. But we're going to castle. We're castling opposite. He's launching his pawns. It's a very respectable plan by our opponent over here. But can my attack just simply arrive first? We castle. Without further ado. Okay, so I can't stay on this diagonal. That is becoming obvious. If I step back, I'm just going to get trapped. We can't sacrifice for this. Boom, boom. Not going to work. We step back. We're eyeing this square. And I think he can just bring the knight. And he's doing quite well for himself. Fork of the queen. Do we go for this? This. Ooh, here. Here. We take the rook. He takes the bishop. I think we survive. I think we survive. Is the attack going to work? We grab this. I can escape. We get out. Boy. We can't grab this. Check. He has to take. We're not doing great, but we're escaping. And now we've got even material, where essentially I got the two pieces for the rook. So it looks like the Alien Gambit has somewhat worked. And I think I'm quite ready to start launching pawns. Because if he takes, I mean, I take. If he pushes, ooh, that's a sketchy type move right there. This isn't going to work immediately. We can also jump back. And if take, his knight will probably retreat all the way. He doesn't have a lot of great moves. We jump back. What do we do here? I like the idea of trying to bust open this position. He's also kind of got this check, but I can step over. We're chilling. We're chilling. Does this do anything good? Step forward again. We push here, here. He pushes in. I'm heavily under attack. I like this. I don't know if it's great, but if he takes, I think we just got a nice little attack going on then. My rook would be able to open up quite easily. His knight's going to have to go somewhere. He can't come forward very easily. And if this knight does move, one of the key components in playing this is getting this knight to move, because we want our queen to arrive on one of these squares. This is so interesting. I literally played this opposite. Like, I played it with the black pieces and I was able to win, and now I'm going to play with these pieces and hope to win. What if we just throw this in his face? queen is under attack. Tempo is everything. So we hit the queen. The queen would maybe go here, but then we can attack here. Then where's the queen go? Here? What on earth should we do? This pawn is also hanging. So I could just plain and simple jump into an endgame where I'm doing quite all right. But that's a really boring way to play chess. This seems more fun. Boom. You can't take. You can either go here or here. If you go here, we launch this. You can't take because I'm getting ready to arrive. That seems like the more fun move. And then this is still there if I do so choose. Right? We go for this. This bishop is a demon. This knight over here completely sucks. I guess you can jump in and get him at some point. It might be advisable to push this pawn forward. Plus, I've got 4 minutes. Pretty sure he just hung his queen. Am I crazy? We're going to take the queen. And he jumps in. Now we take the bishop. I mean, yeah, so he just loses. And so I think he needed to retreat back to one of the, obviously he needed to retreat back to one of these squares. The attack on the queen was pretty obvious. I don't know how it was missed by our opponent, but that's generally how these Alien Gambit games go. They go quick because, I mean, you sacrificed a piece for checkmate. So it's like, get checkmate in the next 20 moves, you're pretty much going to lose in the end game. And so that was quite instructive. I guess I can show a little bit better how he could have defended. I'm not 100% convinced that this bishop move was the right idea, but I can do it because this pawn wasn't pushed. So the only reason it's a bad move in the other positions is because this pawn is pushed and this idea is not available. And it takes away the knight check. That's always kind of important. I mean, I think this worked. We jump in, attack, just get a fork. Little in-between moves. Just because you attack my bishop doesn't mean I got to move it. If I attack something of more value than my bishop, you got to move that first. Then I get something else of value, you take, but then I have this beautiful little retreating square. And I think even in this position, it's still not completely over. Like, I got his rook and a pawn, and he got my 2 pieces. So actually, he might be doing okay once he can develop his pieces, which is hard to do because of the opening. So I think I probably played like 78% accurate because of the gambit. So we're going to check it with the computer and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And I realized in my last video, I literally recommended don't play this as white in a rapid game of chess because your chances of success are pretty low once you get this position here. If they simply know to push this pawn, you're in a lot of trouble because you sacrifice, but they have pushed this pawn forward and their knight is going to have this square. So they're going to be able to get to the middle for one. And then if you come up with some idea like this, where your queen and bishop are on these squares, he can hit you with this fork if you're able to visualize all of that. So pushing this is just a sacrifice. If you take, then the queens see each other and you can trade off the queens. So that's not good for the attacking side. And you have a good square for your knight. Right now, this pawn, in the normal Caro-Kann, it's going to be all right, but not in this position. You need to have all of your pieces able to access this side of the board. And if you play this, your bishop is stuck not defending this pawn. It's very important. So I only made 1 blunder in the game. So let's check this. 4 inaccuracies, 1 blunder, which is playing the opening that we elected to play. So essentially we walked into that. And then our opponent, obviously, he made 2 blunders and 2 mistakes. And I don't know what accuracy I said, 78 or something. I got 86. And so here we are. Boom, boom, boom. We sacrificed the knight. Alien Gambit on the board. Now, this pawn push is very important. Now, I'm supposed to go with this check first, but I decide to pin this because I have the opportunity to do it, because normally they push this pawn and you're not able to do that. So that's the reason I did it, is because I could. And normally in this gambit, you can't because they push this pawn and then this idea doesn't exist. So, long story short, we develop a piece, they scoot back, best move, jump the knight in the middle. It's not the best move. Technically, I'm supposed to castle long first, but then we do it. The move order is not super important. I have a minus 1.7. But that is to be expected because I threw a horse into the trash. So we scoot back. We've got a new diagonal. And then simply here, it's an equal position. We have essentially gotten back because just because you attack my bishop doesn't mean I have to do something with it. I can jump in and attack pieces of higher value than the bishop. And so here you basically have to move the queen He moves the queen, and then technically I'm supposed to take, and that's what we're supposed to go into, because for whatever reason I'm supposed to get rid of this knight for the bishop. So he takes, but then my knight gets back out, and so big blunder by our opponent. He should have simply taken here, and then I take here, and then he takes here, and we've got an even position where I'm actually slightly losing. That's how he was supposed to play it. But if he decides to take the bishop, the knight survives, and now my knight will live to see another day and come back to his happy square in the middle, defended by the pawn, and you don't really want to trade your dark square bishop for that. Then I'm supposed to immediately break open. Who cares? We don't go for it. We jump back, attack the queen. We're kind of trying to coax him into playing something like this, where we're able to get this knight to move somewhere else. Okay? So he's essentially going to move back somewhere, and it's all going to be good for me, because once the knight moves, my queen can go to all of these crucial squares. So that's why you don't want to take this knight in the middle. Okay? Here, the best computer line is literally simply to take this, and then I can just go for this, or take, and then attack immediately, or go for this immediately. You're supposed to be boring and just go into an endgame, but this is far more interesting, and it's still equal. Unfortunately, our opponent goes ahead and takes our knight now. The complications overwhelmed our opponent. He didn't know what to do, and he hung his queen. And to make it even worse, he hangs the bishop immediately after. So that is a wrap. Completely done. You can absolutely play more effectively against this gambit, but if you haven't faced it, it can be quite terrifying. And so long story short, just so you know, in this position, push this pawn, okay? Or let push this pawn, let them do it, and then push this pawn, okay? So that's not what you need. You can do that later. You're going to be forced to. So push this. They'll take. I mean, you take. They're going to do something, but then you push this pawn so your knight can come out. And just do it, and you're going to be able to find defensive resources way better than if you don't, because this knight going to either of these squares sucks and blocks this. So I hope you learned a lot. That was a lot of fun. I literally just played a game where I won with black, and now I won with white, so now I've done it with both sides. So thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, or you simply like watching me, if you learned something, or you simply, please subscribe. I'll see you guys next time. Get out of here. Bye. Hello, my fellow chess friends. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today, I have some very sad news. The notorious username ZipTiesandLube has officially been banned, and I have 48 hours before my account closes. This is the official email from LeeChess.com, and so I will have to create a new username. Most likely Kip314Chess will be the new username. I should just play a casual game, because there's really no huge point playing for Elo at this point anymore, but we're going to do it for you guys. Today, we are playing a 1784 with the Caro-Kann. We're going to check his profile. He does not play bullet at all. He's decent at blitz, and he's lower rated than me on everything. So hopefully I can give you a little instructional game on the Tartakower. So if he steps back, I don't know the line as well. If he captures, I know this structure quite well. And so if he goes back, I'm not going to be able to explain as much. But if he takes, you're in for luck, because I can explain quite a few things, like the next 5 best moves. This is a weird move. It's an alien Gambit-esque structure where this knight is already developed. So what if I do coax him in? Do you actually need to do this, or can I just develop? And if he takes, no, that's a blunder, because my king will be here, and he'll hit me with this check, and he'll grab the bishop. So maybe we do coax him in. I think this is the main line, but his knight has been developed. And his options are basically step back here, which isn't great. Leave it there, which isn't great. Coming forward isn't great here. So he's basically got the sacrifice or stepping all the way back here, which I can ruin the pawn structure. So hopefully he just captures, and we'll have a little defensive game. You generally don't want to play the alien Gambit when you're playing a 10-minute game of chess, though. So our opponent is kind of in the hot seat. I'm not 100% sure. He could develop the bishop and apply pressure to my f7 square, the weakest square in black's position, and f2 on the white side is the weakest square because it is only defended by the king. If we take a look right here, only defended by the king. So that opens up a lot of sacrificing and attacking ideas, such as this. Like, this square can be attacked so easily. He does elect to sacrifice the knight. Then I believe pushing this pawn is what we go for. Right? This knight is already developed, which gives me the creeps. It gives me the creeps, most definitely. And so if I develop the bishop, he gives me the check, and I just straight up lose the bishop because I got to step away from it. He just takes it. So pushing the pawn makes sense. I can also get in the way with my knight, But I feel like this knight is actually a very, very defensive piece on this side because we do not want this queen getting these dirty checks on us. So I'm going to defend with the pawn. My bishop is locked in. If he pushes the pawn, I believe the best move is to just counter it. I mean, it's hard for me to actually explain. It makes it so I can develop my knight normally. So I think it's just like a pawn sacrifice, but he's down a knight, but we get to activate our knight on a more ideal square than here I'm blocking in my bishop. Because basically, this rook gets suffocated. This bishop has a hard time like aiding in the defense. This check seems to make sense, but I believe I step back in the corner and I just say, come and get me. Which I was hoping to get more of an attacking game, but it looks like we're going to be doing a little bit more of a defensive type game right now. And so he's definitely bringing the rook. That is happening. I'm still quite weary about all this. What if I launch forward and do this? Does he have time? He probably doesn't. He just stays on this super long diagonal. It makes me believe that I can develop this bishop somewhere and then bring the rook to defend this. Something like this to defend against that. So here, check. We step back. He jumps in and attacks my rook. No, he doesn't. I take that with the king. Let's just go for this move. I sure hope I don't just fall apart. And so, basically the game of chess that we're playing right now is if he can checkmate me in the next 10 moves, he wins. If he can't, then he probably loses in the endgame. And that's basically how sacrifices work. It's like you sacrifice a piece and you prey on the attack. So the whole reason of moving this bishop was so that I can slide over and defend it with my rook. Because this pawn looks like it's a little bit soft. So I think we're going to step over like this. And then we might even just step back. But I think this is going to work temporarily. We've got 3 things defending it. So if this check comes in, I don't necessarily need to take. But what we need to be worried about is this queen coming in. I think that I just push, right? Is that what I do? Oh, dear Lord. Because I believe the idea of this is to jump in with the knight. And if I take, this pawn takes, and my knight has to jump over here. But then the queen gets in. Then I step back. Then you can even like sacrifice again and at least get a draw of some sort. I mean, jumping over here with the knight. So I think pushing this pawn is what I'm supposed to actually do. We push this. He jumps in with check. I step back. My knight remains here defending against the infiltration of the queen is what's important here. Can't really very well do this and cut off all of these attacks. What if I just step out of it? What if I just step away? Or attack, but then he scoots back, but then I attack. But then he defends. Then I push, then he's here. So I could have like some tempo winning moves. I'm spending too long thinking about this, but I don't think time is going to be a very big factor in this game. It's just don't get checkmated. Do I jump in like this? Then the knight comes in with check. I take. No. I take here, here. Queen comes in. I'm so scared. I don't know what to do. Do I just push? Then if he pushes, I take, push here. If I take, he takes with check, I take. Then I'm just kind of like open, right? But I know that this is a computer line. That's what I'm supposed to do. Not exactly in this position. Boom, boom, boom. Check. Take. Here. Take. I think we're just going to go for it. I know that this is a good move. No, I don't know that this is a good move, but I know that this pawn push is what you're supposed to do in the beginning, in certain structures, in the Alien Gambit, okay? So that's what I know. So it makes me believe that this is the similar structure, so this has to be a good move. We'll check it with the computer, and we'll see exactly what's going on. We'll see exactly what's going on. Because now my knight has this square to develop to, which is very crucial. Because going here prevents me from defending this pawn, which we don't want to do. So if something like this happens, then the queens see each other. If we trade the queens, he loses, because I just don't think it's really possible for him to win the game if we trade the queens. And yeah, I'm pretty sad about zip ties and lube. That's been my username for quite some time now, and it was my like when I was real young, it was my username on Xbox. It still is on PlayStation. I don't have an Xbox anymore, but I have a PlayStation, Team PlayStation. I've actually had both, but I only have a PlayStation now. Okay, so he takes. I think I just ignore what's going on over here and I bring the knight. Do I capture? I think developing a piece is probably in my best interest. So we're going to go ahead and do that, right? Oh boy. I'm so scared. Do I take first and kind of open up the position? He's also got this queen move coming in now. And it just applies more pressure to this gosh darn piece. Take here. No. Knight first. If this happens, we have this fork, which would be delicious. Then he'd have to defend like this, and I could take. He has to take back. And if we trade off this bishop, I mean, this bishop is absolutely a nuisance. All of his pieces are new. These two pieces are not a nuisance. All right, so he brings in the queen. Do I dare take now? We're going to just do it. Right. Okay, he takes back. Oh boy. I can attack the queen. Does that do any good? Attack the queen. Queen goes somewhere. Then I jump back here. If I capture, here. I think this is what we do. We go for this little tempo winning move. The queen has to stay. Wait a minute. Yeah, if I go here, the queen has to stay defending this square. She can do so like this. But then I jump in the way. And if he takes, I take with the knight. I think that this is the move. What if he sacrifices again? And I take. And then take. And then take. And then push. No. None of that's going to work. I think this move works. And luckily my knight is holding on to this square right here. And I'm rated 100 points higher than this guy, so I should be able to just like untangle here. The Alien Gambit is really fun to play. It's not super fun to defend against. Like, I've played against it many times. Not so much in Rapid, but definitely like Blitz and Bullet. And I think that I fare quite well. I probably have like a win ratio playing it and defending against it. But it's become such like a meme chess opening that everybody plays it and everybody knows to just push c5. And then that kind of ruins it. Okay, so he's defending against this fork. But I can jump back here and attack the queen again. And if he doesn't take, I'm coming in with this skewer. So I think we're going to be all right. We attack the queen again. If he doesn't take, I mean, he can move the queen somewhere else. Okay. Didn't necessarily win anything by doing that. Potentially we go for this now. Because he's still thinking about this. But I think I can just take. Or I just step back, actually. So this is a really slow move. But if I can get this bishop to like just leave me alone and get off this diagonal, I'm good to go. We need to just make a move. So scared. Because if he jumps in and I take and this pawn comes, it dislodges my knight. And it just becomes really scary for me. I can also potentially trade this. jump in and attack the queen again. This doesn't really do much good for me. What am I supposed to do? Let's kind of just attack the queen again. Okay. I mean, I really like my knight being here. If he takes... Okay, okay. How... Ooh. Activate my queen like this, threatening the queen trade. If he... Okay, we're doing this. If he takes, I can just take back. Still defended this. This is still defended by 3 things. This check, I can step back. I don't have to take and like remove this knight. And I can line up something here, but essentially if we get these queens off the board, we're good to go. But I don't think that he's silly enough to let it happen. This rook. This is such a difficult, not fun to play position. It's like a structure that you just never get, ever. Like, what is going on here? King on f7. So what are his options? If he steps back, I could jump in like this. He jumps in with a check. I step back. So he goes for the check first. I step over here. I mean, if he takes the knight, I take back. I think we step back. The knight can come over here. I'm also threatening this pawn. I am absolutely tied in a knot right now. This is the issue right now in the position. But essentially we just need to trade. So maybe this is a video of how to defend against the alien gambit. That's the title of this video. Absolutely. We get a 10-minute game. Probably I've already made like a handful of blunders. But I haven't lost. So we're still going. I got 2 minutes. He's got 4 minutes. Really looking forward to this end game. Look at the king's safety situation. Look at his king. He is just happy in his mansion over there. And I'm on the streets begging for change. Just don't hit me with your car. Okay. We have to step back. I feel like we've got the opportunity to get rid of that guy. We've also got the opportunity to just get rid of that guy. If he takes with the pawn, okay, he takes like this. Probably I want to do a little reroute. I might even step forward now and defend this pawn again. Okay. I mean, we got to activate the rook. Then I believe a formation like this would make a whole lot of sense, where I just defend a little bit of everything. There's only one piece attacking this. He can't push. I just take. I think the bishop wants to be there. We're just hanging on to everything. Next step is figure out where my knight wants to be, and potentially my knight wants to be here, applying pressure to both of these pawns. My king probably just steps up and defends this pawn. I can also kind of jump in and attack this and have some ideas. And now, This is the open file of the position. So this is held on a beautiful, beautiful light square. So he's going to step back. Temporarily, we're just going to jump in. I mean, he can go somewhere. Maybe I just ultimately do want to put my knight here. So yeah, let's just step back. His bishop can go here. But the only thing, I mean, I could come in again and attack it if he doesn't want to, so he doesn't stay there. Okay, so he applies pressure there. If my knight ends up here, this pawn is no longer defended. Here, here, and I defend all the way across like this. He comes in, but I defend, and I'm on the open file. I got 1 minute. What do we, oh, we're playing plus 5 seconds. I should definitely be able to conjure up. I think we're going to step forward. We just don't want this sacrifice idea to work. He can definitely put his bishop here. That's a delicious square for my bishop. But then I defend my whole 7th rank like so. And we will fight for this weakness and this weakness. And my bishop is like just unopposed. Rocking it out. Defensive bishop. Also sort of attacking later on. But because if you look at the pawn structure, like his bishop is going to hold down his pawns. And my bishop's going to hold down my pawns. And then we're going to play with my extra knight. And my knight is going to do a little hippity hop all around the board. I also have this fork. So he wants to go there. I think this works actually because I'm attacking your bishop. If you defend here, I attack your bishop again. I think we're going to jump in like so. That attacks the bishop like so, like this. And I can jump forward. I mean, he can still get in. But we're kind of trying to... I mean, my knight is on a good square. Also, through all of it, this is hanging. It's hard to say if I really want that, though. If I, like, jump in, I might just get, like, pinned of some sort. Or, like, just attack. I don't know. I don't know if grabbing this pawn is what we really need. Winning this pawn and this pawn is what we need. And now my king is on a light square. We're pretty happy. I mean, we're attacking this guy. If he goes here... What if we just infiltrate? That actually... No, because he could take here and then get all of that. We don't want that. Okay. So I think I can jump forward. If he goes here... I think we're just going to make a move. We are defending this. There's no good way for me to defend this square. I need to get my pieces in, bro. So what becomes the new idea? If he goes here, the new idea becomes infiltrate like so. But he could defend it by just bringing the king up. So we still have a game of chess. But I think that if I'm able to just make enough moves, we're going to be all right. We go back here. He comes in. I go here. He goes here. Because this now works because my rook is defending. So he comes in. I jump back and attack. I can also take away this square, but he could just push and open it up. Here, here. As long as I just don't blunder. Please don't let me blunder. This rook is undefended. This rook is undefended. Don't know what to do. I don't think I need to do that, actually. But let's do it. I can then go here, then here. And And then because now my next square is here, and then I have a fork, and I'm actually doing stuff then. And he can't necessarily push here because I don't need to take with my pawn. We jump in with the knight. This, all of a sudden, is hanging because he's not attacking this anymore. He's got to defend this. If he defends like this, I'm just going to take and get his piece off the board. So pushing doesn't make sense because I'm attacking this. So you got to do something about this. So scooting over, I think I can just take. If you take, I take. If you go back to attacking this, I literally don't know what to do. Maybe I defend like this. 27 seconds. Okay, so he defends here. Okay. Okay. He attacks this. I think we're just going to put my bishop back. I'm still playing like super defensive. This is held. I can move my knight here. Maybe I want my knight over here now. His dude is still defending this. Okay. I mean, that's pretty nice. I'm completely winning. It's just I need to actually do so. And unfortunately, it looks like our opponent maybe have just left the game. I would like to get... I'll give him some time. It is what it is. Essentially, what we're going to do now, I mean, we are applying pressure to this. So if he ever does come over, I can just take, and it's defended twice, actually. And so if he comes back, maybe I just hit him with a check or something and then come back and just accept the pawn is gone. We'll give him some more time. I don't think he's coming back, though. And so I'm completely winning. It's just I'm going to have to not blunder and make some strategic moves. And probably, like, putting my rook on this open file, putting my knight here, applying pressure to all of this stuff, obviously would make sense. Oh, okay. So I think we're going to go here. I can jump in like so. Now my knight is over here. That hangs the rook. That hangs the rook. So I'm glad it worked out like that. I was nervous I would screw up this video and lose the game. I'm grateful that I didn't do that. And so I'm completely winning in this endgame. Even if he didn't hang this rook, it's like if these two pieces are on good squares, your pawns are totally screwed. They can't really go forward. And eventually I'm going to like just break over here or just harass you forever with these pieces. Like you have to stay defending this. This is defended. This is defended. This is super weak. I could figure out if I infiltrate with my rook, it's over. We trade the rooks, it's over. And so hanging the rook, it's really over. So we're going to check it with the computer. I don't know how accurate that was on my end. I think probably like 87%, I would say. And so we'll check it with the computer. Make your guess, put it in the comments, and I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And I am overjoyed that this will probably be the last video of Zip Ties and Lube before I make a new account, and then I got to start the ELO grind all over again. Can you imagine that, bro? Zip Ties and Lube, I get banned for that. Like, bro, I'm a mechanic, if everyone's asking. Just kidding, not a mechanic. But I said what, 87%? Check out this goddamn graph, bro. I had it under control. I played the best move, like every move out of the opening. And so 94%, we made one inaccuracy in the middle game because I'll show you. And so I only got 5 ELO for that. So my ending ELO for my entire thing is going to be like 1921. And so I made one inaccuracy, one blunder. I mean, one mistake, one inaccuracy, 94%. So quite accurate, and my inaccuracy and my mistake didn't matter. I was still winning. And so the Alien Gambit is not so great at a higher level playing against people in 10 minutes because you have a lot of time to think about your moves. In Blitz, where you're like under time pressure and you have to make a move, that's when you blunder. And so I wouldn't recommend ever playing it in Rapid because people, once you play it 25 times, like you know kind of how to defend. And so let's hop right on into it. We get this, which is a strange variation of the Alien Gambit, but nonetheless, it's still the Alien Gambit idea, okay? So I'm not actually sure what it's called when this knight is already developed, but we accept the Gambit, because what else are we going to do? We defend with the pawn, and so every move, best move, okay? Best move, best move, best move, best move, best move, best move, best move. And so should I be explaining this stuff? The idea of developing my bishop is I need to develop a bishop. The problems are over here on the king side of the board. I know this pawn is becoming a weakness. I want to have an extra piece to defend it as my rook. So I'm moving the bishop out of the way so I can bring the rook to defend this and match his rook. That's the whole idea of putting the bishop here. We aren't not worried about defending this diagonal as much because this diagonal is not super important. But that was the whole idea. So now I can bring the rook over. This is uber defended, okay? I'm supposed to step back with the king now, but still one of the best moves. They're equal. We play this. Now I have a nice square to bring my knight, so we do put my knight there. Best move. Then, best move, I capture. Trying to remember my moves here. And then, so my whole idea here was, technically I'm just supposed to go for this bishop, and I can just win the bishop. So that's the best move. Just go for this bishop. But what I saw was attack the queen, attack this fork, reroute to the center of the board. And once my knight is here, I'm chilling because this bishop is no longer seeing this pawn. I feel a lot safer. So I do this kind of tactical moving around. This move didn't make sense. Whatever. We do this kind of just to gain some time, essentially. Like I just did this because I was lower on the clock and I want to just repeat moves, repeat the position. I can force a bishop trade as well, but I bring my queen out here and then this, right after this is my mistake of the game because the way that I did it, I left the queen trade in his hands. And so if I would have captured, he captures, then I take the queen, I make it happen, and then I bring my knight back here, and then we play this end game. So ultimately, it still did transition into something similar to this, but the way that I played it, I stepped back, then instead of trading the queens, he should have kept the queens on the board. Never in a million years do you trade the queens when you did a gambit. You can't trade your most active piece. And so when he does this, I know that I'm going to win the game essentially. So he could have maintained the attack, done something like this. And the whole reason that back here, the whole reason I was afraid of taking this is because this pawn comes in, attacks my knight, then my knight has to go somewhere, and that opens up these squares for attack, okay, by the queen. But the queen has already dedicated herself to this side of the board, so the queen coming over here with this check and these attacking ideas, it's not a thing. So taking here and the pawn coming in and this knight needing to move away from the protection of these squares, it's not super important. But I was still hanging firm to this idea that I needed to protect these squares because if you get obliterated by the queen coming over here a few times, you're not going to ever let it happen again. So I stepped back, whatever. And so he didn't need to trade the queens. He did. We are now in a position where we have gotten rid of the queens. So essentially just trading the pieces. Should I trade the bishop for the knight? It's not the best move, but from a human standpoint, we got rid of another piece. There we go. And if we just keep trading pieces, I'm going to have an extra knight at the end, okay? So if I can just get rid of the bishop's trade, the rook's trade, we're good to go. So now, this is my least active piece. Rule of the least active piece. Still, I'm playing. Okay, now that it's thinking about it, we'll crank up this depth a little bit. Now, best move, because this rook is serving a purpose. This rook is not. So you look at your position and you play the rule of your least active piece. This knight is doing stuff. This bishop is doing stuff. This rook is doing stuff. This rook has not even moved yet. He is not doing stuff. Obviously, the best move is to move him over and have him be doing stuff. You want your pieces to be doing stuff. And so now, this is just a defensive idea. It's not the best move. It is one of the best moves if we let this thing think a little bit, but it's the safest move. This pawn is defended. He can never take it with the bishop. He can't really take sacrifices aren't really an option. This is defended, and now we just play with my extra knight. And so now we figure out, how do I get my knight to the most active square, the best square for my knight, like something like this. Sorry, like this. So we jump in with the knight. We jump back. He's trying to figure out what to do over here, but this is defended. Now I saw this sacrificing idea and I got scared, so I just stepped up. I spent 1 second on it, so I guess 4 seconds on it. I could have just hit him with this fork immediately and then traded off some more pieces. And better than that, there's really not a great way to defend. So if I jump over here, there's not a great way to defend because I'm attacking the rook. You can't defend here because the bishop. If you defend here, then I just take it for free. So you would essentially have to just give up the rook for the knight and trade back like this because this is being attacked too many times now. So I missed that. I played defensive. You know what? I was playing the entire game defensive, so making a defensive king move, I understand it. I'm not attacking yet. I'm like in the mindset of we're defending, don't lose. And so now my rook is defending this all the way across the board. We've got the open file. We're defending this, looking good. I was supposed to be more active and jump in with the knight, but then the rook moves and we're attacking. I'm not playing that move. We're figuring it out slow and steady. This knight is now rerouting a million squares. He hangs a pawn, essentially. We take, then we just bring... I could have taken this pawn as well and defended. But it gets complicated. That's getting complicated. You know what I mean? I jump in. I'm defending this. You could attack it. Just keep it simple. I'm going to win the game. Just keep it simple. I don't need to make the best move. And now it is the best move. Whatever. We slide over. We slide up. We're doing a reroute to get my rook on this open file and be on a light square. So that's why we're doing it like this. So we can avoid these dark squares because this bishop sucks. So we slide over. We're good to go. Now my knight is on a good square. Okay? He can never get rid of it. It's applying pressure to this pawn. Constant ideas of jumping into the position are there. And he just hangs the rook. But if he didn't hang the rook, I mean, what is he really supposed to do? Like, I'm gonna be able to advance and like essentially just open up the position. I have a +5 advantage. I have an extra piece. I'm gonna win. I guarantee it. And so if you made it this far in the video, thank you so much for watching. That was a nice little instructive how to play the Alien Gambit. I hope I was able to explain everything to the best of my ability. I'm sure that I did. Whatever. Either way, I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. If you want to subscribe, please do it. If you don't want to do it, that's okay. Just I'll never see you again. So get out of here. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you. I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. If you are here trying to get better at chess, you are in the right place, because what we are going to do is absolutely destroy this opponent, blow him off the board with some opposite side castling. He said, hello, good luck. You as well. I have to type with one hand super slow. So it looks like, is this the perch? The French? Doesn't matter. We have the opportunity to put 2 pawns in the center. Now, what you need to know about chess openings is you need to study at least the first like 3 moves, because if you play this pawn here, they capture, and then this check comes in, where you're gonna lose this pawn, and it's just it's not what you want. So what you have to do is capture. You don't actually have to do that. I think that's the second option. The third option I think is just develop a knight, and when he captures you take back. But we're gonna develop the knight here, applying pressure to this pawn. He's gonna go ahead and pin it. We're going to just develop another knight. Is he really going to just go with the double pin action right here? I promise that neither of those pins are going to have any avail. Not with me, buddy. So we're going to break this pin, and then we're going to castle out of this one. So, yes, this is covered by the queen. Okay, you ruined my pawn structure. Great job for you, buddy. We're going to tickle this bishop. He's either going to take or step back. If he took, then he would have just straight up given me the bishop pair. But this knight is on the side of the board. He has aspirations of coming here. But what we're going to do is step forward and kind of clarify this, where all of a sudden this knight has to kind of develop there. Can we immediately apply pressure? I feel like it can't be a terrible idea to just double up my most powerful pieces sort of in this general direction, where if he castles... What do I got going for me here? Well, I can't take here because he reinforces the defense of the knight. I can step here, but no, that doesn't work either. Stepping here really doesn't work either. Does it? I mean, he just takes my knight and I take his knight. Then he steps over. Then we take. But then he takes us with check. I'm actually not really convinced that I played the right moves. So... that forks my pieces. This pins that knight. Man, but this also just walks into like... let's just go for it. Let's just go for it. So officially, this became a bad idea. I think that it did. I can attack this pawn, but what we're really worried about is boot, step, attack. I don't really want to give up my beautiful bishop over here, I could temporarily attack this guy. So we could go boom, 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 boom. Then whatever this knight does doesn't come with an immediate threat, and I can move. So let's do that. If he goes for it, I have 1 minute, bro. I thought I was playing like a solid rapid game. Okay, looks like we're in a blitz game. So not loving my position. Let's just reinforce this. I'm not really sure what else to do. Okay, my dude got kicked. We're gonna have to go somewhere with him. That just kind of brings this. So we're stepping back. He doesn't really have any great discoveries. Maybe this was actually the correct idea. But at this point, we just need to play a little bit faster than super duper accurate. Probably I'm going to step over with my queen. That way I'm like at least somewhat shielded from this onslaught of all of this types of stuff. Oh man, this walks right into this. The knight can come in. But almost immediately I'm going to try and challenge it. Then he does something with his knight. Yes, but I think I can just challenge it immediately. And also, can I just take this? Did he blunder? Is this... How long has this been a thing? Let's just take it. And he resigns. How long was that actually a situation? Okay, I noticed it immediately that it was an option. Okay, so... Did we blow him off the board? The answer is no. But let's check it with the computer real quick. We're going to stay right here. You're not going to be able to see the actual analysis of everything. So we're going to go down. We'll click to the beginning of the game. Computer analysis. Let's check this. Now, one thing that you need to know. Bada boom. You cannot defend this pawn. If you do, all of a sudden you are losing. Like you get a bad situation where he captures. You don't actually have to capture back, so you just accept that it's gone. And now here, you have to step up with your king. And it's a bummer that I know that is the best move, because I have literally had this position more than once. And so you're down a pawn, but you do get a little bit of leverage because you're able to attack this queen a little bit and get your pieces developed. So, but it's not all that meaningful because your king is in the middle of the board. So you don't want to go into that. So bada boom, bada bing, you capture. Is that the best move? No, you bring the knight out. But I think this is the second option. So if he has studied stuff like this, you might as well just do the second option instead of the number one mainline theory. Because if this is the opening he plays, he studied it more than me because I don't play this. So get some pieces developed. Both of these pins, not so great. Castle, trade. He gave up the bishop for really no great reason. Knight to the side of the board is just not great. We tickle him first. Can't be terrible. We have a check. Block. Check. That's the idea. You're still in the middle of the board. I could have just absolutely steamrolled him. Didn't see it. Did not see that all that could have been an option. The king is still in the middle. I was playing like the king was no longer in the middle. I played no effort to give this king any checks anywhere. And so this sacrifice did work? How? We step in. You step out. And then I'm just bringing the rook over. You can play some moves, but I could just capture for one. You play this, but you're stepping away from the dude. And then at this point, we're really just coming in to kill him. We're stepping back to give it another check. Absolutely insane computer line. None of that was ever going to happen. Either way, I found the one move blunder. So thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. It was a pleasure playing chess for you. I'm glad that I was able to blow this opponent off the board. That's how you beat a 1900. Please subscribe if you learned anything. All right, get out of here. Bye. Hey YouTube, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, I'm doing an intro, which I never do. I don't think I've done it for any other videos, but this one is something special to me. You need to watch the entire video to get the entire idea of everything going on, because there's stuff in the middle and in the end that you need to see. So if you don't have the 20 minutes or whatever it is to watch a video, just watch another video. This video, I want you to watch the entire thing, please. And so it's going to be one of my favorites. This was an epic game of chess for me. It was so cool, and there were some coincidences about studying stuff, and it just worked out perfectly. And I think my presentation and everything, and I show a picture of a pretty girl. So just keep watching. You'll see a pretty girl. You'll see some chess. That was like 35 seconds, something like that. Thank you so much. Let's get to the video. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is playing a chill game of chess with the Caro-Kann against a 1944. Before we get going, Caro-Kann is c6. Will we have the exchange or the advance? Or will he play something completely random? We have the fantasy variation, which is the least fun to play as black because it means we're going to be getting attacked, and we are not going to be having a chill game of chess like I had mentioned previously. You can't develop your bishop, so that sucks. You can't develop your knight because he pushes forward, and that sucks. You can't really jump over here because that sucks, and you can't get in the way of the bishop. So you know what you do? You make a concession, and you push a pawn in the middle of the board. It hurts, and it sucks to play, but here we are playing chess. So that's what happens. You know, you get to a certain level, and people just know their openings. And so, oof. We developed the queen, okay? We're pressuring this pawn. Now I want to show you something. First of all, I tried this for my first time ever. A kumato. Kumato, tomato, I don't know. But check out how this thing looks. It's like a green, funky tomato. So what he just did is weakened the dark squares on the queen side of the board. So we're going to take note of that my dark square bishop can definitely maybe do some plundering over there in the near future. This pawn push is available as an option. The check is not too incredibly scary because we just jump out, and he does not have a knight that's going to jump. Bad arrows, bad arrows. He's not going to be able to do this because this pawn is here and I have not captured. That is essentially the reason we are not going to be capturing there. You're going to push or capture. And then we have like a back, I don't know, weird Caro-Kann going on. So we're going for a pawn push. Then, in my personal life, is the audio and everything working? Oh, we're locked in, boys. First of all, no girls watch my videos because girls don't watch me play chess. The bros do. So there we go. So I shot a shot, right? So I've shot 2 shots. I started going to a new gym. I met one girl. She said, I'm only going on a date with you if you take me to this super expensive restaurant. So we went, okay? It was like $140, so not super expensive. But that's far more than you should spend on a first date for an average looking girl. I did it. I'm a simp. Say what you want. And then I didn't want to take her on a second date to another expensive restaurant. She's like, I like men with houses, properties. And I was like, where is your property? What are you talking about? I like girls with, I'm going to show you in just a gosh darn second. So I think we're just going to snap capture back. I'm not sure what else I was supposed to do in that situation. This is a little scary, but now I can at least develop my light square bishop. So actually, I'm quite happy with this. So either way, that was shot number 1. Shot the shot, went on a date. It was a complete dud. Thing number 2, there's a girl that works at the gym. She's a Latina and she's gorgeous. And we have had some good conversations. So we had 2 conversations. And at the last one, she kind of approached me and kind of solicited my Instagram. Okay, so we're waiting on a response. I'm not explaining anything about chess, but you know what? We're still gonna win the game. Okay, check this out. Look at this picture. Get the chessboard out of the way. Sorry, what am I doing? Let me show you what we're looking at here. God damn. So please throw something in the comments. If you believe in God, you're religious, go ahead and hit a prayer for your boy because I need that. And so we can have some isolated queen pawns in the middle of the board. But you know what? I do have this. If the knight comes, I take. He'll take here. I'll develop. He'll hit me. I'll hit that. The pawn will be defended. Is there attack? What if he just takes back? I hit him with this check. He develops a knight like this. Then I develop my knight. Some isolated queen pawns in the middle of the board might not be such a terrible idea. Unless I move this and he hits me with a check at some point. We're just going to snap capture. Queen is under fire right now, so everything that I said is going to happen. So as you get better... Check. Don't even care, bro. Did I blunder or did he blunder? We got 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Is he going to run away like a scared little boy to the side of the board? I don't want to let that happen. We can give this check. Then he steps here. Then we give this check. He can block. No, he can't. Well, take. My rook is hanging. That is for certain. So this check has to be like at least an okay type move. Then this is the next most practical move. Busting open and he just gets out of there. I don't like the looks of that. we're playing this. He can block, but then we go here. No, it's not. The knight's defending. Okay, he hides in the corner. Moment of silence for my rook. Moment of silence. But we're not going to need him where we're going. We're not going to need him. This is also hanging. I don't know if I care. Is there any good move? I can take the knight. He'll take this. I quite like covering this diagonal. We can go here, threatening this. So we can go here. If he takes the rook, this knight is too far away to like actually be able to develop with any meaning at all other than just dying right here. And he's got this move. That's horrific. That's horrific. If I play this, he can just go here. Here. Oh, I blundered. Blundered bad. Do we just push? We push, he gets out. Oh my god, this is defended by that bishop. One minute on the clock. What do I play? This might be one of those moments where I can't find a good move because there are no good moves. I'm about to go straight up a rook down and a pawn because on the way to kill my rook, he grabbed a pawn for free. I literally just hung my rook. In what position? That was my idea, bro. And you know what I was in the middle of saying while I played that? I was like, I know chess players and I know chess players' intuitions because back in this position, I said boom, 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 and then the pawn is protected by the queen. Never in a million years did I care about this diagonal, which we should be worried about. So let's scoot forward. He gives me a little love check. Little love check. We block like this and block like this? No. Oh, if I play this, he takes and then comes back attacking it? Bro, are you serious? Do I just step up? Is that insane? Is that an insane maneuver? Just step up. Bring the knight. We're stepping up 38 seconds. I'm so cooked. I'm beyond cooked. There is no salvaging this. 1944, not a chance. Not a chance. It's rather unfortunate that I'm even recording right now. Okay. Thank you, clock, for letting me know I'm going to lose. Bruh, he's just going to play this. And I can't even get out of it. He's coming back. He's forcing the trades. He was forcing the trades. That is what he plays. Man, this bishop did damage. He did damage, come back, and makes me trade off. This is so unfortunate and not fun to play. What did I say in the beginning of this video? We're going to destroy someone with a chill game in the Caro-Kann. Like, bro. Could I be any more just incorrect about everything? Undeveloped. All right. We're going to lose the queen. I don't think this is I know this is not possible. He has to make a serious blunder. And I'm the one with 15 seconds because I just took 3 seconds crying about that. But you know what we're going to get? Open file, baby. Checks when the knight moves. You know what? If the knight goes here, and this is an open file, this is checkmate because crisscross applesauce. So there might be a small sliver of hope. Gotta just do something. If he plays this, we're so lost. He's jumping in. No, he's not. My pawn's there. He doesn't even want to trade the queens because obviously he's winning. This gives me an open file, but now this is checkmate. Bro. Let's go. Do you need a queen? Do you need a rook? No. What do you need? 2 bishops. And you know what is insane about this? Am I going to be able to show you? So I know we just finished the game. We need to do some stuff with this. Look, we're going to go back. We're going to go back. Look what I was studying. Can you see it? All right. Let's not make this full screen. Literally, this is what I was studying 5 seconds ago. Do you see this? Boom. Are you ready? I was literally studying double bishop mates, and here we go. Like, this is to show you I'm not making stuff up. I was literally studying this, and that's the one. That's the one right here. This is the one that gave me inspiration for what just happened. And wow, I did 3 seconds of studying. I mean, I guess I did 1, 2. I did a couple, and then I said, you know what? YouTube time. We're filming a dub, and so out of nowhere, I don't deserve that at all. We're gonna check it with the computer. I obviously played like 60% accurate. The only good move I played was that 1 bishop move in the end that saved me. And if that wasn't there, there was no hope. Let's go to the analysis and see how bad that actually was. That was probably a minus like 9 position for me. So we're going to check it out. And here we are in the analysis. And I am blown away because 2 things. I was literally just studying double bishop mates. Just in the top right here, you can do learn, and one of them is basic checkmates. Double bishop mate. The other crazy thing, I have never done that before, ever. Never in any of my games of chess, unless it was like a double bishop mate with other stuff involved. Like an example is like this file is cut off and there's a pawn here and the king is here, or like this square is cut off by this, I don't know, and then give a mate, but there's other stuff involved. This is a straight up real double bishop mate. Mated behind all his everything. Crazy. And the fact that I was studying that, I'm going to stop yapping about it. That was 50 seconds of yapping. That is, my mind is blown. What else is crazy about this is, are you ready? Dude, I played 80% accurate. That's not that bad. I've won games where I play like 65% accurate. So I made 1 blunder. What? Oh, yeah. So my blunder, him getting in. Remember I said in the video, I said, what did I say? I said, did he blunder or did I blunder? And nobody did. It was about even because, yes, he was going to get my rook, but I was going to get a crazy attack. The idea behind all of it, I should probably start explaining stuff because I did play 80% accurate. The opponent, 43. That is the lowest I've ever seen. This game has so many new things. So many new things. And before we get started, should I show you one more picture of that girl? Just for good measure. Look at that. Unbelievable. I'm in love with her. I'll pull up her not right now. Okay, let's hop into it. Chess. Okay, so I'm thinking these moves are a little bit interchangeable because we get to the same position. Okay, don't hate it. Best move. Not the best move, but everything's still equal, so I'm happy about it. Now, we trade back. He's slightly winning after bringing this knight. He doesn't do it. He brings the wrong knight. Obviously, every move he makes is going to be not the best because he played 43% accurate, which is insane. We capture, and then realistically, what I needed to think about here was, hey, bro, you've got 2 pieces developed. I've got 2 pieces sort of developed, but he's got discovery ideas on my queen. So realistically, my queen is a liability here, not like a developed piece. I'm not actually like doing a lot of damage. And yes, the bishop's hanging. Just develop something. Even like going here would have been fine. Scooting back with queen would have been fine. So it doesn't happen. I go for this. And my calculation skills are okay because what I calculated could have happened. I calculated this. Boom, 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 boom. Capture. Queen comes here, defending the pawn. You can't get my pawn. Great calculation. Except I didn't see this. So horrible calculation. And so sometimes that happens. I played this move in 3 seconds. Boom. And it's not a blunder because look at the evaluation. Boom. Like, yes, you're getting my rook, but you're only up that pawn because my attack is about to be vicious if I play the right moves. So One thing in chess is when you're trying to checkmate your opponent, you want to go back and forth through their pieces. Go like check with the bishop, check with the queen, check with another bishop, check with the knight. There's cases where you don't do that, of course, where you like check, check, check 3 times with the queen. The queen is different, rooks can be different, but if you're doing like a group effort, it's normally back and forth. Check with the bishop, check with the knight, check with the queen, and then you get a checkmate. I needed to give a double check with the bishop, and it's not clear why. I'm going to show you the best computer lines. We develop the bishop, he attacks the bishop, we step back, and look at this bishop move to the side of the board. Nobody is playing that in a million years. Then, the important part about this is we're pushing this pawn. You get my rook, but you do not get to defend this and get back into the action trading everything. So this knight is hanging onto this pawn. You're not like, you're trapped temporarily. I'm never going to actually kill you with anything because I have nothing that can get over here to attack you, but you are stuck. And so you killed a rook. You still have the bishop, but the bishop's not active. And if you look, the valuation is only +1. And so I'm stepping over with the king. You're coming over. Our computer's giving me different ideas. Before it was bring the rook. We're stepping back. We're going for this. You step away. We're coming in and just hanging this. Don't even care. We're taking this. And it's equal because my queen's doing damage. If your king really goes this way, we got ideas of this. We got this. We got this stuff. Can win a pawn. And this bishop is locked out of the game. All relying off of another bishop check. Now, can you blame me? I'm losing, in my mind. I'm losing, completely losing. So bring my most powerful piece to literally touch the king. Seems like a good idea to me. I guess not. He steps away. And not only that, it's a 2-move sequence. Check here. You got 1 move, and I get another check. Then he goes here, and that's about like where my calculation really was stopping. But, I mean, we definitely... Did you see? Did you see my pieces mobilized? Like, we gave a check with this. Now we bring the queen. Now we bring another bishop. So I'm following my own chess principles. Nobody told me that. I just started doing that. And it makes sense most of the time. So now we've got, 3 pieces in the attack because we did a little back and forth action. So I need to get out of here with the queen because this is just an immediate trade the queens. So I undevelop my queen. And that's bad for a lot of reasons. For one, he can give this check. We go to the middle of the board. He gets the rook. And it's really bad because he's getting out to a defended square attacking both of my pieces. So even when this happens, like if I take, he just takes. And I hit him with a check and he just develops. Like he's not sad about that. That's for sure. He gets the queen trade. I step up and I noticed here, if the knight moves and he takes, this file opens up and this check with the bishop becomes possible. It's given a lot of other best moves. What did I play? I developed the knight because it leaves the option for this. Okay, you gotta hope for something. +5, capture, +4. He can literally do anything. Not anything, but there are a lot of moves he can do. He can sacrifice the knight. He can shut the diagonal. He could defend like this, so it's just not an option. He could move the rook, and then it's not even a checkmate. He hides in the corner. There are a lot of things he could do. He could even step back with the knight. And that would save you? Because what am I going to do? Give this... No, never mind. Yeah, that would work. He steps back with the knight. I can't give this. He'll just take. So, look at that. I am blown away. 7 minutes of analysis. That's all we really need. That is the craziest turn of events, and I remained optimistic. I knew it wasn't like possible to win that position without just something super lucky, and that is something super lucky. I studied double bishop mates, and now we get one. I don't know what else to say. Thank you so much for watching my video. It was a pleasure playing chess for you. I'm trying to get better at the commentating. I'm trying to get better at chess. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. It's a pleasure. I scheduled a lot of videos for this week, and I'm a little scared to post this video because I'm talking about that Latina, but she'll never see it. And if she does, maybe she'll think it's cute. Probably not. Me showing her fitness physique to 100 viewers. I don't know. Say what you want to say. But I love you guys. Get out of here. I'll see you next time. Please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000. It's going to take a while. So if like two or three you could do it, that'd be pretty cool. All right. Thank you so much. And I'm not going to take up any more of your time. All right. Thank you so much for clicking on my video. Today we have a special treat. We have a subscriber battle to the death on our hands. And so our opponent here is quite powerful. I have played him before, but he pretty much always gets the best of me. And so what we're going to do is we go into the Caro-Kann if he captures. I believe that in his opening repertoire, he steps back. And I don't think that he knows, but if he captures, I know this line a little bit better than the step back. And so I'm grateful to see that. And so my opening development plans are pretty straightforward. We pretty much bring the bishop out, get ready to castle, put the rook on the open file. We do something such as pin the knight, and then my knight does a little zigzag to the center where it normally gets kicked out by a pawn advancement. And so one of the key factors in this for, I'm trying to make sure, is my face too bright? Yeah, so that's a great move. We're just going to go ahead and castle. And so if it has to happen, we scoot the rook over, and now I have an extra square to hide my bishop if I need to step back. Now, we can go ahead and pin, but what if he just does something? I think this is the right idea. And then this battery is something that we need to be a little bit cognizant of because it is incredibly hard to deal with. Because if you get battered around, it's just not so great. It's hard to deal with because this diagonal becomes not so easy to defend for me. And then also, this becomes a little bit difficult to defend. So there's a lot of stuff going on. He's got a very nice center. I mean, he's kind of controlling a lot of squares. But I think we're just going to go ahead and bring the knight. Don't see a huge reason not to. If he kicks us back, we will go back to the f8 square, which is a weird square for the bishop to go to, but I think that's what we're supposed to do. And then it plays a little bit of a defensive piece, and potentially we go for a pawn push, and we're hanging out on this diagonal. Because if you see, his bishops are kind of going this way, and if my bishop comes over here or here, I just don't know if it's the greatest. Now, I simply can't bring my knight this way like I would like to. So we might just make a little weak pawn move on the side of the board. His bishop can grab this diagonal, and my queen will probably go here, and we'll get this diagonal. And oh dear lord, we've got a game of chess on our hands. Oh dear lord. Okay. I think taking is actually okay, but I want to just preserve this. And if I scoot back and he captures and I get the pawn cube, that's something that just everybody likes. If you're a chess player, you like to see a little pawn cube. It's kind of a special thing to happen. Yeah, the rook to the center matching my rook makes a whole lot of sense. I'm fairly certain that just doing this can't be a boom, directly attack the king. I don't think that this can be a bad idea, and we still might be facing this. And so that would be a concession on his part by weakening his king by making like these pawn advancements in the game. Boom, boom would be, you know, permanently weakening the king. But he would also give me a pawn cube, but he would get my light square bishop for the knight, and he would have the only light square bishop on the board, which could come into use later, even if I make the pawn cube. So I think his game plan is actually kind of not impossible. Okay, so I think we're just going to go ahead and trade that off. We're not even going to think. We're going to just trade that off as well. We're going to throw in this check for no reason at all. Just kidding. We're not actually going to do that. But we could. We could give him a check, and then the king maybe steps onto one of these squares, which maybe isn't as good. And we're a little bit worried about his knight jumping on in. Makes sense. So we might do a check. He steps here, and then we come back here. If he takes, my queen gets in. But if I go here, he could ignore it and just fly into my position. So stepping over and bringing my rook to this file probably isn't a stupid idea. But he can pretty easily come at me with an attack such as this. So I think we might go for this, but that might just induce his pawn coming in. If I go here, this pawn becomes weak. But let's just go ahead and put a rook, my least active piece. I would like to put my least active piece on its most active square. That's the one rule of chess you should just know. That did kind of walk into questions about my bishop. Where is my bishop going to go? Questioning my bishop's career path. Oh, I'm going to pull up my Instagram, so if he messages me, I can see it. And his knight is looking kind of stupid. I'm going to be straight up. I mean, my knight's not all that great, but his knight, undefended, side of the board. My king looks weird. We just got a position. Position going on. Directly into my position. He will hit me with this fork. This king move was stupid. That was a stupid king move. Oh boy. If I step forward, then I can get hit with check. Then I step over. Actually, I don't hate it. What if I just jump in? Then I push. I mean, he can just take. That's probably not actually so great for me. We're just doing it. We're just doing it. We're going to step over here. This bishop is going to come back. That my little king stepping around didn't make any sense at all, period. And oh boy. But something that I kind of like. Something that I kind of like is pushing this forward with tempo on the queen. Then I come back. No, I can't push this forward. This pawn is pinned. So he could just take it. So that's never going to work. Never, ever. He could just play it slow and bring a rook to the open file. Then I slide back. He takes. Yeah, rook to the open file. Makes a whole heckin' lot of sense to me. We slide back. If he takes, my king steps over. He can't get in. He could push. We get something like this. I think we're going to just go for this. What we're scared about is his rook arriving on our 7th rank. We absolutely cannot have that. We also have to note this pawn is undefended in the position. He still could just jump in with the knight, actually. Like, this move is actually fully possible. And that supports. So he could jump in. Then I would take. Then he could get in like this. But then I'm in time to defend. Nah, he wouldn't do that. But if he takes first, I can unpin, essentially. So if he takes first, I can take this way and unpin this whole situation. 21-68. You know, when I play people, I should play the Zen mode. Zen mode and just not get worried. Okay. We're worried about this. That covers. Feebly it covers. Now I can actually push forward. And then if he scoots like this, I can get in. No, then he would take. Oh boy, I'm getting pressurized. Let's get into an endgame, bro. I'm scared. This pawn is undefended. This pawn is undefended. I can't really push all that well because all these tactics over here. I can't put my knight to the center. Maybe a pawn sacrifice would actually make sense. So we get a take, and then maybe he pushes and gets a past pawn, but I jump in and attack the queen and have activity. And still, I have not activated my least active piece. He has activated all of his pieces. His knight is scaring my king. His queen is scaring a little bit of everybody. And I'm just hanging on for dear life. Just hanging on to my stuff. What is my queen doing? He wants a queen trade. So he's banking on this 4-on-3. Here, 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 here. I mean, let's just go into an endgame. Let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, he could step somewhere. If he doesn't, I jump forward. So we're going to go ahead and take this. My knight has no forward momentum. I will step forward with my king. And we have a completely even position here. Make no mistake about it. I think I will step forward one more square. Temporarily, his knight is actually hanging. So maybe he could blunder over here and get his knight trapped. Because that king took away the retreating square for the knight. Now this is attacked by my king. Obviously, this is attacked by some pawns. Coming forward, walks into a fork. Stepping here, walks into this. Now his knight can get out. Very, very reasonable, my friend. So if he doesn't move one of these pawns, I have no forward momentum. So playing this greatly weakens my squares. So if I play here and he steps back, my knight goes here. His knight could go here and attack this. That's no fun. Yeah, this is holding this square from his knight, which is maybe important to note. But yeah, my knight has no forward momentum. But we are in an endgame. And the way that one of us is going to lose this endgame is a passed pawn. And I'm creating a passed pawn over here, and he's creating a passed pawn over here. And I think his prospects are actually a little bit easier than mine. But because his knight is so far away and my king is already here, it might actually make sense to just launch a pawn. If he takes, I take. Sorry, I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Deep breath. I'm thinking about just throwing this pawn. If he pushes, I take, he takes. Not even going to think about it. We're just going to go for it. Probably a little bit of a dumb move. What if he like just pushes? But my knight is over here, and his knight is all the way over here. Okay. I can push forward. And then this pawn becomes kind of an object of interest for everybody. This isn't smart. If he pushes here, I mean, I just take, so we're not too worried about that. We take here, and then we just have this. I push forward. He takes, I take. He pushes and gets a passed pawn. I come in and attack. He defends. I step forward. He hits me with check. I step in here. What about this? Take. No. This is a stupid idea. Here. No, he could just push here. This seems flimsy. I think we're just going to take. And he might be able to make the passed pawn over here. But I think my knight and king are pretty close. So if we go here, fairly certain he just pushes. If I go here, take, push, here, in, check, more in. I think this might be the way forward. We push. No, he can hit me with this. Ugh. Here. I don't want to weaken my pawn structure like that. Because, yeah, if I push and he just pushes here, then I step over. He could even lock it down like that. So here. I think we maybe go for this, step up. Hit me with check. Step back. Here. And then my knight is just barred out of the game forever. What if I kick the knight and the knight jumps and then I push? So maybe like this. Here. I don't know what I'm trying to accomplish here. King and pawn endgames are so difficult, and we add in the knight, and that just adds an extra layer of difficulty. I think I'm going to just push this pawn. I've thought about it long enough. I don't know what to do. I officially don't know what to do. He can kind of activate his king even more. I literally can't move forward in any type way. Uh-huh. We attack the knight. The knight comes here. We can't allow that. This check here, here, here doesn't work. Gotta do something with this knight. Now he does have this. So I don't know what to do. I'm gonna step over here. And it's about time he brings his knight. But then I can kind of do the same thing. It's not a passed pawn. Maybe it would actually just weaken my position more. Like if he pushes, take, check here. He steps over, but he's got a real passed pawn. I mean, I have to take, right? We're going to step over here. He's probably going to push. I can jump in and attack it and then jump in with check. If he doesn't push, probably it's about time for him to bring his knight. Because now this is a passed pawn, but it's not so sure if it's like a good thing or a bad thing. So we're going to jump in here. If he pushes, I jump in here. Here. I just feel like this has to be the right move. We got plus 3 second increment. He can even step over. But then I jump back and then I'm really attacking this pawn. So he does have to push, I believe. But then I jump in and I'm really attacking the pawn again. We jump in like this. We're attacking the pawn. Is there a way to defend that? You jump in. I take. I think we're chilling. We go like this. We want this pawn, buddy. And then if his king goes anywhere. So that's what I was saying. Like, he's going to get a passed pawn, but it wasn't so sure with his knight so far away and my king and my knight over here. It wasn't so sure if that passed pawn was going to be an asset or a liability. And so I believe we have to, we're just going to take this pawn, right? Yes. Now what does he want? We can also fork here. We fork and win this pawn. Is that the pawn that needs to be won in this position? He's definitely coming forward. I think we just go for this. Check. Okay. We grab this. There's no checks. Then I come here and I have a little tempo on that. Come here. And then I can hit him with a check and step in. So check here, step in. Here. I actually like this check because if he steps here, then I have this fork. We hit him with this fork. We grab this pawn. Yes. We step back. We're threatening that knight, essentially. And we're holding this. So we push. This is held by the knight. I think it doesn't really matter which one we take, but he can't come into the position this way. He can't come into the position this way. He can hit me with a check. But I step back. And then his knight is just cooked, actually. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. 3 passed pawns and the knight is gone. It's a wrap. I'm not sure what to think about that game. that was a good game. And we definitely got some instructive. You know what it was? It was going into the main line. If he would have stepped back, nobody tell him this, but if he would have stepped back, next time we play, step back, because the amount of studying I have done in this position is like 0, and the amount of games and studying I've done in this position is like 7. And so let's check it with the computer. I'm not sure how accurate it was, so let's check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And all right, here we are in the analysis. And that was a pretty good game where the pressure was being applied to me. There was some crazy tactics that he just did not find. And then in the end game, a couple blunders were made. I was able to grab some pawns, and then that was a wrap. And so if we take a look, a little gander at this graph, we see that white was doing quite well out of the opening in the middle game. Then in the end, even in the end game, it was still equal. Even if he was going to lose that pawn, it was still equal because I had a weird pawn structure. So it was going to be hard to actually capitalize on the 4-on-3. And then if we check it out, 6 inaccuracies by our opponent, 1 mistake, 3 blunders, 84% accurate, and then I had 2 mistakes, 2 blunders, 90% accurate. And so if we hop into the opening, we have the Caro-Kann, the main line. He captures, I capture back, and then my game plan is pretty simple. We bring the bishop, we castle, we put the rook on the open file. If you see, these are pretty much all the top moves. Then these two, I have looked at the computer, they are pretty interchangeable. You can go ahead and play either, and it's going to have the same position. This hangs a pawn, but one of my weaknesses is just not seeing stuff like that because I expect the opponent is not going to hang pawns just in one move. So I don't even look for stuff like that. When he pushes the pawn, I just assume it's defended, and I don't even go for it. So I bring the knight. He could then cramp my position quite ferociously. This move would actually be pretty good, and then I'm kind of stuck with a choice of what to do with the bishop. The bishop's going to move. Then I'm supposed to support like this, which is a weird move. I don't know what you're supposed to do, but I'm supposed to support here, making room for my knight to be able to come this way. And so we step back. Okay, we bring the queen up. I still like it, but white has a +1 advantage, but he doesn't actually have the pawn, and so it more or less means nothing. It just means that he's got a nice position. It doesn't mean he's won anything yet. So we immediately trade this off. Then we trade this off. Then I step over with my king, which is a complete blunder because it invites this idea, which is not fun. And so seeing that come, I step forward. He comes in with the bishop. I step over. And then he was supposed to just bring another piece to the party. That would be attacking this. Or he can bring the rook, then play something like this. And then if you can get your pieces one step closer to your opponent, do it. And this would have been a way to get this knight on a bad square, on a sketchy square, but not immediately. I can't take it immediately. It's a sketchy square. Bringing the rook is the better play. Then this bishop is attacking and my bishop is defending. So when he trades them off, it more or less just completely equalizes the position. If he would have stepped back and attacked my queen, then I essentially have to step back with my queen or defend, or what the heck is this? I just ran some like C++ on this. And so we take, and now the file is defended for my rook. This structure is actually quite sound. This knight is not scaring anybody if we trade the queens. We trade the queens, it ruins his pawn structure, and we're just rushing it into an endgame. So we go for this, we trade. We bring the kings, get the kings to the center of the board, and then I make a mistake, but it's still pretty much equal no matter what. So we take. I push this pawn because I literally didn't know what else to do. It's one of the best moves. And so he needed to realize bringing the knight is what he needs to do. This knight is not doing anything over here. He needs to bring the knight and assist in his 3-on-2. Because right now, he's got a 3-on-2, but I have a king and a knight. He essentially just has a king. So he needed to bring the knight to maintain equality. So some moves are made. This is a bad square for my knight, but I've got a quick idea of getting back into the action. So I'm stepping away from the action to come right back at it. And so we take, and now he has a passed pawn. But it's kind of a liability. He now has split pawns. And so I've just got my solo dolo pawn over here. And so this was the move to keep it equal. It prevents my knight from jumping in. And if my knight gets here, oh boy, my knight can go here and attack here, or it can go up here and also attack here. And this is your absolute weakness in the position. He didn't push it forward, so I have the opportunity of jumping in and immediately attacking this. Then I'm actually supposed to step back and attack these guys. I'm still going to be able to win it, but it doesn't matter. This was his last opportunity, which is really difficult to calculate this. He could jump in if I take. He steps back, if I step here, he jumps in with check, and I can't scoot over to defend this pawn. So if I stepped back this way, he still does this, but then he renders my king kind of operation defend this pawn, and defending this pawn is very important because this pawn is very close to promoting. Then he can kind of bring his king and deal with this over here, and more or less he can maintain a draw even though I'm up a pawn. But this is my extra pawn, and it's not that special because if it was here, it would be very different. But it's over here, so it's actually kind of difficult for me to make a pass pawn, and the king can handle that just fine. He didn't see it, and he walks into another fork. Where are we at? I take, then we hit him with the fork. We take the pawn. Then we're coming back with the immediate idea of giving more checks. He pushes the pawn. Obviously makes sense not to lose it. I step in with this fork. Man, my knight is just the jumping around forking god. And so we grab another pawn. Now we officially have a 4-on-1, and these guys cancel out. And not only that, I still have my king very close. If this pawn ever does fall, it's still going to be difficult to promote this. And so at this point, he steps back. This is defended, so that's not really an escaping square. This isn't really an escaping square because I'm going to take, and then not only that, I have another passed pawn. But he steps, where are we at? He steps over because he did not want to trade. But now, these are the retreating squares. He's got no more retreating squares. You got to be very careful when you put your knight specifically in any of these squares, okay? Like any of the corner squares, because he does not, like if the knight is here, he only has 2 moves, okay? And so here, he's only got 4 moves, if that makes sense. So you don't want your knight in the corner or close to the corner or on the wall or anything like that. And so that's a wrap. That was our battle for the day. So thank you so much. If you made it this far, I hope you learned something. I think the most instructive moment in this game is if you're playing Kip 314 chess, bring the knight back. Don't bring the knight forward in the Tartakower. I understand that. And then here's another one. Don't trade off your attacking bishop for my defending bishop. Then also, if you can bring another piece like attacking squares incredibly close to the enemy king, do it even if it looks scary. Or attack the queen and force me to step back. That was it. If he would have made some of these moves, it would have been a different game. But other than that, you know, just be careful when you have a 4-on-3. Be careful how you make that pass pawn, because if it's like your only knight is all the way over here and my king and my knight are here, don't make that pass pawn, because I'm just going to stop it somehow and then kill it. And then your pass pawn became a liability. You want to bring that knight over and have it defended, and then you're got a chance at winning or drawing. I hope you learned something. Thank you so much. If you made it this far, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it takes forever. So I'm getting like 2 or 3 every day. Some days like 13, but those are special days. So thank you so much. I don't know why I just did that, but I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much. I love you. Bye. This, and I can just grab the rook. Is that what I should really be doing? Grab a rook? Is there a checkmate? Check here. Check here. I mean, then we grab the rook and we're threatening the other rook. I hate to play chess like this. 42 seconds, 2-second increment. I thought about that for like an entire minute. I didn't see the checkmate. I'm so sorry. I know it was there. I didn't see it. If he moves the king, then we are essentially getting with checkmate. If he blocks with the queen, we grab the rook. We're also threatening the other rook, and you have to resign. But, gosh darn it. Was there a checkmate? How do I look at it with the computer? I'm completely winning. Mate in 4. That's not it. That is it. If here, if he runs back, check, here, check. What is the mate, bro? How do I look at it on here? Self-analysis brings us to another page. Chess.com is a sloppy performance at best. All right, we're going back. Mate in 4. Rook g3. King h7. Rook h3. Oh. That's what it was. That's what it was. Because this square and this square are cut off. Wait. No. Then he runs back. Mate in one. Dude, ooh, that's tricky. That's tricky. The queen, that's geometry. Okay? Did not see it. Not a chance that I saw that. All right, let's X out of this one. Go back to this one. We're going to make it full screen. If you guys can see, by the way, if you've made it this far in the video, can you see down here? No, you can't. The Brave browser. Can you see the lion? You can't see anything that I'm talking about. Whatever. I've been using Brave because you can play on chess.com without getting the ads. And also, you can watch my YouTube videos without getting the ads. Sorry I took forever to explain that. What should we play next? We're just out here smoking people. Out here smoking people. We'll go ahead and do one more bullet, and then we'll hop into a rapid, okay? We'll hop into a rapid. If you see, I start the game with, gosh darn, we're taking this because I don't like this line. We're going to give it a check. Oh, now it's playing in the background. Not fun. So the audio is all messed up. I think we're going to take that. Take here. What am I trying to do? Okay. We need a castle, right? Check. King steps over. We step here. We're going to grab that. I don't know what he's taking so long thinking about. You're definitely going to capture that knight, aren't you? I mean, you could try. A sacrifice? I don't know what I'm thinking about. We're going to go here. He's going to hit us with a check. We're going to step over here. We cover it. We step back. We're covering this with the queen. Queen trade on the board. The queen was already defended, so it's actually not the end of the world. This is now pinned. We grab this. We take this. We take your knight. You take your... Are you crazy, bro? Are you absolutely bonkers? Step back this way. Don't even care. All of a sudden, we defend it with a pawn. Rook comes over here. Try and stay on this file, bro. It's just not going to happen. We're going to attack you over here. Oof. 11 seconds. I should stop blundering. We're going to go up here. Here. Bro. Timeout. 5 seconds. I mean, I got tactical there in the end. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. And I stopped talking because I got scared. Here. Check. He doesn't have to step up, but he steps up here, and we get him with this discovery. Beautiful tactic. Revealing the rook onto the queen, thus grabbing this rook. This rook is down here being kind of scary, but he's actually not participating in the attack. Not to mention I'm up 2 minor pieces. Wow. I am just on a rampage. An absolute rampage. Do you think that I have the stamina and the steam to hop into a rapid game? Well, if you have made it this far, I did not play this many games to lose right here and now. But let me close this because... Okay. So I've got this going on. I think I need to close this. Sorry, I was Xing out of stuff, and I was kind of really scared that it was going to X out of my game in the middle of it. I can edit that out as well. I'm not the best YouTuber, you know. I'm doing stuff on the fly. I'm new to this computer setup and stuff. So our opponent has just sunk into the tank, and I intend to use that completely against his disadvantage because there are no friends in chess. I am here to smoke this guy. Right now, if his mom is talking to him through the door, or his girlfriend is sending him text messages or whatever, arguably the moral of the story is maybe a female is distracting him or he's at work. But what else is there to explain? This is the Caro-Kann. Let's take the next steps forward, my friend. From India? That's not India. What is it? It is India. Man, that's tiny. I'm capping. It's not that tiny. I have great eyes. But I don't know my flags very well. I thought it might be like something else in the Middle East. Bro, I'll take this free elo. You made one move, and I made one move. We're in a game of chess. I will get 10 rating points. I'll get 9 rating points if you don't come back to the game. He made a move. Immediately, we hop back onto the horse. Let's go. He moved the horse. We're hopping onto the horse. This is the Caro-Kann. Will he exchange? Let's go, bro. 2 minutes. 2 minutes for my 6 seconds. And that was kind of just because I'm dilly-dallying. And we've got this pre-moved, bro. It's in red. I'm ready. Boom. Let's go. Put it on his king. Let's go. I mean, can we give a little, take a little gander? Joined 2018. This is my bro. This is my bro. 1997. He's 3 years younger than me. So this is an adult from India that has been playing on chess.com since 2018. That is longer than me. I joined chess.com in November 2021. 1 year after. Exactly 1 year after the Queen's Gambit. And so that's how long I've been playing chess. I played a little bit of chess before that in my adolescence, and I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. If you guys don't know that, I live in California now, but I'm just blabbing. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, very close to the St. Louis Chess Club. I've been there many times. I played in the only tournament that I have ever played in there. I lost to a kid that was like 7 or 8 who had Tourette's. His name was Benjamin, and I'll never forget. He took one of my pieces, and he goes, "You dropped something," when he was taking my whatever. So if I step forward, he's very quick to jump forward with my knight. If I step here, he's also. But you don't see this too often in the exchange. Caro-Kann, which makes me believe that it's not that great of a move. I jump forward, he jumps forward, I block, he takes, I take. He brings the queen to attack the pawn, I push. I think we're going to be all right. Just from playing chess, what we're a little bit worried about is this idea. Maybe even more so this idea, because it confronts my center immediately. But I think we're chilling. So yeah, he just jumps forward. I mean, the only move. He can threaten checkmate. Yeah, he comes forward threatening checkmate. But now I can take. By golly, did he blunder? I can take. Then these guys see each other. I'm attacking the queen. I cover checkmate. I think we're chilling. And if he takes this, I can... I mean, I'm just up pawns, so... We take. If he takes with check, I just step forward. Everything is held. We're looking at the queen. The knight! What am I doing? Bro! Am I retarded? Am I retarded? I thought... Take a deep breath. If all of that happened, he can't be that good of a chess player. I can't be that good of a chess player. What am I doing? Bro, how long did I even take thinking about that move? Obviously, move the gosh darn undefended piece. I'm going to lose this pawn, but it's chilling. So now we've just got to make a comeback. How exactly do we do that? We bring a knight. This is absolutely tragic. He launches into the center most likely. Then we push a pawn. He pins the knight. We attack the queen. He takes. Oh, God. And he's ready to castle. And I can't even castle this way anymore because I'm an idiot. We push forward. Ready to develop with tempo. Develop with tempo. He's looking at the queen. We're just going to take. I'm down a pawn, so I'm going to have to figure out a way. To win a pawn. So we're going to just go here. Maybe I should have left that on the board to give him some ideas with this guy. I think we're going to slide over here. Then he has to defend like this. The next idea would be come in, put my knight probably on this square. If we get this knight to move, I win this guy. He's got weak light squares over here, I would believe. But unfortunately, I don't have any light square pieces, so it doesn't really matter all that much. Maybe we just straight up push, get the knight to move, and then we win this pawn. I'm only down a pawn. Completely equal, except he's got this pawn. Or this pawn. However, whichever pawn you want to look at it. He's up a pawn. And only because I'm an idiot. I was supposed to be down 2 pawns, but up a piece. And then I was going to mop this up without a problem. But unfortunately, I've just been winning too much. And I'm bound for a loss. And so, one thing that makes me suspiciously confident about this is our opponent's long drinks from the thinking pool. First of all, I can give a check. Second of all, I can immediately do this. Don't think that really does anything good for me. Okay. He takes, but then I take. I should probably actually take 2 seconds to think about this. I think coming this way, with the idea of coming here, and if he takes me, I take the bishop. And don't even care about the knight, but then he's got to make a move with the knight to get out of there because his knight is hanging. So I think we're going to go for this. If he captures, I take. We go boom. If he captures, I step back. Let's calculate. What's going on here? Boom. If he does nothing, I'm going to win a pawn at the end of this, I believe. He could just defend, but then I take. And if he takes like this, I take like this, take like this, take like this. Okay, so I do win a pawn, and if he doesn't do it that way, I win this pawn. Okay, so I jump forward. If he takes, I just grab the bishop. No, he has this fork. Dag nabbit. He has this fork. So if he jumps forward, none of it's going to work. Because if I take, he hits me with this fork, and that sucks. Oof. Is an obscure king step to the side, will that get me banned for cheating? Because that is just such a deep and complicated idea. I don't think this check really does anything good for anybody. If anything, he just steps forward, and we're stepping over. We're stepping over with the king so that this idea, take, and we get the bishop. That is really what I'm going for here. Where I get the bishop, keep my bishop, he gets rid of the knight, and then he's just got a knight versus my bishop. It's not the worst plan in the world. You got to fight for something. I got to either figure out how to win a pawn or get an imbalance, such as give me the bishop and get rid of your bishop. So he could easily just defend that and then just nullify my entire plan of everything, and then I got no hope. He steps forward. Oh, God. Now I don't have this check, but okay, we step forward. He takes. I take. He attacks my rook. I attack the knight. The knight would be trapped. If he just defends, I take. No more thinking. We're doing it. We're doing it. I think that I win a pawn at the end of this. Or I get the bishop and lose a knight. And that was a high level. That was a high level calculation. I love the king. King h8 is always a good strategy. He takes. I just go ahead and capture, correct? I'm going to lose this, but I'm going to get a pawn doing so. So yeah, if he just attacks it immediately, we step over, we push here, he attacks, I take, he takes, I take. I think that we go for this. Call me crazy. This is actually pretty important. He left my gosh darn bishop on the board. I go here. If he attacks me either way, I take. If he takes back, then I take, and then I'm just up some pawns, correct? If I go here, and he attacks me here, I step here, but then he just goes here, and that's it. So what if I push? If he takes, I just straight up get out. This just happens to be just luckily defended, so I like this. You attack, I take. We're out here playing chess, bro. I'm going to lose my bishop. We're going to do something about it. He's ready to die. My bishop is ready to die. We take this. You take my bishop. I take your pawn. And then I'm just up. Correct? Is there anything else? Tempo on the rook? Oh my goodness. Tempo on the rook. You attack me again. I take. This might keep... Oh my god. We attack the rook. The rook comes here. We step in to defend. He takes again, but then I'm ready to protect. Then you come over. I mean, I'm going to lose the bishop anyway, so, like, why did I spend so long thinking about that? It's like, oh, does it really matter all that much? I either just lose the bishop or I try and do this and do something a little bit more fancy. So that was, like, an improper use of time, to be completely fair. But now when he attacks it again, I step forward and I'm defending. And if he chooses that one, it's defended, bro. It is defended. Oh, my goodness. And not only that, if you take back, that's a check. We slide over. We go here. We step over. I mean, he probably just steps up or something, correct? No, I step over. He has to push, because if he doesn't, I'm ready for this check. Let me in, bro. You were supposed to not play like that. I messed up in the beginning, but if you... I'm unconvinced that he was able to calculate everything in that position right there. And maybe he did, but I'm unconvinced. I'm unconvinced. What am I unconvinced about? I mean, what else was he supposed to do? I didn't realize how strong this rook move was, because that's the threat. And then not only that, like, you got to step over, and then this is defended. And then this is self-sufficient, and you push forward, then this is just like an iron shield in your position that's never going to move. And so I don't even think we really need to use the computer on this one. Maybe we should check this opening. Bro, what am I doing? What am I doing? How long did I take to play that move? So I definitely thought about this and was like, okay, well, you can't really take both. But for some reason, when he took this and it happened to be a check, it like threw me off. And actually, in many positions, this exact trade, so I'm not going to put my hand in the camera, this exact trade does happen. Forget about the knight here, but you slide forward so that you protect this and break the check. And so if he trades, then you take back with the knight, and then this was held, or the bishop's holding, or whatever. So when he captured here, I've just played this move to cover both so many times, like queen on queen action, defending the pawn. I've played that so many times that it just made this a knee-jerk reaction, and I took 2 seconds and played this move, and then I think in this next following 1 second, I said, wait a minute, the queen is defended, but the knight is not. Oh boy. And then so we check this out. I'm down a pawn. We traded the queens, which probably was not advisable. He could have just played. Let's bring it over to the computer. I'll see you over there. I'm going to do this one quick. And into the analysis we go. And that was a wild ride, and I hope that you learned something. And so we are about to learn a little bit more. Definitely, I made some blunders in that game, but you know what I mean? I made some high-level moves as well. And so definitely some very low-level moves. But if we look at this graph, I made it interesting. It's starting out even, and then I screw it all up. And I'm not doing good because I was crushing, and I throw it away. So that's what this is. I'm crushing, obviously, because that little exchange in the beginning. And I'm going to explain to you why I made that knee-jerk reaction blunder, because it is the correct move in other positions that are very similar. So I mess up and I go from completely having a free piece, -4, to a +1 because I screwed up and I lost a pawn for all of that, basically. Then throughout the entire middle game, he's winning. But finally, I'm able to just wiggle around enough and get an advantage in this endgame. I threw it away for a second, but it was hard to see. And so 2 blunders, 1 inaccuracy, and 80% accurate. I mean, I see that. Definitely 10% dropped out of like 6 moves into the opening. So we get the Caro-Kann. Now, I literally know what you're supposed to do in this position. You put the bishop here. This is why. Best move. What people do sometimes is they bring the queen. So then when you take, they take. But then you block with the queen. You're defending this pawn. Then if they take, you jump in with the knight, and you're defending against this knight jumping into the middle of the board. And he's got to just develop a piece, you develop, completely equal, even position. And so that happens in the Caro-Kann sometimes. I know that problems can occur when you develop this knight into this pin. I know that. And so I did it because I was like, you know what? I'm not afraid. It's just not the greatest plan of action. So you bring the bishop. And most of the time, the best move is for them to scoot back, but nobody is ever going to do that. So you basically just take, they bring the queen out, the queen takes, you block with your queen, they take, you take, completely equal position. So the reason that I decided to block with the knight is because this bishop was not already doing something and the pawn wasn't pushed. So for whatever reason, it made me feel like, oh, normally this pawn is pushed and maybe the bishop's out here. So this is scary because you can't play this because the bishop's over here doing something. And I thought, okay, well, that's not the case. My bishop is here to break the pin. So let's just do that. Walk right into it. And this is not good. We break the pin and he develops the queen. This is terrible because this knight can now move. And this is not a check because the bishop is here. So it actually did serve the purpose. And so we take here. We're attacking the queen. We're also attacking the bishop. So he rushes in taking the pawn. What is even the best move, I guess? To take the pawn. Yeah. Now, one thing I did not even consider was knight c6. Did not even consider it at all. I figured take, and then block like this to protect the pawn. And forgot completely about the knight. So there's only 3 legal moves in this position. I can block with the queen, I can block with the knight, or I can block with the knight this way. Didn't even consider the best move. I did not even see that it was a possibility for whatever reason, even though this is the natural development square of the knight in every single game of chess that I have ever played. So I don't know why I didn't consider the knight just going back to the natural square. Couldn't explain it. Literally, it came from that square, and I didn't even consider that it could go back to it. I figured I had to block the check on this square. Forgive me for that. Forgive me for that. And we blunder, and it makes things interesting. You know what I mean? If this would have happened, if this move would have happened right here, I'm just going to smoke the opponent. He's going to take, I'm going to come over, he's going to scoot out of here, I'm going to just develop, and then I'm just going to steamroll him and absolutely destroy him. 9 times out of 10. So that this happened, we got a little interesting game. Now it's equal. And if anything, I'm fighting back from a losing position. So luckily we get to develop the bishop with tempo, attacking the queen. We castle, but we trade off the queens. And so now it is a completely even position, although he's up a pawn. So that's not good for me. And so I was supposed to get proactive and jump to the middle of the board. This is still, actually, you let it think long enough? All right, this is the best move. Because I liked the idea of pinning this knight, the bishop coming here, and then my knight arriving here. So this move is actually the best move. So the second idea is to simply attack this knight and make him move anywhere, and then I can just grab this pawn. That was like another pretty simple idea, but I thought I needed to be more complicated, so I thought, oh, I'll attack it, pin it, reroute like this, win a pawn like that. It was really as simple as push, and he would have to like weaken his side of the board somehow. Okay? So my incredibly deep idea, which isn't that deep, it was basically I go here, he takes, I take, then he has this fork. That is what I was worried about. So moving the king gets me out of that fork, but then so does moving the rook to a more active piece, moving this rook to the semi-open file, also protecting against the fork. Pushing a pawn, I guess, was even okay, but that's not if I'm going for this idea per se. So moving the king to the side of the board didn't really do a whole lot. I could have got more active with this, and then even if the check comes, I don't know, whatever. I step over with the king. Don't hate it. And he's only winning by 0.6. If we let it think a little bit longer, it might say more, but he takes, I take. And I didn't realize he didn't have a lot of great options for the knight. If he plays like this, I simply capture, and then I get a pawn. But it's still equal because he's up a pawn. Like, look at this. I got a 2 on 4 and then a 4 on 3. So that's a bad way of doing math, but he's up a pawn. I didn't realize how stupid his knight was. And so he can just attack me, but then best move, I jump in, I do win the pawn, he comes here, but then I get out of it like this. The knight goes to the middle of the board, I attack the knight jumps in, I attack the rook. He gets active with it. And then it's just, he's still winning, okay? And he could have just played like that. Just attack immediately. Instead, he takes one step further. I guess it makes sense because it looks like you attack me and then I just slide out. Like, what happens if I just slide out? He's still up the pawn, so nothing really changed. So whatever. I traded the piece. That was kind of my intention of the whole thing. Wasn't to win a pawn or anything. It was just to have the bishop versus the knight. And I kind of did think, like, okay, I can just get out and then you get out and then we continue to play a game of chess. But I have a bishop and you have a knight and an extra pawn. So none of that happened. He completely blunders, where I take the knight and then my bishop is actually trapped in jail. But the thing is, I'm going to use that bishop to desperado for something. I'm trapped behind dark squares, so I'm taking something on those dark squares. Now, this is a better move. Because if he attacks me, I step over here. If he steps forward and attacks me, I jump forward. If he attacks like this, I defend. And the problem is, I am really just trying to hang on to this bishop, and you got to make a lot of moves to get in there to even get me. And so, long story short, could have defended the bishop like that. The move that I made, he traps me and I take the knight. The move that I made is a blunder because I am not on this square. So I do not have the tactic of taking back with the pawn, defending the bishop. So if he just attacks me plain and simple, I got to kill myself for something. And then, yeah, I get this pawn. You also get it. I mean, I get this pawn. And then that would be the end of the line, essentially, where we're just completely equal. We're just completely equal. So he could have saved it. He could have saved it after this moment. Just simply attack me. I'm going to kill you for something, but you're already winning. So you're already winning in the terms of pawns. So me killing pawns for the bishop is just equal for you. Here, we get lucky. We get to scoot one closer to this diagonal. We attack the rook. Now the rook scoots over. But now, when I capture here, it temporarily defends my bishop, which is just a magical thing. Magical moment. A magical chess move. Then, he comes over. But by golly, I step over and I pin the pawn. And it's just rough because if you push, then this just remains forever. And these two are locked in. Lovers that will never separate ever. And I'm in your position, baby. And then I'm just going to mobilize my rooks and completely destroy you because this is just so powerful. And so no matter what else you do, you're screwed. You're just screwed. So he sacrifices here the exchange, and that's a wrap. I don't know what else he was supposed to do. So I played 80% accurate. It wasn't the most accurate thing ever. I guess this idea didn't really make a lot of sense because you can just attack me. But you know what? I don't hate it. It still would have got me in equal position. So I'm winning. And it's still equal after this, so my calculation skills aren't terrible. I kind of evaluated it as like, okay, it's equal. It's all good. Capture some stuff. Looks chilling. I didn't calculate any of this, but it's whatever. And so how many games did I play in a row? Did I win all of them? I don't even remember. I feel like I did pretty well. Thank you so much for watching. If this is your first time, I hope you enjoyed. If you're a returning viewer, sorry that this one was so incredibly long. Normally I just try and do like one rapid game. But either way, if you enjoyed watching my video or you learned something or you want to subscribe, then subscribe. No one's going to know. Just you and me. And I won't even really check. So if you do it, you do it. If you don't, I'll never know. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Get out of here. That was a pleasure. That was a blast. I feel like I played earlier today and I sucked, and then I played later today for you guys and I crushed it. So thank you so much, and I'll look forward to seeing you again. Have a good rest of your day or night or whatever. I love you. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back. Thank you so much for clicking on my video. Today we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to do a 10-minute game of chess, but what we're going to do is we're going to attack as viciously as possible, and we're going to guess my accuracy at the end of the game. And so we are going to get exactly what we asked for with the Sicilian on the board. Open Sicilian, quite possible. We're just going to go for it. And then as a bonus, I'm going to go ahead and solve this while we do the game, okay? So obviously we're going to capture this back. If the pawn comes, I believe that we step on over. We're going to just develop this knight, and I'm going to get this thing all messed up. I'm pretty sure we just need to push F3 and defend our center. Can't be a bad move. Also developing my bishop would make sense, but maybe let's just, I think you can't be playing h6. h6 is an incredibly weak move, and so I can jump around. Let me think for a second. Is that the same position I go for this? This knight is already here, so if he hits me, I believe we just trade this off. bishop here. I need to push this pawn. I'm putting the bishop there because I don't know where else to put it. So we are going to just push this pawn, defend our center. Our center is going nice and beautiful. I am ready to castle, but I would really enjoy castling the opposite side and just playing a nice little attacky game of chess. Unfortunately, he has the pawn break in the position. Almost guaranteed I'm not supposed to castle opposite, but we're here for the content, okay? So we're going to do it and just absolutely... I know that this is not an accurate move because he's got the open B file. Like, I'm castling directly into it, but we're just gonna see what happens. You're gonna have to absolutely outplay me in this game, or we're gonna see what happens. Boom, boom. Step 1 of the cube, almost complete. Where are we at with this thing? So he develops the bishop. Definitely he's got his bishop eyeing down my king side of the board, which is a little bit scary. Don't love it. So I think what we're gonna do is launch a pawn. Like, yes, this is happening. His queen coming over here, I can potentially just push. His attack is gonna arrive quicker than mine. What if we break in the center? What if we push this pawn, push this pawn, push this pawn? Sacrifice a bishop. This game of chess, there's no draws. I'm either gonna win or I'm gonna lose horribly. And this is the first step of the cube. You get the little white cross. So he wants to break open the center. My options are as follows. Take, and then he gets a nice little big black center, or don't take and get forked or kind of do something. So I think we're just gonna take. He takes back. This fork is still definitely something that we need to consider. Sacrificing my bishop to open up the position. Play this first. I know that this is not correct. And then if I get rid of this dark square bishop, I'm really losing a lot of my steam for the attack. And so, what if we push a pawn first? He then hits us with the fork. We then sacrifice. He could take. So I feel like I need to do something first. Then we jump in if he takes. I feel like I'm going to trade off too much stuff. What to do, what to do. Sacrifice the bishop. Absolute blunder. Absolute blunder. Make no mistake about it. That was a horrible move, but we're going to hopefully be able to just apply the pressure. And, I mean, I don't know what he's thinking about. If he doesn't take, then I basically just got a pawn for free for doing nothing. And so what's the follow-up? Boom, boom. He wants this. But you know what? I might just grab this. And then you have to take back with the king. I'm doing this. If you take here, all of a sudden I'm kind of in the position. I think he was supposed to take the bishop. Don't overthink it. If your opponent just sacrifices something like that. Okay, so he does take. I can hit him with this check. If he goes here, I have this check. So he's probably not going to play that. I mean, this is obviously the correct move. Check. This knight is super, super uncomfortable. And I might just, like, try and push this pawn. I would love to just get rid of this pawn, actually. This is still hanging. This is another check. Then the knight would come back. Another check. I'm trying to wiggle my way. My queen is not going to checkmate nobody all alone. So, yes, my knight is still hanging, but now I'm going to threaten checkmate over here. And how are you going to cope with all of that? Just threat after threat after threat. You can push a pawn. Okay, he blocks it like this. Makes perfect sense. I launch another pawn into the position. My knight is still hanging. That is very true. But if I push this, he can kind of cut me off like that, and that's not super fun. That did just hang the bishop, actually. That did just hang the bishop. So grab the bishop. He grabs the knight. Here with check. He hits me again. Go here. I think we're just going to do that, right? Do I have something better? Do I have like a good attacking idea? Definitely we grab this. He grabs the knight. I hit him with check. He cuts off the check. I take this pawn, threatening checkmate again. Probably he would defend. Let's do it. We've got an attacking game of chess on our hands. I need to start focusing on getting this little cube solved. I haven't actually solved one of these things in such a long time. But let's see, bro. What are you gonna do? Take the knight? I would love it if you decided not to take the knight for whatever reason. And actually, I'm kind of. So this was the original idea. I don't know if I care about this. If this happens, we're gonna have the umbrella technique, where we hide behind the enemy's pawn. It's actually a very common structure. We can grab a pawn. He will then block. We then take and threaten checkmate. He slides in. Let's calculate this a little bit better. Here, here, here. This with check, I have to step over. Then he's kind of getting to defend. I want to just get rid of my pawns. If I can get rid of these pawns, it's looking real good for me. I can also take like this. But he could then threaten like a queen trade or something. So I think this one with check is more forcing. I'll clear out this pawn. And it's completely even. Like, he's got my knight, but I got 3 pawns. And those were the 3 pawns defending this king. And this discovery all of a sudden kind of becomes an idea. So I really like this. Just threat after threat after threat. We slide in like this. This is checkmate. He has to defend it somehow. Okay. Well, yeah, I calculated that earlier, that we're going to do a little umbrella technique. This is very common. So this pawn is incredibly weak. And my king is not necessarily safe. I have literally no moves with my king. My king is just cemented in the position. So that defended the checkmate. 4 minutes. What are we trying to do here? He can also just kind of slide over, but this bishop is doing a great job. What about boom boom? He can also move this anywhere. Is launching these pawns, is that what I need to be doing here? I mean, I just feel like this makes sense. Boom. He could essentially just take this pawn. What if I take a step closer? A little teeny tiny step closer. He comes over to block. No, that's not going to work. We step back, I'll probably just get hit. Now my queen is kind of a liability here. Push, push. Does any of this make sense? I want to just push this, but then he can just capture. I step forward, then he comes in. I think we're just going for this. If we do see this, I step forward. And then all of a sudden this file's open up. So we're actually maybe hoping that he does this. I wanted to get rid of these pawns anyway. Like, these pawns are doing nothing but blocking the attack of my rooks. So he could go do something like this. Wouldn't be a horrible idea. And even if he lets go of the protection of this pawn, I might just, like, leave it. This pawn is, like, kind of a defensive piece for me, believe it or not. At least for right now. Alright, what is the next process? This is where we're at with the cube. Let's just bang out some of this cube. I mean, this is a forcing type move. He would probably step... No, he couldn't step back there. So if he goes here... If he steps back, it's checkmate. If he steps back here, it's also checkmate. So he has to step here, essentially. Then I step forward. I don't love it. He can go to one of these squares, or this square, or this square. So those are the moves that I need to be thinking about. Probably we see this. Check here. Check. He takes with the queen. I pin the queen. He takes my rook. I hit him with check. And then it is rook, rook versus bishop, rook. Don't love it. So here, here, take the queen. Take the bishop. Then I think that I think that works. I take here, I get the knight, he gets my queen, I give up the bishop, he takes the bishop, I take the bishop, and then I'm just good. What am I doing? We take this. He can desperado, but then I get to defend my bishop. We take with check. I got 59 seconds. This is hanging. This is also hanging. What's more important? Let's just go here. He can grab that. If he doesn't, I scoot forward and defend it. So he probably wants this. Okay, so he wants to grab that. I scoot forward and defend the pawns. He's got two things attacking this. We're going to hit him with a check. This is complicated. I got 40 seconds to do this cube. Oh boy. What have I gotten myself into? Go ahead and spend 2 minutes on that, bro. Okay. I can also just hit him with this check. Here. If I push here, what am I trying to do? Pushing this. He can grab this. I scoot my pawn forward a little bit more. Back rank checkmate ideas are definitely something to be aware of. I would love, absolutely I would love to oh my god, 13 seconds. What am I trying to do? Attack this. Here. 6 seconds. That. We're going to go here. Can't stop it, bro. You can't stop it. We're going to eat this pawn. And we're going to get behind it, and we're going to win the game. I did not finish the cube. My heart is pounding. Should I finish the cube? I'm not going to make you guys... I'm not going to sit here and... We're giving up on the cube. Mission not accomplished. But we won the game of chess. Me and my cardigan. Accuracy for that game. Let's run through it real quick without anything. I'm so glad I played with increment that game. I'm fairly certain this is maybe the correct move, but because my knight has already developed to c3, I'm not sure. Solid. This is guaranteed not a good idea. That was such a good game of chess, though. Like, just an entertaining game of chess. We throw a pawn, we take, and sacrifice the bishop. Guaranteed that is, like, losing at least 10% accuracy off that. And then really just sacrificing. These moves probably made a lot of sense. I know there was I think that was probably the correct sequence as well, just trading off into a winning endgame. Just because you attacked and sacrificed stuff doesn't mean you got to do it. I think potentially I was supposed to push. And if he takes, then I take, then he takes, then I defend like that. Something like this. Rook and pawn endgames are really tricky. So I'm going to say I think that I played maybe 83% accurate. Let's go check it with the computer. Make your guess, put it in the comments before we go there, and we're going to run the computer analysis. I'll see you there. Here we are in the analysis, and oh my goodness, that was such a good game of chess by me. I can't actually believe it that all of that worked, and just wait till we go through it with the computer. But I played 93% accurate with 6 inaccuracies and 1 mistake, and my mistake was in the end game, but I'm still winning. So those are the mistakes in the end game. When you have a +9 advantage and you make a mistake and then you have a +5 advantage, who cares? Or you have like a mate in 7 and you don't see it and you like win a queen or something. Those mistakes are the best type of mistakes that you can make because everything is winning. Making a mistake in like the opening or the middle game is normally a lot worse. 93% accurate, 6 inaccuracies. 3 of those, one of them I called and knew it was an inaccuracy, but I wanted to castle opposite. Then 3 more in the end game essentially that didn't matter. Our opponent, 4 inaccuracies, 3 mistakes, 2 blunders, 86% accurate. And this is the status of the cube. Maybe I'll try again in another video. But let's run through this together. I'll even turn the engine on. It makes my little camera lag, but it is what it is. So we get the open Sicilian on the board. Take. Develop the knight, best move. Kind of interchangeable. We just develop a bishop. And then here I knew that one of these, I thought that this was the best move. The only reason is I had already developed my knight to c3. So it made me think, okay, so I just take. You know what? It's more or less completely even. We developed the bishop. I'm supposed to go for this pawn break. That's a scary move because then this is undefended. And I think this is just a lot more solid. Plus, I was planning on castling opposite anyway, and the computer is saying to make that pawn break, but he doesn't know that I wanted to castle opposite. So here we go. My first inaccuracy of the game is castling, but I knew that that wasn't accurate. I just wanted to kill our opponent. And so here we are. We launch a pawn. I have a -1 advantage, but I kind of knew that that was going to happen. Capture, and then the best computer line. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I thought it was a blunder. It is the best computer line. Take, then again, a desperado sacrifice. I'm going to lose this bishop one way or another, so I might as well get the pawn guaranteed. He could have taken and then I could have taken, but I like this because he basically has to address it. We take. He should have taken this because then it attacks my queen and whatever. Actually, never mind. The computer doesn't know what he's talking about. Best move. How is it the best? Someone explain this to me. The computer is saying king takes a g7. Best computer line. But when he plays it, it's a mistake. And then it suggests a different option down here. Don't know what to make of that. You guys see the arrow? You guys see over here? Can you see it? I guess you can't. It says king takes g7, best computer line. Whatever. We get in with the check. He steps back. We hit him with another check. Best every single move. Best move. Best move. Best move. Best move. Who cares about this knight hanging? We're threatening checkmate. He blocks it. Then we switch gears. We're probably not going to really be able to checkmate you anymore, so we might as well mop up as much stuff as we can. So we switch gears to just the cleanup crew. We take the pawn with check. We get blocked. We take another pawn, threatening checkmate. He takes here, which is a absolute blunder, but I'm still only a +1 advantage because my king is definitely not happy. That's for sure. He's like safe, but he's not happy for long. And oof, he can just win the queen. He can just win the queen like this. And then I just take. And then take. And okay, I guess I get all of this. And then I've got 3 pawns and a bishop. It's not good. I'm still winning this position, but that is a hard to win game. I'm going to be honest with you. So I like the way that I did it. I'm glad you didn't see that. We take, scoot over, throw the pawn, push the pawn, and then I'm so grateful I calculated this correct. Like, I know that at the end of this line, so I'm going to take, he has to take, I'm going to take the queen. If he scoots the bishop out, then I just get my bishop out, and I got these pawns, and I'm happy about it. I could even scoot my bishop back to here and defend that weakness. So that's why he essentially has to take, because... Oh, no, he doesn't. He could have just survived, but whatever. I take here with check. Now my pawns are together, quite happy. This is an inaccuracy. I'm supposed to fully invest in this pawn and just completely give this one up. Whatever. I'm still winning. We push the pawn, give a check, and we push, where I'm giving up this pawn completely, but I'm investing in pushing my passed pawn. So we push the passed pawn. Then this is also a mistake. My whole idea with this move was to attack this pawn. This pawn is defended, so that move made 0 sense, but I had 11 seconds. I made that move with 11 seconds on the clock, so whatever. Then I realized this is the right idea. We jump into the position a little bit more. There's other better moves in the position, but he goes here. This is something that you should just know and be aware of. You have the option of taking either rook. This rook is blockading my pawn from becoming a queen. So when we take this rook, he has to take back, then my pawn can push. If you do it the other way, there's a rook still on this square and I can't push. So he takes, I take, and this is a little bit scary, but we're sliding over. We take, no matter what he does, I'm coming over here. I'm winning this. This pawn is a pass pawn. Don't even need these pawns. I can checkmate with just the rook and the king. That was a sensational game. One of my most favorite games. If you guys enjoyed that, if you learned anything, please subscribe. I just reached 400 subscribers. I definitely did not solve the cube, so we will try to do that again in a different video. I can solve it in like 1 minute, but when I'm playing chess, can't solve the cube. Can't solve the cube. That was my first time ever doing that. So thank you so much. I love you. I'll see you guys next time, and you're the best. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back, sitting in front of the 64 squares, and today we will play the Caro-Kann against an 1834 from, I believe, Spain. Yes, I know some of my flags. We are in the Caro-Kann with the opportunity for the alien Gambit on the board. If he captures here, this is what's called the Tartakower. If he challenges us with the alien Gambit in a rapid game, I would recommend not playing the alien Gambit against me in a rapid game. So generally, if you don't know too much about this position, you sacrifice the knight, but my king sucks, and now I can't castle, and developing this rook becomes a huge problem later in the game. So, one other thing is once a knight or a bishop or something arrives here with check, capturing that piece becomes a problem, because when this pawn comes in and dislodges this knight to anywhere, that opens up these squares for the queen. So, with all of that said, the best move is to go ahead and push this pawn forward. You're challenging the center, and if anything happens and the queens see each other, we happily trade off the queens. So make no mistake about it, I am going to be defending for the duration of this video. You can come forward with the bishop, that's totally acceptable, but then he captures and your king comes forward, so you can also just go ahead and push this pawn. There's nothing wrong with that. He hits us with the check. And I believe that it is actually best practice to step back here. He can jump in this way, and then we just simply move the rook. Then it becomes somewhat of a liability along this diagonal. As long as I don't make any huge blunders out of the opening, we are going to be all right. We can also jump forward with this knight and kind of get in the way of this diagonal. And so pretty much my next move, the whole reason of pushing this pawn right here was not necessarily to challenge the center. This is not what we needed to do. This is basically what you could call, like, not a clearance sacrifice, because I could always capture back, but we're creating a square for the knight, because just getting in the middle is what needs to happen. And so, okay, the knight is forking these pieces. I think I'm just going to step forward with the rook. I'm not even going to really think about it. The rook is attacked. I'm stepping up. If you want to go ahead and grab this, cool. I can step somewhere, preferably off of this diagonal. So if he captures like this, I might step over. And like I said, getting this rook into the game is just going to be absolutely no fun. So that opens up the door to this, which pins this guy. Let's think about this for a second. I like the idea of just getting my queen active. He could then castle. But even like if he jumps back and he captures and I capture back, yes, you get this check. But I think just going ahead and capturing. Sorry if I was silent there for a little bit. I'm trying to think about what I'm supposed to be doing here. I like this. I think he's probably going to just castle. But if we trade the queens, oh dear lord, he's in trouble. So it looks like he wants to give up both pieces. Because this is still defended by the knight. We trade the queens. We grab the bishop. And we've got a little bit of a lag in development. So that's what's going on here. But if you take a look at the position, I basically have an undeveloped knight and an undeveloped bishop for one of these rooks. I only have one rook. And so generally what we need to do is just get my stuff going. And so this knight is almost definitely coming back to this square. My king can no longer castle, but if he castles this way, then it's like a same side castling situation where I'm actually up material. So immediately he's going for this pawn. I think we're going to just stick to our guns and go ahead and develop this knight. I guess something else to note is dark square bishop versus light square bishop. So he goes for this. I could just jump forward. And if you capture, I capture. I kind of like that. And then he castles. I mean, this gets in the way, but what if he just pushes? Then I step back, he takes us with check. Okay, so I think we might go ahead and develop a pawn. I don't know if that counts as developing. No longer can I put my knight onto this square. I might take the time. I mean, the bishop here seems like a reasonable move. Either the bishop here or here. I don't really know which diagonal is better. This one kind of attacks a pawn if I move the knight. I also probably want to step up off of a dark square just because we got this dark square bishop, and I want to defend this pawn in the center. If I do this, that undefends this guy. So what if I step here? He's probably just going to castle. Not sure that that was a good move, but we are going to just go ahead and play it. Now, I'm not winning or anything, so he did definitely like trade down the exchange. So I still like my position better than I like his position. There was probably a way that I could have played that slightly better. I mean, this seems like just, I need to do something with this knight. What is more important, this knight or getting the rook into the game? I think potentially going for this. And this diagonal is protected. So I can step over here with the rook. That's going to be a way to just simplify. We're not going to allow this check. So how about we just go here? If he captures, we step back with the knight. He attacks again. We step over. Yes. So moving the knight doesn't really work. I can step back here or here, either one of these squares. I'm worried about this one, because what if he plays a move like this? I capture, capture. I think we'll be alright. A little bit of a feeble defense, but we're now attacking this pawn. Is just one other thing to look at. So he had to like waste a move to defend that, and now I'm getting closer to bringing my rook to the party. I mean, not my rook. This knight is out of the game. I would like my knight to be in the game. So as long as that's not a blunder, I think we're going to just go ahead and play that. And then we got to start thinking about like what to do. This is going to be not easy to actually win this. So I kind of like this. Threatening the bishop. We threaten the bishop. The bishop needs to stay on this diagonal. We're going for this. The bishop can go back on this diagonal. No, he can't. No, he can't. There's this fork. So he has to stay on this diagonal. So if he tries anything else, so he really has to play this move to protect against this fork. So he has to step back. And oh boy, when your opponent has to step back, so he's going for this. I think that's just a straight up blunder because there's this fork. Correct? And this pawn's not even immediately hanging because I'm going to capture and you need to capture back. So we go ahead and grab this. My pawn is hanging on this side of the board. So for one, I can defend and attack all in one move. And so now, because he didn't resign, I mean, we still do need to win this. So let's push a pawn. The idea is let's not have all of my pawns on dark squares when he has a dark square bishop, and I don't. I mean, that made a hole here. I'm not necessarily sure that's all that important. What if I just step forward? He can attack this, but then I step forward again. I think we're playing this. Capture, capture, and I'm cool with it. All of my valuable stuff is on light squares, so we're going to just capture back. He could go for, like, my pawn. What am I trying to do here? Let's think about what to do. I can't even really get my knight into the action. Is this really the way that I'm... Like, he just pushes forward, no? And then what am I doing? What if I go here, then here? What if I just push? What if I push forward, then step forward? Then this is defended. I actually kind of like that. Kind of breaking my own rule of avoiding putting all of my pawns on dark squares, but I think I'm going to be able to defend it enough. I want to step my king forward. So essentially, like, I'm trying to activate my king. And one move ago, I'm having a hard time moving my king forward in any meaningful way. I kind of want my king, like, right here is what I want. So he goes ahead and he attacks here. I mean, I think I'm okay with this. The check doesn't win anything. I could step over, and if he goes for my pawn, I step over and defend it. So he can be annoying because, like, I don't have anything to directly, I don't have anything to directly get rid of this guy. So we step forward. If he goes for this, gosh darn it, we're going to have to step over somehow and defend against it. What about this? No, that doesn't work. All right. New plan. Knight coming here to then go here. What if I actually am able to start attacking stuff? And not only that, I'm attacking this pawn. This should be a pretty straightforward dub. I've got 3 minutes on the clock. I don't see any way for our opponent to really, like, come back from this. I mean, does that not just win a pawn? Then I could lock it down. That's a passed pawn, my friend. We're going to push here. He can go for this, but right now my knight is temporarily blocking that. And we can get in for this guy, bro. And I think we will be playing that, and you can resign. Yeah, like, what are you going to do? This is a passed pawn for one, and I'm going to get this other one. And so, really, the way we won that game is I play the Alien Gambit in fast time controls. Like, if I'm playing a lower rated opponent in a fast time control, I go for it. Or in a bullet game, I'll play it against anybody. But when your opponent is rated 1800, 1835 is my rating. So he should see that, and we're playing a 10-minute game of chess. He should just simply avoid the Alien Gambit. It's not great in long, like, time controls, okay? And so, how accurate was that? I think maybe I'm quite proud of that game. Maybe I should be a chess YouTuber or something. And so let's take this. We're going to minimize this. Where's my lead chess? A little bit of behind the scenes. This is how you do it if you want to like do the analysis. You go to Tools, Import Game. We copied the PNG, Tools, Import Game. We copied it with the timestamp, so we're going to just paste it right there. We want the computer analysis, and we're going to import the game. Then I'm going to change my scenes real quick. Here I am. Hopefully everything works out. And then, what are we doing here? I wanted to see my accuracy. We'll turn the engine on. And we got to flip this around now. Let's get that. Bada boom, bada bing. So this right here is what he should play. This is what is called the Tartakower. Kaboom, kaboom. Let's fix this camera tad a little bit. This is a structure that is a lot of fun to play, and it's super easy for black. But it's also good for white. So if you ever make it this far in the exchange variation Caro-Kann or whatever this is called, you capture here. Going for this basically signifies I'm going to attack you and you're going to go for the Alien Gambit. And in this position, it's more or less like equal. It's pretty hard to play in a blitz game or even a bullet game. Being minus 1.9 is not actually true. It's an incredibly hard to defend position. But right here, all you got to know, push this pawn, bro. Because it's not about pushing the pawn. It's about you need this knight. This knight needs to partake in the game. And if you don't, it gets really hard to play. So you have to make this pawn push. They give the check. You push the pawn. You step back. And I guess I'm supposed to just give up the rook, but it's probably about equal. Oh, no, it's actually a little bit better for white that I stepped up. Gave him some chances because it's like a tempo winning move. He put a knight on my side of the board, and I made a move that didn't really do anything, so he can bring another piece to the party. So, okay, you're supposed to just straight up give up the rook and say, okay, you gave up 2 knights for my rook. And this rook wasn't really going to be able to partake in the game anyway, at least for a bunch of moves. And so, boom, 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 we capture, 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 and we just simplified. Boom, we just simplified. And now, like I explained in the video, we're in a position where I have a bishop and a knight for your rook. And I have a rook for this rook, or however you want to look at it. This rook and this rook. I got the 2 pieces, which is actually really good to have a bishop and a knight against the rook. I would prefer to have the knight and the bishop because they can both have different jobs. If you have like 2 knights or 2 bishops versus a rook, arguably the 2 bishops is better, but I like having a knight and a bishop. It is really hard to defend because you can have something like your bishop here defending this, and then your knight just like runs around the board attacking stuff. And so we make some moves. What's the best move here? This, okay, it's saying it's not a great move, but it simplifies the position. Like I said, either move is fine, but I chose this one. I guess it's slightly less preferable because it's on a dark square and he's got a dark square bishop. But whatever. We bring the knight. We step over here attacking some stuff. And then right here, best move is to attack the bishop because then he's got to get out of here. And then I get the fork, and it's better because I got my knight 1 step closer. So I see, but they're interchangeable. All of this worked. We start trading off some stuff. The more pawns that we trade, the better, because eventually we're going to be able to make a passed pawn somewhere. We step back, trade, capture. I now have a passed pawn in the position. Let's scoot this bad boy up a little bit. And we step in, immediately going for the weakness. You did all these pawn trades on this side of the board. Now you have a weakness, and I'm going to take it. And so, dang, I don't really think I made an inaccuracy by keeping the rook. And if it wasn't super clear, the way that this game is going to essentially end is he does something with the king, I take, and then move the bishop literally anywhere, boom, and then these guys just start going. I'm going to make a queen, and then he's going to have to trade the bishop for one of them or both of them or whatever, but then I have extra pieces. And so it's a +9, plus 6.9 position. Let's check how accurate. 97% accurate. Bro, that is a good game of chess. Wow, I'm proud of myself for that one. I knew it was accurate. I just didn't think it was really that accurate. So wow. So that's good for everybody that watched because that means everything that I explained, I understood. I understood the position quite well. My two inaccuracies, moving the rook, I guess I was going to lose it later, but keeping the rook is never really a bad move. You don't need to just give up the rook. And then what's the other one? Taking with the pawn is better by actually a considerable amount, a whole pawn difference. Why is that not good? Because he doesn't have to move the bishop yet? I was going to go for something like this. Like, not immediately, but, oh, never mind, completely equal. I was thinking about this for a second. Maybe I would have thought about it, but I was thinking, okay, maybe we can get this bishop to take something and move, and we trade the queens that way. So, two inaccuracies, more or less a perfect game of chess. Thank you so much for watching. If you like the Alien Gambit, this is how you defend against it. And so, generally, I think every single move that I played in the beginning was like more or less the top engine line. Top, 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 not the top, not the top. But okay, I played pretty well. So thank you so much for watching. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it is impossible. So I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Quite proud of myself for that one. See you in another one. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is trying to climb the rating ladder on chess.com because I don't play on chess.com that often, and if you see, let me move, 1834. 1835, apologies. And so what we're going for is a structure that I am somewhat similar to. If you've watched more than a few of my videos, you see that I go for the impenetrable pawn pyramid, where we trade off the light square bishop because we have so many pawns on light squares. We go for this pawn push so that we have a natural development square for my knight. If he takes, we develop with the bishop. If he doesn't take, we just develop the knight. If he takes the knight, I mean, I still think that we have to just take back. And what did that really accomplish? Oh, did it win a pawn? I mean, I think we can just play this. And he takes. I lose the right to castle. I think I'm okay with just taking here. If he takes back this way, we get a check. Not 100% sure what he was going for there. But I have a bishop for a knight. So that is all I know. So we're going to just go ahead and develop a piece. My king is in the middle of the board. We get hit with a check. We will be stepping back, then probably challenging that knight because I just don't want this knight living on this square. So we're going to take a little step back. It looks like we're rushing into the endgame with 9 minutes each on the board. We will just put my king back to where he was. And we have our first imbalance in the position. I have yet to develop my bishop. And I have the option of doubling his pawns. What that does is it makes these weaknesses and makes this weak. So we'll be going into a rook and pawn endgame where I feel like my king is more active, close to coming to the center. So if we even trade off one pair of rooks, I think we're good to go. Or, I mean, if I don't, he's kind of going for this. So I think we're just going to go for this. It made a clear and identifiable weakness in the position. Right now, this rook is already on the semi-open file, so I'll bring this rook all the way over to attack this pawn. And he might actually have a difficult time defending this pawn, because I'm going to step forward, he can go here and then here, but then I'm just really applying pressure. Like, I could step over and be attacking all of this stuff. So that is why I trade the bishop. You never want to trade the bishop for a knight if there's not like an advantageous or a very specific reason, and this was a specific reason. We are going into a rook and pawn endgame where I'm the one applying pressure, and if ever he is to play this move, are you ready for this? We step over. If he defends like so, we can simply take this pawn, and if he takes back, it's checkmate. So it took 1 minute and 30 seconds against this 1813 to find our first tactic. There might have been another one that I missed, but we're just going to go for this. If he takes back, it's essentially checkmate, so you can't take, and I mean, you could push, but I'm just going to take back. So he's just a pawn down. He is just a pawn down. He can't... Let me think about this for a second. Did I just get hit right back with a tactic? My knight is, my rook is hanging. But so is this pawn. And if I try and do anything, then he just takes and it's not checkmate anymore. Here, here, here. Probably he takes and I step in. And I feel like I'm still the one applying pressure. So we're just going to go for this. We're just going to go for this. We step in like so to defend this pawn. If he takes, I even might take with the king. But he's got easy access to attack all of these pawns over here. Every single pawn he can attack. Boom, boom, boom. Uno, dos, tres. And so, if he takes, do I take with the rook? I feel like my rook is pretty gosh darn active here. So if I take and he attacks this pawn, I push. If he attacks this pawn, I push. If he attacks this pawn... Okay, here... I think we're just going to go for it. And like I mentioned earlier, we made some weaknesses in the position. And so does this make any sense? If he takes, I just take back. But this pawn push really limited his options for attacking my weaknesses. So now the rook can no longer access these two squares to attack these two pawns. So I feel actually really good about this pawn push. He got out of the back rank checkmate ideas, but I might have even pushed this instead. And so, what if I just straight up bring my king? Like just boom. You go here, I push here. If you go back here, I push here. If you go here, I come up. I think we're going to maybe go for this. King activity overall. So yes, he's attacking this pawn. For one, I could unactivate my rook, but I really like blockading this pawn. So I think we could just push forward. Then he goes back and we push again. If he attacks here, I'm really getting ready to just bring my king, and then this pawn... Everything makes a lot of sense. So I think we're just going to push this pawn. Still got 6 minutes on the clock. So essentially time is really not going to be of the essence. If I go this way and he attacks here, then here, then here, I can step back and guard it. But then he's got the push. But you know what? I really like the idea of just coming in and mopping up these pawns. So I think this move is slightly more versatile. I'm like defending the rook and I'm ready to step over here if need be. But now I'm ready to come in. I can also give this check. So if this happens, I can force the rook trade. So if he does go for this, I'm just coming in. So I'm just going for these pawns. Straight up. And I have blockaded this. So there's no amazing tactics. And like I had just mentioned, you want to trade... You are absolutely insane. I don't think I even need to think about this for a second. I can simply take, and then I'm touching this pawn. So it ruins his pawn structure. He literally does not have a single pawn in the position that is not weak. So now we have transitioned from trading my bishop for the knight to create the weaknesses to trading the rooks to make way more identifiable weaknesses. So pretty much I can grab this. All we need to be worried about is his king getting in, like behind my pawns, but I'm really just not convinced, because if I win this pawn at any point, this becomes a passed pawn. So I think we're going to be okay with just grabbing this. He can step in, yes. But now this is an outside passed pawn. So I think we're going to step in. If he goes for this, we just take, right? If you take here, I take your pawn. And then I just distract you with my outside pawn and you're just completely lost. So grabbing this is not equal. It is not equal at all. For one, I can kind of just challenge that, but I'm fairly confident that just pushing this makes a whole lot of sense. If he ever is to grab this, I grab his pawn. And so I didn't have to think too incredibly hard here, but we're definitely going for this. He's never going to stop my passed pawn. He has to get so deep into the position. But what I'm a little bit worried about is him grabbing all of these pawns. So for one, I can just try to trade everything off. I can bring my king, or I can push my pawn. If I push, he essentially has to take, then I take. I mean, I could probably just do this and make a queen, and that's completely winning. Like this, 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 this. But I'll lose a lot of pawns. So I think jumping forward, and I mean, if he takes, then he's only got this one passed pawn. So I think this move kind of just clarifies stuff. Hanging two pawns, hanging two pawns. I mean, I've thought about this enough. I think it's time that we really start bringing this. And I'm fairly convinced. Like, what if I go here, 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 here? I think bringing my king actually makes sense, because I'm going to have all the time in the world to make this queen. So I kind of like the idea of just stepping in. He'll go for this, I go for this, he goes for this. Then I step in. He'll step here. But then I step over and I just kind of stop this pawn. So we're going to bring the king. I'm not 100% sure if I need to do this. I can probably just make the queen and we're good to go. We're going to step in here. If he pushes this pawn, then we start pushing. Okay. We're going to just start pushing. And I mean, he's definitely going to get this, but he's not. Let's think about this for a second. Got 2 minutes and 38 seconds to not draw this position. I think stepping in and touching the pawn puts him in a Zook's Swan situation or whatever, where these squares are cut off, so his only legal move is to step away from the pawn where I can grab. So we step in, touching his last pawn, and he has to resign because what else is he going to do in this position? He has to step away from the pawn. Now, going back, I mean, that was a pretty simple, straightforward game of chess, just like making some weaknesses in the enemy's position and winning in the endgame. So, fairly confident this was very accurate. Maybe that little stumble here in the opening wasn't so great, but straight up in this position, giving up the bishop, kaboom, for this ruined pawn structure, we have a tactic, but even after this, I feel like my pieces are just more active. My rook is doing stuff, I'm attacking stuff, and these pawns are still super weak. Like, yes, this pawn over here is weak, but not as weak as yours because your king is very far away from actually doing anything. Okay, my king is close to eating these pawns, your king is nowhere close to eating my pawn. So let's check it with the computer, see how accurate it was, and I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and I'm quite proud of that game, and I'm going to be able to explain every move to you in great detail because I played like all the best moves. That was a near perfect game of chess. It was not like a crazy attacking game or anything, but simply making the right trades into an advantageous situation. And so, before we get started, take a look at this graph. Now, I try to stress the importance of endgame techniques in every single one of my videos because look in the opening. Ain't nothing important happening. The middle game, ain't nothing important happening. One move into the end game, important stuff is happening, okay? So literally just not making blunders in the opening and the middle game, memorizing moves doesn't always work, and I have a perfect example of this because I have had this exact opening before and played the right move. So 96% accurate, 2 inaccuracies. We don't got to talk about the opponent. We go into a structure that I am very familiar with. We trade off the light square bishops, like I alluded to in the video. We have a lot of pawns on light squares, so getting rid of our light square bishop makes a lot of sense because our dark square bishop is the one that's like going to be able to move all through the pawn structure. Does that make sense? You have all of like these like through the pawn structure moves, okay? The light square bishop doesn't have any of those moves. Imagine if the bishop was here. He's locked forever, or here, locked forever. So that's why you trade the light square bishop, and that is how you know which bishop sucks and which bishop is good. So like our opponent right here, a lot of pawns on dark squares. his dark square bishop is not so great. Even though it's on the outside of the pawn strain, still it's not so great. My dark square is bishoping. It's more of a bishop. It's a better bishop because whatever. So long story short, I don't want to trade my good bishop for his bad bishop, because if we trade everything else in the position, my bishop's going to be able to attack his pawns and his bishop won't be able to attack my pawns, and my bishop is going to be able to move around the board easier than his. I hope that was, a good explanation of all of those moves. Now, in this position right here, I have literally had this position and I have played this move. That is the best move because it shuts down the ideas of this check. And he first has to move the queen somewhere, then you grab the bishop. It's not actually like that much better. Like if you look at it's 0.1, and if you just take here, it's 0.5 plus 0.5, so it's definitely not the best move. That is one of my 2 inaccuracies of the game. And so that's what I'm saying. Studying opening theory and stuff doesn't matter because I have memorized this and played it before in a game. And in this one, I just snap captured back and completely forgot and got hit with this check. It's not really the end of the world because trading the queens to prevent your opponent's king from castling is normally not a good reason to trade the queens, because without the queens on the board, the king in the middle is actually maybe a good thing. So trading the queens to put my king one step closer to the center isn't a good idea. It's only a good idea to trade like a bishop for a bishop and make the king step in when you still have the queens hidden somewhere on the board, because then the king is more exposed. But without the queens, 2 knights and some rooks are not powerful enough to actually do any problem with my king being on d7. So he hits us with a check. We step back to guard the pawn. I make a backwards retreating move. It's not an inaccuracy, but it's not the best. But I felt like his knight in the middle of the board is super strong, and I just wanted to trade it. Knight for a knight, and then I have a knight versus bishop situation. So we trade. My king goes back to the middle of the board, and now we have traded even one more set of knights. So being on this square is getting better because I'm more active. And in the end game, the more stuff that trades, my king like arriving here or like, I don't know, anywhere in the middle of the board is a good idea. And now I am one step closer to the middle of the board. And so he plays the first blunder, one move into the end game. One move into the end game, and he plays a blunder, okay? The reason for this is it undermines the defense of this pawn. And in so doing that, it puts the pawn on the semi-open file that my rook can easily access, and these pawns are weak as well. 4 minutes in, we're chilling. Okay, the reason I'm putting this rook, kaboom, this rook goes here because this rook kind of already has a job. These are the 2 semi-open files in the position, so the rooks on both of those files is what you need to do. Okay, if I go here, then it becomes hard for me to put a rook on this semi-open file. So that is why this rook. Sometimes when you're deciding like which rook goes where, so even in this position, like playing this, then this would be like, I don't know how to say it. This rook covering here and then this rook going here would make sense. One other rule of thumb is generally you want to match your opponent's rooks. So like if the rook is on this file, you generally want your rook on this file, or his rook is on this file, you want your rook on this file. So that way when the files open up, you claim the open file at the same time as your opponent instead of like, I don't know how to explain it. So say this pawn goes here, I have this file, okay? So him having his rook on this file, so if this pawn capture does take place, then the rooks see each other and we're fighting over the file, not I already have the file. I hope I explained that well. We get active with the rook, we step over, and then this is just a very common tactic, a motif that happens in so many games of chess, and I win so many games of chess simply because of these types of pawn structures. Right now, the rooks are the only thing that defend each other. Same here. Like, yes, the king is defending this one, but generally the rooks are defending each other, your rooks are defending each other, so if I do something else with my rook, this guy becomes a little bit less secure, and this one is completely unsecure. Same situation here. If he moves this rook all of a sudden becomes undefended, and there is this simple tactic. Just look at this and look for it in your games. And the more times that you catch it and the more times that it happens in games, the better you'll get at capturing it. I probably took like I probably saw this before he even played the move, but you simply capture. He can't capture back because it's checkmate. And pawns capture opening files. Whenever a pawn captures, it opens the file, regardless of which way that it goes. And so that is just how the pawns capture. So this is so common. This literally is such a common thing that happens in endgames. And this is a really simple version. You can't take back because it's checkmate. Even if it's not checkmate, I'm still going to win your rook with check. Okay? So we grab this. He gets a little bit of activity. What I'm supposed to do here is get super active with this rook. Because, yes, you hit me with this check, but I step in, you take, I take. But then I'm going to win this pawn no matter what. And I'm behind this pawn. So just getting active is what I needed to do. But this move is just as good. It's a 0.2 difference. So this feels safer. We step forward, we trade. Now my king is close to getting into the position. Like I was mentioning before, the less pieces on the board, the king more towards the center is a good thing. His king is not active. He still needs to move a pawn to even bring the king, and he's got a lot of moves before he can get to the center of the board. And my king is like pretty close to doing things. So now I have actually identifiable weaknesses and targets in the position. You can't defend this pawn with the rook unless you make all of these moves, which is hard to do. Actually, it's really not that hard to do. It is hard to do. If you step back, then I win this and I'm threatening this. So the rook has to stay here guarding this, and my king is getting ready to just gobble up these lonely pawns on the side of the board. So my pawn was attacked. We push. We bring the king. We go here, and now he goes for a rook trade. Maybe out of desperation, I'm not 100% sure what the idea was here, but he's already got a lot of weak pawns on this side of the board, and now he's got weak pawns on this side of the board. Just look at my pawn structure, how beautiful it is, and look at his pawn structure. Literally none of his pawns can defend other pawns, and the job of pawns is to defend pawns. That is literally what pawns are supposed to do. Okay, and other pieces and stuff like that, but these pawns are... This is the ugliest pawn structure you could ever imagine. And if you see, we have equal material, but -5 for white, because his endgame is impossible to defend all of the pawns. Okay? So I take the pawn. I step in to touch this pawn. We trade here, and we're basically in a situation where if he grabs, I grab, and this endgame is a little bit important. I go ahead and play the best move, because I'm really good at chess, and I realize if he takes here, I take this, and my pawn is really close to becoming a queen. He comes in, and I grab this pawn. Now, I go for some clarification, because, for one, I can just bring my king and win his pawns like this. So, we don't even need to care about my pawns. Like, as long as my king can grab these two pawns, he can go ahead and grab every single one of my pawns. And I don't care, because I have an outside passed pawn. So, it's a 4-on-2, but that means you got to play 4 moves capturing all of these pawns. And I only need 4 moves to make a queen. So, I don't know if that's a good way to look at this. But my king can just get in and win your pawns. Like, if you're going to come back and win my pawns, then I'm going to win your pawns. And so, this is easier, I suppose. It just clarifies what's going on. It's like, I'm basically going to give up these 3 pawns for this pawn, and I'm cool with it because I know that I'm going to make a queen. So, we trade, and I'm doing this little maneuver because it kind of forces all of... I explained it in the video, and that was like 5 minutes ago, so I don't need to explain it again. But we're basically just going for the queen. We get the queen. There's a lot of different things I can do. I can, for one, just cut the king off and make him play something like this. But bringing the king is always a good idea. If the enemy's king ever steps away from the defense of this square, then my queen will go there. And like so, here's an example. We do this. The queen now blocks the promotion square of the pawn, so he will never be turning this into a queen. And so sometimes if you have low time, literally just put your queen there, and you'll figure out how to get this with the king. But now the king cannot get close enough to like dislodge your queen, and the pawn will never promote and turn into a queen. So that's just one thing you should know about endgames. Put the queen on the square that the enemy's pawn wants to promote to. But we step in, and now he is in Zugzwang, where he has to step away from the pawn. He only has one legal move. Be careful not to get checkmates in positions like this, but he has to step away from the pawn because he has no other... He can't push the pawn. He can't go here. He can't go here. He can't go here. So he has to go here, and when he does, I'm grabbing the pawn, and then that is a wrap. You are not winning this game of chess, my friend. I'm sorry for doing that to you. It was a slow and steady, gradual, decrease in... His position just slowly fell apart. It wasn't like an attacking game of chess. And if we look, like, we're almost equal material. Like, I had a pass pawn, you had a pass pawn, but it's not about material in those. It's about who's getting the queen first, because that changes everything. So, thank you so much for watching my video. Sorry if that explanation was longer than it needed to be. The game was probably like 10 minutes long, and the explanation was like 10 minutes long. So either way, I love you. I'll see you in the next one. Subscribe, please. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today we are facing the Ready, I believe that is called, against King 27. And it looks like he is a little bit lower rated in all categories. And so, one thing that is back by popular demand is what chess opening to play and how to play chess openings. So, when you play the black pieces, bro, I play c6 every single time. If I'm rated like 19, 2000, 1700, whatever you want to call it, um, you can play it too. And it's a pretty simple structure. What we're trying to do here is, I mean, if this happens, we're cool with it. If they push forward, then we're still going to just do the same exact structure. But what we're going for, strange move by our opponent, we're going to develop this knight first. He's made a lot of pawn moves, so it'd probably be smart for him to, at some point, move some pieces instead of pawns. But, so he's locked it down. We're going to get a little bit of a sandwiched position, but we're going to develop the knight so that his knight can't jump in here. And this indestructible pawn structure is so much fun to play. So I think we can just push, correct? And if he takes, we take. Am I calculating something just horrendous? I mean, he can play this, but then we just take and we're chilling. And we got the open file. So this move probably makes sense. We're going to just take back. The rook, he has to take. So we're going to take back over here. If he takes like this, we come over here. If the knight comes in, we pin this guy with the idea of this maybe, or something like that. And so we're doing a casual game, for one, because I feel like in rated games, people cheat a lot. Maybe I'm the only one, but I want to show you something else. Check out this mouse pad. That's right. Chess mouse pad. Where's the mouse? I need that to make my moves. Okay, so we're gonna just take. My bishop is locked in jail, which is no fun. We don't really want this guy being able to jump forward, so I think we should maybe invest. Well, I mean, we're going to need a castle, so that's probably more important than pinning his knight, which isn't even pinned yet, because this pawn hasn't moved, so that's what I was talking about. I was going to do this pin. This pawn hasn't even moved yet, so we need to be worried. We need to be slightly worried about this pawn. We need to be a little bit aware of we do have this check, but we're ready to castle. We are ready to castle. So he does want to play this. I think we can just take and we're chilling. But first we're going to just tickle this guy. We're going to give him a little tickle. If he takes, then it's probably just a bad move for him. If he steps back, what we're worried about is castling. Then the knight comes in, and then this guy all of a sudden becomes real undefended. So should we just get crazy? What if I slide all the way over with my queen? No, because then he can get the open file. Don't love that. What if I jump forward and he takes and I step up with my king? So like this, 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 this. I actually quite like that. We jump forward. He's essentially, this is hanging. So he's probably going to, if he takes this, I can take this first, attacking the queen. Then he attacks this. Then I win this. So I think we're going to do it. I might not get to castle, but in this structure, I'm not sure. Like, I'm just not convinced how important that actually is. Like, these guys see each other. These guys see each other. So if he takes here, I think I grab this first. He's got to do something with the queen. I could even desperado. But then he would get his bishop to this square, so we're just not going to do that. So if he takes, and we take, and he takes, I step forward, and we're chilling. So we're going to go like this. Now, this would be a very reasonable move. I also have this check. He could step forward with the queen. Then I just take. He'd probably step back like this. Let's not be fancy. We don't got to be fancy here. So we're going to give this check. He can block with the queen. But then I can give another check. And then maybe wiggle closer somehow. And if the queen leaves here, I could take the knight. Okay, so the knight's here. I think that's the cue to bring the rook to the open file. He is still not castled yet, and so I intend to make use of that. So I think bringing the rook to the open file makes a huge amount of sense. If we can get it to the 7th rank, that also makes just a giant amount of sense. And he's got to do something with his bishop, so he's probably got to play like here. But in that time, I might push on this. Very reasonable move. We got to do something. Check. Take with the queen. I come in with this check. He can step up, and then it just doesn't work. Noticing this is a little bit important. So I think we're just going to slide all the way back with the bishop. Was there a tactic there? And we kind of just want this guy to move, because this is just a super powerful move. So even playing my queen up to here, or like playing like this, like if I can just station my most powerful pieces along this rank, that would be awesome. Would love that. And breaking in the center probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense for our opponent. And unfortunately, our knight is like not even in the game. So we definitely need the knight to be doing something, instead of just hanging out with the king. Oh, and I hurt my back at the gym. I've been going to the gym literally every single day, because why not? And I did 315 on the squat. I really did, I promise. I took a video of me failing. I'll get a video of me doing it. But my back is sore, dude. Hear my elbow pop. I think he'd be okay with just develop castle. Would he? Develop, I think that I come in at that point. And if he castles, then this knight is just drastically weak. And if this knight decides to go anywhere, essentially, this becomes an idea. So he could jump here. But right now he's pinned. So actually, I feel like his position is really difficult to play. I don't even know what's the correct move. Believe it or not, like a move like this might make sense. Getting out of the pin, getting out of threats like this. Just like... What we don't need to take is the first thing. Like take. I mean, I guess we can win a pawn doing that. We take, and if he takes back, I just take. It's not the most beautiful thing, but I can win this pawn. I just win this pawn. Then what does he want to do? He's got no check with his queen. He can't take. It's pinned to the king. Then I could come back here and have some pressure here, but I really liked this infiltration idea. This knight is pinned like more than one way. Not only is he pinned to the king, he's also pinned, like say he could move, then this move arrives. So he needs to stay guarding this square. That's what I'm saying. That move makes a huge amount of sense. I really think that move was smart. Now I'm thinking about pinning the knight like this. Just two things attacking this. If he steps over like so, we just come on in. If he steps over, we come back with the idea of this. This is a powerful move. You step forward with... There might even be a checkmate here. I can lock it down like this. What if I give this check? You take. I take attacking the queen. Boom, boom. Check. Does that make any sense? Here. You take. I hit you with a check with the knight. At the very least, I grab this. So that's a risky type move to play. But I might be able to grab this pawn in one of the lines. Check. Here. Take. Also threatening this. I really hope I'm not calculating something horrendous. I can also bring my knight. So when he takes this, I jump forward with the knight. Ah, no I don't, because he defends this. So we have to play this first. We're attacking the queen, and we're attacking this. He still has no check on us, so I think we're chilling. And now we're just up a pawn, but we're really threatening this. Is the separation tactic. The queen is doing a job of defending the king. And look at where the king is at. Look at the state of this king. He's in the middle of the board. And so you better believe, and this rook hasn't even got to participate. Ah, oh, I almost feel bad for him. He just fell apart. I mean, I've still got to win, but I don't want him to... He could resign. Like, what is he supposed to do? Okay, that threatens this. I think we just give a check. Was I supposed to do it with the pawn? Not sure. If he comes over here, then we get the dude to the center of the board. And he doesn't even have a lot of moves. Like, he could play this. But then I'm going to hit you with this check. Yikes. And that's mate. So if he runs forward, I think I just kill him. If he steps to the side, I hit him with yet another check. But then he runs over here. But I could hit him with another check. I can also do this. I can also win the queen like this. So that's really it. He has these guys on the same square. Was that available? I think. And that's a wrap. We just play the game-winning move. Unfortunate. You had the king and the queen on the same file, and he succumbed to the tactics. And yeah, he resigns, because what else was he supposed to do? I think that was a fairly straightforward game. I think he just made a couple too many pawn moves and fell behind in development. I mean, look, this rook never even got to play. This bishop never even got to move. And he also didn't get to castle. So a lot of things went wrong, and they can all be attributed to a lot of these pawn pushes in the center. A lot of pawn moves, bro. A lot of pawn moves. Do you see how many pawn moves he made? And then if you look at the position now, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces developed. And he's got a weak pawn structure. My pawn structure is actually fairly chilling. Not really. I guess this is weak. But let's go check with the computer. It's a little bit of a shorter video, but I mean they do a 1720, so I don't want to be picking on lower rated opponents like this. But he played quite well. But at some point there is no more playing well because there's no good moves to play. So like in the end, he was going to lose no matter what happened after a couple of those sequences. So let's check it with the computer, see how accurate it actually was, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and I almost feel bad for our opponent because he was in a losing position where there were no good moves to play for like a long time, and those positions suck to play and they're no fun, and you're like trying to figure out what move to play, and no matter what you play, you're still losing, and those are the worst positions. It's definitely worse in like a real rapid game that's like 10 minutes plus 5 seconds or something, and you're just like spending 6 minutes of your life losing. Sucks. That's why bullet is fun. And so if we look at this graph, we see just a clean tail, and look how long the end game lasted. Normally it's like middle game is here and the end game is this entire portion, but it's like the opening over with, the middle game over with, the end game non-existent. And so it was quite a short game. I don't even know how many moves. I guess we'll find out. But if we look at this, I played 90% accurate, and basically everything that I played was great. Out of the opening, I made a tiny inaccuracy that I actually know about, and for whatever reason just forgot and played the wrong move. Then I made a mistake in the end game, but it went from like you're gonna win to you're gonna win in 3 more moves than what you just had. And then our opponent, 2 blunders, 2 mistakes, 3 inaccuracies, and he had a hard to play position. So let's just hop right into it. We play c6 and we just throw our pawns into the center. We're basically playing the Caro-Kann structure, okay? Now, after c4, the reason you don't bring the bishop out is because this capture, you have to capture back, and the queen arrives here to b3, okay? Applying pressure to this and this. What you're supposed to do is just bring the knight, let him grab this, and you just have a slightly worse position, but it's worse than that because you even can get hit with pawn pushes like this that open up this diagonal. This knight hasn't developed yet. This knight is ready to jump in and attack anything that you put on these squares to break that pin. And it becomes, I've lost many games. Because of that simple pawn capture, and I developed the bishop. So what you're supposed to do is when you see c4, you bring the knight first, because then it's all the world of difference. If they capture, you can capture with the pawn, but you're safe from this for reasons I'm not going to fully be able to explain. You're fine. Bring the knight first, or else it gets hairy. So I don't do that, and I play an inaccuracy, but it's not too bad, you know what I mean? I think we would have survived. And he is just making pawn moves on the side of the board. It is not what you want to do. He has developed a piece. We make a pawn move, but I think it was essential. He makes another pawn move. We develop a piece. He makes another pawn move. We make another pawn move. And trading this off essentially just developed my queen. So if we clarify what's going on here, so we just capture, then we develop the bishop. He then goes for this. But if we just go back to this position and we take a look, we see I have a developed bishop, develop. My queen is essentially developed. I'm ready to castle. Now look at our opponent's position. Not developed, not ready to castle. Yikes. That is not what you want to see. So it says minus 0.3, but he has been making not the smartest and wisest decisions out of the opening. So technically, I'm supposed to just castle and be brave, but the reason I was worried about that is I didn't want the knight to come in and then I have to take, and then if this happens, if I move the knight, this is kind of hanging once I castle because nothing is defending this bishop. So I took all the bishop first. Don't hate it. But the reason that's not great is the bishop can just go back here and break this. This is the weak diagonal. So when he plays this, it's a huge blunder because this this knight is on the weak diagonal, and now your bishop can no longer go to this square to break the pin. So I didn't see how powerful just coming forward and pinning that pinned piece was, because essentially I could just do that. You got to do something to defend it. If you defend it with the queen, you're just getting hit with check immediately. If you defend like this, I'm still just coming forward, and there's no way to defend this. So if you move this knight, I can, for one, just take, and then these are hanging. If you move the bishop, I just take this. I could even take with the queen and force this. There was just no way to defend this knight. And so the reason that I missed that is because normally you're attacking pinned pieces with ferocity with the bishops. You're not doing it so much with the queens. Like, this idea is pretty easy to find with any piece, I guess, but normally you're doing it with the bishop, so I wasn't looking at like pin and attacking the pinned piece coming from a queen. Okay, I missed it. Don't hate it. We jump forward, and essentially what this is doing is trading off his developed pieces. Now I still have developed pieces. If you see, my queen's developed, and he's got one developed piece. So I'm still winning on development because we traded off 2 of my developed pieces for 2 of his developed pieces, but I still got more developed pieces, okay? Not to mention, that developed my rook as well. So like, I didn't castle, but it did the same purpose. All that matters is the rook being able to get to this open file. So he goes ahead and pushes. I step forward with this check now. The reason it's not so great is he can kind of just like get in the way with his queen. And if I give this check, he can get in the way with the queen. And if I give this check, get in the way with the queen. And he can just like trade the queens at some point where I'm going to have to take, and he steps back, and then he's attacking my bishop, and I would have to step back. And it's actually more or less an equal-ish position, because if he's capable of trading off the queens, he's not going to get checkmated anymore. And so I know that blocking with the knight was the worst decision, because now my rook is coming. Then, for whatever reason, I assumed because this was being attacked that this move would not work. I guess it's a complicated move. You know, this is under threat. This is here. I mean, the knight is pinned, and then there's some things you need to calculate. Like, what if I play this and he just takes, and I take? I don't know. Whatever. I didn't see it. You know what? So I step back. But you know what? We still got the option there. We step back, and he tries to get rid of it, but it doesn't even make any sense because I can just take that pawn because the knight is still pinned. So it's just no good. And so at this point, he realizes, oh no, this is a threat. He realized it more than I even did, because I still was worried about the knight somehow doing it. So he's stepping out of this to avoid this pin and to avoid the rook coming in and pinning the queen to the king. A lot of pins going on in this position. See what happens when you don't develop your pieces in castle? You just get, everything just gets pinned. So now my rook is on the 7th rank, and so is your king. So it's just a bad, bad position for our opponent. The king steps forward, and it seems like an equal trade. It seems like what's going on. I guess what was he supposed to do? Block like this and just let the bishop, let the bishop die? You're supposed to just allow this? I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What if you step back like this? Then I'm coming in with ideas like this, and if you block, then I'm going to attack you like this. Oof, it gets rough. So that's what I'm saying. In positions like this, it's hard to find a move because there are no moves. Everything sucks. It's -7, so you're completely cooked. And that's crazy. -7, but we have the same material essentially. Like, I guess I'm up a pawn, but -9 for the position of the king. His king is the most advanced piece. And so this looks like, when my queen arrives here, it looks like, okay, this is an equal trade, but it's just not, because your king is going into the middle of the board. And then when I take your knight, I'm attacking everything. So it looks like, okay, if you grab my knight, I grab your bishop. That's what it looks like. But that's not really the case. Yes, that happens. But then your king is literally on e4 in the middle of the board. You're supposed to put pawns on e4, not kings. Not in this type of position. This is a middle game position, and it happens. And so we go ahead and just take here first. And then if you look at the position, it's suggesting push pawns on the side of the board, throw away a piece essentially, to just, there's nothing that you can do. So he develops the queen, and unfortunately, this is coming. So the idea here is make the king move away from touching this pawn. And there's a couple different ways you can do that. I mean, he can't even move here. He can't even move here. So all you got to do is touch the king. So I play this. And like I said, if he plays this, he's just getting checkmated. Okay? if he plays this, then that is what happened. Then I just take the pawn. Then you're just losing the queen. This is going to happen. The king steps back. There's a lot of different things I can do. He comes here. Oh boy, I hit you with another check. You run in the corner, you're getting checkmated like this. If you run this way, probably I would start pushing some pawns. I'd probably push this pawn and try and like wiggle the king out somehow and checkmate him. I feel terrible for our opponent. If you enjoyed watching that video, I hope that it was long enough. The game was like 10 minutes. The analysis was like 10 minutes. So what can be learned from this? The main two things. Okay, if you're playing the c6 opening, if you're playing the c6 opening and you see c4, develop the knight first, then bring the bishop. It's complicated why that is better, but you play that. Okay, let's just look into it. If they capture. If the queen comes out, then you develop. Oh, it's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. This is not hanging. That is why. That is the entire difference. If you develop the bishop, then this gets attacked with queen b3. It attacks this pawn with tempo. That's the simple explanation. So if you play the bishop when he captures, when the queen comes out, this is immediately threatened. Immediately this is threatened. And if you come up, then you're just getting hit. And you come over here, then it's getting spicy. So that is why. That is why. You see c4, do this. Then, in the beginning, don't push a pawn on the side of the board. Develop a piece, okay? And then not only that, the pawns are what are like make the structure of the game. And so after he has pushed these pawns, this square and this square, these two squares became incredibly weak. And, I mean, if we look forward, that was important. Those weak squares, because all those pawn pushes. Look at these squares. Look at these squares that got weak because of all of this. And so there we go. One other thing, tactics. Just play the most powerful forcing move first. Just because you attack my bishop doesn't mean I have to move it. I can attack your queen. And so it was complicated because it looks, there's the pin going on. I wasn't sure. You know what I mean? I had 4 minutes. I have no excuse why I missed that. So either way, if you learned anything or you simply enjoyed watching my chess videos, thank you for watching them. Please subscribe if you haven't. Or don't. It's okay. Some people just watch and don't subscribe. But, leave a comment and let me know. Or else I'll never know you were here. So thank you guys so much for watching. That was the best. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back. We are at day 2 of my new account, and we're going to play some bullet, we're going to play some blitz, and we're going to play some rapid, and we're going to try and just get my rating back up. Today, we're 2031 question mark, but we're facing a 2000. He's playing the ready, so we're just going to go ahead and get some pieces developed. And I get scared playing these higher rated people. Oh my god, I can't be fumbling my... This is a rough start. A rough start. I think we're just going to take, attack. I'm going to put my king here. Slide the rook here so I can put the bishop. Ooh. We're going to lose this. We're going to lose a little bit of everything. Make no mistake about it. Okay. We launch a pawn. I am absolutely lost. Make no mistake about it. We're gonna slide here. We're just gonna try and open up the position. Make a little bit of mayhem because I'm down 2 pawns. So the only way to win a position where you're losing is to just absolutely attack. Boom, boom. We're gonna open up this king. My king is already open. I'm already down some pawns. I believe we just push this forward. I'm cool with it. We got a 10-second time advantage. Dude's got to play a little bit faster. This is defended. Do I dare step over like so? We step like this. This is held. Ooh. All right, we got to step back and defend that. Okay. We're going to step back here. And I think if we trade off the queens, for one, I'm attacking this pawn. This is held. I think we're going to go here so we can step forward. We're going to take this. 6 seconds. I don't think that he's going to be able to... I don't think that he's got what it takes. He's got 2 seconds. My friend. We're going to go here. If he steps in, we step forward. And he loses on time. We beat a 2000. Super sloppy. Not the way you want to do it. But, bro, when we get below like 10 seconds, you can't be doing this. You can't be trading like these were his attacking pieces. This was his chance of destroying me. And when he trades off all of those pieces, I'm able to hide right here away from these open files. There's no queen. And essentially, like, he's up some pawns, like 3 pawns to be precise, but he needs to make a queen to checkmate me. He's not going to be able to checkmate my king just like this. So that was our bullet game. We did all right. We're going to hop into a blitz. I think we're going to keep the momentum of doing like 1 bullet, 1 blitz, 1 rapid, and we'll get a win in each of them. We're facing an 1868. This one we're going to have a tad bit more strategy. We're going to come out and attack the queen. I think we throw the pawn 2 squares. Then we bring the knight because we don't want his pawn being able to just hop here for no reason. Because there's no pin, dude's playing really quick. He's going to castle this way. We're going to step back. We got a square for this. We step back. We got a nice diagonal. We step forward. Dude is just trying to absolutely obliterate me. I think we trade this off. My bishop completely sucks, so we're going to come forward and defend this. We don't really want to see his knight arrive to the center right here. So we're going to trade that off. We're going to put my knight in the middle of the board. And what is the route forward, my friend? Kind of like the idea of just going here. If the knight moves, we got a nice, beautiful checkmate. So we kind of want to make that knight move. You feel me? But because... Okay, so he castles. There... Do I dare go for a little rook lift? His bishop is blocked out of the game. Like, if I just slide over like this, I have a lot of stuff going on for this attack. Like, I slide over, he takes, my pawn takes. I think we're going to just completely disregard what's going on over here. If he takes, we're threatening this pawn. He would have to defend, like, somehow. And I've just got my pieces. I might even swing this rook over here. So we're going to just take with the pawn. He can push and then open up his light square bishop. But I think my attack is just a little bit terrifying. Because he can't defend with the queen. He can't push the pawn. He can step over. But then I sacrifice? Crazy rook sacrifice? I might launch a pawn at that point. We might try and bring the other rook. What if I got like a formation like this? Okay, so he attacks like so. The rook sacrifice isn't going to make a whole lot of sense. He can't actually take my queen. So what if we throw this forward? Crazy move, but we're going for it. This pawn is pinned. The king needs to move. So I think we're going to take here. If he takes like this, now all of a sudden we step over. I have a vicious attack on this young man. Make no mistake about it. I think we're going to just try and open up the position. We're going to take. Okay. I mean, he can get a piece on the open file. That's actually quite scary. Here, here, here. Is that winning? If I go here... Ugh, let's just do it. We're up a pawn. I mean, we're going to get hit. We're going to step here to maintain defense of this after he pushes this. A little tricky nonsense. We're going to go for attacking this pawn. Step here. I got 24 seconds. I should have played faster. Now I'm officially just going to lose on time. Man, 23 seconds. This was so dumb. I don't know if I'm going to be able to flag this guy. Check. Check. Here. He has to do it. Okay. Okay. Check. Oh boy. Not what you want to see, but we're going for this immediately. That's scary. Here, I don't know what to do. Oh boy. Oh boy. God damn it. No, what am I? God, fuck, dude. Fuck. Okay. Not fun. I threw that away. 10,000%. I deserved. What am I doing here? I hung my bishop. What am I doing? I can scroll on the wheel. I was up so much stuff. Here. This idea sucked. Trading off the queens to be up a pawn and go into an endgame when I had like 20 seconds on the clock was not chill. Given these little checks and trading off this. Going for this passed pawn. What I needed to do here was anchor this in. I needed to anchor this in and go for these. That's what I needed to do. Because at some point he'd bring the king and trade his bishop for this pawn. But my king would already kind of be active. That's how I win this endgame. For whatever reason, I felt like I needed to start pushing this pawn. And then I just lost it. Then here, I could have grabbed this for one. Like when he stepped away, I could have grabbed it. But I lost 10 points from that draw. Oh boy. Well, that's how you hang on for dear life in an endgame. I was able to do it. In 1966. Let's get him with the 4-move checkmate. Not a chance he knows how to defend against it. We're going to check his profile real quick. Oh man, he is just a all-around very strong player. Okay, does he know this line? You should know this line. I know this line. The king needs to step over. Does he know that? Most people bring the queen out. If he brings the queen out, we give him a little bump on the head. Sometimes people push this pawn. This is also a very reasonable and quite good move, but we're praying, we're hoping and praying that he brings the queen out. Because if I'm able to just gain some elo off this dub, oh, it will be good. We jump forward. We attack the queen. The queen comes down and gives us check. We step over. Now he needs to step over with the king. This is his last opportunity. He needs to play that move or it's hard to play. This doesn't work because we grab. Queen doing nonsense. This is defended. He's also going to spend a little bit of time here trying to decide what's the best move for him. I think that this does just work. But then I can hit him with this check. He steps over. I grab the rook. And we're more or less up in exchange. And I have some ideas of trying to trap this queen. Okay. I think that I just grab. I go ahead and grab. If he grabs, I grab the rook. I know that this is the right move, actually. Because if he grabs, I grab this. And then I'm just in, baby. I think that was the wrong move by our opponent. My CPA is texting me right now saying that my tax return got rejected because we did not submit whatever documents. Okay, so almost absolutely, I grab this with check. He steps forward. I can grab this, but then he can grab this. What if we launch forward with the idea of this? Does this work? Now I'm a little bit like, what am I supposed to do? I mean, I can grab a knight. It seems reasonable. I grab here. He grabs here. I launch this forward. I'm scared. I'm scared. I mean, I'm up a rook, but if you see, my situation is a little bit scary. So this check is actually terrifying. So what I'm going to do is step here. I feel like that has to be the correct move. There's just mate. There's just mate. Plain and simple, I hung mate. Fuck. Fuck. Ugh, we need to check this with the computer. How am I supposed to play this correctly? Boom, boom, boom. Yes, 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 yes. And this is where my knowledge stopped. Mate and one. The whole purpose of this bishop being here was defending mate. What am I doing? What on earth am I doing? I got a +3 advantage. We then step over here. We're sort of threatening this. The knight can't move because it's pinned, essentially. He jumps in. We give a check. He hits us. We hit another check. He runs back. We can even, like... Then we grab. Makes me sad. All right, let's try another. Let's try another. 3 minutes. I completely screwed that up. That's why I'm not 2000. That's why I'm 1844 ? So we really just need to play a handful of games and then get to my actual rating. So I don't know anything about this opening. So we're going to go resort back to my custom opening. And today we're facing, this is an 1800. So we are literally just going with my custom opening right now. Okay. Which is like not really a custom opening. It's more of like a custom structure. My knight will now jump over here. We're going to castle this way because this open file is scary. This is being attacked quite heavily. My knight needs to go to this square anyway. And I think that his bishop is going to get a little bit blocked in. So basically I have the option. I don't want to allow this to fix his weakness. I could jump in. And if he takes here, I get an open file. I think we're going to do this. If he takes my light square bishop, I'm actually okay with it because look how many pawns I have on light squares. I mean, probably we just need to put a rook over here, right? Whoops. All right, so we're going to do this and just get pinned. And then we're going to have to defend like so. We defend with a pawn. This pawn is hanging, but I absolutely can't take it because then he can just get another attacker on my dude. I need my other knight here. So like here, here. I'm playing a big game of trying to get untangled. I think we're just going to take, right? We're kind of forking these pawns. So we're forking these pawns. I don't see a way for him to defend both. If I grab this one, I have a passed pawn. So we are going to grab this one. And then I'm literally just going to come back and apply pressure on both of them. I think we're going to just not even care about this. If he pushes, then like, okay. We've got pawns on light squares. Like, yes, he can come back and attack. This one. What about just push? This is a pass pawn, bro. This is a pass pawn. How does he stop that? His knight can't even get over. He's blocked in by his own pawn, and he's defending it. Like, he can jump forward and attack this, but then my passed pawn, bro. My passed pawn. Uber defended passed pawn. 2 steps away from the promised land. Opponent left the game. Don't be a baby. Don't be doing that to people, bro, because you get in a bad position, resign. You know what I mean? Don't like, oh, you beat me, I'm going to waste your time. Like, bro, we're both chess players. Don't be so, like, such a sore loser and so competitive and whatever. So, there we go. 15 seconds, claim the victory. I'm wondering at what point does this question mark go away? I actually have no idea. I haven't had a new account for quite some time. But I will shed a tear for zip ties and lube. We're going to go ahead and claim the victory. I mean, this passed pawn is completely unstoppable. We got the win, so we can beat 1800s, and now, without further ado, we'll jump directly into our rapid game. And hopefully this one I can be the most instructive out of all. We're facing a straight up 1500. I thought I was playing the white pieces. I almost just played what I thought was e4. I'm colorblind. Okay, we have the Caro-Kann. And if you see, I'm 1483 because I won a game and then I lost a game and I lost all of my rating. Okay. Dead serious. What am I actually supposed to do here? This is the exchange variation. I think that I do bring the bishop and push the pawn. If we see, we're going to just trade off the light square bishops. His queen is happy coming out. There is stuff like this, so I'm going to bring this knight to defend this pawn. It's generally a good idea to try and like just bring the knights out first. I'm going to be pushing this pawn like this, pretty much regardless. And if this happens, I'm not sure. That's a strange move, so we're going to just push this. I know that I need to get my bishop out, and I want to be able to castle. And then obviously my knight is probably going here or here. Long story short, if I go to this square, let me try and show you. If I go here, he can in the future pin me. If I go here, he just pushes this pawn, and then I get booted around for no reason. If I go here, I am being a little bit more attacky, so I think we're going to go with that. The downside of that is I can maybe get attacked by the knight. Like if the knight, I don't know how he gets there, but if the knight gets there, whatever. We're going to castle this way. We've got a completely little symmetrical but opposite structure. I think I'm going to push forward too because I just don't want to deal with anything like that. His move didn't make a lot of sense. Like, yes, he can bring his knight back there, and if his bishop comes out, he can get the bishop back, but I don't have a light square bishop to pin this knight, and the queen isn't even there anyway for the pin to make sense. So this pawn move didn't make a lot of sense. Mine, I feel like, did make a lot of sense because I'm trying to actually avoid this pin. Very reasonable move. Put a rook to the semi-open file. Great move by our opponent. And now we're at the crossroads. This was like always the situation when I first got into chess, maybe when I was like 1100, where I would really struggle to think, what is the plan? Like, how do I move forward? And I didn't know what moves to make. So the truth is, you either launch an attack or you make small improving moves. And so like literally I could push my pawn over here. But because he put his rook here, I'm going to put my rook here. I know that most likely if these files open up, I want our rooks to match. Then, most likely getting my queen scooted up, potentially here would make a lot of sense. That simply attacks my pawn, so I got to do something about it. I think the idea of scooting forward like this defends the pawn, and we defended the pawn, we connected the rooks, and we set up this attack. So now the knight can't even go back there, or I will just take it with check. My arrows suck. And I've been doing these YouTube videos like 6 months. I just figured out. Let's see this. So I press control. Red arrow. Blue arrow. Check that out. Not that I'm really ever using it, but I got all my like stuff here. I got like the camera and I got the microphone. So reaching over like this and trying to actually mess with that. We're going to just tickle this queen. Not 100% sure what's the idea. But if he scoots back, I will straight up just hit him again. Then my knight will come here and hit him again. And then my knight will arrive on this square. So if I get a pawn here, this square becomes mine. And we actually are a little bit worried about this pawn push. So I like the idea of pushing this pawn, my knight here. I have for 1 this fork, and then for 2 this square. And like, yes, you could come over here. I could ruin his pawn structure. I don't know if that's actually a great idea for me. Okay, so this is no longer an option. And essentially this side of the board is a little bit of a cluster fudge. I can put my knight in the middle of the board. If you can do that, go ahead and just do that. My knight's in the middle of the board. And he's going to have to do something about getting it not in the middle of the board. And so he has many, many different avenues. He can just come back and we trade off a piece equally. Nothing wrong with that. He can actually do a fair bit of things. If he sacrifices, that's a terrible idea. Terrible idea, I feel like. So probably this is his most stupid piece. He needs to do something with this bishop. I don't know what, but he needs to do something with this bishop to connect the rooks and activate his only undeveloped minor piece. So he just steps back. I think we're just going to take. Boom, boom. Do I want my knight here? Do I want to try and break the position over here? Like so? Whoa, whoa, whoa. If I go here. The chance of getting my knight to this square are pretty low. And even if I do, he's just going to trade me off immediately. So it's not even such a great thing. I'm a little bit worried. Like if he pushes and I take, or if he pushes and I don't take, then I have this super isolated weak pawn. We essentially have like a 4-on-3, if that makes sense. Because most likely this pawn is not going to trade off this pawn. So essentially we're looking at these 3 versus these 2. If some stuff's going down, what am I supposed to do here, bro? Break in the middle of the board. All of a sudden, that makes a lot of sense. Not even going to calculate it. Breaking in the middle of the board probably is the right move. When you analyze enough games with the computer, you start to learn moves like that, where it's basically like, I don't know what to do with my pieces, and it's normally a pawn move, and it's normally the pawn break. And so the reason that this has to be the correct move is because 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. 4 pieces are supporting that pawn break. So it just can't be a bad move, right? Watch me get absolutely obliterated. What's furthermore is if he decides to take, if he doesn't take, I destabilize his pawns. Or he could do like this, but then I could push this pawn forward. If he doesn't take, I can take. Okay? This pawn would be left all alone. But he has to take back with his pawn, so we'd have 2 isolated queen's pawns. And then this side of the board would be a lot more stable. For me, at least. Well, I don't know what I mean for me. And what's furthermore, I'm sad that I lost my account. I played like thousands of games on that account. And so you get a lot of analytics into the way that you play chess. And one thing that I noticed is when I play bullet, I hardly ever checkmate. Oh. Excuse me? This pawn is hanging, bro. Why is chess so hard? We take. He takes. Oof. I'm going to lose a pawn. And I don't see a great way around it. And not only that, once he grabs this, my knight gets to the center. Yes. But now I'm down a pawn. So now I need to absolutely figure out an attack on this dude. I mean, we're going to just cramp the position. He can just bring the knight. We are afraid of this rook trade, essentially. He could kind of like boom, boom, boom. And then I scoot over. But then he could kind of... Yeah, I'm in a little bit of trouble right now. Me touching this pawn is like maybe taking like this, and then I'm touching this after a check. I can also line up some ideas. Dude is 1500, and The accuracy of some of these players is absolutely ridiculous. Like yesterday, what did I play? A 1700, and he played so accurate. It was like a 93% accurate in like a crazy game. That's a complete lie. I have no idea what the percent was. He just beat me. So if he beat me, he played too accurately. That's how I feel. All right, my bro. Make a move, bruh. I mean, essentially, we're gonna just have that pre-moved. I wish you could still draw arrows after you do a little pre-move. If he doesn't and he allows, I'm gonna move my rook over to line up the discovery on the queen. So I'll just if he doesn't trade the rooks, I'm gonna go for this. Plain and simple, we win the queen. I'm just gonna set that up with the second idea of it's like a tempo winning move. It's a pretty straightforward attack, so he'll have to do something with the queen. And you also want to maintain defending this bishop. Actually, the knight's doing a good job of that. And he doesn't trade the rooks. So that's the whole reason. Like, if I can avoid trading these rooks, I'm going to do so. Because the more pieces that we trade, the more of an end game that we hop into. And I don't want to hop into an end game where he has this extra pawn. So until I'm able to do something, like conjure up a nice little attack or win a pawn, okay. One thing to note is that rook is undefended. We can take here. I don't think he's going to fall for this. I can take this. If he takes back with the knight, I take this with check. But if I take, he throws in this check first. Then I come in. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. We take, if he takes my rook, I take back his rook. He probably takes like this. But then I slide in. He could trade me off. You know what? At the off chance of that this might work, if I take here, let's just do it. If he takes, oh, that also works. Gosh darn it. I didn't even consider that. We're going to step over like this. New idea is this. With 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, there's not a chance that that works. We are still very much in an end game where I need to figure out how to win. And so, arguably, his king is weaker than mine. I mean, sort of. This rook sucks, so I think what we're going to do is just double up on this pawn. What's really important now is that I don't make any, like, small... I can't be making any blunders. I can attack that rook. We want... Maybe I go like this. I could just go like this and it's defended. So what about we add an attacker? He could push, but then I just take. No, no, no. Here, here. I just take like this. Then I have an extra pawn. He's going to stack up on it pretty quickly. But I think that this is going to be my opportunity to fight back for this pawn. And I can reposition my bishop. Like, yes, my bishop's doing a great job over here, but having my bishop looking over here on this diagonal might actually be a good idea. So pretty plain and simple, I'm threatening this. If he takes with the rook, I take. He takes, I take. I got more attackers. So we are chilling. We have 1, 2, 3 pieces looking at this, and he only has 1, 2. So that's a very simple way of, can I capture this piece? How many pieces do you have looking at it? You need to have 1 more than whatever number they have. Okay? And it changes a little bit, like if you're attacking with your queen first. And so like if you see I am attacking with my queen first, so if I take and then he takes, okay, this is not a great example. Say I had to take with my queen first, it's not great because he can take with the rook, and then even if I take, he doesn't have to take back with his queen. If that explains. So we're still down a pawn, but we are going ahead and wiggling into this position. Just making a little wiggle. A little wiggle. Okay. I think for one, I can just capture. He has to capture. Then I capture. So I think we're going to be chilling. We're not going to be winning or anything, but we will get the pawn back. Is that what I want to do? And then we're in an endgame where I'll probably be able to apply pressure to his dark pawns before he can get his knight over here to apply pressure to me. So boom, boom, boom. Let's just do it. Let's hop on into an endgame, bro. What type of endgame skills you got? I mean, we're going to do this. These guys defend each other. My bishop is ready to step back. He can't play this. I'll simply take. He can't slide in immediately to attack my pawn. I can reposition my queen to attack the rook. And all of a sudden, I like my position simply because if we trade these things off, I will have the bishop. Like if we get rid of these queens, oof. Now the idea, do I go here and walk into a pin or do I take with the rook? I take with the rook because if I take like this, he simply plays this and that's no fun for me. We take like this and we are immediately applying pressure to this pawn. He can push, but then I slide behind this one. And if he takes, I take, and we will be attacking this at the end of the day. I can also pin this knight. I can also step back and push this. So all of a sudden I've got some ideas here. And what we're gonna prove is that the bishop is better than the knight in this endgame, where we have pawns on both sides. So the way that I really favor this is I trade these rooks somehow. We get our king centralized, but then we start trying to make passed pawns on both sides, which isn't gonna be really super easy because we're totally equal. But also because he has 1 minute and 56 seconds that I think I'm gonna be able to hang it out. Okay, so he's giving up this pawn for activity. So I'm gonna step back, allow this check. I'll step up. If he goes behind this, I grab this with defending. Okay, so that idea, I'm not 100% sure that it works. I can also just push forward and solidify the bishop. Is that what I want to do here? Yes, we are going to just solidify the bishop. Yes, he can just kind of hit us, but I can just like take it, and then you lost another pawn. Okay, so he slides back over like so. But now I might start bringing the king. I can also force this. So I'm kind of liking the idea. Here, here, fork the pieces. We're stepping over. Should I spend more time? Okay. So I can also completely slide in like so. But then he attacks us. So what I'm thinking is here, here, here. You'd have to do something. I think this just wins. Because, like, yes, you have a move, like, trying to attack the bishop to dislodge my defender or something like this. But I'll just take the rook. The rooks are staring at each other. You would have to run back like this. But then I could even sacrifice with an attack on the rook. So if you do go to the only square that is not trading, I can, like, grab a pawn. Or grab a pawn like this and still attack you. And then I just come back. Or you take. Okay, okay. So he is going for it. What is the better option here? I feel like these are the pawns where we want to have passed pawns. So if I take here, if he takes my rook, I just take his rook. He jumps in, or he jumps in. Either or, I think that I'm chilling, and I can even fork him if we do something like this. So I like the idea of this. If I take, and he tries to like run away, we just apply pressure. So I think that this discovery is going to work. Right? We go here, he goes here. That's enough small talk. We're going to go ahead and grab this. If he takes, we take, and then his pawn is on a dark square where I have a dark square bishop. And my king kind of has an easier access to this side, the important side of the board, than he does. So if he takes, I think he's almost just guaranteed to lose because I'm going to jump in and just immediately attack that pawn. And if he tries something else... Okay. Okay. Fairly certain we jump in. He can do something like so. We step up. He'll probably come with the king. I'll come with my king. He'll come with his king. Ooh, I actually get trapped in that line. Here, here. Here, here. Here, here. And then am I really just trapped? Oof. Don't want to spend too much time on this. I can also straight up just push. I can threaten this dude immediately. Like threaten the knight. Once the knight goes here, then I come in. That might make sense. He's coming like so. He can jump like this. Here, here, here. Mine comes with check, I believe. And I can sacrifice. So if I push here, if he takes, what am I talking about? I can't push. His knight defends. So I need to bring this king. He comes here. Then I push. If he takes here, I take here. He takes here. What am I doing? We slide here to support this pawn push. Here, here, here. This sucks. How is his knight doing so well, bro? What am I supposed to play here? Bring the king. He attacks. I attack. He takes. Then I just... This sucks. He can immediately jump in and attack my pawn. Then I attack his pawn. But then he's defending it with his knight over here. Right? I think we step in, right? Here. If he takes, we take. He takes. I can't push. I'm screwed. I can go here. No, no, no. Here, here, here. It's not going to work. Here, here, here. He can jump back and attack this. Bro, is his knight really just going to mop me up? This is unbelievable. Because I can't push. Oh my god. We're just attacking this. I think I'm going to just straight up get mopped up. He can just step around like so. Like boom. So now he's attacking this. If I step here. We're doing it. Now it's time to bring his king. I'm going to step up like so. He brings his king. I step up. If he comes here, I just step in. Here, 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 here. He touches, but I'm stepping back. This gosh darn bishop better start being a little bit more fancy. We can go like so. And what do we do if he just wants to shuffle? I don't want a draw, bro. What if I go here? Check here. Let's do it. 18 seconds on the clock. We are straight up. We are straight up just gonna try and finagle this. I don't know if it's possible. And I can't make his king move actually either. But I don't want to draw. Not against a 15-36. Are you kidding me? We're playing into an endgame. Someone's blundering. And it's not me. I'm winning this gosh darn game for you guys. 35 seconds. We're going to see what it takes. Can I touch this guy and just get him not active? He goes here. If I step here, here, here. He can absolutely play this. We attack this pawn. He steps up. This, he just pushes, but then I push, then he pushes. Then I lock it down. We're going to make him shuffle this dude real quick. He jumps here. What if I step up? I think we're going for it. Oh, man, I just can't lose on time. Now he's bringing the king. That's no fun. The knight is doing a great job of defending this. Bro, I'm stepping forward. I'm over it. You can go here. But I touch you. Here, 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 here. I might wiggle into the position, bro. 1 second. Check. Here. I could just take as well. Take here. Take in. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Let go. Let go. Go ahead and give him some time. We step forward. We push the pawn. My heart is pounding. We're going to bring the king. All we got to make sure to not do is stalemate this dude. We're just going to push. He can go here. I don't know my king and pawn endgames the way that I should. I think we go here. He goes here. We push. He's going to have to step out. Here, here. And we chillin', my boy. We go. He has a legal move. He's got legal moves with his pawns. And we get it. And sometimes you gotta just take a deep breath and say, I'm not letting a 1536 beat me. I had the bishop. The bishop had to be better. I think it was still a draw, but when he offered that trade right here, I realized that I was going to touch his pawn first. And I did not calculate this, but I did calculate I'm touching his pawn first, and that's generally a good thing for me because I can get behind it. He can't. I'm acting first, and normally if you can put your king somewhere first against the enemy king, it's good. Okay, and so we are actually going to check that with the computer, and I will see you over there. I think I probably played like 90% accurate, maybe more actually, maybe like 91%. We're going to see how he played. I'm going to check with the computer, and I will see you guys over there. And holy smokes, here we are in the analysis. And that endgame was anything but accurate. There were so many ideas that both of us missed. And so the beginning, the opening, and the middle game were quite reasonable. And then the end game, when we both had like 25 seconds on the clock, we were just making moves. And so we get the Caro-Kann exchange. The moves are kind of interchangeable, but I like to bring this bishop simply because I know I'm going to push this pawn. So I just develop the bishop. I know my bishop is generally going to one of these squares. Or we simply trade it off. And so the reason for that is because we're going to end up with a lot of pawns on light squares. So just getting rid of it because he's going to have a lot of pawns on dark squares. So we simply trade that off because his light square bishop is going to be better than mine. We push the pawn. I know that it's going here anyway. I need to get my bishop developed. We go ahead and put my bishop here. Technically, I'm supposed to bring the knight first or put the bishop here was actually the best move, but it doesn't matter. Completely equal position. We bring this. Going ahead and putting my rook, one of the best moves. Best move, we defend the pawn. We set this up. We connect the rook, so that move kind of was forced. It made a lot of sense. This knight stepping back is a weird move because it gives me the opportunity to attack the queen and then kind of grab some space. And so we go ahead and we jump my knight into the middle of the board. It looks like it's a great move, but essentially it's just going to get traded off immediately. Then this pawn push is not the best move, but it hovers around equality because basically what's going to happen is I'm going to just stockpile on this pawn. So yes, after all this, I'm down a pawn, but I get my knight to a great square, and it's actually quite easy for me to just stockpile on his weakness. And so we go ahead, we trade the bishop for the knight. The computer says that's an inaccuracy or completely a mistake, but the reason that I won this game was because I got rid of that dark square bishop with my knight. So the computer doesn't like it, but from a human standpoint, it left me with the only dark square bishop on the board, and I knew that if we got into an endgame where we have outside pass pawns or whatever, we're making pass pawns on the opposite sides of the board, the bishop is going to be better. So my game plan changed here to, okay, let's figure out how we can win this pawn and then trade off the major pieces and just get left with the bishop versus the knight, and I figured I'd be able to win. So we go ahead and we do just that. We stockpile on this. Technically, I'm supposed to attack the rook. Whatever, we go for this. We trade, 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 trade. Now, we got rid of a lot of pieces right there. And we are essentially in an end game where I have the bishop and he has the knight. The rooks are equal and we're going to trade them off at some point. We push forward. My bishop is now just at a beautiful square in the middle of the board. We step over and I do find all these tactics right here, where if the knight came in, we would force the trade like this. Now, he steps back, and I said, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, which pawn do we grab? The reason I grabbed this one is because I figured I was going to have a 2-on-1 where my bishop is defending the promotion square. That is straight up what I figured. However, taking here is better, because when he takes back, I take, and I'm very quick to attack this pawn. So he wants to go like this so that he can come here to defend his pawns. However, I can simply pin you, you go wherever, and then I just take. Then he takes, and it has massively simplified the position where I have a 3-on-2. So essentially, what I can do is I'm going to win this endgame every single time, because what we're going to do is make a pass pawn over here, use it as a decoy, push, 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 make his king come over here and grab it, and at the opportune time, I'm going to be one step ahead of him to grab these pawns and push here. And so long story short, if we can get a position where we get rid of all of these pawns, just get rid of all of these pawns, and just imagine his king here and my king here. I step over, he steps over, I step over, he steps over. I'm over here first. I grab, I push. So super easy. I picked eeny, meeny, miny, mo here. And then the other option is if I take, he takes, and I take. If he tries to play something like this, well, now I'm just basically going to win your pawn. Like, you have to bring your knight over here to defend like this, and now we still have the 3-on-2 situation where we're going to do the same exact thing, create an outside pass pawn, bring my king. And once I get my king here, I'm going to win this, you trade, and you lose. The way that I did it was simply not right, which was hard for me to calculate all that. I grab the wrong pawn. I'm still totally winning. We get the rook. The rooks are off the board. I attack the knight. The knight jumps in. All of a sudden, his knight is just attacking my pawns. He's still losing if I bring my king. I don't bring my king. I decide to attack the pawn, which doesn't really make any sense because he's going to take my pawn and defend it real quick. So I bring my king. Yet another mistake. I'm still doing quite all right if I just forget about what's going on over here and we focus on this side of the board. I bring the king. I bring the king. Another blunder. But if you look, I got 35 seconds. So I made that move with 31 seconds on the board. Don't hate myself. We step around. He touches me. I step around. He touches me. And I decide in this position, you know what? We're making a gosh darn YouTube video. I'm not accepting a draw from 1536. Bishop in the corner. Let's change the position and just fight on. He's got 1 minute. I've got 18 seconds. I've got the bishop. He's got the knight. It is a battle of wits. And so we touch the knight. If he would have jumped into the middle, all of a sudden, that knight became real powerful. My bishop is actually not doing a whole lot over here, and this was his opportunity to get the knight out without me simply trading it off. So, unfortunately, he steps over here. We repeat the position. He can still get his knight back into the game, but he doesn't see it. Now, I'm covering that square from the knight. So the knight's options are to step back to the back rank of the board, which he doesn't really want to do. We shuffle around a little bit, and the reason it's a -3 is I could have forced this idea quicker, where he jumps in, I take, he takes, and say it was defended, I step over, and we get in this same Zugzwang situation where I'm touching his pawn, but he's going to lose. So I could have forced that sooner. Instead, we make a bunch of moves over here. I get checks. We go ahead and I'm figuring I can just keep my bishop on this very active diagonal. Check, forward, here, defend my pawn, and he jumps in here. And I'm not even really going to be on. I'm going to be honest with you here. I didn't really calculate everything here. All that I knew is I'm going to touch his pawn. He only has 1 square to defend it, and then I'm getting behind it. And I was just kind of hoping that it was good for me. Generally, if you can touch something first or you do something first with the king, it's good for you. And I basically just intuition was like, all right, this is the opportune moment. We trade off. We touch the pawn. He touches my pawn, but I was a step ahead. So then he's going to be a step behind. He has to step away. We grab. And then this is pretty much just a rudimentary. We step around. We force him off the back rank. We support the chair. We support the chair throne for our new queen. The king steps away. We make a queen. We checkmate the opponent king. Thank you so much for watching that game. It was an epic battle. I don't even know if I looked at the graph and everything, but we'll take a look at it now. Doing all right. Then once we get to like 30 seconds, I literally threw away my advantage 5 different times, but he also missed it 5 different times. So like, look, it's only a blunder if your opponent sees it. So blunders happened, but he did not see it. So it was like boom, boom. And literally right after I made the mistake, he didn't see it, and neither did I. So did it ever even really happen? Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video or learned something, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, and it's a long, treacherous road. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today, we have a special guest, Matthew Ping, Rabbit Man, one of my subscribers, and we are going to be battling him today in a subscriber battle to the death. So, we are going to revert back to my custom opening, because when they don't play e4, e5, or the Sicilian, or the Scandinavian, or the whatever main lines, this is a structure that I am more or less unfamiliar with. And so, my game plan will be as follows. Put my bishops here, put my knights behind, bring the queen up, and then castle whichever way I feel is better. Most likely, we're going to try and castle opposite. So we're going to stick right with that. All you need to be a little bit weary of is his pieces coming to our side of the board, which he doesn't have any of those moves that really scare me. So now we have a pawn tension in the middle of the board. I'm still going to just stick with my plan. If he captures, I'll take back, and I'll be able to put my knight on this square right here. So if this capture does come in, then we got a place to put the knight, and that's generally the natural developing squares of the knights. You should know this. You see where his knight is? That's generally what we want our knights to be doing. So he develops a bishop. I'm going to bring this knight first, so I'm ready to castle at will, because I'm still 2 moves. Sorry, my throat. I'm going to edit that out. Don't worry. Now you hear my voice? Much better. Okay. So, I mean, I said I'm going to go for my custom setup. So here we are with the custom setup on the board. And because he has not castled yet, we are both ready to castle. Whichever way he goes, I'm going to go the other way. That is generally what I'm going to try and do in this video, for the simple reason of those make more fun games of chess, and he wants to play 2 games, so if we could knock the first game out rather quickly, that would be better, and then it's less time because I don't want to make a 55-minute video. And so if whichever way he goes, we're going to go the other way. That is straight up the plan. Okay, so he pushes a pawn. Now, what I'm worried is if I castle, he will castle the same way. So, do I have any moves that really make sense? I'm kind of just wasting a move here, if we're going to be honest. That's more of just a waste of a move because we're waiting for the castle. Because right now, making a move is difficult because I don't know which way I want to castle. So I don't want to like pin this knight or take this pawn or do anything. I don't want to advance pawns on the side of the board if I'm going to be castling to that way. So we're really just doing a little bit of a Mexican standoff, you might want to say, where I want him to castle. Go ahead and castle, bro. If he doesn't, I literally might just put the knight back. Because he's worried about castling as well. And bro, if we get into a game of chess where we just don't castle, be my guest. We'll go ahead and do that. So capturing in the middle would not be a bad idea. We're pushing a pawn. Still not sure. I just don't want his knight being able to come in. Essentially, this pawn push also looks like it's making a lot of sense. And dude, I think he's neglecting the castle. But you know what? I think we could make it work because look at the pawn structure on this side of the board for him. Okay, so he wants to break in the middle. Very, very principled. Because I think we could castle this way, and if he castles this way, that is worse for him than it is for me. If this capture happens, I think we're cool with it. Yeah, and if we do capture, it just allows his knight to get into the position. I mean, this pawn is protected so many different ways. It's not even like reasonable to consider taking it. And I don't know what to do. I want him to castle. That's all I'm doing right now. Just castle, bro. Pick a side. Pick a side. I'm going the other way. And now, because we have done this, don't play chess like this. I'm only playing like this because I feel like I'm going to be able to apply pressure to him, which isn't necessarily a nice way to play chess. But if we castle same side, then we're going to probably just have some equal exchanges and go into an endgame where there's like a one move blunder later on in the position, which I don't want. So what I want is an attacking game of chess where I can explain some more stuff about attacking and then practice and get better at attacking myself, because that will be more fun and more educational for everybody. And so that directly just hangs a knight. So I'm going to go ahead and take it, but we're going to give him the take back. We're going to give him the take back. The dude is like he needs to do a take back. He is one of my favorite subscribers. He comments on everything. He likes everything. He watches my videos. So we're not going to just one move blunders, captures the knight. Even if that wasn't hanging, It's hard to say that that was a good move. Okay. Much better. Much better. I mean, I have to take, right? If he takes, then I do have two pawns in the center, but castling this way seems to not work anymore. Like this, that would be my defense. If my king is over here, the rook is here, just look at that position. It's horrendous. It's like he's got these three pawns ready to launch in. Both of the bishops are looking this way. This knight is ready to come in. The queen is already looking where my king is. The rook is ready to step onto the open file. So castling this way, for all of those reasons that I just explained, is terrible. Absolutely terrible. So I have to castle this way. And then the same goes for him. Okay, so he pins my knight. I can straight up just get out of it with castling. So don't see a huge reason not to do that. And then it also... We're going to just castle. We spent long enough trying to do an opposite side castling game. Now watch, he castles. And so I got to let you know, when you're facing an opponent that's stronger than you, castle same side, straight up. Because then you're going to have more of a chance at like a not super complicated position. Like opposite side castling gets into crazy tactical, complicated lines where just brute calculation is what wins you the game. Just straight up tactics makes you win the game. Okay, this walks into a fork. The idea is to, for one, take the knight, then I take back, then the queen arrives. The other idea is my knight moves, and you win this pawn with check. Unfortunately, I can just advance my pawn, and then I'm forking these two pieces. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to go ahead and do that. He has still not castled. And so in this position, I would move the bishop, because you're going to lose one of these pieces. I would move the bishop so that I take here and you lose the knight, but you keep the bishop. You don't want to move the bishop and then I take, or I mean, you don't want to move the knight and let me take the bishop. So I would have advised against that. Now he's losing his bishop, and his bishop was a very important component in his attack. So we're going to take. Yes, the queen gets to the middle of the board. My bishop is hanging. Unfortunately, this knight is hanging. So there's even more tactics going on here. Let's go back like 2 moves. So, yeah, he should have stepped here. Then when I take, he takes. Then all of this is held. Winning the pawn, you won it over here with the bishop, is what he needed to do. When you do it like this, you win the pawn with your queen in the middle of the board, and it just lets this guy hang. So we go ahead and grab it. This queen is definitely doing some scary stuff, but now the queen is also on the same file as the king in the middle of the board, his most advanced piece. So that just gets a little bit sketchy for him, because I can really quickly mobilize my rooks. Probably I'll bring this rook because we're going to be doing some attacking here. And yeah, and if he's not careful, he's not going to get to castle. Okay, that sort of traps my bishop. That's true. For one, I can attack the queen. The queen doesn't have really so much options. All of these squares are taken. That square is good. Wait, so that's where the queen can go. The queen can only go to a very select few squares. I like the idea of just bringing the rook. Then essentially he has to go here or here. If he goes here, I jump forward with the knight and attack him again, forcing this trade. I can also just attack like this, but then he could just take. So what is the correct move? Also, this pawn is only defended by the queen. So one thing you can do is, like, if a pawn is only protected by a queen and a king, you can basically just attack that piece and it's like let go of the pawn. So I'm attacking this pawn and he wants to hang on to it, and there's only one way to do that. And if he goes ahead and goes here, then I just hit him again. Right? So we go ahead and we attack the queen. If he goes here, we attack him again. If he goes if he goes here, for one, I can jump in and attack him. If he takes, I jump in and attack him again. So he steps back. Okay, very reasonable. This knight is not doing a whole lot. If I go this way, we probably just get traded off. But potentially I can jump forward and jump forward like this. So the reason that I'm going to bring this knight to this square is because this knight can already go to this square. So we jump in. We attack the queen. He can't give it up because the bishop is pinned to the king. This fork is essentially coming next, and I'll bring the rook forward. And we'll just absolutely mobilize the attack. And so he still has not got to castle, and his king is stuck in the middle of the board. His queen is continuously getting attacked, has very scarce squares that it can really go to. My bishop is kind of trapped, but it's defended by the knight, and I still do have like at least one retreating square. Or if I really need, I can go forward. So my bishop's not really trapped. He's kind of scared, but not officially trapped. Okay. What do we got going on here? Can I just sacrifice? What does that do? Boom, boom. Check. I like the idea of that. Sacrifice the rook. Kaboom, boom, boom with check. Where's he go then? Over here, we hit him with another check. Where's he go? Here. I don't think it's going to work. But this queen is not super happy. This pawn is almost hanging. I guess I can jump in with my knight. That would probably be a good move. This square is a little bit scary, so I think we're just going to jump forward with the knight. Hopefully I'm not blundering something. But now this pawn is actually hanging because the queen essentially didn't let go, but now I'm interfering. So there was a difference. If you see, if we go back all of these moves, kind of the whole idea of this rook move was to undefend this pawn because only the queen. And if you see, he remains touching the pawn. He remains touching the pawn, but eventually I'm able to get in the way. So now I am actually threatening this pawn. And if this pawn falls, it becomes kind of scary. So there's a way that I can guarantee, like if I go here, he can slide back like this, still maintaining. So the more forcing and scary move is to take, or take like this. But I think we're just going to take like this, and we're attacking the queen. We're also attacking the pawn. If the queen goes here, we just attack the queen again. Then the queen needs to stay here to defend this pawn because we're threatening this. But then kind of sacrifices do work because the king is still in the middle of the board. So it's hard to say what's actually the correct move for him. His queen has gotten attacked. Let's just go through this. Where are we even at? This was all nonsense because we were trying to figure out castling. His queen got attacked. He's just 4 moves in a row. He just loses tempo. Okay, so he does step back. For one, we can give this check. We can attack the queen, but I think we want to give the check first. Just give a nice little check. There's no real reason not to. If he steps over, then we attack the queen like this. If he steps here, we can jump in like this because this piece is pinned. So I think just giving a check, now he can't castle. So his king got stuck in the middle of the board too long. This pawn is also hanging, but there's a problem if his rook comes over. Then both of these pieces kind of get attacked, and it's not so clear. So he steps forward. That is definitely attacking my knight. But what if I just attack the queen first? I kind of like that. Just leave the knight hanging, but I think it'll be okay. And we just attack the queen first. I mean, you're not going to take the knight, so I think we're chilling doing something like this. The queen's got to go somewhere. If the queen goes here, my knight can jump back this way, attacking the queen yet again. And you can't take because I would take the queen with my rook. So if he does go here, this move works. I'm attacking this. I mean, it's not Beautiful. Does that move make any sense? I jump back and I'm attacking the queen. Great. I'm also attacking this pawn. Great. But is there any actual, like, real threat? I mean, I'm up 2 pieces. I can just sacrifice something, but I think this move is going to be fine. We step back. We attack the queen again. Let's just see how many times we can attack this queen in one game. And so now I do have 2 attackers on this. This is also going to be an open file because his king is in the middle of the board. So I really just have my bishops there. So if I bring this rook doesn't need to be defending this pawn. We do need to be a little bit worried about his bishop, like mobilizing in the center of the board, attacking my rook, undefending this. But just kind of the way the geometry is set up, my knight is defending this, the rook is defending this. But once the knight moves, attacking my rook will undefend this. But, I mean, we're up 2 pieces. So, what is he supposed to do? Taking this pawn kind of just walks into an open file. I don't know if taking pawns is really what I need to be doing here. I need to be taking checkmates. And so, yeah, if he does step back to here, then there's a fork. So let's think. This doesn't work. If he steps back to either of these 2 moves, this would get hit by the knight. So I think something like these are the only 2 moves that really make sense. But going here is scary. That's scary. Okay, this is being attacked, yes. Okay. What if I just throw a pawn forward? Is that ridiculous? Are we getting crazy now? Is it time to retreat? Attack the queen yet again. Go ahead and just attack this. But then there's this, and then all of a sudden it gets scary. But I think I can take this threatening this guy. I can also go like this. No. Yeah, I could go like this. Seems too sketchy. What is the knockout in this position? I don't know. I can literally throw my pawn forward. And if you go over here, I essentially trap your queen somewhere. This just seems more risky than it's really worth, to be honest. But I mean, let's just do it. Don't know. I'm not even sure what else to do. I'm sure there was a better move, but I'm winning and I have 2 minutes on the clock. So if we can just like trade some pieces, I win this endgame. I'm not sure if there's a direct checkmate because the king is just chilling on these light squares, and I'm having a hard time actually like getting in on the dark squares, if that makes sense. So probably this move makes the most amount of sense. Something to note is this is covered. So we're going to take this. This is covered by the queen. So don't get tunnel vision here thinking that it's checkmate. It's not. You do have the potential to like make it much worse. But for 1, I can attack the queen. For 2, I can just slide over. So I think what's going to make a lot of sense here, we go ahead and we threaten the queen. Unfortunately, we're just grinding down into a trading everything off to a simple position. Okay, so this is hanging, but I can just take here first, right? Because like yes, you could get this, but then I take here. This bishop, what do I do with the bishop? If I put the bishop here, then I'm getting in the way of this. So if I put the bishop here and he comes back over with the queen, then all of a sudden this becomes a threat. I guess I could reposition like this and I have time. Then he pushes here. But I think I'm probably just too quick. I could even stop it like this. So, no, this hangs this pawn. Okay, we're going to just put the bishop over here. I wanted kind of the bishop to be on this side of the board, but this pawn is pinned to the king by this rook, so this pawn is only defended by the rook. So this will probably be my next idea. right? Why not? Why not? But the king is miraculously really safe. Because my pieces are just on my side of the board. If anything, I'm doing like defense. But the next idea... Attack the queen again. He's hanging on. He is absolutely hanging on. Okay, so he scoots up. I think he could... Like, if anything, I'm up 2 bishops, but my bishops aren't applying any pressure whatsoever. And so... I mean, I have this check. This, then... I don't know. Let's just do this. It's defended by the queen. We'll give him some time. Now my bishop can slide back like this. But still this pawn is pinned, so he could just attack it. Oh my goodness. I need to be moving forward. I need to be... I'm a little bit crumbling here at the end. Like, I just can't figure out how to push forward. Because he's got a rook and a queen, which is, like, really powerful. And so I need to figure out a way to, like, get rid of them. And his king is still safe. Like, does this check? This is hanging. Check. Let's just do it. Check. My bishop's hanging. Make no mistake about it. We step over. Bro, we're going to give him more time. I got 20 seconds. This sucks. The king is so safe. It's like I need to figure out a way to actually trade these pieces. This is hanging, but so is my rook. I'm literally going to go like this, bro. I am literally putting my bishops here. I think I just imploded, bro. I don't even know what to think. And that's it. That's the end of the video. I got nothing else for you. I hung mate in 2. Sorry about that. Matthew Ping, congratulations for defeating me. I guess if we wanted to be petty, I could say I gave some takebacks and I gave some time, but none of that excuses the position that I had at the end and hanging mate in 2. So that is going to be the end of my video. If you unsubscribe because of that, I understand. I'm not going to hold it against you. So thank you so much if you made it this far. I love you guys. The next video will be much better. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you. Oh, hello and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what I intend to do is show you how to play chess ultra super duper accurately. And so I've been in my recent videos, I've been trying to do some like attacking chess or playing on the clock. What I want to challenge myself with this one is I want to have just a super accurate game. And so it'll be hard to beat because I've definitely played games that are like 98% accurate. And we're just waiting on our opponent. We're playing the Sicilian. So let's just hop right on into it. Get situated, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be playing the open Sicilian. Are we going to see the pawn push? Going to go ahead and develop my knight. I believe this is called the Caro-Kann Sicilian. The drawback of this is I have nowhere to put my bishop, and if this pawn push comes in, my knight can't jump here, applying pressure like so. So I would have to step back one of these ways. I think what I'm supposed to do is actually develop my dark square bishop first, then c4 and castle opposite. I think that's like the actual like best main line is what's going on here. Something like this, if you followed all of that. Now, is it interchangeable? I don't want to lose 1% because I picked the wrong move. I think we scoot forward with the queen because for whatever reason we're not sure which square is best for the bishop. Now that he has made this move, signifying that he's going to be castling this way, what do I do? If I develop here, I'm looking at the king through all of these pawns, which might be more useful in the endgame. On the other side, this pawn is kind of undefended as it is, so I like the idea of defending it, and I also like the idea of just being chill. So let's think about this for a second. I go here, he hits me, boom, boom, boom. We might just get a massive like simplification in the center, but I needed to develop my last minor piece. If I step back here, I'm foregoing the option of ever occupying this diagonal and this pawn as such. So if I scoot back and he hits me again, so I think that I have to do this. For the simple idea, I scoot back, he hits my knight moves, and then this pawn, one pawn, will have simply removed both defenders of this one. I think we go here and we go for the pawn push. If I go here, it blocks the pawn push. Going here is kind of the opposite side of the board that walks into this. And I'm probably going to want my knight on this side of the board. So I think this move actually makes more sense. I mean, if we just get hit with this pawn, dude, we might have to just castle same side. And he's got too far of an advancement for me. Do we do it? Is that what we're supposed to do in this position? He definitely has this move as well. And it's actually quite scarier than I think. It's removing my defender. Okay. That blocked an attacker. I think I just go for this pawn break. If he takes, then cool. My knight gets involved in the action. I love it. I mean, if I take, it just opens up kind of the position. And then in the end... Okay. If I push, he might just go for this. But then I take. Like, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Queen in the action. Develop with tempo on the queen. Trading just brings the knight. I don't actually need to do anything. I can go for this. What if I just launch this first? Let's just... I'm not sure if that was the most accurate move. But you know what? H4 on the board. That is the type of chess I like to play. And maybe bring in a rook and then just going for this, bro. This is literally what I talked about in the beginning. Like the general setup. I mean, I moved some stuff around a little bit differently. But castling opposite and getting your pieces developed in a little cube in the middle of the board. So it's actually kind of scary if I step over. If he pushes forward, I mean, I jump in, he takes, I take. That pawn is all of a sudden just a weakness where this is coming in. Pushing forward walks directly into this, which is really scary. But stepping over, then my knight literally has no way to move back. So if I step over and this comes in, I have to jump forward and then take. Middle of the board. No, he might just push again. Push, here. What if I just ignore it? Does that make any sense? I just completely ignore that this is going to happen? I feel like I'm supposed to address that issue. But my knight can step back. We take and he takes back. What do I do? Oh boy, sinking in the clock. Stepping over. I jump forward. I don't know what the right move was. Chess is hard. Absolutely hate it. The idea is I'm going to be able to move my rook then my knight can step back to here, and I will be enabling this. Okay, so that gave me enough time. We play this. He can jump in, attacking my bishop, but I don't know if I care too much about that bishop. This is defended by here, and once the knight is here attacking this, the pawn can't push forward to attack my knight, and I'm pretty ready for this idea. Okay, so he wants this. Boom. Boom. It's defended. This doesn't come with an immediate threat. The forking threat is definitely an idea on the board. I have 1 minute and 58 seconds. What am I doing? Trying to play super accurate, and I'm not even sure if it's all that accurate. I want to play this, 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 this. Yeah. We just take. He takes. I take. Take. Here, 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 here. I think we're just going to go for it. Just huge simplification. This bishop seeing my rook is also something that is just in the cards. We go for a tempo on the rook. Then we just take. The knight gets in. Man, it's getting complicated. I want to just push past. But now that the queens are off the board, I feel like it's going to be a little bit hard to conjure up a real attack. And this is hanging. So maybe even stepping over with the king now that we are kind of in a more or less endgame, you might want to call this. What if he just pushes forward? I mean, I just take. He pushes forward. I can take with a knight. So I think we're chilling. I think we're chilling. This guy not being defended is a little bit spooky. We jump in with the knight. Does this win me anything? We push forward. We push forward. Now the knight moving is something that we need to be a little bit worried about. I think this is just an active square. No, that was... I wanted to move this rook. Yikes. Now that any knight move is going to reveal this attack. I can get in the way of it, but then this is undefended. Oh, man. I'm scared. I take with this. Is there something I'm missing? I need to move this rook pretty much anywhere. I don't want to trade my bishop pair. I'm going to lose this. What if I step forward? I think we just go for a little bit of simplifying. I'm getting scared. He's got the bishop pair. I'm up a pawn, but he's got a bishop pair. And these 3 pawns never made it. They never made it to actually do any damage. But now I'm up a pawn. Would love to trade my knight for this dark square bishop. So that is basically what we do. We got to look at this position and say he's got the bishop pair. I still got 1 bishop. So really, I need to trade my knight for this dark square bishop if I'm going to trade things equally. If I trade into some sort of opposite color, like if I take the light square bishop with my knight, I think that just makes some big problems for me. This doesn't work. Man, this dark square bishop is going to be an absolute headache. I think I'm going to give him a little tickle because I don't know what else to do. But my position is pretty steady. Okay, he gets all the way out of there. $53 seconds. Was that the most accurate move? I mean, I can come in here and attack this immediately. Then this is hanging. If I go here, he can come back and attack me. I could push, but then he takes. I take. Oh, God. I don't know what to play, bro. Coming over here. God darn it. Man, I would pay some money to just trade off some of these pieces. Cool. I'm pushing a pawn forward. Should I be going for this? Is that what needs to be played right now? Like boom, boom, boom. Don't know if there's a good way to defend it. What if he comes back? He can push here. This sucks. What if he plays this? I go here, but then he pushes. Then I have a check. So no, this doesn't work. I hit him with a check. So this doesn't work. If he steps over with the king, I think at that point I have to do something with this knight, because the knight just getting pressured is going to suck. So actually stepping over with the king might be the best move, because this doesn't work because of this. So stepping over with the king would make a lot of sense. And if he plays that, I'm going to be terrified, because that means that this dude is he's calculating stuff that I'm looking at. And I like to think I'm pretty good at chess. And so if he's pretty good at chess, I'm scared. And now when I move the knight, this is defended. Comes over here like this. This sucks. 17 seconds. 5-second increment, though. I think we'll survive. Dude. This. Am I hanging something? I'm so scared. I'm gonna just take this. Back rank checkmate ideas, but he can get out. Okay, this kind of sucks. Okay. I maintained my pawn. Dark square, I'm protecting my pawns now. I can trap the rook in here. He can go for this, and there's not a great way for me to defend that, that's for sure. But I can force a trade. Let's just go for this. If he plays this, he gets in the way. Okay, he can go for this pawn. Uh-huh. I think I needed to be just pushing this. I can also... Go for it, bro. Back rank checkmate ideas. We're getting fancy. And it's completely equal. Oh my god. He's got this. This is a passed pawn, my friend. "35 seconds. 5-second increment is huge. I want this. Here. here, and then I can start pushing. I think I use this to support. He's got to pass pawn. What if he just pushes it? And I got to take? Ah, this is tense. Completely equal, but I have a pass pawn. He has a pass pawn too, but I think mine is scarier. So he has to step back, but then I push. If he hits me with a check, I take the pawn. No, dude. If I go here, he can hit me with this check, but I step over. I step back. He comes back. I can really go for the draw. Here, I think it's a draw. If I go here, he steps in, touches my rook. I come here, he touches my rook again, and I can't defend it. So I have to just go for this. He can just come in and trade. Here. This sucks. He can just... I'm blockaded. I should have went for the draw. He can just make a pass pawn of his own. His stupid king is blockading my entire position, bro. This sucks. He can launch, but I'm coming for you, bro. Here, 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 here. If you take, he can go for this one. But he's got enough time. If he goes for this, oh god. Here, take. Does he make... He's too far, right? We're safe. And that was a waste of a king move. Oh my goodness. Absolutely, that was a draw. Absolutely. I think even... Don't listen to me, I'm not that good at chess. I think... I mean, I'm obviously winning. I lose my pawn. I mean, I like it. But okay, back in this position. I think right here, I'm completely frozen. My king can't come over. I can't move my rook, or I just lose this with check, and then this is under attack. I think he just needed to start pushing this pawn, and he's completely winning. There might have been a draw, and then I think here, when we in this position, I think after this check... I think he could have just, like after this, he could have just stayed on these two files. Coming in, I don't know. Let's check with the computer and see how accurate it was. And here we are in the analysis. And did I say something about playing a super accurate game? Because that sure didn't happen. I guess if I wanted to play an accurate game, I should have played like the Caro-Kann instead of an opposite side castling Sicilian. Go figure, those are harder games to play. And so look at that graph. Man, that is a beauty. Absolutely. And so 8 blunders. More blunders than inaccuracies. I don't know if that's a record. I think I've got like 9, maybe 10. And so, yeah, 8 blunders, but all of them essentially are in the end game. And so I said earlier, bro, chess is just about getting better at end games, because if you can survive the opening and the middle game, the pendulum swings in the end game. Look at the end game. We both had chances. So everything before that didn't really matter all that much. Just get to the end game and know your end games. And I sure don't. And so what we're going to do is fly through the game and get to the end game. And I'm going to be as instructive as possible, because I've done this recording like 4 times now, because I keep making it too long. So we have the Sicilian. All of these moves are completely sound. This comes at the drawback of trapping in my dark square bishop. So I need to push this pawn to defend this square. Okay. So this bishop move is an inaccuracy, but only for the reason that his knight can get in and just get my bishop, okay? Because I can't scoot forward, I walk into this fork. So that's why developing my bishop to like a natural square is a bad idea, is he can just win this because I trapped it in by the queen, okay? So we develop, he doesn't see it. We step back here instead of going here because I want to maintain more defenders on this pawn. We step back, I go here to get the idea of if you capture, my knight gets over here, and I like that. My knight here seems like a good idea. And we castle opposite. And we got a game of chess on our hands. And so I c4, let's go. We're making pawn breaks. You haven't even castled yet. I'm feeling confident. h4, feeling confident. I got c4, I got h4. I'm ready to just boom, launch through with all my pawns, okay? Instead, he brings his queen out here, and that's terrifying because this is just terrifying. There's no way around it. That is a terrifying queen move. And so in this position, I spent 1.5 minutes deciding what is better. Scoot the king over or push the pawn. I decided wrong, but they're both the same, okay? This, you don't have the computer, it's equal, and this, it's equal. So spending a minute and a half on deciding which move is more equal when they're both like basically completely equal wasn't a good usage of time, but it was a scary position, so spending a minute and a half there made sense. And now we're launching pawns. I got 4 pawns on the 4th rank ready to do some home invasion on this guy. And so we capture. Now the reason this is a blunder is he can bring the knight. If I try and kick the knight out, he's quick to jump in. If I take, his bishop gets in. Now, the knight is not hanging because checkmate is looming if this file ever opens up. And then just look at this position. I'm completely losing. His bishops are in, his knight's in, his queen's in, his bishop's in, his rook's in. And his king is actually quite safe. So these 3 pawns, just the 3 musketeers, did not make it. And when you think about it, you really got to launch with like 1 or 2 pawns because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It'll take 9 moves to get these. I could have done that faster. To get my pawns there. What is going on here? That shit, I swear, that never happened. We trade off into equality, okay? I take the pawn. He's supposed to sacrifice the pawn for the attack. He doesn't. He takes, I take, he takes, I take, he takes. I attack the rook. Complete equality. If anything, I'm slightly losing, okay? So just trading off even sometimes really does a lot. Now, he goes for this tactic where he wants my bishop to move to win my bishop for free, okay? Unfortunately, it's defended by my knight and my rook. Now, if I took with the rook, then he has discovery ideas of attacking both rooks on this long, crazy diagonal because he's got that bishop over there. But I can just take with the knight. So you're just down a pawn, bro. And then we step forward. I capture because I don't really want him to take here, take here, take here. Then I got real problems, so I have to take. It's the best move. But at the cost of giving my opponent the bishop pair. So I am up a pawn, this pawn right here, but he's got the bishop pair. So those can be annoying to deal with. And so we're doing some shuffling, not really sure what to play here. He attacks the pawn, I push the pawn. He attacks my rook, I move the rook, and I missed a tactic here. I can give this check, he's going to take back, but then I win the bishop. He takes the pawn, I would take back here to maintain defense of this one. If I took with this pawn, he would get it, okay? Didn't see the tactic. Didn't see the tactic. Instead, we move a rook to, like, I'm just shuffling, bro. But it's completely even. I've got 15 seconds. He's got 30 seconds. And we got a lot of material on the board still. I step back with the knight. Capture, capture. Get my rook active. I'm basically saying, like, okay, take me. He takes. I take. He takes. I take. Check. Now I scoop my king up. My king is quite happy, quite safe over here. I've got a passed pawn. He's got a passed pawn. And it's generally pretty equal, but I still have that extra pawn. So I've got doubled pawns, but it's extra, and my king is now actually pretty safe. His king is less safe because I got a rook that can get back there. And so I utilize that in just a couple moves. Now right here, this was the moment of the game. I needed to just start pushing this passed pawn. I'm not going to show you the computer line, but it gets pretty close, okay? So he can defend it, and we trade into a different pawn endgame. You don't need to see it. Instead, I step away, come over here. I hang this pawn, but there's a checkmate threat. Then I step forward. Now I'm doing a little defense. I push the passed pawn, I bring the king. Now in this position, he attacks my pawn on its starting square. I have literally not even pushed this pawn. So instead of pushing it forward away from the attack, I brought the king. Where are we going? He attacks the pawn. I can just move it forward. Generally, that's what you should do in an endgame. If we're trying to get these pawns to the promised land, that's what we need to be pushing the pawns, not stepping the king over to hold the pawn on its starting square because it was attacked. So I suck at chess. I had 30 seconds though. Finally, we get the right idea. I start pushing my asset, okay? His rook comes back, and now the idea is different. We bring the king. If he gets behind, we touch the rook. If the rook moves, we get behind it then and only then. Doesn't happen. He could have gotten over with his king and blockaded with the king. Okay, so it's completely equal. Now it's back to winning. He can bring the king. Instead of bringing the king closer to this problem, he brought the king to the middle of the board, which didn't help a lot. Grabbing this isn't going to help you a lot when you're worried about this and my king coming in. I get the right idea. I attack the rook. The whole reason I did that was to support this pawn push. But in a split-second decision, I said, what's better, pushing my asset or just going up a pawn? I thought going up a pawn. Unfortunately, it goes into this position where we shuffle around, and there's nothing really that I can do in this position but step away from my pawn, let him grab it. And to make matters worse, I take his rook and get his king more active. Now I am completely losing. What I should have done is step over. And if you take, it's even, bro. Your king didn't move a muscle. He didn't move at all. And now we're equally active, and it's still a draw. We're going to turn the computer on because here is some stuff that I need to show you. -5. Equal. Launch the pass pawn. Equal. -7. -14. -30. 96. -96. That's as high as it goes. I step over with the king. Now, he needs to push this pawn to threaten this square because he is afraid of my king getting in here and defending and attacking. So that's all he had to realize. This pawn is not going anywhere. Okay? And if you do this, I'm too slow to get in. I'd literally have to play all of those moves just to get this pawn. And in all of that time, you can just take this and take this. I'm losing. He steps over here, which gives me time because now I can get in. Okay? If he would have just stayed here, for one, I'm in Zooks. So all I can do is push this past pawn. His last opportunity, push this pawn and take away this crucial square from my king. If I push, you just chase. If I push, you just chase. And it takes too long to do any damage, okay? Instead, he goes for my pawn. Then I get in. Now I'm in. I capture. This is the blunder because obviously you want to at least touch my pawn. It's a draw if you touch my pawn because like I step past, but then you push. Then I push, then you push, then I push, then you push, then I push, then you push. Then I get a queen and you get a queen and it's a draw. We trade the queens, okay? Bop, 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 bop. Instead of doing that, he steps up. And now in this position, this is so hard to explain. But stepping up is better because it wastes a type of move, okay? The winning line here, instead of playing the winning move, I step over. You step off the file so you can promote the pawn. But then he just pushes, push, 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 push. They both turn into queens and it's a draw. The difference is I step up here. If he steps over, I push. If he jumps in, I'm ready to catch you. Now you have to worry about my pawn getting away from your king, and your pawn is not going to get away from my king. So if you come up, I push. If you come up, I support it. Yours isn't as close as mine. And everything changed because you had to play a king move. Also, if you launch, I step back. If you step over to touch my pawn, I push. Like, is that what I explained? If he steps over, then I push my pawn. Then if you push, same kind of situation. You got to worry about my pass pawn. So I basically needed to step up and step back. I needed to like waste a move because I needed to be on this square to threaten this pawn doing stuff and protecting and supporting. There's even one more line. Where is it? I step in. He pushes. No, it's not that. He steps in. I push. He pushes. I push. He pushes. I push. He pushes. I get the queen. If he gets the queen and I didn't even chase it, I have this all the way at the end where I win the queen. Oh my God. And so none of that happened. Instead, I played what seems to be the obvious not losing move. And now it's just a loss. Even right here, it's a draw. You push, I push, you push, I push. It's a draw. It's absolutely a draw. Because yours doesn't come with check. So you basically got an extra move. He doesn't understand king and pawn. I don't either. But I guess I understood it slightly better in this position. This is about as simple as it gets. Like, you're not stopping this, so start pushing. Making a king move here does not solve any problems whatsoever. So this move did not stop me from... It's not doing anything. If anything, it just encourages me to push my pass pawn further. Thank you so much for watching my video. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I don't know how I won that game. I got so lucky. Thank you for watching. You guys are the best. If you want to play a game with me, please subscribe. Shoot me a message. We can play a game. I'll record it and post it on the channel. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much, and bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, or thank you so much for clicking my video for the very first time. My name's Kip, and I play chess. Today what we're going to do is we're going to go up the time control ladder. We're going to do a 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 3 minute with increment, and we're going to go up the time control ladder and see how I fare in each different time control. And so what we're going to do here is my custom setup. Never mind. Okay, so I already made a mistake out of the opening, but we're going to try and transition into something that I somewhat recognize. So I think we're going to just bring this bishop out with check. If the bishop comes, we trade it off. My knight is, coming over here to land on this beautiful, beautiful square. So I think we're going to go for that. If the queen gets attacked, I step back. If the knight goes here, I step forward. And then he'll probably take the bishop. I'm not sure what to do, so we're going to step back this way. And I would like to castle opposite, but I just don't think that it's really feasible in this position. So we're going to attack this guy. He can jump in here. He can take the bishop. He takes the bishop. I like that. I think I'm going to put my knight over here, just because stuff with this bishop seems a little bit scary. We're going to take this way towards the center. Then we're going to replace that knight over here. We're going to pre-move this. If he decides to take, we'll put my knight in the position. And if he doesn't take, we're going to go over here. This knight defends like some squares in this position. And we're going to take this. And then we go here. We're kind of forcing him to make that trade. And so then we put my queen to a nice little active square. My knight is kind of stupid over here, so maybe we just take. With 16 seconds, I just don't think he's got what it takes to be able to flag me in this position. We're attacking this pawn. We're going to take this pawn. We will then go back here and threaten this pawn. We're going to take here. We're going to bring the king. He can come in, but we're going to go for this. Okay. We're going to take. And what are we trying to accomplish here? I think we go here. So we lock down the knight to protecting that. We go here and attack this pawn. We take it. We step over. 7 seconds against 5. It's really about a matter of flagging. The knight was hanging. We step in here and hang the knight. It is what it is. There's a fork. We attack the knight. We step forward. We attack the king with check. We get the knight. He can't take this pawn or the other pawn runs. And actually, I think I'm in a completely winning position now, because these pawns are kind of solidified, and his king can come here, but he can't take this pawn, or this pawn runs, and I'm pretty quick to just grab this. So he would essentially have to make all of these moves and promote one of these pawns. But you're not going to be able to do that before I do this, or just simply push this one. So game number 1, successful. Definitely made a blunder, but when you both have less than 10 seconds, it doesn't really matter. So now we're going to hop right on into a 2-minute +1, where flagging is no longer... It is definitely still an option, but it's not as big of an option. So we're going to just go for the 4-move checkmate. Boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, the opponent saw it, so we're going to just put the queen back. So we're 1 step behind in development, but you know what? We almost got the 4-move checkmate. We're going to do this so when my bishop gets attacked, I have a place to go. We're going to then attack this knight. We can take it and ruin the pawn structure. We're going to scoop my queen up because I'm not sure which way we want to castle. If he goes this way, maybe I go this way. Although he has this, and that's a pretty easy avenue of attack. So we're going to castle this way. He's got a beautiful bishop on this diagonal. My bishop's not doing a whole lot. So we're going to take this. We're going to step over here. We're attacking this. He'll push forward. I think we're going to try and bust open the center. And if he does, I might go with the knight, actually. Keep my little integrity of my pawn structure. He puts a rook on the open file. I will put a rook on the open file. I might take this, go here, jump in with the bishop. He takes, I hit, and we hit him with this fork at the end of all of it. Let's do that. What am I talking about? This first. There's no fork at the end of this. I kind of thought he was going to take with something else. We take this. We jump in. We are attacking the bishop. He can take this. We'll take right back. So I think we're still going to take this. We're going to trade off the rook. Put my rook to the open file. Get active with the queen and attack a pawn. Oh my goodness, we haven't spent any time at all. We're in an endgame, ladies and gentlemen. Why were we playing so fast? Probably a really weak move, but I'm going to try and bring... my king to like defend these pawns. It's a completely equal position. I don't know what I was talking fast, so I was playing fast. So if our opponent just goes ahead and takes a minute to think about what's going on, but this is a completely even position. But we're going to take a little gander at his profile, and we can see that he's just like, I think, slightly lower than us in all the things. I can't move my queen up or this hangs, so I think we're just going to take... And we don't really want him going here. Was that a weak move? I think we're all right. But somehow he's the one attacking. So we're going to go here. Then we're going to push this pawn. This pawn being attacked by the queen is kind of a problem. I might step my queen forward. What's going on here? If I take, he takes, I take, he takes with check. I step forward. I think we're going to do it. There's a chance that he trades the queen. And then if he takes with the rook, now this pawn is a permanent weakness. So he's going to have to do just a terrific job at defending this. I don't think that I need to take that. I'm just going to take this pawn first. Now his king is slightly boxed out of the position, and he's going to want to stay defending this pawn. While he's trying to do that, I'm going to lock down the position. The light squares are locked on the light squares, and then the dark squares are locked on the dark squares because of his pieces. And then I just simply have a 2-on-1 here. And the way that we're going to win this is we're going to keep all of this the same, and we're going to go boom, boom, boom. And then he has the option of take or push. And whatever he does, something is getting passed. We just played a 2-minute game of chess, and I spent 38 seconds. So, of course, I got some increment, but I think that I played too fast. Too fast. I should have been looking for something. I hardly spent any time on that game at all. So now we're in a 3-minute. This dude is optimistic. I am pessimistic about our opponent being able to win this position. So I think I have to bring the knight out. We kind of hope that trade happens. We bring the bishop before we push this pawn. We now do push the pawn. If the capture comes, we're going to do this. Just because I don't want to lose my light square bishop for no reason. We push this forward, hoping that the pawn comes forward. I scoot back and I go for this pawn break. I'm going to castle. This pawn push would maybe make sense. Was this just hanging? Could I have just taken that? So we're going to bring the knight. Okay. We're going to take like this. Unfortunately, this is more defensive. This would have been more offensive, like going like this and going on this diagonal. It's hard for me to say which one was correct. But I think we're just going to confront this knight. If he doesn't take it, we got two things attacking it. So essentially he has to take it, and then our bishop gets to this diagonal. And so we have exactly the same amount of time. Essentially he has to play this move. We've got two things attacking this pawn, and then we would have a nice little queen trade in the center of the board where my bishop would come back here and be doing the job of attacking. So it was defensive for a little bit. I'm fairly certain I can take this. This is also hanging. That's actually a little bit of a problem in the position. Because I can't step over and I can't push. If I push, he gets the rook. If I scoot over, he also gets the rook. So maybe I take. And then he takes. We're not going to do a huge amount of calculation, but I hope that he takes with the queen. Yes, because now he's going to get this pawn. Okay, so he attacks this. We're doing this to defend this square. So he's going to get this. But I can slide over here with my rook. If we trade the rooks, I'm on a defended square. And then these guys are doing well. He has a 2-on-1 on this side of the board, and I have a 4-on-3. These are the easier pawns to push and pass than mine. And so I think we're going to just go into this. Here. He can come back and attack, but I jump in if he takes. Not sure what to do. He's going to just push. He could just go here. And I actually don't have a great way to stop this 2-on-1. My king is actually pretty far. So take here, here, here. Probably he'll take. I'll come through. And it's defended quite well. If I take, he takes back with this pawn. I bring my king. He pushes. I bring my king. He pushes. I bring my king. I think we're going to go for this. Same colored dudes. And we're going to try and come like this, avoiding all these checks. I hope that I calculated that reasonably. We go here. He pushes. I take. He has to take. So we're going to go here. He pushes. I take. Ooh, he pushes. And then he makes a queen. I'm lost. I'm completely lost. Please make a blunder, bro. We hold it down like this. I think that was a blunder, actually. Here. Then he pushes. So we're going to lock it down. And I'm too far away. My king cannot even, like, get into the position. So here, here, here. Will that work? Here, here. I touch the bishop. The bishop's got to go back. I then... Okay, we're touching this. We're making progress. We push. 20 seconds. I am blundering. We want to go like this. We want to go like this. That was so stupid. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Bro. I need to be able to just do this on command every time. And I promise you, sometimes I screw this up. No, I messed up. Okay. The truth is, my heart is pounding. In this endgame, right here, what was he supposed to do? Let's just check this with the computer. I feel like almost guaranteed he's winning. It's a draw. No, he is slightly winning. He pushes. I push. This would lock me out from being able to trade the bishops. You bring the king. I come in. Yeah, he's still winning because he just brings the king essentially. And I have no passed pawn, and I'm not making one anytime soon. And even if I do, his bishop is defending and helping to promote. So I am just kind of lost in this position. But you know what I mean? Never despair. Then this idea, it ruins my pawn structure, but it blocks his king out. Same structure as the other game. Pawns on dark squares. My pawns attack the white squares, and the king cannot make forward advancements. And so this I'm just winning because I don't actually have to deal with anything over here. We take, take, take. I'm making this queen, and I'm just trying to sacrifice for this. So the reason that I did that was I'm just covering the back rank like this. There's probably a better way to do it. Maybe I should have just gone here and automatically taken it no matter what, because I know I'm coming in, I'm grabbing this, I'm moving out of the way, I'm making a new queen, and I'm going to checkmate in under 3 seconds. So that was very hectic in the end game. Guaranteed there were some inaccuracies in that, but we're going to do 3 plus 2. And we are going into the Caro-Kann. Exchange variation, advanced variation, alien Gambit variation. If he takes, I'm not sure what to do here. So we're just going to take. Literally don't know what to do. And then we're going to bring the knight like this. Boom, boom. Just replace the knight. I'm confused on this side of the board. So we jump forward. We attack the bishop. The bishop scoots back. Then we at least have this square for our bishop. He gave that up. I'm okay with pushing 1 square. He could pin my knight to my queen, but we're not super worried about it. My bishop gets attacked. We take a little step back. We're stopping this. A pawn push would maybe make sense. We jump forward with the bishop. He castles. Now, I'm going to castle opposite. I'm not sure that it's a great idea because look at all these pieces he kind of has on my king side. So I'm going to do it, but I'm not actually convinced it's a great idea. So I might lose this game because of this. But we are going to go for it, and he also has pretty simple ideas of how he's going to just jump into the position. So, like, he can just immediately play h4. And, I mean, I can just play this. But when he arrives here, he's got two things defending it. I don't have a great way to deal with that. And pushing this opens this sacrifice, which would remove the defender of this if my queen is ever to try and attack. So that's what he's thinking about. These are the moves. This is the move. Just do this. Even bring a rook over here. The only thing I've got going for me is his pieces are in front of his pawns. But I think he's going to have the tempo. So even if I launch, he can just push. And then I'm going to have to launch. And then he can just push again. And like if I take, he scoots over and hides behind my pawn. So I think his attack is probably better than mine. But I've got a 40-minute time advantage. And we're going to check this guy's profile. He's terrible at bullet. He's from Ethiopia. And yeah, we got a 1-minute time advantage. And that greatly favors attacking and defending are harder than same side castling, just like make a move. And so he's taking a little while. So this is your cue. Yeah, I saw that this was the best move all along. But what do you think about this? I'm always afraid to play a move like h5 because it looks weird and now nothing is defending this pawn. But you can't very well take it, and now you can't sacrifice over here. So that's why I'm doing this. It gets rid of this sacrifice idea, and it still does a pretty good job of holding off on the position. Now there's only one thing attacking this, so I could jump forward and take. Because he wants to do this. He wants to do this. But if he does, I think I can just take. So we're launching pawns on the side of the board, bro. If you throw poop at my house, I will throw poop right back at your house. If he takes here, I'm actually okay with it. I can also just trade this, but we're going to push this pawn. We have the 1-minute time advantage. If he takes, yes, this pawn is undefended, right? And he can like come up with great ways to attack it. But now my king has a little bit of breathing room. Sacrifice, take. What about I bring my queen here, sacrifice, take, and then I'm in with the passed pawn. Let's just go for an uncalculated sacrifice. And this is defended. This is not defended. Stepping forward with my king is very sus. That is a very sus decision. I don't want to defend with my queen, but we're going to just do it. The sacrificing idea just fell off the board. He can step forward and attack my pawn yet again. And then am I really forced to defend with my king? Pinning my king? Getting ready for this? No, he couldn't come forward. I'll take it. Okay, so I think we're going to be all right. He can't come forward. I'll take it. He's going for this. He's got 50 seconds. I've still got this 1-minute time advantage. This still seems like a fun idea. We're just going to push. Take. Push again. If you push, I push again. That was my rook. Oh, dear Lord. We are in a situation. We're taking a pawn over here. If he wants to save the bishop, he can. If he doesn't want to save the bishop, I might push, bro. And you cannot get behind me, and you cannot stop it, and I'll make a queen. So he had to do that. Wait a minute. Nope. Not gonna work. We are gonna take this bishop back. He's up in exchange and a pawn. But I have a nice attack. And this knight is getting ready to jump into the middle. Knight to the middle. We take here. If he takes with a pawn, I get in. Here. I think this is a good idea. He takes with the pawn. I get in. He steps over. I hit him with another check. I've got a dark square bishop. The king is on a dark square. If he takes... Wait a minute. I calculated a fork here with that knight that I just gave up. But we get the queen like this. Sometimes you don't got to be good at chess to just get lucky. So the pin is queened. The pin is queened. The queen is pinned. There's not a lot he can do. And I'm also taking back with check. And it's a dismal, dismal situation. So the game ends. I still have 1 minute on the clock. What did I calculate here? I calculated take with the knight, takes back, and then wait. Take with the knight, take with the queen, and then I fork. That is literally what I calculated. The knight jumps in, you take the knight, then the knight that doesn't exist anymore jumps back and forks those two pieces. That didn't make any sense, but I got so lucky that this did exist. So if he did take back with the pawn, then I jump in with check. He's probably having to jump forward. I hit him with another check. He probably comes over here. I hit him with another check. He could probably just hide back here and he'd be all right actually on a light square. So he'd go for a little king run, but I'd probably get the best of him in that situation. Let's look further back. Let's look farther back. I'm going to be completely transparent with you here. And so I guess this structure works. Push h5. Don't push h6 because it just gets sacrificed. Did not even consider this, to be honest with you. Didn't calculate this at all. I just was like, I was looking at this. I wasn't looking at you're taking my my rook. So he takes the rook. We take. He had to take back or that was going to be hard and maybe impossible to stop. And let's see how the position is. Is his king all that weak? We're just going to look at this for a brief second just to see the position. So he's got a +1 advantage. You can't see it, but it's +1, 1. And now it's all the way down to 1. And I'm supposed to go for the pawn break in the middle. So it is what it is. Let's hop right on into a 5-minute game. What are we doing so far? Did I win every game so far in a row? So I'm absolutely bound to lose. But this guy is rated 1700, so we're just going to hop right in. I don't want to play the Alien Gambit in a 5-minute game. And so that's a free pawn, but I think that it comes at the extent of this check. So I think that I bring my knight. And if you take, I come in. If you hit me with this check, I defend with this knight. I think this is what I play. We're worried about this check, but now it's not going to check on this 5th rank. If I step back this way, he steps back, and then there's ideas such as this that might be hard to deal with. I'd probably just push the pawn, I guess. So let's do this. I can step back kind of with a tempo winning move. We then potentially develop this other knight. I do have 1 step ahead in development. He's attacking my pawn. I think that I just jump forward and pin that knight. And I have a 40-second time disadvantage already, bro. What am I even doing? We're going to step back. Probably that this happens. We step back. This is getting attacked too many times. We're pushing a pawn forward to defend it. And if he castles right now, then we'll have a good game of chess because I'm just going to launch h4. That is like my favorite thing to do. Okay, so this is pinned, but I think I can bring my... I can also just push. And is that kind of annoying? What does he do then? He jumps over here. That's actually probably good for him. If I can't take, but if I defend, take, here, I think we're going to just go for this. Now it's flexible. I can castle this way. I needed to develop that light square bishop. We're doing it in such a way that it defends this. So if we do see this capture, I guess I take back with the knight. If he takes, my bishop's in the middle of the board. He could then hit me like this, and I would be pinned to the king. So, boom. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you do get lucky. But you know what? If I not sacrifice, but if I take this knight, he has to castle this way. And this bishop's looking at this side of the board. And this knight's getting ready to go to this side of the board. So it makes me believe that if I just step forward with 3 minutes on the clock, if I just step forward and castle this way, yes. Like he gets to play a5 first, but we're gonna castle and we're gonna launch. We are gonna launch. And I've been trying to play chess more like this because, for one, I want to just get better at chess, and attacking in chess is very important. I'm afraid to jump forward because once the bishop moves, I have no retreating squares and I can't push this pawn. So here, here, here. You go somewhere. Let's just do it. I don't think it's a blunder. And I need to be playing a tad bit faster. This knight is imprisoned on the edge of the board. But luckily I haven't stepped over with my king. So evacuating to d2 is going to be the option. But this pawn is just, oof. This is a problem. We get fancy with this knight. I could just take, actually. Let's do that. He gets his open file, and I am getting attacked. So I can go here, but then he steps back. So what about this pawn push like this? Does that make any sense? What about this? I think I'm getting attacked. Not I think, I know. Here, 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 and it's just checkmate. If I push, he can just take. Then I take, then he takes with check, and it's not so great. I'm a little bit sandwiched right now. Can I force this trade? He goes... I spent way too long. I got 1 minute. That was such a stupid decision. Hopefully we just trade all of these pieces. Here, here, here. Boom, boom. We go to the middle of the board. The knight wants to come in. We push a pawn to stop it. Yeah, we had to do that. We fragilely step forward with the king to defend that. We then will have a rook that can slide over. I think we push. I think we push and attack the queen. And now his knight sucks. My king is not safe, but we're stepping over like this. Here to defend this. 1 minute. Okay. We're doing okay. I think I want to bring my rook over here. We pin the queen. We pin the queen. A blunder immediately. And I saw that in literally a fraction of a second. I'm so good at chess. We're going to take this pawn. If he takes, we take with the rook. We take this with check. We then step back. Fork right here. And I lose. There was definitely a fork. I need to do something. $40 seconds. I need to be playing faster. Did that even get rid of the fork 100%? We're going to just trade. Trade. Rook here. If he doesn't trade, I'm coming into the position, I believe. We need to trade this rook. If he trades this rook right now, he's guaranteed to lose. We step forward. We're threatening this. We step back. He can get this pawn. Check. Here. Check. He can take. But it's going to get scary for you, bro. 30 seconds. Here. check with the rook. We're going to go here. The knight is pinned. He can hit me with a check, but I'm going to wiggle up. Like check here. There's this check. I'll maintain defense. We go here. 20 seconds, you can grab this pawn, but this is a huge threat over here. His rook is being annoying. There's no checks with the knight. He's got a lot of available moves, so I don't know. Can I pre-move this? Like, what if he plays this? I think I could pre-move this. We do this. We get the rook. He's got a lot of legal squares. We're going to give him a check. Slide the rook here. He's got legal moves. He's got legal moves. Always check that. If he pushes or whatever, it's checkmate over here. We step here. Legal moves in the position. Checkmate. You always got it. I was worried about this check because I don't want him to run out of legal moves. Like, you can absolutely get give me a moment. You can absolutely stalemate in these positions. And so, man, I was trying to attack the young man and just look. So for one, we're in an opening. You don't see this too often, okay? I think that this is an appropriate response. I think all of this is completely equal. We get here, we castle opposite, and I was a little bit worried about losing this game because there's a lot of stuff going on, and it proved that this open A file was a little bit scary, but literally I made like a few moves to hide my king in the middle of the board. King defense right there. Look at this. King defense. This is checkmate on the board if I don't do something. We push the pawn. We slide around, and he made this blunder. You gotta be careful when your king and your queen are on the light square diagonal, and I have a light square bishop. Like, just, you gotta be. And he made that blunder with a lot of time on the clock. So he does this, like, one move before, it's just an attack on the queen. And he should be aware of his queen is gonna get attacked, and you should just know, like, okay, well, if I do, then I only have a few squares that I can even go to that are not attacked. So you gotta, I guess you could trade the queens, worst case scenario, but either way, we got the queen. Right here, he could have played this, and then I have to take the knight, then he takes it with the rook. Oh, no, he can't. The knight is very conveniently pinned. So there was this definite fork that exists, but I didn't see that it was pinned. Okay, so I'm talking about light diagonals, dark diagonals, whatever. We trade off some stuff. We get into the position. He's being really annoying with his rook. We sacrifice his pawn because I knew that just one more check is going to be a good idea. It draws the king more into the middle. We get another check because of it. We pin the knight, this, and then this idea here does not work because when I take, the rook does not see the queen. So you can't get rid of the check. If I took with the rook, then it would work. Then you take, and it would have worked, and you would have got the rook for free. But you can shield like this, and then I'm taking. So that's just a little tactic. How far are we in? 35 minutes. We're gonna do a 5+3, I believe, and let's just see how well we fare. Uh, 1737. Belgium, E4. The Scandinavian, nobody likes this opening, bro. Okay, we trade the queens. We take with the knight because if you take with the bishop, he has like immediate ideas to attack. His knight kind of wants to come forward. I got to do something with this knight. So putting it in the middle of the board seems to actually make sense. But I think first, I mean, this is where my knowledge stops. Normally they bring this knight. We're going to step over here. This is my square now. We're going to develop this bishop. We're going to push this pawn. We're going to develop this bishop and push this pawn. And we're just going to play a queenless game. And so we're going to grind it on down. He does have like some freaky ideas like this, but I can just castle. So we're going to push this 1 square. We need to be able to develop. He can jump into the middle, but you know what? I think I can jump in first. And he does also have this idea, but I can step back with my bishop. He will get my bishop. We're attacking his bishop. So that hung the bishop. I take the bishop. He hits me with check. I step up. He takes my rook. And I'm just pretty sure that he's going to get my rook for these 2 pieces, which I think is good for me. Right? So, boom, boom. I can even step up this way. If you hit me with a check, I block. You step back. I develop. No. I need to maintain touching this square. Boom, boom, here. You take the rook. I step up. We're doing it. Then I push forward. There's no other way to attack without pushing forward, so I have to push forward. He attacks my knight. We're going to have to do something with my knight. Like, go here. Then go here. There's a check. There's a check. I'm scared. I can block, but he blocks. 3 minutes against 5. If I step this way, I think this side is going to be safer. I just lost the game. Definitely just lost the game. What on earth was I calculating right there? Like, check. Step here, bro. Step here. I completely forgot my king was preventing. Ugh. He hits me with a check. We step forward. He castles. I lose the game. Even this doesn't work because he just comes over and destroys me. So maybe I gotta like make a move like this. I'm just down in exchange. I'm trying not to cry. I can grab this pawn. I just feel like I have to do it. He comes over here. Okay. I can also attack this pawn. And he's kind of forced into pushing. Here. We pin it. You go here with check. Ugh. This would work. This would work. But there's check. I go here. No. I want the rook to stay there. I want this to stay there. He sees it now. There's nothing I can do about it. I think we step back. Please try and escape this way. You can escape with a check. Then I step up. I really need this. Castling would get out of it. If I get this, then we are in a game of chess. Completely equal. Actually, I would be winning at that point because I got the bishop instead of the knight. He can jump over here. We got to do something with this rook. He hits us with a check. We step forward. He doubles the rooks. Yep, we step forward. My king is going to have to aid in the attack. I feel like I just have to trade that. What else am I supposed to do? He can double and infiltrate. Oh, I needed that, and he saw it too. I push this pawn. He can pretty much force me to trade the rook. And if I lose the rook, I'm in a lot of trouble. There is like an 80% chance. And one thing you might not know about chess is the way that when you're looking at it with Stockfish and it says like you have a +3 advantage, that's basically like a percent of what's the probability that you win in this position. Essentially, is kind of one way to look at it. And so it's like if you have a +9, it's like you are very likely to win. Okay. We attack. You come in. I could just attack here. That's a really like committal move. But this one actually might do some stuff. We attack. You step back. I push. You jump in. Here, here, here. Not convinced. Here with a check. Here. Here. Oh, that's not going to work. I don't know what to do. I literally just like have to make a move. He can come in. He's attacking this pawn. Plain and simple, we're going to defend it. Probably will push this way. Check, take. He can do like this. And I would have to defend like that, which is so disgustingly ugly. There's no hope, but if I went ahead and blundered, I didn't really blunder. I just kind of calculating wrong is a blunder, but it wasn't like a straightforward blunder. I think we're going to trade with this. He takes back. We push. He can launch check, and then even his pawns are doing a little bit of attacking. Maybe I slide like this. Do I dare go for something like this? 3 minutes against 47 seconds. There's just no way. I have a losing position. I have less time to think about my moves. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but sometimes you got to be realistic. We attack this dude. He can't go here. It would be a blunder. We step back. I mean, I don't know what else I was supposed to do. Pin. At some point, maybe I can sacrifice a pawn and he steps over and then I get a pass pawn. Maybe I could make things complicated, but I think he can kind of... He's trying to play on the pieces. I think he could literally just bring his rook and push, 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 push. And like, what am I going to do about that? Probably I can't do much. And... like I can have like a tempo winning move on this rook. Like if I attack the rook would have to go here. I can then attack the rook again. The rook would go somewhere. I can hit him with this check. So here, does that make sense? That's what I see immediately. Check. Check. Block with the rook. I hit you with the check. If you take, I win the rook. If you step up, I hit you with check. Oh, you can run this way. Here, here, here. Really can't be trading rooks in a situation like this. I'm going to be honest with you. Here, here, push. King comes here. I don't think I'm going to be able to save it. We step like this. 13 seconds. Oh my god. I only have 3 seconds each move. This pawn is weak now. I need to push it. I'm so scared. I can grab this pawn. This bishop sucks. Now he's gated out by this guy. Maybe I go like this. Defended by this. Here. Here. Pushing this seems... I think we're just going to take. Not even going to calculate anything. We step forward. We're attacking the knight. The knight comes here. This is defended. I'm ready to defend. This guy's under attack. Attacking this pawn. We take the rook. He gets out with the knight. I attack this pawn. He can't come forward. I'm attacking this pawn. He can push forward his check, but then I step in and maybe we got some hope. I can also attack this. We're going to step forward. I think that does like 2 things. We're then going to push this pawn so he can't push this pawn. He's going to attack this. We're going to defend it with the bishop. I'm so scared of like a fork. I think I step in. I'm all of a sudden winning somehow. I'm going to be honest, I didn't calculate anything towards the end. We're going to step here. This is a pass pawn. Please take it, bro. Please. It's defended. And I can attack this and you have no way of defending it as well. I think we're going to take this. We step all the way back. He can take this. If he takes this, he loses. If he takes this, he comes back over here. We step in. In the moment where he steps something like this, he's going to get this. I'm up 2 pawns, bro. I don't know what to do. He's going to get this. Right. I'm going to go here. I'm so scared. We step here. I forked. He comes over here. I step up. Then he sacrifices. Oh my god. If he takes, he might even be losing. Here. Here. We step up. Defended. My pawns are too far advanced. If he took, I think I was just losing. I might just grab. Or push. I think we take a step forward. If he comes here, we take this. He takes this with check. I'm going to scoot my bishop back 1 more square. Just to avoid nonsense of forks. Because my king here is a fork. We're going to take this. The king is guarded off. I'm attacking these squares. So he can push forward, but he can't come over to stop this one. So he gets in front. But I'm just going to take this. I'm going to push forward. His knight has to block this one. His king has to block this one. I'm pushing this pawn. 12 seconds on the clock. And all I have to do is not lose on time for 1. It's a draw no matter what. I'm going to push. He can go here. Here, here, sacrifice here. And it's going to be a little bit annoying. We're going to go here. If this happens, we check him away and then make a queen. So he goes here. That's check. No nonsense. He can go here. We check the moves. He can go here. We hit him with a check. Literally, I just don't want to lose on time. So we're going to make a box. We're making a box. I'm so scared of stalemating, bro. 17 seconds? Okay, we have put together some time. Make a box this way. We bring the king. We hit him again. I'm so frazzled from that game that I don't know how to checkmate with a king. and a queen. So we're just doing it like this, okay? Go to the corner. He's locked in these two squares. I bring the king. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was... What on earth was that game? I don't even know what to think. That was so epic. I can't believe I won that. I don't think I deserved that. Maybe the end game, I did deserve that, but that took some gosh darn know-how in this position. That was one of my most favorite games of chess because I was so lost. Huge blunder here. Take. Obviously, it opens up this file. He wants his knight to go here. I get checked. Why did I step away? This is the square that needs to be covered. I literally stepped away and let go of this square. The knight gets out, and I'm just so lost here. We step forward a little bit, and I literally am just wiggling, praying for something. This knight kind of disconnected. Then he sacrificed down the exchange. He didn't need to do that because it's not like he was winning by that much. He was just up in exchange, and now he trades down in exchange. And so essentially, you know what, we're gonna end this part of the video. We're gonna look at the analysis. So let's go to the analysis, and then I'm gonna actually look at this game a little bit more in depth. Okay, so I'll see you over there. Oh boy, was that a doozy. And if you've made it this far in the video, then I'm literally like emotional right now. Like if you saw, I just got quiet. I couldn't even checkmate with the king and the queen because it was like I was in such a losing position for such a long time, and then it just all sudden he traded back the exchange in an endgame, and oh my god. So there were a couple ideas that I missed. So the main blunder, everything that I did made sense. So here you're actually supposed to take with the bishop. I always thought you took with the knight because you don't want to get hit with this, and then your bishop gets attacked, and then this is attacked. So that's kind of what I saw from a distance, is you want to avoid that because then my bishop is... So you can actually take with whatever, and the computer says anything is fine. No matter what move you play, you're fine. We get this, and this is a blunder because it literally just hangs this, and you're basically trading the bishop and the knight for my rook. And so, and a pawn, potentially two pawns. So it's not actually terrible. I'm supposed to defend by pushing two, but everything is fine. We're still good. It's an equal position. We're now attacking the knight. He trades, we trade, and he hits us with this check. And he could have even castled into this check. So that would have just been cool for our opponent to like castle and check and then operation save the knight. The whole reason my king is here, like, do you remember? I did all of this calculation and I was like, oh, what about blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh yeah, I got to go here to defend the escaping square. So I put my king there. I literally like said that and thought that, putting my king here. Then a few moves later, my king has to move. And I'm like, huh, maybe I should just stop touching the most important square. The whole reason my king is on this square getting checked. Didn't think about it. I could have even blocked the bishop, and my king stays planted firm. So if we look at the computer, I'm simply down in exchange. So it's a -1, but I got a pawn. We're scooting around, and I grab another pawn. So now all of a sudden, the material difference is only 1 point of material difference. If you can see it at the very top, I know it's like cut off small over here. It's not that big of a difference. So we're scooting around. We get hit with checks. I don't need to show you everything here. We're getting some mistakes. He steps back, and this is kind of a pivotal moment. He had the opportunity to infiltrate with his rook. He could have either gone in all the way or questioned my rook and made my rook do something, and then simply you bring the knight, you trade this off, and if I try and do something fancy, then you're able to just bring the other rook with check or whatever. So this is a blunder because this tactical sequence. So I was even just explaining you could go here. You got to go here and question my rook, because basically what you do to win this game is you get rid of my rook, because rook versus bishop, like rook, and knight versus... We got the same number of pieces, just your pieces are better. And so if you trade off the best one in this situation, I'm toast, okay? Because then it's no good. Then you got a rook and a knight versus a bishop, and that loses like always. If it's like rook versus bishop, it's not that losing. You can save yourself sometimes. So this tactical sequence, I attack. If you directly go here, you get pinned. And if you go all the way back, then I hit you with a check, and I force the king back to then get this pin. So there's a tactical sequence that I just missed. And so that would have been hard to find. I like then hit him with the check and then hit him with the pin. Didn't see it. Didn't see it. So we slide forward with the check. Now my bishops are actually really active and I'm winning. And what the heck is going on here? Did that even happen? Okay, we trade. We push forward. The knight comes in. I know that I don't want to trade this, but there's just another tactic right here. He can take, and I can't really take back. Or if I do, then I just lose my bishop. So he would get a pawn. He would get all of this for trading the knight. So that's all he had to do. But instead, I attack him. He scoots up. I step back. Same idea still here. Still applies, where you would basically grab everything. But now I get active, and it's an equal position. My rook is on the 7th rank. I have 2 passed pawns. Don't forget about that. And then you don't have a lot of pawns or minor pieces to protect your king. So like my bishops are actually really deadly because there's nothing to get in the way of them other than really the rooks and the knight. And so correctly, I play the best move. What we're trying to do is pry away the defense of the rook. We do this, and he has to step back. I step back because I knew trading the rook here was a terrible idea, and our opponent blunders. And believe it or not, I'm still winning here because this pass pawn is so strong, and my rook is so strong. Like, I'm going to be able to grab this pawn, and yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I have a winning position. It's +2. Never would have believed it. So he goes down the exchange, which is actually the second best move. The other best move is to just move the rook. But he goes down the exchange, and then all of a sudden, it's not looking so good. He brings the rook forward, and now I have a +8. For one, I could just grab the knight. I didn't see that. I can just grab the knight. I saw that it was hanging, but I also thought my rook was hanging. I didn't see that the pawn defends it. And so we trade, but now I've got these extra pawns, or one extra pawn, but they're both passed pawns. So I've got a lot of compensation. So we push forward, and not only that, you have 2 pawns on dark squares, and you have a knight versus my more active king, and I have a bishop. So I'm just like crushed. So he could have tried to figure this out. We do this to prevent this, but it didn't really prevent it all that much because eventually my king went away and you could sacrifice to push this pawn. But whatever, it is what it is. We scoot the king in, we grab a pawn, we get hit here, we scoot back to the corner of the board. He takes our pawn, we take his pawn, he jumps in, we scoot the king closer because he can't really take here. Even if my king lets go of it, if you take this pawn, I'm just going to take, and then I have still this passed pawn, and I'll at some point scoot my king around, distract you with this pawn, and take these pawns and promote these pawns. I literally won a game in this exact same position, just minus everything, just this, and a king, and our kings. And I literally won this position in my most recent long format video, where I sacrifice this pawn, and I step in to grab these ones. And so he takes the pawn. What I needed to realize is he's attacking my bishop, so it's hard not to just like move the bishop somewhere. Obviously, that is like the knee-jerk reaction, just move the bishop. It's being attacked. I don't want to lose it for free. But this king can't stop this pawn. Like, if I push this pawn, he can't scoot here. He can't scoot here. He has literally no way of defending this pawn. He can't stop it. So I needed to realize, like, pushing this pawn is the right move. Don't hate myself for not seeing it. I mean, I spent 1 second on this move and had 10 seconds on the clock. So I hung a fork. But by the grace of God, he can't actually take for the same situation. Like, so we're good to go. We scoot in, king active. We push the pawn. We take the pawn. He gets behind. His knight is now doing the job of stopping this pawn. His king is now doing the job of stopping this pawn. And unfortunately, I have an extra pawn over here. So there's really no way that I lose this. He does get the pawn. There's a lot of things I can do here, but pushing this is the easiest. He goes here. I could have just taken the knight, because it's not stalemate. He could have stepped over. This is not a queen yet, but we take with the queen, and I literally just, no funny business, 9 seconds on the clock. You get rid of the knight, okay? I'm going to make a queen. I'm going to checkmate you. You don't have to get fancy. I don't get fancy. I've lost so many games for just like letting something stay on the board, so I just get rid of it. You got less than 10 seconds. You don't want to blunder. You make sure they have a legal move. You hit them with a check. I go all the way over here, so I know that you have a bunch of legal moves. And we just reconvene, and we're pushing the king this way. That is what we're doing, because this guy's over here. We're pushing you here. So I even put the bishop here. So now the bishop is no longer even going to infiltrate with where I'm trying to checkmate the king. That is why I played like this, because my general game plan was to like boom, boom, boom with my king and bring my queen and get the king over here. That was the plan, or over here. And either one is going to work because my bishop doesn't see it. So this was an 84 move game. It absolutely did not need to be. I took a lot of moves here that I could have done way faster, but my heart was beating so fast. I didn't want to blunder that. I think I played like 6 or something games in a row. If you made it this far, you're an absolute legend. If you like that game, if you simply like watching my chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it is a slow grind. So I'm going to try and get better at playing chess, try and get better at making these videos. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for letting me play for you. I love you. Check out some of my other videos. Leave a comment. I'm sure I missed a lot of things, and we didn't even analyze the games that were shorter because there were blunders left and right. So either way, thank you so much for watching. Get out of here, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back. And thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. What we're going to be doing in today's episode is the Caro-Kann against an 1862. And it looks like we might be having the alien Gambit in the position. Will he go for it? He does not. We go to the Tartakower, which is just a great option for me because the plans for black are pretty much as easy as it gets. We develop the bishop. We're going to go for a castle this way. You put the rook on the same file as this guy. We're not going to pin the knight, I believe, because he put the bishop here. So there's no actual pin. So there's no real reason to be doing that. I think we develop this guy first. If he pushes the pawn again, then he's threatening this fork. So sometimes you'll play this, and then that will happen. But we're going to step back, and there is a chance that we get the pawn cube structure. Look at us go. Beautiful pawn cube on the board right now. We're going to put the rook over here. That was still the game plan. I was supposed to play that. I was supposed to play that all along, so we're going to go ahead and do it now. And, like, I mean, if I push, essentially he's just going to play this. And then if I push, is that pawn, like, going to get trapped? Boom. 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 I think I might be safe. Let's go for it. I think that I'm going to be able to blockade it with my king. And if he steps one square further, he's not going to be able to defend it. And then I can even reroute the bishop after all of this and go for the trade. So that's going to be generally my game plan, is what is your pawn actually doing over here? I can also step forward and go for this bishop. I mean, I guess this diagonal is no longer super important for me, but I can go like this and kind of get active, get my queen on this square after the bishop trade. So I fairly like that plan. If he pushes, I'm literally just going to push again. Then he could do something like this and pin the pawn, and then it actually becomes a little bit tricky for me to hang on to everything. Because right now, I mean, it's just my king doing the defense on this side of the board. And I traded off my light square bishop for that knight, so he's got the bishop pair. But fret not. We're still going to be just fine. Still something like this is in the general game plan. And then, believe it or not, but stepping all the way back with the bishop at some point does make a fair bit of sense. So I think we're going to just go for this. I don't think... Okay, so he defends it with the king. So now that is no longer really an option. Challenging this. You know, I feel like I need some space for my king. So pushing this. If he pushes again, I'm fairly certain that that's going to be alright for me. What about boom, boom? Or just this? I don't actually know what to do. Let's here somehow. Boom, boom. Let's just bring a rook to the middle of the board because I don't know what else to do. Like, I'm not really sure what my pieces are supposed to be doing here. So again, if he pushes, I just step forward. If he launches this, I can take. Yes, there's this going on. But boom, boom. Which piece is going back? I'm not really sure. I think let's step forward with the rook, and kind of this is going to be the idea. And unfortunately, his king is on a light square, and he has a light square defender, so I'm going to have a really hard time actually ever attacking this king. So this pawn push, I just don't believe in it, because I can step forward. And if he pushes again, like, I don't think that that pawn is going to be able to survive. And I do still have the idea of bringing something back this way. Like, this might even make a fair bit of sense. Just push this forward and then kind of lock this down. I don't know. I don't think that I played this 100% accurate, but doubling up the rooks seems like a pretty simple plan. And I mean, this rook is doing nothing. Just this rook alone is not super scary, so I'm not actually really afraid. These pawn pushes, I just don't think they're going to work because I just step forward. And then I got like a diagonal pawn cube. I'm telling you, bro, this pawn cube, it's hard to crack. 4 pawns in a cube, pretty ridiculous. Because I can just always continue to make pawn moves, and they're always defending each other. It's actually like almost a stronger pawn structure than just like 4 pawns. As long as you got some reinforcements for the back 2 pawns, then you're pretty much good to go. We could even go like boom, 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 and then have a diagonal pawn structure. The cube, but spread out. And our opponent is just sinking in the tank. And so I feel quite positive about him taking all this time. What if he just launches forward? I mean, I feel like I would just have to take at that point, correct? Fair enough. We're going to just push this. Generally, we're just going to say, what are you doing, bro? The reason we're pushing this pawn is because the bishop saw it. And so now it's scooted forward. This is, a relatively solid structure on this side of the board. I'm a little bit nervous about bringing my knight back. Because, then my king is cut off. So it looks like he wants to get in. Boom. Boom. I don't know what to play. This isn't going to work. But if I step back and play it, and then he pushes, it does work. And then I can step up, but then he gets this. What if I think a defensive knight is going to be the best plan. My knight is at least defending. The drawback of that is that my king is so trapped. Like, this file could kind of easily become opened. But like I said, pushing this pawn, I push forward. And you have a problem pushing this because I can capture this at that point. So probably I'm going to bring this other rook over here is going to be my next step in the plan. That way I'm just like really applying pressure to this open file. It kind of pins this bishop and makes this pawn push really difficult because I'll just capture and then capture this with check. And if he ever pushes this pawn, not only that, then the king and the queen are kind of on the same file. So almost... So that's basically just going to trap my bishop. I could step back. Step back. He does this, but then I just kind of maintain. I think we're going to go for this. If he goes for the little pawn break in the center, then he's got a weakness, and I'm actually kind of okay with that. Yeah, so I just step back. Right? Because we want to maintain this diagonal, essentially. Like, if this pawn push ever happens, we can just play forward and then get my queen active. So this kind of sucks that my queen is stuck, essentially, behind my bishop, but I feel like we're probably going to trade that off at some point. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, let's just take a quick look at this guy's profile. He doesn't even play bullet, and he's not that great at blitz. So when I see that I have 3 minutes and 40 seconds against 1 minute, I get pretty confident because, like, bro, if you don't play bullet, what are you going to do when the clock gets low? Because there are skills in bullet that you only develop playing bullet. You can't reasonably foster your bullet playing abilities by playing a bunch of rapid games and getting to the point where you have 30 seconds. You have to play bullet to get those skills because the amount of time that it would take to play 100 bullet games resulting from the rapid games. Do you see what I'm trying to say here? You would spend 20 minutes just to get to the point where you both have hardly any time. So that move makes a lot of sense. So I think we're going to just stick with my game plan. Ball back in your court, buddy. We're going for this. He could launch a full-out attack on this side. That move makes sense. This isn't really going to work. I'm not sure what my knight is trying to accomplish. I could also go for this pawn break. Does that do anything? Not really. Does stepping forward do anything? It maybe induces this, but I'm not convinced that's a really great idea. So what if we just jump in with a knight? The real question is what is this knight doing? These guys are chilling. The king is more or less chilling. If he plays this and I push forward, this is pinned. He could go like this. I play here. What if I just push now? And if he takes them... Actually, you know what? I don't want to do that because he captures and opens up the file. So, knight here. Man, I'm getting sandwiched. I don't know what to play. What about pushing? Because he can't take, or I'll take this guy. So what about push, then push? Then if he plays this, I go here. I got a spread out. A spread out pawn cube. What on earth? And my knight sucks, dude. Maybe like that is the new idea. Actually, now that this pawn is there, getting my knight to this square might not be such a stupid idea. Okay. But the whole idea was to push. Was it not? We push. Capture, capture, capture. Let's just go for it. And this is one of these captures that he has to, like, he has to play something. So, what's better? Let's be accurate. For one, I can take with the pawn, and that's kind of like a tempo-winning move. But that kind of opens up this file when that rook comes. So let's do this. He takes, and I finally get my queen to do something in the position. 23 seconds. We are playing 5+5. I should always mention that at the beginning of my videos. It was like, what time control are we playing? Because I change it like every time. So he steps back. There's no rush. I think let's just be accurate and step forward. Still, this is not going to work. That doesn't work, right? I'm telling myself that, but I'm actually not 100% sure. We push forward. Check. We step over. We can grab this. We could just trade everything down. Definitely we are not going to allow this. So I think we have to push. Check. We step over. Then he plays this. Let's take this guy first, because what we're worried about is this diagonal all of a sudden, right? So, capture, capture, but then I save the bishop. He gets a draw. Like here, here. We give him up, but then he gets this check, and then I step up. He would have to recapture. I could give this check. That's worth at least noting. Oh, dear Lord. This is a crucial situation. I think let's just take this first. If he pushes forward, I step over. This is defended. If he steps in, I step up. He gives this check. Okay. Also, we can give this check. So that's kind of just like a tempo winning move right there. Then we just trade this off. He's still got this check. But we push forward. Now this is weak, but the queen is getting ready to at least participate. So I can step over. But then he pushes, check. I block. I think I step over. If I step up, he's got this. So let's blockade it with this. If he goes for a pawn push, wow, I need to be looking at the clock. He wants to play that. Okay, cool. I think we just get active with queen. We're threatening this guy. We're threatening this guy. "20 seconds? Oh, dear Lord. If he gets in, what is he threatening? I've got this. Right? Does that give a check? Has to be winning, right? Let's just shuffle around a little bit. Just give another check. I don't really know what to do. We attack this. He can't play this. It doesn't work. I'm attacking this. He defends. We give this check. 17 seconds. Check here, here. Am I just winning or am I stupid? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Let's just trade like this. I'm going to go down a pawn. We then defend. What a crazy situation. We then grab this. Up a pawn. Yikes. I can step up and we're chilling. We're going to defend like this. And I can grab this pawn. This is an important moment of the game. I can also do something here, but let's just grab a pawn when we can. Up 2 pawns, and the plan is to somehow figure out how to trade these rooks. I can also get behind these pawns. So I think that he has to step away. We can grab yet another pawn.